In the 54th year of Konoha, 6 years have elapsed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. In a secluded forest outside the hidden leaf village, the melodic chirping of birds harmonizes with the dappled sunlight filtering through the dense canopy. A young and strikingly handsome man, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, reclines against a massive boulder, his eyes partially closed. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting the silver strands of hair that cascade across his forehead. He bears no ninja headband, marking him as a lone wanderer, unattached to any village. Ugh system, when on Earth will you activate? I just acquired an unparalleled sword, and you've devoured it without a word of explanation? Beware, or I shall cleave you in two. With his silver hair and piercing gaze, the figure known as Yiren expresses his frustration towards the system echoing in his mind. The system trembles under Yiren's threat. Please, host, do not be anxious. The system will activate at the appropriate moment, and your original sword, Kitch, shall be returned to you promptly. You insolent Yiren, known for his short temper, curses upon hearing the system's response. It's been half a month since you whisked me from the world of pirates to this realm of ninjas, and the only abilities I can wield are those I've mastered. The flowing Sakura Haki and the no-sword style. Other swords in my possession have proven utterly useless. Do you comprehend the torment I endure as a swordsman? Do you? With a booming voice, Yiren's outburst sends another tremor through the system. I apologize. Fine Yiren waves his hand dismissively, granting the system a reprieve. He runs his fingers through his lustrous silver hair, muttering, while the flowing Sakura Haki combined with the no-sword style can barely keep the third Hokage at bay. Without a proper sword, my existence as a swordsman is dreadfully mundane. Please expedite this process. Do not test my dwindling patience. After lazily uttering one final remark to the system, Yiren drifts back in his slumber upon the stone. Rustle, unbeknownst to him, a stumbling figure emerges from the gates of Konoha, heading straight for the forest, several hundred meters away. Rustle, the sound of trousers brushing against the grass slowly permeates the air. From atop the boulder, Yiren's ears perk up and his starry eyes snap open. His mastery of observation haki grants him acute insight, allowing even the slightest disturbance in the wind and grass to manifest vividly in his mind. Yiren gradually rises, his eyes flashing with electric intensity. Someone is approaching. Are they heading straight for me? Whoosh! Muttering to himself, Yiren swiftly dashed towards the source of the footsteps. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed in an instant beneath Yiren's feet. A figure gradually became clear before him. Yiren let out a cold chuckle. In the stillness of the forest, a chilling voice abruptly pierced the silence. Without blade style, in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The imposing aura of Lu Ying was summoned forth by Yiren, a layer of black, domineering energy enveloping his arms. In the sunlight, it radiated a heart-stopping metallic sheen. An overwhelming sense of power emanated from his being. Black rope, great tornado. As the words left his lips, whirl, that a colossal whirlwind materialized right before Yiren. In the next moment, it seemed that with a mere swing of his arms, Yiren could utterly obliterate the approaching figure. Wait, Lord Yiren. Suddenly, the figure sensed the immense pressure emanating from Yiren and abruptly raised his head. The man, clad in a raven mask, instantly knelt on the ground, speaking rapidly to Yiren. My apologies that I did not mean to disturb you, Lord Yiren. I am from Konoha's Anbu. Oh, Yiren's black aura gradually dissipated as he crossed his arms. His gaze fixated on the kneeling Anbu, coldly inquiring. Anbu, I seem not to be one of your Konoha people. What is it that you seek from me? Beneath the raven mask, beads of cold sweat trickled down the Anbu's cheek. In his perception, the pressure from Yiren far surpassed that of Danzo, and the third Hokage, this overwhelming aura of impending death rendered him paralyzed. It felt as if a mere twitch could lead to his immediate demise at the hands of this razor-sharp man. I have come here to deliver a message. The pressure exerted by Yiren left the Anbu stuttering. A message? What message? Yiren's brow furrowed slightly at IT concerns. Miss Hinata. In an instant, Yiren's pupils constricted. Hinata was the first person he had come to know in this world. Moreover, she was someone he cherished as if she were his own sister. Considering the timeline, could something have happened? Hinata, what has transpired? Yiren's tone grew urgent. His aura involuntarily surged forth, causing the raven-masked Anbu to prostrate himself upon the ground. Bang, Lord! Yiren, your aura is overwhelming. I can scarcely breathe. Very well. Yiren exhaled softly, his imposing presence effortlessly receding. The shadowy figure in the chrome mask, crouched on the ground, also took a breath, hesitating to raise his head, and spoke to Yiren with reverence. It is Yunin. The people of Yunin feigned a visit to our village to sign a peace agreement, only to seize Hinata amidst the chaos. Oh! Yiren's expression shifted to one of scrutiny, his gaze playfully fixed upon the half-kneeling shadow. Speak. Who sent you to convey this information to me? The shadow opened his mouth, ready to respond. However, I prefer to hear the truth. Yiren stated coldly. It is. Cold sweat dripped down the shadow's face. It is Lord Danzo. Oh, Danzo. So it is indeed him? A scheme to use another's blade. Yiren smiled faintly. To dare weave plots before me, once I deal with Yunin, I shall have a proper reckoning with you. You filthy insect. Ding dong. At that moment, a voice resonated in Yiren's mind. First plot trigger detected. The system begins to unlock. Ding dong. System unlock. Successful parsing system functions. 50, 80, 100. The plot alteration system has been fully unlocked. This system imposes no tasks. Simply altering the plot will generate points. When the points accumulate to a certain threshold, they can be exchanged for any items within the system shop. Ding dong. The New World gift package has been issued. Shall the host open it immediately? Hee hee. Yiren smiled lightly, addressing the system in his mind. Open it now. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the pirate world, the supreme great blade, one of the 12 artisans, the original Onakiri. Shall it be extracted immediately? The smile on Yiren's face widened. Extract. Clang. A uniquely crafted long blade materialized instantaneously in Yiren's hand. With a massive tsuba, an exaggeratedly long handle, and a scabbard fashioned from walnut wood. The entire blade measured 66.10 centimeters, curving like a crescent moon. Hee hee. A glint of fervent combat sparkled in Yiren's eyes. Onakiri, together with me. Let's once again fight side by side. Chapter 2. The One-Sword Style. The Great Tremor. Crack. Yiren smiled faintly, reaching out to hang the original Oni-chuan at his waist. His taut muscles, clad in a pristine white martial arts uniform, accentuated his elongated physique. An inexhaustible surge of explosive power simmered within him. To speak frankly, I believe the direction of Yunin's escape should be towards the northeast. Hiss. But where exactly is that northeast? Standing atop the treetops, Yiren lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. After a brief interval of a few seconds, his brow furrowed slightly, and he anxiously scratched his head. His eyes were filled with irritation. Damn it. This forest outside of Konoha is so vast. How am I supposed to know where those Yunin scoundrels fled to in the northeast? Sighing, Yiren scratched his head once more. Perhaps this was an inherited flaw from his lineage. His junior brother, Zoro, seemed perpetually lost as well, often labeled as directionally challenged. However, in this case, the sheer enormity of the forest outside Konoha was indeed overwhelming. Surely, I cannot be considered directionally challenged. That cannot be the case. Glancing down at the chrome-masked Anbu, who dared not move and was half kneeling on the ground, Yiren inquired, Do you know where Yunin has fled? Where are they now? Yes. The Anbu nodded without hesitation. Good. Yiren's eyes brightened. Since you know, lead me there. I shall follow closely behind you. The Anbu was taken aback, then looked up at Yiren, standing atop the tree. His mouth opened slightly. Master Yiren, you wouldn't happen to be lost, would you? Whoosh. Yiren descended from the treetop, standing before the Anbu, and slowly bent down, his eyes flickering with a dangerous glimmer, locking onto the figure concealed beneath the mask. Who said I was lost? Repeat that. Boom. The sudden surge of Yiren's aura nearly rendered the Anbu breathless. The Anbu panicked. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and dripping into his mask, his pupils dilating in an instant. No. Master Yiren, I absolutely did not mean that. What I meant was, I will take you there. Hearing the Anbu's aggrieved tone, Yiren let out a cold snort. Humph. At least you are perceptive. Straightening up, he glanced at the trembling Anbu on the ground and rolled his eyes. If you are to take me there, then hurry up. If Hinata suffers even a single hair's injury, I shall make the entire Yun-in village pay for it. Yes, yes. The Anbu lifted his chrome mask, wiped the sweat from his face, and led Yiren toward the northeast forest. Oh, by the way, on the tree, Yiren once again addressed the members of the Anbu ahead. The matter of my unfamiliarity with the route is best kept to yourself, should it inadvertently come to light. I shall take your life. With a sudden slip, the Anbu almost lost his footing, barely managing to steady himself. He dared not turn back. Stammering as he replied to Yiren, Lord Yiren, you are fully aware of the way. That is all I know. Swish, swish. Two figures darted swiftly through the forest outside Konoha, massive tree trunks retreating rapidly beside them. In less than 10 minutes, an open space in the northeast of Konoha emerged before them. In the vast clearing stood 3 figures, one of whom bore the target of Yiren, Hinata, upon his shoulder. Well, is this not the boy from the Hyuga branch? What is the matter? Has your sister been taken, leaving you restless? Humph. The young Hyuga Niji, though still youthful, exhibited a semblance of maturity and composure, his gaze cold as he regarded the opposing figure from Kumogakure, his expression unchanged. I advise you to hand over Hinata. The wrath of Konoha is something you cannot withstand. The leader of Kumogakure erupted into laughter. You little brat, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Konoha is currently on the brink of collapse. That old relic, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is utterly insignificant before our fourth Reikage. Niji's eyes widened in fury, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It appeared that he must now fight for his life. Oh, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from a nearby tree. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is inadequate, what of me? Who? The leader of Kumogakure turned sharply towards the source of the voice, only to find Yiren standing atop the treetops, with the Anbu crouched beside him. Huh, I thought it was someone of importance. It seems to be Konoha's Anbu and an unknown brat. Are you also here for Hinata? Lord Yiren. Niji's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Yiren atop the tree. What brings you here? With a glance at Niji, Yiren slowly placed his hand on the first-generation Kiba at his waist, coldly stating, Konoha is too weak, and your Hyuga clan is no better, hence. I have come. Hinata is my sister, and no one shall lay a finger on her. Hey, I suggest you Kumogakure members release her now. It is not too late. Do not compel me to negotiate with my blade. Niji hesitated, then seemed to accept Yiren's assessment of Konoha, gradually stepping aside. Ha. The leader of Kumogakure burst into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Gazing at the Night Blade, one could perceive an air of derision. What right does a person without even a ninja headband have to threaten me? You desire Hinata? Come forth. The expression of the Cloud Ninja twisted into a snarl. Hinata is in my grasp. Come and take her. Huh. Nightblade offered a faint smile. The first-generation Kitch was drawn forth. The crescent blade, unsheathed, glimmered ominously with a bloodthirsty light amid the noon forest. Whoosh. Nightblade charged forward. Humph. The Cloud Ninja scoffed coldly, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release. Cracking Earth Needle. One sword style. Buzz. It seemed to emanate from a suppression of the soul. Nightblade, wielding his blade alone, exuded a formidable aura that rendered the freshly completed hand seals of the Cloud Ninja utterly ineffective. His eyes fixated on the colossal blade that had already descended upon him. A sharp pang of agony surged through his being. Subsequently, the body of the Cloud Ninja was cleaved cleanly in two. Even the rocks and trees behind him were instantly pierced, the ground rising in a jagged line of shattered stones. Boom. The body of the Cloud Ninja collapsed slowly to the ground. A bloodthirsty crimson gleam flickered in Nightblade's eyes as he softly uttered 3 words. Great Dawn Shatter. Chapter 3. The All-Encompassing System Shop. Clink. The Kitch, which had not tasted a drop of blood from the Cloud Ninja, was gently sheathed by Nightblade. He knelt down, tenderly lifting the still unconscious Hinata into his arms. Turning to glance at another Cloud Ninja nearby, oh. The ninja suddenly lost his composure, tremblingly pointing a finger at Nightblade. How can you be so strong? Your swordsmanship is unlike anything I have ever seen. Who exactly are you? Nightblade promptly dug at his ears. Questions. What of it? Enough prattling. Hurry back to your Cloud village and inform AI. Should there be a next time, I shall personally visit Cloud. Begone. Yes. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had altered the storyline, deeming it a significant change, and awarded 100 points. Ding dong. The system noted that the host had acquired points. The shop system is now unlocked. Would the host like to view it? Nightblade raised an eyebrow slightly. View. A blue water curtain unfurled gently in Nightblade's mind. icons and golden prices shimmering into existence. Black Blade Xiao Shui, 1,000 points. Famed Bladian Mo, 1,000 points. Snow Walk, 500 points. Hedalian Z, 1,000 points. Black Blade Knight, 10,000 points. Songyun Cut, Whitebeard Sword, 10,000 points. With a sharp intake of breath, Nightblade's eyes sparkled as he beheld the exquisite collection of legendary swords available in the point shop, momentarily losing his composure. To his astonishment, even Whitebeard's sword and his master's Black Blade Knight could be exchanged for points. How thrilling! As he murmured to himself, he continued to peruse the offerings. Cells of Hashirama, 10,000 points. Kekkei Jinkai Sharingan, initial version 500 points. Kekkei Jinkai Byakugan, initial version 500 points. Kekkei Jinkai Ice Release, 300 points. Kekkei Jinkai Crystal Release, 300 points. A dazzling array of abilities and Kekkei Jinkai unfolded before Nightblade's eyes. Even more terrifying items lurked below. Outer Path Golem, 10,000 points. Nine Tails, 999 points. Eight Tails, 888 points. Nightblade's lips twitched slightly. I say, system, are you really this extravagant? Is there anything you dare not sell? Indeed. The system proclaimed proudly. Everything we offer is of the highest quality. This shop has no limitations. The host has currently unlocked the worlds of One Piece and Naruto. Anything available in these realms can be found here. Nightblade gasped in astonishment. Incredible! Remarkable! However, glancing at his meager 100 points, he sighed and closed the shop interface. As he watched the Cloud Ninja scurry away into the depths of the forest, Nightblade turned to his companions, Niji and the Anbu. Let us return to the village. Yes. Understood. At that moment, both Niji and the Anbu were engulfed in a profound shock. Having grown up in the world of ninjas, they had witnessed countless powerful ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Yet, they had never encountered a sword technique that seemed capable of severing all. What was even more terrifying was the realization of one elite Nin from the Anbu, who privately assessed the might of that single strike. He was horrified to conclude that had he been the target of that blow, survival would have been utterly impossible. Moreover, that strike, as elusive as an antelope's horns, was beyond his comprehension of defense. A little over half an hour later, Nightblade arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan, carrying a sleeping Hinata, accompanied by Niji. The Anbu, after consulting with Nightblade, returned to their base. At that moment, Hinata Hayashi anxiously awaited at the clan's entrance. As soon as he spotted Nightblade and Niji approaching with Hinata in tow, he rushed forward to greet them. Lord Nightblade, is it truly you who took action? Hayashi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Nightblade nodded. May I enter to speak? Certainly. Please, come in, Lord Nightblade. The Hyuga clan, as the second most prominent family in the Hidden Leaf Village, boasts an expansive residence with exceptionally favorable living conditions for its members. In fact, when compared to the Uchiha clan, their living standards are even more superior. As Yaren strolled down the elongated corridor, he nodded in satisfaction at the Sengoku-style tatami and architectural design. What a splendid place. This thought brought a slight smile to the corners of his mouth. However, as the price for such a good life, the more compliant Hyuga clan often conformed to the will of the Leaf Village, making certain sacrifices. The incident involving Hinata's abduction by the Cloud Village was, in fact, a sacrifice made by the Hyuga clan for the sake of Konoha. Had Yaren not intervened, it would have been Hyuga Hizashi who would have been compelled to eliminate the Cloud Ninja. Subsequently, to protect the village and his family, Hyuga Hayashi tragically took his own life as a scapegoat before the emissaries of the Cloud Village. It must be said, this is the sorrow of the Hyuga clan. Lord Yaren, thank you for rescuing Miss Hinata. I sincerely express my gratitude on behalf of the Hyuga clan. Yaren nodded. There is no need for thanks. I regard Hinata as my sister, and saving her was merely a matter of personal inclination. Additionally, you should be cautious in the coming days. While I have shielded your clan from this disaster, Konoha is a village that devours its own without hesitation. Hyuga Hayashi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly looked up at Yaren, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty crossing his face. How do you know this? Haha. Yaren chuckled softly. The means by which I acquired this knowledge is of little consequence. Since I consider Hinata as my sister, I shall offer some protection to your clan. Remember, never trust Danzo or the third Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Suddenly, the wooden screen was thrust open from the outside, and a weary Hyuga Hizashi stepped inside. Hayashi, has Hinata returned? I discovered signs of battle and the corpses of Cloud Ninja in the northeastern part of the village. While addressing his brother, Hyuga Hazashi's gaze suddenly fell upon Yeren, who was leisurely sipping tea. Cold sweat trickled down his back. My apologies, Lord Yeren, for the disturbance. Yeren waved his hand dismissively. You arrived just in time. I have already brought Hinata back and dealt with the Cloud Ninja. You may return and rest. Hyuga Hazashi was momentarily stunned. Fear and reverence evident in his eyes as he gazed at Yeren. Chapter 4. The Challenge from Jonin Hyuga Takuma. Lord Yeren, if I may be so bold. The massive gash in the forest to the northeast, was that caused by you? Oh. Nightblade nodded slightly. Those are the marks left over from when I eliminated the Yuin ninjas. What of it? Hinata Hazashi was taken aback for a moment. And then his expression turned even more reverent as he gazed at Nightblade. And nothing. I must express my profound gratitude to you, Lord Nightblade. Indeed, Nightblade waved his hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. However, I have a small request to make of you. Oh? Hinata Hazashi's eyes widened as he addressed Nightblade earnestly. Please, Lord Nightblade, speak freely. You are our benefactor, and I shall do my utmost to assist you in any way I can. Nightblade smiled gently. It's nothing too significant. Would it be possible for me to stay at your residence for a while? I have taken quite a liking to your children, Niji and Hinata. During my downtime, I could offer them some guidance. Really? Hinata Hazashi's eyes widened even further. Yes, Nightblade nodded lightly. Of course, that is no problem at all. Lord Nightblade. Do you have any other requests? Hinata Hazashi inquired eagerly. Please prepare an ample supply of wine for me. Nightblade chuckled softly. As a swordsman, drinking and the art of the sword were his greatest passions. Absolutely. I'll make sure of it. Hinata Hazashi's eyes sparkled as he flashed a hearty smile at Nightblade. You truly embody the spirit of a swordsman, Lord Nightblade. To drink and practice swordsmanship is indeed enviable. It's merely a hobby, Nightblade replied with a gentle smile. He then slowly rose to his feet and addressed the respectful Hinata Hazashi and his brother, Hazashi. Very well. It's getting late. Please lead me to a place to rest. After having exercised my long-dormant body today, I've gained some new insights. The brilliance in Nightblade's eyes shimmered. I require a tranquil environment to further contemplate. Hinata Hazashi paused momentarily before nodding respectfully at Nightblade. Certainly, Lord Nightblade. Please follow me. I shall take you to your resting quarters. As the clan leader, Hinata Hazashi entrusted the arrangements entirely to Hazashi. At that moment, Hazashi guided Nightblade out of the reception room, traversing the corridor towards the guest quarters. Bang, boom, humph, crash. As Nightblade followed Hazashi through the corridor, the distinct sounds of practicing ninjutsu and taijutsu echoed clearly in his ears. Nightblade turned his head slightly, glancing at the expansive training ground adjacent to the corridor. The Hyuga clan, being the second family of Konoha, possessed a martial spirit that was renowned throughout the ninja world. It would not be an exaggeration to call them a prestigious family, from the elders to the children. Every day, they dedicate a fixed time to honing their ninjutsu and mastering the application of the Byakugan. Only through such diligence can the Hyuga clan maintain its esteemed position as the second most influential family in Konoha. Suddenly, a dusty member of the Hyuga clan halted his movements and cast a cautious glance at the stern-faced Yebane. Who was this individual? How is he walking alongside Lord Hinata? And so young at that? Could he be a descendant of a distinguished figure? As Yebane, adorned with a long blade nearly a meter in length, followed Hinata through the corridor, hushed whispers erupted among the members of the training ground. Look at that sword at his waist. Could he possibly be from the Land of Iron? I've heard that the Land of Iron lacks ninjas, only possessing samurai like him, who carry swords at their sides. Before the speaker could finish, another voice interjected, You know nothing. To my knowledge, samurai from the Land of Iron typically carry 2 or more blades, while this individual possesses but one, and he lacks the gas masks commonly worn by those from the Land of Iron. It's evident he is not from there. Enough of the wild conjectures. Have you all completed today's training tasks? Do you have the leisure to gossip about others? Focus on your own practice. A young man with long hair at his temples furrowed his brow and addressed his fellow clan members sternly. Yes, Lord Dijian. The clan members seemed to hold a certain fear of the young man, promptly averting their gazes and resuming their rigorous training. Hinata smiled faintly, glancing back at the composed Yebane. Yebane, these individuals in the training ground represent the backbone of our Hyuga clan. And this steadfast young man is Dijian, the sole member of our clan to attain the rank of Jonin in recent years. He's indeed a formidable talent. Oh, Yebane recalled his memories from the previous world, recognizing the name. Indeed, he had made notable contributions during the Fourth Great Ninja War. A commendable young man. Indeed, Yebane replied with a subtle nod, his voice calm and measured. Meanwhile, as Yebane and Hinata conversed, Dijian happened to glance in their direction, casting a curious look at Yebane. However, upon hearing the young man's assessment of him, he frowned slightly. With a subtle shift of his foot, Dijian approached Yebane, his expression stern. As he stood before Yebane, Dijian met his gaze directly and spoke with poise, neither servile nor arrogant. The esteemed warrior, I express my gratitude for your commendation. However, I perceive from your serene demeanor that your prowess may indeed surpass mine. Might you have an interest in engaging in a friendly duel within the training grounds of my Hyuga clan? I, Hyuga Takuma, yearn to witness your remarkable techniques. In an instant, as Hyuga Takuma's words resonated, the atmosphere of the training arena grew heavy with anticipation. The members of the Hyuga clan gazed at Takuma with fervent admiration and profound respect for strength. Their glances towards Yebane, however, bore a hint of amusement, as if they had already envisioned Yabine's defeat and Takuma's effortless triumph. Only Hyuga Nichi, observing the young man issuing a challenge to Yebane, felt a swift shift in his expression to one of grave concern, with a shadow of deep-seated fear lurking within his gaze. Chapter 5. The Sheath Strike Neutralizes the Gentle Fist. Hyuga Nichi regarded the most outstanding youth of the Hyuga clan with some irritation. On what grounds do you challenge Master Yebane? Should you not retreat? Cease to embarrass yourself before our esteemed guest. Hyuga Takuma was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of fear towards Nichi. Yet, driven by his combative spirit to confront Yebane, he mustered his courage to continue. Even so, an esteemed guest must possess commensurate strength. Therefore, I, Hyuga Takuma, wish to gauge the capabilities of this distinguished guest. I wonder if you would dare to engage in battle with me? Oh. Observing the somewhat earnest Hyuga Takuma, Yebane smiled softly and nodded. Very well. Since you sincerely wish to challenge me, I shall accept. However, a glimmer of intensity flickered in Yebane's eyes. The loser must face a penalty. As for the nature of this penalty, let the victor decide, shall we? Excellent. Thus, it is settled. Excitement sparkled in Hyuga Takuma's eyes at the prospect of the imminent battle. He slowly bowed to Yebane and then gestured invitingly towards the training arena. Esteemed warrior, please. Indeed. Yebane regarded Hyuga Takuma with a trace of admiration. Once, during his own arduous journey to master the sword, he too possessed such an indomitable spirit. Furthermore, Yebane understood well that both warriors and ninjas can only ascend to the pinnacle through relentless perseverance and an unwavering resolve. Talent merely serves as a higher starting point. With a decisive clap, they stepped forward. Nightblade, with his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, strode calmly to the center of the training ground. His very presence commanded attention, exuding an aura of unyielding authority merely by standing there. Come forth. Nightblade called to Hinata Tokima, who stood opposite him. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the silver strands of hair from Nightblade's forehead, accentuating his formidable demeanor. The corners of his mouth, pressed tightly, bore an air of supreme confidence. A chorus of gasps erupted from the women of the Hinata clan surrounding the arena. This young man is exceptionally handsome. Yet, doubts lingered. But can he truly compete with Lord Tokima? After all, he is the newly appointed elite ninja of our clan, capable of executing high-ranking missions alone. Not necessarily, interjected a member of the Hinata family, offering a different perspective. While Lord Tokima is indeed impressive, I cannot shake the feeling that this warrior possesses an even stronger aura. A disdainful voice retorted, how can that be? Such charisma is absent in both Lord Nichi and Lord Zutsu. How could this warrior possibly have it? Do you even understand what charisma is to make such bold claims? As the onlookers engaged in fervent debate, Hinata Tokima stepped into the arena with measured strides, taking his place opposite Nightblade. Warrior, I beseech you to teach me. With that, Tokima shifted his stance in the sand, arms outstretched, ready for combat. His eyes transformed into a pure white, veins bulging as chakra surged through him. Suddenly, Tokima paused, astonished. Warrior, there appears to be no flow of chakra within you? Nightblade, with a serene smile and his hand still resting lightly on the sword hilt, replied, Chakra? What need have I for such a thing? I am a swordsman. A pure swordsman. To triumph through chakra is an affront to my abilities. Enough talk. Come at me. Nightblade remained utterly still, his demeanor relaxed, save for the sharpness of his gaze. Inhaling deeply, Tokima, reassured by Nightblade's explanation, shifted his focus. His highly developed Byakugan scrutinized the warrior before him. How is this possible? Moments later, Shock filled Tokima's eyes as he murmured, "At first glance, the warrior's lazy stance seems full of openings. With my bagua and gentle fist techniques, I could easily defeat him in over 100 ways." Yet, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Tokima's forehead. Gazing at the incredulous expression on Yi Ren's face, a question lingered in my mind. Why is it that every time I am poised to strike, an overwhelming sense of danger envelopes my heart? Gently wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, Hinata Tokima gritted his teeth, ultimately conquering the unease within. The promised challenge could no longer be postponed. Whoosh! Steeling himself, Tokima forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself towards Yi Ren with remarkable speed. Bagua palm soft fist. Too slow. Slap. Yi Ren did not draw his sword. Instead, gripping the scabbard with his right hand, he deftly deflected Tokima's approaching hand, sending a jolt directly to his wrist. With a swift motion, Yi Ren redirected Tokima's force, causing him to stagger off balance. Stomp, stomp, hissing. Suddenly, Hinata Nichikage, who was observing the bout, was struck by a flash of insight. This martial technique seems to embody elements of my bagua palm, yet it appears to be on an entirely higher level. No. Hinata Nichikage became exhilarated. Once the duel concludes, I must inquire of Lord Yi Ren about the principles behind that technique. Truly, this is the fortune of the Hinata clan. Haha. In stark contrast to Hinata Nichikage's excitement, the battle between Yi Ren and Hinata Tokima raged on. Tokima relentlessly unleashed a flurry of soft punches upon Yi Ren, fists, feet, elbows, knees, and legs, all in a graceful leap. Yet, Yi Ren merely used the hilt of his sword to expertly deflect each of Tokima's assaults with precision. Slap. Boom. Boom. Every movement was both accurate and elegant, never yielding an inch. The intense and prolonged barrage drained Tokima's chakra and stamina drastically. Merely a few minutes later, he retreated to his original position, gasping for breath. Lord Samurai, why do you not draw your sword? Chapter 6, One Sword Style, Flying Dragon Flame. Huff, huff. Hinata Tokima looked at Yi Ren, panting heavily. Oh. Yi Ren lightly patted the first-generation kitsch at his waist. You mean this sword? The result of drawing this blade can lead to only two outcomes. 1. Yi Ren raised one finger, a worthy opponent. 2. He smiled, extending another finger, to kill. Which do you choose? Huff. Tokima took a deep breath, regaining a steady rhythm, his gaze fixed intently on the unmoving Yi Ren. Lord Samurai, you truly are the strongest swordsman I have ever encountered. Though I may not prevail, I shall muster my utmost strength to deliver my most formidable strike upon you. A torrent of chakra surged forth from Dijian's body. The intricate lines and modules forming the 8 trigrams materialized, gradually revealing themselves beneath Dijian and Yeren's feet. 8 trigrams 64 empty palms. As the deep green trigrams manifested beneath Yeren and Dijian, the chakra in Dijian's hand was compressed to an extraordinary degree. He then aimed directly at the vulnerable points of Yeren's form. One after another, he unleashed a barrage of strikes. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, whoosh 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 whoosh. The sky was filled with densely packed chakra, hurtling towards Yeren in the distance, distorting the air along its path. With a tremendous force, the onslaught generated a powerful wind, tousling Yeren's silvery hair. Oh, this is becoming intriguing. The sound of the blade scraping against its sheath began to resonate softly. As the first generation of Guha slowly revealed its gleaming, menacing edge in Yeren's grasp, a palpable aura of lethality emanating from the unsheathed weapon. No matter your myriad ninjutsu, I shall cleave through with a single sword. As the Guha was drawn slowly from Yeren's hand, a shockwave of air erupted from beneath his feet, stirring the dusty ground into a frenzy. With the explosive force in his legs, Yeren ascended into the air. Boom! A gleam flashed in his eyes. The first generation of Guha was gripped in reverse by Yeren's right hand, swiftly positioned behind him, as the muscles in his right arm swelled like a coiled dragon. In the next instant, Yeren struck downward at the dense barrage of empty palms. Dragon fire. Whoosh. As thin as a cicada's wing yet extraordinarily sharp, the Guha, like a phantom, effortlessly pierced the air with Yeren's formidable strength. Whoosh. A surge of blue flames burst forth in the sky, due to the angle of Yeren's strike. The blue flames took on the majestic form of a two-horned dragon. After a brief spiral in the air, it lunged toward the densely packed 8 trigrams empty palms. Roar. Boom. Sizzle. The colossal blue flame dragon surged into the empty palms with unrelenting force, incinerating countless chakra constructs in an instant. Whoosh. Furthermore, the relentless dragon continued its advance towards the beleaguered Hinata Dijian. Ack. A sheen of sweat instantly broke out on Hinata Dijian's forehead. As he beheld the approaching blue fire dragon, which expanded wildly within his pupils, he was momentarily paralyzed by fear. It's over. Nearby, Hinata Nichi's eyes widened in shock. This move, even he knew he could not withstand, let alone the exhausted Dejian. Ah, Lord Hinata. Outside, some timid young girls gasped at the scene, while several boys clenched their fists, disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the azure fire dragon racing toward Hinata. No, sighed a voice, laced with exasperation. Without sheathing his blade, Nightblade unleashed a strike at the soaring blue dragon. The sharp sound of metal slicing through the air resonated as a gleaming silver arc of the blade, amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers. Surged forth to intercept the azure fire dragon. In an instant, both the dragon and the silvery blade vanished into the ether. The chilling brilliance of the original ghost cutter was swiftly returned to its sheath. I concede. I will honor one of your conditions, even if it costs my life. Hinata lowered his head, addressing Nightblade. Very well, Nightblade replied with an appreciative smile. A true man knows when to take up and when to let go. You possess great magnanimity. As for the condition, I haven't decided yet, so let us defer that discussion for another time. Nightblade gradually approached, halting before the still confused Hinata. Quite impressive. Your technique has stirred my emotions, prompting me to deliver this decisive cut. Hinata managed a bitter smile, gazing at the young man before him. His spirits sank. Was this strike born merely from a sense of irritation? A soft sigh escaped Hinata's lips. Realizing that Nightblade's single strike had effortlessly dissolved the secret techniques of the Hinata clan that he had painstakingly honed. Was he truly so inferior in comparison to the elite? Alas! Nightblade, noticing the sudden gloom that enveloped Hinata, felt a pang of sympathy. What troubles you? Though you see my swordsmanship as formidable, I too have endured numerous trials. Nightblade gently adjusted the hilt of his sword, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Have you ever trained to cleave water with your blade, striving to part it for 10 seconds? Have you endured the torment of suspending a 1,000-pound stone from the hilt, only to sever it with a single stroke? Have you faced the agony of relentless training to refine my haki, suffering wounds day in and day out? You may not fully comprehend. Nightblade slowly unfastened his garment, revealing his muscular physique, radiant with explosive power under the sun. However, upon Nightblade's chest lay a diagonal, immense scar, a testament to countless battles endured. Additionally, numerous smaller scars adorned his body, yet curiously, not a single mark graced his back. How many trials of life and death must one endure to become a true warrior? Nightblade gently donned his attire, contemplating the need for further refinement. Is this truly the case? Hinata Takuma suddenly snapped back to reality. His gaze towards Nightblade now filled with profound respect and admiration for the formidable warrior. Oh, esteemed Samurai Nightblade, might you take me as your disciple and impart your wisdom? Oh, Nightblade raised an eyebrow slightly. You must consider this carefully. Being my disciple can be quite arduous. That is of no consequence. Hinata Takuma promptly knelt, resolutely addressing Nightblade. I aspire to become a person like you, master. For that, I am willing to endure any hardship, longing to grow ever stronger. Chapter 7. The Exquisite Hinata. Very well. Nightblade nodded gently, extending his hand to assist Hinata Takuma to his feet. I commend your martial spirit. Thus, I shall accept you as my formal disciple, teaching you the art of physical combat and the manipulation of chakra. Excellent. Hinata Takuma exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. What did it matter if he were merely a formal disciple? The opportunity to learn physical techniques and chakra control from Master Nightblade was more than enough, regardless of status. With a chuckle, Hinata Nichiji stepped into the training ground. Takuma, shouldn't you express your gratitude to your master? Oh, Hinata Takuma suddenly realized. Immediately kneeling and bowing 3 times to Nightblade, his voice resonating with sincerity. Disciple is grateful for Master's teachings. From this day forth, I, Hinata Takuma, pledge myself to Nightblade, never to betray unless met with death. Indeed, Nightblade smiled gently, fully grasping the implication of Takuma's words. His unwavering loyalty was to himself, not the village, which was quite intriguing. He lightly ruffled Takuma's hair and spoke. Since you have chosen to be my disciple today, I also have a gift for you. A gift? Hinata Takuma paused, looking at Nightblade in bewilderment. With nothing but the first-generation Kichiri at his waist, surely his master was not jesting? Coughing softly, Nightblade observed Takuma's expression and gently tapped his head. Little brat, do you disdain your master for his lack of wealth? Hinata Takuma covered his head, offering an awkward smile. No. Master, you misunderstand. All right then. Since you've noticed that aside from Kichiri, I possess nothing else, I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. The gift I present to you is not a precious item. Nightblade, observing the bewildered Hinata Tokima, spoke with utmost seriousness. It's nothing to worry about. Hinata Tokima was not surprised in the least. He was about to offer a few words of comfort to his master, believing that the absence of a gift for his apprenticeship was inconsequential, as his sole purpose in following his master was to grow stronger and elevate himself. How about this? Nightblade rested his right hand on the hilt of his original demon slayer, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. Allow me to elucidate the principle behind how I deflected your soft punches with the hilt of my sword moments ago. Would you like to understand why I could foresee your attack? Moreover, how I managed to deflect your wrist at the most opportune moment and from the most advantageous angle. Hinata Tokima was taken aback. Subsequently, he gazed at Nightblade with eager anticipation, exclaiming in excitement, "Yes, I wish to know. Please enlighten me, master." Why was Nightblade able to effortlessly block Hinata Tokima's soft punches? The young members of the clan observing may not comprehend. However, Tokima, who had engaged directly with Nightblade, understood. The ancestral soft punches were said to embody certain principles of Tai Chi yet. Tai Chi had been lost to time hundreds of years prior, and now, as Nightblade engaged him, there was a distinct essence of Tai Chi in every movement he made. Moreover, this Tai Chi martial art was far more advanced than that of the Hinata clan. Oh, are you going to provide guidance? Hinata Nichiryu, standing by, was also taken aback. He had been contemplating how to inquire about Nightblade's martial arts. And now it seemed that Nightblade was voluntarily imparting knowledge. Hinata Nichiryu, mustering his courage, addressed Nightblade. My lord Nightblade, I too am intrigued by your martial arts. Might I observe alongside Tokima? Oh, Nightblade turned to glance at Hinata Nichiryu. You are interested as well? Yes, indeed. Upon meeting Nightblade's gaze, Hinata Nichiryu felt a flicker of hesitation. Given that this martial art surpasses the lineage of the Hinata clan, expressing such an interest might have been rather thoughtless. Just as Hinata Nichiryu was about to berate himself and give up, Nightblade slowly nodded. Very well. Since you wish to learn as well, you may join. Additionally, Nightblade slightly turned to survey the many disciples of the Hinata clan in the training ground. With a gentle smile, he added, let us also summon Hinata and Niji, allowing these younger generations to listen as well. How much they absorb will be their fortune. For Nightblade, the two prominent clans of Konoha, be it the Hinata clan or the Uchiha clan, held a special place in his heart. Thus, he approached these two families with a mindset of support and assistance. Yet, fundamentally, Nightblade's thoughts were merely to ensure the safety of a select few he held in high regard, such as Niji, Itachi, and Shursui. As for how far the clan could progress, that was beyond Nightblade's concern. Very well, no problem. Hyuga Dejian's face was instantly illuminated with delight as he turned to Dejian, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Quickly inform Niji and Hinata, and summon all the elite ninjas from our clan. Understood. Hyuga Dejian fully grasped the significance of this matter and nodded earnestly. Oh, and also call upon the clan leader. Yes, with a swift nod. Hyuga Dejian's figure transformed into a blur as he raced towards the depths of the clan. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification echoed in Nightblade's mind. The system has detected that the host has altered the storyline. Hyuga Dejian's future achievements will exceed that of AJ Nin. This is classified as a significant plot change, granting a reward of 100 points. Bah. Nightblade spat disdainfully at the system. You stingy system. System, in half an hour. At the grand training ground of the Hyuga clan, a massive podium was placed in the center, adorned with a jar of rich and fragrant liquor. Nightblade stood atop it, arms crossed, gazing indifferently at the crowd of Hyuga clan members clad in white kimonos below. In the front row knelt 4 individuals, separated by distance were Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, and flanking them were the delicate figures of Niji and Hinata. Following them were a group of robust young adults led by Dejian, and behind them sat the elders and children, gazing at Hinata, who knelt in the front row. Nightblade smiled gently. Little Hinata, are you unhurt? Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her hands tightly clasped together, fidgeting nervously. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting her hair and revealing her cheeks, which were as red as ripe tomatoes. With her head lowered, she replied in a soft, timid voice, Thank you. Brother Nightblade. I am unhurt. Chapter 8. Uncle Nightblade, you truly are a wine enthusiast. That's good. Nightblade nodded at Hinata and Niji below, then glanced at Hayashi and Hizashi. The time has come. I shall begin. Nightblade smiled slightly. Hello everyone, I am Nightblade. Today, I will elucidate the advanced techniques of the gentle fist. Instantly, As Nightblade's voice resonated, the training ground erupted into chaos, with some ninjas who were unfamiliar with him unable to contain their exclamations. What? Such a young man. Intending to elucidate the advanced applications of Gentle Fist? Who does he think he is? Surely, he is no older than Master Dekan. Indeed. Moreover, Gentle Fist is a premier martial art that has been passed down through our family for countless generations, intricately combining chakra and physical prowess. Can he truly master it at such a tender age? Humph. Let us await his folly. As fragmented voices echoed through the arena, Yiren merely smiled faintly and continued to speak. I am aware that many of you have yet to see me and may harbor doubts about my capabilities. However, I implore you to listen intently, for I shall only speak once. With a slight bow of his head, his icy gaze surveyed the crowd. Suddenly, an overwhelming and ferocious aura surged from Yiren, emanating from the depths of his very soul, rendering it impossible for anyone to resist. As if they were being scrutinized by a feral beast. Everyone, including Ri Cha and Ri Zhu, felt an intense suffocation. As though the air had thickened the moment Yiren locked his gaze upon them. Gasp! The crowd collectively exhaled heavily, staring at Yiren on the platform. Their eyes were filled with a grave seriousness. Very well, Yiren said, observing the arena that had fallen into an eerie silence, and he nodded with satisfaction. Since you have no objections, allow me to discuss some advanced applications of Gentle Fist in practical combat. It is well known that Gentle Fist involves infusing one's chakra into the opponent's body, thereby damaging their internal chakra pathways and vital organs. Furthermore, its true power can only be unleashed when combined with the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. This technique targeting the internal organs is notoriously difficult for enemies to defend against, which is why your Hyuga family has maintained its illustrious heritage for so many years. As Yiren's words resonated, the members of the Hyuga clan stood tall, filled with immense pride in his statements. However, Yiren's unfeeling voice soon pierced the air once more. Yet, you have scarcely tapped into the full potential of Gentle Fist. You have merely focused on the aspect of using chakra to devastate your enemy's internal organs. Have the nuances of Tai Chi within Gentle Fist been lost to the dogs? Boom. The audience's eyes widened in shock. They stared incredulously at Yiren, who stood before them like a sword. This cannot be true. Ri Zhu, who was unaware of this revelation, stood up in disbelief, gazing at the young man on the platform, his face etched with incredulity. Their astonishment did not stem from Yiren's scathing remark about their practice of Gentle Fist, but rather from the notion that could the principles of Tai Chi indeed be applicable to Gentle Fist? If one wishes to apply it, how should it be done? This is a height that the Hyuga family has never attained throughout generations. Can this young man on the podium truly achieve it? Taiji. Before the spectators in the training arena could begin their discussions, Yiren continued, utilize stillness to counter motion, employ softness to overcome hardness. Avoid the substantial and seize the insubstantial, and harness strength through leverage. When soft fists are combined with such a combat strategy, their variations will be manifold. Their practicality will be greatly enhanced, and their application on the battlefield will become even more extensive. Do you understand? These 16 words from Yiren resonated profoundly, striking heavily upon the hearts of all present. Ah, so that is it. How foolish of me to have spent over 20 years studying soft fists without grasping this fundamental principle. Is it truly so? Remarkable. Hyuga Hizashi and several formidable members of the clan exchanged glances, each recognizing the deep astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Many masters, who had long been immersed in the techniques of soft fists, displayed expressions of enlightenment. As their thoughts deepened, their gazes toward Yiren shifted from skepticism to shock, and ultimately to admiration and fervor. The name Yiren began to take root and flourish in their hearts. Bang! At the peak of his enthusiasm, Yiren joyfully removed the seal from a wine jar and tilted his head back for a hearty drink. Refreshing. Now, who wishes to spar with me? Feel free to step forward. Rest assured, this bout is merely to help you comprehend the essence of Taiji. I will not exert my full strength. There is but one opportunity. Are you not coming up? Then I shall go first. The relatively young Hyuga Hizashi stood up straight, bowing respectfully to Yiren as a junior would to a master. Master Yiren, please enlighten me. Very well. Yiren leapt down from the podium and began to spar with Hyuga Hizashi. Boom. Hyuga Hizashi, filled with excitement, was sent flying, his lips murmuring the principles of Taiji and his newfound understanding of soft fists. Yiren raised his head and took a swig of strong liquor, his complexion slightly flushed. Come. Next. Boom. Hyuga Hayashi was also sent flying, his face flushed with excitement. Next. Boom. Hyuga Takuma followed suit, equally exhilarated. Hee. Yiren lifted his head for another hearty drink. With a slight wave of his hand, he beckoned. Next. This teaching session continued into the night. And by the time all present had faced Yiren's prowess, the only ones remaining in the arena were two 5-year-old children, Niji and Hinata. At this moment, little Niji gazed at Yiren with admiration, while the little girl Hinata looked on with excitement shining in her eyes. Brother Nightblade, I too wish to learn the essence of Tai Chi in. Hey, huh. With that, Hinata gracefully swung her fists a few times. Can you teach me? Despite her delicate demeanor, her rosy cheeks were accompanied by a pair of resolute eyes. Oh. Nightblade slowly crouched down, leaning closer to Hinata. Why is that, little Hinata? Ugh. Hinata wrinkled her brow and waved her hand in front of her face. There's a strong smell of alcohol. Uncle Nightblade, you truly are a drunkard. It's quite unbearable. Chapter 9. Drawing a turtle on the teacher's face. Hey, you little rascal. Nightblade's cheeks flushed, yet his mind remained sharp, observing Niji and Hinata standing beside him. The smile in his eyes became even more pronounced. How about this? Since you both wish to learn the essence of Tai Chi. Nightblade affectionately ruffled Niji's hair with his left hand while gently patting Hinata's head with his right. You two shall be my esteemed disciples. What do you say? Nightblade patted the first-generation Kei at his waist. Not only can I teach you the essence of, but I can also impart various martial arts and, most importantly, my expertise in swordsmanship. Really? Niji's face instantly lit up with delight. At this moment, the Hyuga clan was spared from the tragic fate of Niji's elder brother being sent to his demise. And Niji himself was yet to bear the mark of a caged bird. He remained a kind-hearted and adorable young boy. Hearing Nightblade's words ignited a spark of excitement within him, and he gazed at Nightblade with enthusiasm. Thud. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Nightblade waved his hand dismissively and swiftly helped Niji to his feet, brushing off the dust from his knees. From this day forth, you are my esteemed disciple. My teachings do not adhere to rigid customs. When we meet, simply call me Master. Yes. Niji looked up at Nightblade in admiration. The disciple understands. All right. Nightblade nodded and turned his gaze towards Hinata. Little Hinata, what about you? Have you made up your mind? Yes. The blush on Hinata's face had vanished. And though her cheeks still bore a hint of baby fat, her tone was unwaveringly resolute. I am willing to take you as my teacher. Because, as she attempted to articulate her reason, Hinata's shyness returned, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling someone reluctant to speak. Niji interjected, Hinata. Just say what you want to say without hesitating. All right. Hinata's blush deepened, her voice barely audible as she addressed Nightblade. Because I aspire to be as formidable as Lord Nightblade. Only then can I protect the village. After uttering these words, Hinata seemed to have lost all her strength. Leaning against Nightblade's leg and burying her face into it. Splendid. Upon hearing this, Nightblade let out a hearty laugh. Protecting the village? What of it? Do you wish to become Hokage? I can personally guide you step by step to achieve that, to become the most powerful presence in the village. Niji's mouth fell agape at this revelation. I too wish to become Hokage. Sensei, may I? Niji gazed at Nightblade with his big, watery eyes filled with hope. Of course, you can. But you must allow Hinata to take her turn first. Niji's cheeks puffed up in protest as he looked at his teacher and sister with indignation. Why must Hinata go first? I am the older brother. Indeed. Nightblade shook the now empty sake flask and ruffled Niji's hair. Precisely because you are the older brother, you must give way to your younger sister. Niji was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Suddenly, Nightblade wrapped his arm around Niji's neck, exhaling a gust of sake-laden breath. Of course. Would I deceive you? My student. Oh, Sensei, you've had too much. The scent of alcohol is overwhelming. Speaking of the brother-sister dynamic, I have something to impart to you both. Nightblade set down the empty sake jar and faced the two, sitting cross-legged. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he looked at Niji with unparalleled confidence and intensity. Since you are my disciple, you must comprehend my rules. Rules? Niji blinked in surprise. His expression quickly turned serious as he nodded earnestly. Every teacher establishes rules for their disciples. Please share them, Sensei, and I shall remember them well. Yes. Hinata nodded vigorously. I will certainly adhere to whatever Sensei instructs. It's not that grave. Nightblade affectionately ruffled Niji and Hinata's hair and proclaimed with authority. Listen well. My rules are quite simple, consisting of just two. First, whether you are the aggressors or the victims, you shall strike back. If you cannot prevail, retreat and return to me. and I shall assist you in vanquishing them. Niji, Hinata, oh dear. Nightblade tousled the children's hair, feeling a mix of pride and exasperation. Look at your expressions. So young yet so stubborn. Listen to your teacher. If you cannot handle it, simply call for me, and I shall deal with them. Quite well. Niji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hinata gently nodded, gazing at Yiren with profound emotion. Moreover, the second rule. At this juncture, Yiren scratched his head lightly, turning to Niji, who was seated cross-legged beside Hinata, and said slowly, ahem, regarding the matter of your teacher being unable to find his way, not only must you keep this a secret for me, but you must also deal with anyone who claims that I am directionally challenged. Upon hearing this, Hinata and Niji stared at their teacher with their mouths agape. Teacher. Niji managed to utter, it turns out you are indeed directionally challenged. How embarrassing. Hey? You little brat. Repeat that. Yiren glared, lifting Niji off the ground. Oh, Niji. Now suspended in mid-air, felt a surge of trepidation. Higi, what I mean is, whoever dares to call you directionally challenged, I will promptly use the taijutsu and swordsmanship you taught me to deal with them. Rest assured. Niji, frightened, scratched his head and looked at Yiren with wide, innocent eyes. With a roll of his eyes, Yiren set Niji back down on the ground, secretly thinking that indeed, the carefree Niji was quite endearing, and that Hinata, who had no worries, seemed even more innocent and lively than in the original narrative. Higi, quite good. Yiren smiled bashfully, letting out a burp. Boom. As he pondered, Yiren collapsed onto the training ground like a mountain falling, drifting into a deep slumber. In a half-dreamy state, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Detection complete. The host has altered the storyline. Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga are destined to achieve greatness, rivaling the legendary Sannin. The system identifies this as a significant plot alteration, awarding 500 points. Current points, 700. Is the teacher drunk? It seems so. Hee. Let us draw a turtle on his face. Niji mischievously thought. All right. Without a word, Hinata produced a pin. At that moment, the little boy and girl, busily decorating Yiren's face, could hardly foresee that years later, their accomplishments would indeed become boundless, at least rivaling the legendary Sannin. Chapter 10. The Hypocrisy of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 55. Hinata and Niji collaborated seamlessly, quickly transforming Yiren's face into a large, colorful turtle, even adding an extra foot for good measure. Although the drawing was not particularly artistic, it resembled a vibrant turtle adorning the slumbering Yiren's face, creating an inexplicable sense of harmony. Haha. Done. Niji beamed at the result, laughing unabashedly. Only Hinata expressed a hint of concern. Niji, is this really appropriate? Hinata asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Why not? This can be considered our gift from Master, Niji replied, waving his hand dismissively. Hinata paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. That seems somewhat reasonable. He won't punish us when he wakes up, will he? Niji's smile appeared a bit strained. What is there to fear? We simply want to tell him it was our doing. Hinata nodded earnestly. Yes. Brother, you are so clever. Isn't that so? Meanwhile, Yeblade remained blissfully asleep. After their busy antics, the two young ones were soon overtaken by sleepiness. Instead of returning to their room, they collapsed on either side of Yeblade, clutching the sides of his white martial arts uniform, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated Yeblade's face, his starry eyes slowly opened. Years of habit allowed him to awaken early, and his slumbering thoughts returned to his mind. Ouch, Yeblade groaned, rubbing his head. Is the Hyuga family's liquor really that strong? I barely drank a jar before it knocked me out. Yet, Yeblade chuckled to himself. But it truly suits my taste. I must ask Hizashi for more next time. As Yeblade rose, the movement startled Hinata and Niji awake. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and sat up beside him, still a bit dazed. Upon noticing the design on Yeblade's face, they froze in surprise, failing to recall that it was their handiwork. Then, they erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Haha. Teacher, you have a turtle on your face. Niji exclaimed amid his laughter. Indeed, teacher, their essay. Hinata hesitated, unable to finish her sentence as the word turtle felt too awkward to utter. What? Yeblade suddenly grew alarmed. How can it be that my flawless, captivating face, adored by countless maidens, bears a turtle? This is intolerable. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, Guecho, its exquisite blade reflecting his image with perfect clarity. The vibrant, multicolored turtle design on his face was unmistakably visible in the polished surface. Yeblade's eyes widened in shock. There really is a turtle? He turned to the bewildered Hinata and Niji. Who did this? No idea. Niji stammered, looking at Yeblade with wide eyes. Nightblade turned his head, gazing at Hinata on the other side, gently coaxing her. Little Hinata, take a look at the turtle drawn on the teacher's face. TSK TSK. This turtle is so uniquely rendered, with an even distribution of colors, and it even features an intriguing design with an extra leg, truly clever. The artist must be a young individual with considerable skill in painting. As he spoke, Nightblade feigned a serious demeanor, examining the turtle intently, nodding occasionally. Alas, the 3-year-old Hinata waved her hand at Nightblade, pride illuminating her face. This isn't the work of a skilled young artist. It was clearly done by my brother Niji. Suddenly, Hinata realized something amiss, and she swiftly covered her mouth with both hands. Oh, Nightblade nodded. Niji did it. Under Nightblade's scrutinizing gaze, Niji's complexion turned ashen. He turned to look at Hinata, rendered speechless. Ah, Niji is indeed impressive, being able to draw such a beautiful turtle. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age. His painting skills are already quite formidable, Nightblade continued. Humph. Hinata could no longer contain herself, pouting as she retorted, that's not true. This turtle was drawn by both me and my brother Niji. I contributed too. Oh, Nightblade remarked with an enigmatic smile as Niji's face grew increasingly pale. He then lifted both children effortlessly. Smack. The sound of Nightblade's hand striking Niji's rear echoed. Let us see you draw now. Smack. The sound of Nightblade's palm landing on Hinata's backside followed. Are you not going to confess? Smack. 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 The training ground was filled with the crisp sounds of slaps, occasionally interspersed with soft cries. Teacher, could you please go easier on us? An hour later, Nightblade arrived at the dining hall with the sobbing Niji and Hinata, having breakfast while admonishing the two. Next time you draw, could you make it look a bit more presentable? Why must you draw all over my handsome face? Unacceptable, Lord Nightblade. At that moment, a middle-aged man from the Hyuga clan approached, bowing his head. The clan leader requests your presence in the council hall. Oh, what is the matter? Nightblade furrowed his brow slightly. It's the people from the Cloud Village. They have come causing a ruckus in the council hall, insisting on seeing you. They claim that if they cannot meet with you, they will sever ties with Konoha. Understood. Nightblade nodded, reaching out to pat the heads of the two little ones. You two continue with your meal. I need to attend to some matters. All right. Hinata and Niji remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, still harboring their anger towards Nightblade while voraciously consuming their breakfast. Let us proceed. Nightblade nodded to the middle-aged man beside him. Take me to the council hall. Lord 3rd Hokage, our team responsible for signing the peace agreement with the Hidden Cloud has met with tragedy. Our leader has been slain. Moreover, he was killed by your Hyuga clan of Konoha. Are you suggesting that Konoha is exploiting this opportunity to instigate a war between our villages? The representatives of the Hidden Cloud faced the representatives of the Hyuga clan across the table, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat, kept his head lowered, his countenance grim. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. We are very eager to establish a peace agreement with the Hidden Cloud. Chapter 11. Hiruzen, mind your own business. 6th update. Oh. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, lacking any semblance of respect, and aggressively remarked, Is this sincerity? Is sincerity represented by the murder of our leader who came to negotiate the agreement? This is unacceptable, Lord 3rd Hokage. In the dimly lit room, under the flickering lights, the row of representatives from the Hidden Cloud on the right exuded arrogance, relentlessly pressuring Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph. The Hidden Cloud must understand that your leader's demise was a consequence of his abduction of our clan as Byakugan princess. You breached the rules first. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, addressing the seated members of the Hidden Cloud without an ounce of courtesy. Haha, we breached the rules first? The leader of the Hidden Cloud sneered at Hyuga Hayashi. Pray tell, has your Byakugan princess suffered even a single hair's injury? None. Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth in response. Very well. The leader of the Hidden Cloud's eyes gleamed with interest. Then allow me to inquire further. Is our leader responsible for this operation alive or dead? Dead. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes widened, uttering the word with what seemed to be all his strength, his posture momentarily slumping. Then it is settled. The leader of the Hidden Cloud laughed exaggeratedly. The undeniable fact before us is that you assert the Byakugan princess was kidnapped without harm. Yet our operation leader has perished at the hands of your Hyuga clan. How do you propose we reconcile this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hayashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. Konoha was currently in a state of vulnerability, the suicide of Konoha White Fang, the death of the 4th Hokage, and the mysterious disappearance of the legendary trio had left the village without the strength to contend with the Hidden Cloud. From Saratobi Hiruzen's perspective, the only course of action was to yield. Silence? The leader of the hidden cloud observed the quiet Saratobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Hayashi with a derisive snort. Very well. Since you remain silent, allow me to articulate our demands. Your leader perished within the Hyuga household of Konoha. Thus, the head of the Cloud Village smirked coldly. A life for a life. Exchange the life of your Hokage for that of our leader. What? You are clearly delusional. Cloud Village, are you not being excessively oppressive? Nonsense. It is you who are at fault, and yet you dare demand our leader's life in recompense? The Hokage will never acquiesce. Cough, cough. The third Hokage, seated at the center, gently cleared his throat, raising his gaze towards the envoy from the Cloud Village. Such words are utterly outrageous. Propose an alternative condition. The Hidden Leaf Village shall certainly comply. Although lacking confidence, Saratobi Hiruzen feigned an air of certainty, hoping to intimidate the aggressive envoy from Cloud Village. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the Cloud envoy chuckled lightly. An alternative condition? I beg your pardon, but, candidly speaking, with your current strength in Konoha, what gives you the audacity to challenge us? If memory serves, 2 of the legendary Sannin are absent from the village, and the remaining one, Orochimaru, has betrayed you. Furthermore, your 4th Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, our Cloud Village is at the height of its power. In contrast, on what basis do you demand we propose a different condition? The Cloud envoy pressed forward, disregarding the increasingly grim expression of Saratobi Hiruzen. To them, Hiruzen was merely an elderly man nearing his end. Their leaders, A and Killer B, are in the prime of their lives. Must it be this way? Saratobi Hiruzen suddenly emanated a formidable aura, frowning as he addressed the Cloud envoy. Are you truly willing to risk renewed conflict between our villages? The envoy's demeanor instantly turned solemn. Indeed, for the honor of Cloud Village, we shall spare no effort. Cough, cough. Hiruzen's form slumped slightly, his imposing aura gradually dissipating. As his murky gaze shifted toward the representative of the Hyuga clan, slowly he spoke. This matter shall be discussed with the head of the Hyuga clan within 3 days. I assure you, a satisfactory response will be provided. Excellent. The leader of the Cloud delegation's eyes brightened. I shall await the good news from you, Hokage. Very well. Bang. Boom. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, about to speak further, the door to the conference room was violently shattered from the outside. Dust swirling and wooden debris flying. The sheer force startled everyone present. The sound of footsteps, identical in rhythm, gradually resonated at the entrance and against the light. A tall figure emerged at the door of the conference room. A youthful yet chilling voice echoed within the room. The so-called leader of Yun-In that you speak of has been slain by my hand. You have mistaken the person. What person? With a rustle, all members of the Yun-In envoy drew their long blades from their waists, directing them towards the figure at the entrance. The members of the Hyuga clan, seeing a glimmer of hope, were invigorated. Master Nightblade. Master Nightblade has arrived. We are saved. As the shouts of the Hyuga clan resonated, declaring that Master Nightblade's arrival heralded salvation, Saratobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. This individual would pose the greatest threat to his authority. Who are you? This matter between Yun-In and Konoha does not concern you, the envoy of Yun-In remarked, glancing at Nightblade and then turning to Saratobi Hiruzen. Isn't that so? Lord Third Hokage? Humph. Saratobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased by Yun-Yin's demeanor, yet he slowly addressed Nightblade at the door. Nightblade? Although I am unaware of your origins, this matter pertains solely to our village and Yun-In. It is best that you do not interfere. Oh, Nightblade chuckled softly. Which of your eyes perceived my involvement as a matter of Konoha? Saratobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Then you what of me? Nightblade rolled his eyes. You cannot protect the Hyuga clan, nor can you safeguard your village, yet you still have the audacity to occupy the position of Hokage? You old fool. It is time you step aside. As Nightblade's words echoed, the members of Yun-In, having drawn their swords, erupted into laughter, looking disdainfully at Nightblade. Who is this? Lord Third, when did a nameless figure gain the audacity to meddle in the affairs between our 2 villages? And to mock you? Shall I assist you in teaching him a lesson? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Nightblade appeared before the leader of Yun-In, and at the same moment, the stone slab where he had stood moments before shattered into fragments. With a quick gesture, Nightblade seized the leader by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Teach me a lesson? You think you are worthy? As Saratobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed, the extraordinary speed of Ye-Blade reminded him of a deceased disciple who mastered the space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Namikaze Minato. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen could not discern the details, he understood that Yeblade's astonishing velocity was not a manifestation of space-time ninjutsu. Nonetheless, the difference between Yeblade's speed and that of space-time ninjutsu was negligible. This was entirely a testament to Yeblade's formidable taijutsu. You would do well to release me. Or else. Yeblade smirked, his grip tightening. The leader of the cloud-hidden village turned crimson with rage. Or else what? Our Raikage will not let you off easily. The leader threatened Yeblade. Oh, then you may proceed on your way. Yeblade nodded. With a resounding crack, Yeblade's iron-like hand seized the leader's neck, twisting it with force, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from the leader's mouth. With a thunderous crash, Yeblade discarded the leader as one would dispose of refuse, casting him to the ground. Clapping his hands, Yeblade addressed the surrounding cloud-hidden envoy, counting on his fingers. Allow me to tally this for you. I have previously eliminated one of your leaders. And now I have slain your envoy, Captain. By my reckoning, this has been quite a disastrous outing for you, hasn't it? Oh dear. This is truly a slap in the face for your cloud-hidden village. What will you do now, upon the death of their leader? The remaining members fell into a chilling silence, fearfully gazing at Yeblade, who reveled in his dominance within the conference room, not daring to utter a sound. No words? Yeblade echoed the earlier threats of the cloud leader. Very well. Let me inform you of your course of action. Return whence you came. Yeblade's voice grew increasingly frigid. Furthermore, I extend an invitation to your Raikage. Should he be dissatisfied with my handling of today's affairs, he is welcome to come to Konohagakure for a duel. I stand ready at any time. The once arrogant cloud-hidden envoy, who had dominated the conference room, instantly shrank back, each member circumventing Yeblade. Within a minute, the conference room was left solely with Yeblade, the Hyuga clan members, and the third Hokage. Lord Yeblade, Hyuga Hayashi bowed sincerely. Thanks to your assistance, our Hyuga clan has averted disaster. We are truly grateful. No need for that, Yeblade replied, shaking his head as he helped Hyuga Hayashi to his feet. Firstly, it was indeed I who dealt the blow. Secondly, with both Niji and Hinata as my disciples, it is only right that I take the lead in this matter. However, Hyuga Hayashi's brow furrowed in concern. Rumor has it that the fourth Raikage has already mastered the lightning armor, and he may prove to be quite formidable. Lord Yeblade, are you concerned? Yeblade waved his hand dismissively. What is the matter? Do not speak of the lightning armor. Even the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara would fall beneath my blade. The Raikage? He is still far from my measure. Young man, your words are rather audacious. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, which summons the Susanoo, is renowned as the embodiment of the ultimate spear and the impenetrable shield. You believe you can cleave it in twain? Such a feat is beyond even the most skilled samurai of the Iron Country. Can you truly accomplish it? Sarutobi Hizashi, displeased with Yeblade's attitude, but even more so with the Hyuga clan's greater favor towards Yeblade, could no longer hold his tongue upon hearing such bravado. Heh! Yeblade turned to face Sarutobi Hizashi, who wore the Hokage hat and cloak. Just because you have not witnessed something does not render it impossible. With a heart devoid of fear, one can cut through all things. Do you doubt it? A slight smile graced Yeblade's lips. You may come and test it yourself. Sarutobi Hizashi narrowed his eyes. Very well. Though no longer young, your confidence is impressive. I shall take it upon myself to gauge your capabilities today. Known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hizashi held his pride dearly. Having been challenged repeatedly by Yeblade, he found it intolerable to let such insolence pass. Whoosh! The Hokage cloak billowed without wind as Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fire dragon technique. Boom. As Hizashi's incantation concluded, a roaring fire dragon, ablaze with fierce flames, surged directly towards Yeblade at close range. Clang! The crisp sound of a blade being drawn echoed. Yeblade wielded his sword with his right hand. Muscles taut, and with a powerful swing of his blade, he unleashed his technique. One sword style. Tornado. Whoosh! A violent and fierce tornado manifested before Yeblade, extinguishing the enormous fire dragon that had just reached him in an instant. What? Hizashi was taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yeblade's casual strike possessed the might of advanced ninjutsu, and what was even more terrifying was that there was not the slightest trace of chakra used in this blow. Hizashi exhaled softly, suppressing his astonishment. His gaze fixed on Yeblade as he began to form hand seals once more, akin to a phantom. Zap! Lightning style. Thunderclap. ZZZZT. A blade of lightning materialized in Hizashi's hand, shooting forth from his feet towards Yeblade with rapid speed. The highly concentrated lightning blade raced forward with astonishing velocity. In the next moment, it seemed poised to cleave Yeblade in two. Clang! Just as the ghost blade was sheathed, it was swiftly drawn once more by Nightblade. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily sharp slash was unleashed. One sword style. Vermilion Bird Seal, Fire. Chapter 13, One Sword Style. 36 Disturbances of the Wind. With a resounding whoosh, the keen edge of the ghost blade, propelled by Nightblade's rapid movements, sliced through the air, igniting a flame from friction. Subsequently, the flames began to dance in the air. Through the distortion and enhancement of the blade's wind, the flames took on the form of a phoenix, with their hue transforming from orange to crimson. A tearing sound echoed through the space. The lightning-fast blade of thunder was cleaved in two by the newly formed ruby-red vermilion bird before Nightblade. Moreover, the scarlet flames swiftly climbed up the path of the lightning, incinerating the surging bolts in an instant. This left Slash momentarily dumbfounded. If Nightblade's initial strike could be classified as a high-level ninjutsu, then this second strike, infused with crimson flames, possessed the formidable power of a shadow-level master. It was undeniably of high-level ninjutsu caliber. I refuse to believe you can unleash shadow-level power with every strike. Let me see whether your swordsmanship surpasses my ninjutsu. Swiftly, Sarutobi Slash began to weave hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. As a plume of smoke dissipated, 5 identical Sarutobi Slashes stood before Nightblade. Humph. Let me see how you intend to cleave through this. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. Wind Release. Cyclone. Lightning Release. Thunderclap. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The 5 clones simultaneously formed seals, unleashing 5 different elemental ninjutsu from Sarutobi Slash's mouth. In unison, the 5 clones shouted, 5 releases. Great combination technique. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 different elemental ninjutsu, imbued with fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind, surged towards Nightblade. Once these 5 elemental techniques converged, they would unleash an unparalleled explosion. At that moment, even a defense like Susanoo would be rendered ineffective. Hee, still too young. Sarutobi Slash chuckled softly, as if envisioning the incredulous expression on Nightblade's face when he was blasted away. 5 elemental techniques, you say? Nightblade gazed at the quintuple assault approaching him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind good, evil, balance. In a lifetime, one is haunted by 36 vexations. One sword style. Nightblade shifted the blade from his right hand to his left, his arm bending slightly as he raised it slowly, while his right hand grasped the base of his left arm. 36 troublesome winds. With a swift motion, the Nightblade unleashed a tremendous force, merging the strength of both arms into a singular, powerful strike that cleaved through the air like cannon fire, directly assaulting the 5 types of ninjutsu. Boom. The spiraling wave of the strike shattered the water dragon bullet and dispersed the earth-flowing river. In the instant that Sarutobi stood astounded, the wave penetrated the onslaught of 5 formidable ninjutsu with ease. Even after breaching the techniques, the wave formed by the 36 troublesome winds surged skyward, creating a 3-meter square hole in the ceiling of the conference room. By heavens! The young Hinata Hizashi exclaimed, witnessing the effortless and terrifying strike of Nightblade. The sheer power exhibited was beyond even some high-level ninjutsu, and there was not the slightest ripple of chakra, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Hizashi pondered if this was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Boom! The ceiling, shattered by the wave, began to collapse in fragments, and amidst the falling debris of bricks and wood, Nightblade began to stride towards Sarutobi. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed, and the weapon, Kitch, was returned to his right hand. A solemn expression gracing his face. Yet, Sarutobi remained frozen in the pose of hand seals, his expression one of shock, hands trembling slightly. This was not the power of a mere human. Who on earth are you? With a disdainful smile, Nightblade approached. Having endured several fierce exchanges without even a single drop of sweat. How dull. He shook his head. I had initially believed your strength could provide me with a decent challenge. To my disappointment, you are incapable of even warming me up. Do not be arrogant. Sarutobi's shock gradually subsided as he regarded the advancing Nightblade. Abandoning his ninjutsu attack, he resolved to summon the Monkey King, intending to engage Nightblade with the Rui Jingu Bang. Swish! As Nightblade drew nearer, Sarutobi swiftly began forming seals, his hands a blur of motion. He felt confident that with just one more second, the summoning technique would be fully prepared. However, In the face of the over 1,000-pound Rui Jingu bang, the outcome remained uncertain. Crack! The sound of the floor splintering reverberated beneath Nightblade's feet. At that moment, he vanished from sight. Boom! The explosive sound of air being pierced resonated instantaneously. In a mere second, Nightblade materialized before Sarutobi Hiruzen, a gleaming first-generation Kusanagi poised menacingly against the latter's throat. At that moment, Sarutobi had barely completed half of his hand seals. Ding! As the blade pressed against Sarutobi's neck, the system in his mind issued a notification, indicating that the protagonist had altered the narrative, successfully repelling Yunin and vanquishing the third Hokage, thus changing the course of the impending war. A reward of 500 points was granted, bringing the total points to 200. Sarutobi stared wide-eyed at the Kusanagi, radiating a chilling light and murderous intent. How could you be so fast? I have already stated my intent, Nightblade replied, sheathing his sword slowly. When one possesses an unwavering heart, anything can be severed, and all endeavors can be achieved. Do you now comprehend the measure of my resolve? Chapter 14. What relation do I have with Konoha? Part 2. Nightblade's piercing gaze fixated on Sarutobi, evoking the sensation of being scrutinized by a wild beast, both intimidating and immobilizing. I understand. Sarutobi managed to utter, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Good, Nightblade nodded, retracting his aggressive demeanor and resuming his usual nonchalant posture, dismissing Sarutobi entirely. He waved to the members of the Hyuga clan beside him. Let us disperse. Everyone, please leave. With the weight of Nightblade's formidable presence lifted, Sarutobi exhaled deeply, retracting his hands from the hand seals and concealing them within the Hokage cloak, trembling slightly. Lord Nightblade, overwhelmed by Nightblade's extraordinary prowess, Sarutobi was compelled to bow his proud head and address him with respect. Nightblade halted, turning to Sarutobi. Is there something else? There is indeed a matter I wish to discuss, but I would prefer it to be a private conversation between just you and me, Lord Nightblade. Not a problem. Lord Nightblade, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave now. Hyuga Hizashi cast a glance at Nightblade and Sarutobi, offering a slight smile as he led his clan members out of the conference room, gently closing the door behind him. With a soft thud, the door of the conference room closed, leaving Sarutobi and Nightblade alone within. Nightblade crossed his arms. Now that we are alone, speak your mind. All right, Sarutobi nodded. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. The current situation in Konoha is rather bleak. As you can see, even in the face of the threat from the hidden cloud, we must proceed with utmost caution. Moreover, apart from Konoha, there are hardly any formidable shinobi at the level of a Kage. Our circumstances are indeed challenging. Nightblade nodded slightly. I understand, but what of it? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, then continued addressing Nightblade. Thus, I require your assistance, Lord Nightblade, to help us navigate through this arduous period. On behalf of the entire village, I extend our deepest gratitude. Yet, Nightblade rolled his eyes dismissively. What good does gratitude do? Can gratitude be consumed? After all your lengthy discourse, you simply wish for me to serve as a temporary advisor for Konoha, assisting in repelling external threats. There is no need for such grandiloquence. This is utterly hypocritical, Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, feeling the embarrassment of having his true intentions laid bare. However, he was not foolish. I comprehend. Lord Nightblade, what conditions must I meet for you to acquiesce to my request? As long as your demands are not excessive, I, as Hokage, possess the authority to grant them. Since you put it that way, very well. Nightblade nodded and smiled faintly, extending 3 fingers towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have 3 conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with interest, and he gestured for Nightblade to continue. Please, Lord Nightblade, speak freely. All right, for my first condition. Nightblade raised his index finger. If I am to serve as your temporary advisor, I expect compensation. From what I know, the monthly salary for advisors such as Kurama Shikaku and Midogate is 100,000 ryo. My request is modest, just 10 times that amount. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After approximately 5 seconds, he furrowed his brow and nodded. Given your capabilities, Lord Nightblade, I can accommodate such a price. Excellent. Nightblade nodded in satisfaction and then raised his second finger. The second condition is this. Hand over Itachi, Shursui, and Uzuki Yuga to me, and I shall serve as their jonin instructor. Furthermore, the villagers must not interfere with my guidance of them. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. Setting aside Uzuki Yuga, Itachi and Shursui are integral parts of the plan he had discussed with Danzo to restrict the Uchiha clan. If I were to surrender these two to Nightblade, would unforeseen complications arise? Hiruzen found himself wavering. He could not fully grasp Nightblade's strength, origins, or intentions. Must we truly entrust these two children to Yaren? What is your decision? Yaren remarked impatiently. Have you not yet considered it? This is merely the second condition, and you're already wavering? Where has your resolve as Hokage gone? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow deeply. This condition had taken him by surprise and exceeded his authority. After all, the resolution regarding the Uchiha clan, involving Shursui and Itachi, had already been agreed upon by him, Danzo, and the two advisors of Konoha. If these children were to be given to Yaren, their previous plans would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. Very well. Yaren smiled slightly. I understand your concerns. Perhaps you should first hear my third demand before making a decision. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. These three demands are rather simple. Yaren smiled gently. I want Danzo's life. No questions asked. Isn't it merely a life? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. If it could secure Yaren's assistance, what was one life worth? Suddenly, he froze mid-sentence. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to glare at Yaren, incredulity etched on his face. Shimura Danzo? You heard correctly. It is indeed him. Yaren nodded nonchalantly. Danzo previously sought to manipulate me, and I detest being used, hence he must die. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists. Shimura Danzo is a crucial force and core member of Konoha. He absolutely cannot die. I cannot agree to this condition. No, no, no. Yaren shook his head gently in response. I have not been discussing terms with you for the sake of negotiation. My point is that all three conditions are indispensable. They must all be presented together for me to assist in temporarily protecting Konoha. Should you consent, everything becomes negotiable. Should you refuse? The only family I will safeguard is the Hyuga clan. As for Konoha, Yaren chuckled coldly. What does it matter to me? Chapter 15. We, of the same clan, shall never lose our way. Third update. Yaren's chilling, emotionless words jolted Sarutobi Hiruzen back to reality. Indeed, was Yaren truly negotiating terms with him? No. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, the greatest victims would be Sarutobi Hiruzen himself and the entire village of Konoha. Was there truly no room left for negotiation? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a tentative attitude, looked at Yaren once more and inquired. None. Yaren shook his head. You are now in a position where you must act. Konoha has already provoked the hidden cloud village. If I do not step forward to protect Konoha at this moment, what do you suppose the hidden cloud will do to you? It was you who provoked this, not I. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Nightblade with a hint of grievance. For heaven's sake, don't. Nightblade, catching the sorrowful gaze of Sarutobi, felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Do not look at me with those eyes. You, an elder, what on earth do you mean by that mournful expression? It's utterly repugnant. As he spoke, Nightblade took several steps back, distancing himself from the unkempt Sarutobi. Enough. You need not deliberate any further. Allow me to make the decision. Nightblade rolled his eyes at Sarutobi in exasperation. I shall take the life of Shimura Danzo, safeguarding the hidden leaf village, and subsequently become a temporary advisor to the village. I can assure the prosperity of the leaf for at least a year. And Danzo? Nightblade chuckled lightly. Can his existence truly protect the village from an invasion by the Cloud Village? Can he contend with A or the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? My value far surpasses that of the foolish Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi coughed softly, acknowledging Nightblade's nickname for Danzo with a slight agreement. While contemplating the pros and cons of Nightblade's statements, Danzo was indeed significant. Yet, amidst the impending crisis facing the leaf, Danzo would be of no assistance whatsoever. Nightblade was audacious and had many demands. However, at present, his strength was undeniable, and he was not one to speak without action. Sarutobi's eyes glimmered with resolve. For the sake of the village, sacrificing the head of the Hyuga clan was conceivable. Thus, sacrificing Shimura Danzo was not out of the question. I will agree. Nightblade smiled with satisfaction and nodded at Sarutobi. Having agreed, you shall actively cooperate with my requests. This night, I will eliminate Danzo. Tomorrow morning, I expect to see Shursui, Itachi, and Yuin. Very well. Sarutobi gritted his teeth. Tomorrow at the village gates, those three will meet with you. I only hope. Sarutobi looked at Nightblade, a hint of pleading in his tone. Spare those not related to Danzo. Rest assured. Nightblade waved his hand dismissively at Sarutobi, then pushed open the door to the conference room and stepped outside. As he watched Nightblade's receding figure, Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Sarutobi's forehead. Was your arrival a blessing or a curse? Such terrifying power could only be matched by the first Hokage, perhaps. Lord Nightblade. Hyuga Hizashi approached respectfully as Nightblade emerged from the conference room, inquiring with utmost reverence. The Hokage did not trouble you, did he? Trouble? Huh. Yurin waved his hand dismissively. You've seen it yourself. This old man cannot possibly challenge me, so why would he trouble me? Rest assured. Oh. Hinata Hizashi nodded in understanding. So, Master Yurin, do you wish to return to your room for some rest? Or do you have other plans? I can provide anything you need. There's no need for such formality. Yurin waved his hand again. I simply wish to retire to my room. Please send me some fine spirits and prepare a quality wine gourd. It feels utterly dreary to go about the day without a bit of drink. Of course. Hizashi nodded. Glancing at Yurin. Is there anything else you require? Yurin shook his head. Not for now. Very well, Master Yurin, you may return. I shall prepare your requests and have them delivered to your room shortly. All right. Yurin nodded and turned to walk toward the backyard of the Hinata residence. However, as he prepared to set off, he was taken aback. Faced with the intricate layout of the Hinata estate, featuring winding corridors, ponds, buildings, open spaces, and lush floras, Yurin was bewildered. What in the world? Yurin's lips twitched. Is it a prerequisite for the wealthy to construct such labyrinthine homes? Goodness, what if I get lost? After muttering a few words under his breath, Yurin turned back to call out to Hizashi, who was about to prepare the spirits and wine gourd. Hizashi, come here for a moment. Huh? Hizashi paused, then quickly approached Yurin, frowning as he inquired, Is there something else, Master Yurin? Yurin furrowed his brow and asked Hizashi, who designed the layout of your estate? It's rather peculiar. Huh? Hizashi was taken aback. Though uncertain why Yurin inquired about the designer of their estate, he replied earnestly, the illustrious Master Mizushita Nai, a renowned architect from the Land of Fire, personally designed and oversaw the construction of our Hinata estate. What do you think? Aha, Hizashi smiled proudly. Do you not find our estate's environment pleasant, the scenery beautiful, and the layout exquisitely conceived? Exquisitely conceived, indeed. Yurin retorted. Mizushita Nai, you say? When I have the opportunity to visit the Land of Fire, I shall certainly seek him out and deal with him most severely. Hizashi coughed. Master Yurin, why do you say such things? Why? Yurin replied coldly, a smirk upon his lips. The design of the clan's territory is so intricate that I imagine even the members of your own clan would often find themselves lost within it, wouldn't they? A designer like this, should they not be dismissed instead of retained for festive occasions? The complexity of the layout momentarily startled Hinata Hizashi, who scratched his head lightly. It's not particularly complicated, I suppose. Moreover, we, the members of our clan, do not get lost. Chapter 16. Are you not going to reveal yourself? The root of the matter. Fourth update. Oh? Nightblade turned his head, casting a cold gaze toward the muttering Hizashi. You claim that your clan members never lose their way? Nightblade's icy eyes fixated on Hizashi, sending chills down the latter's spine. Well, Hizashi faltered. There are indeed many clan members who get lost in this peculiar design, which sometimes makes me lament how utterly inhumane it is. How about this, Lord Nightblade? Hizashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Given the overly convoluted structure of our territory, allow me, someone familiar with it, to guide you back to your residence. Please follow me. Gradually calming under the beast-like aura of Nightblade, Hizashi sighed in relief. Quietly, he lowered his head and approached Nightblade. With Hizashi leading the way, Nightblade returned to his quarters. By around 3 in the afternoon, the members of the Hinata clan delivered several jars of strong liquor and a gourd the size of a human head that Nightblade had requested. After a brief arrangement, at 5 in the afternoon, Nightblade hung the gourd filled with liquor at his waist, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. As Nightblade was utterly unfamiliar with the paths, it was only natural that he casually grabbed a member of the Hinata clan on the street, guiding himself out of their territory and onto the bustling streets of Konoha. Ah, splendid. Nightblade observed the lively streets of Konoha, gently placing his hands behind his head as he strolled leisurely along the thoroughfare. Listening to the vibrant sounds of the street, his previously tensed body gradually relaxed. Suddenly, Nightblade halted in his tracks, shifting his gaze to the right. Is that Ichiraka Ramen? On one side of the street, a ramen shop approximately 10 square meters in size was in operation. The sign at the entrance boldly proclaimed Ichiraka Ramen. Steam billowed forth, accompanied by an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses, wafting continuously from the warm curtain. Gurgle. Nightblade rubbed his somewhat empty stomach. He had long heard that Ichiraka ramen in Konoha was exceptional, and feeling a bit hungry, he thought it best to indulge in a meal. With a slight smile, Nightblade gradually made his way toward the Ichiraka ramen shop. With a swift motion, Yiren effortlessly lifted the warm curtain above him and settled onto the stool. Good afternoon, esteemed guest. What would you like to eat? Ilu greeted Yiren with a subtle smile, the creases on his face nearly obscuring his eyes. I'll have a bowl of. Yiren glanced at the price list affixed to the wall, his gaze locking onto a particular item at the very bottom. Miso chashu ramen, please. Certainly. Shangpu, prepare a large bowl of miso chashu ramen. Of course. My esteemed father. Shangpu, adorned with a white chef's hat, nodded and skillfully placed the pristine noodles into the pot to boil, quickly preparing the accompanying ingredients and sauce on the other side. In the prime of youth, Shangpu radiated an aura of pure vitality and exuberance. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed nearby, a soft thud. A slender shadow clad in black appeared atop a roof not far from Eli's ramen stall. Dressed in a dark undergarment with silvery gauntlets and armor, the figure bore a mask adorned with green patterns reminiscent of a traditional Peking opera face. Unlike the watercolor motifs of the Anbu, this mask represented the organization known as Root. Members of the Root organization are devoid of names and emotions, lacking both past and future. They are deeply entrenched within the heart of Konoha, dedicating their lives to the hidden sacrifices in the name of the village's honor and downfall. Yet, under Danzo's leadership, this organization has increasingly twisted from its original purpose of protecting the village, transforming into mere instruments and weapons for Danzo's ambitions. Consequently, in recent years, the members of Root have gained a notorious reputation. Yiren mused, sipping his sake while using his observation haki to sense the presence of this Root member. Oh? Are you motionless, waiting for my appearance? A faint smile played on his lips. Then I shall keep you waiting, until I finish my meal, before you escort me to Danzo. Just then, with a resounding clatter, a bowl of fragrant miso chashu ramen was placed before Yiren by Shangpu, its enticing aroma wafting upwards. Delicious. Yiren's eyes sparkled with delight. Haha, thank you for your kind words. Please enjoy. Shangpu returned the smile, gently placing a glass of water beside Yiren. Then, in a soft and caring tone, she advised, young sir, drinking too much alcohol isn't good for your health. Even the esteemed ninjas shouldn't indulge frequently, especially at your tender age. It's best to cultivate good habits, so why not have some water instead? All right. Yiren scratched his head, pausing the uncorking of the sake gourd. He reached for the glass and took a sip of water, exhaling contentedly. A gentle smile graced his lips. At long last, a sense of belonging has taken root in this world. With Hinata and Niji as my apprentices, I have assumed the role of a temporary advisor for Konoha. Even at the Ichiraka ramen shop, I am met with the concern of I am. It seems I have finally found my place here. The delightful sounds of slurping noodles resonate from behind the warm curtain, as Yiren indulges unabashedly in the modest ramen shop. Delicious. Another bowl, please. Who could have envisioned that such a figure once bested the third Hokage? With a deep breath, Yiren pushed aside the warm curtain and stepped out of Ichiraku ramen. A fleeting glance was cast towards a 4-story building across the street, followed by a hint of a smirk. He turned and made his way into a narrow alleyway. Konoha had already succumbed to the night. Aside from the scattered lights along the main road, the alley was engulfed in darkness. The soft sound of footsteps echoed in the pitch-black alley, accompanied by a shadow trailing closely behind. Hey, I'm talking to you. Yiren lightly rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his crimson eyes scanning the depths of the alley. Are you not going to reveal yourself after all this time? People from Root. Chapter 17. The Intriguing Root 13. No sooner had Yiren's words escaped his lips than a tall figure emerged into the dimly lit alley. Have you discovered my presence? The shadowy figure slowly drew a blade from their waist. The finely crafted iron weapon glimmered with a silvery sheen in the moonlight. How did you know I was here? Are you a reconnaissance ninja? Speak. Who exactly are you? A somewhat youthful female voice resonated through the alley. A member of the Root organization, adorned with a green-patterned mask, leveled her sword at Yiren, her tone icy. Ah, a woman. Yiren scratched his head. As I suspected, there are indeed many fools within the Root organization. I merely detected your presence, and you assume I am a reconnaissance ninja? With a languid demeanor, Yiren rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword, addressing the female ninja. Do you think I'm a spy sent from another country? My dear girl, your imagination is rather vivid. Isn't it? Humph. Route 13 let out a cold snort as she regarded Yaren from a distance. No matter what you say today, you cannot escape the fact of your illegal intrusion into the village. Come with me. A dangerous individual, indeed. Where to? Yaren's eyes sparkled with amusement. To our interrogation room, of course. You will face the most rigorous questioning, and only after it is confirmed that you pose no threat will you be released. Route 13's voice remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Just like the other members within the organization, devoid of emotions, friendships, or a semblance of life. There exists only an unwavering belief in the village's doctrine, even at the cost of wrongful executions. Oh, may I pose you a question? The smile in Yiren's eyes grew increasingly enigmatic. Speak. The voice of Gen 13 remained utterly devoid of sentiment. Well, Yiren smirked slightly. I wish to inquire how far your interrogation room is from your headquarters? What prompts you to ask such a question? The indifferent voice of Gen 13 finally bore a hint of curiosity. Oh, merely a trivial inquiry. Yiren waved his hand dismissively. I harbor a certain admiration for your leader, Shimura Danzo, and I was wondering if I might have the fortune of meeting him? Hearing Yiren's admiration for their leader, Gen 13's vigilance began to wane. If fortune favors you, you might encounter our leader while traversing the Great Bridge. However, not everyone is graced with such luck. Very well. Yiren nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. Just when I was pondering how to infiltrate the headquarters, here emerges this somewhat naive Gen 13. Eager to escort me back to the headquarters. Is this not a fortuitous turn of events? Then let us proceed. I shall accompany you to the interrogation room to vindicate my innocence. Indeed. Gen 13 nodded coolly, sheathing the long knife in his possession. You are perceptive. Leaping down from the eaves, Gen 13 approached Yiren and produced a pair of specialized handcuffs, securing Yiren's hands behind his back with resolute certainty. TSK. Yiren tested the strength of the unique steel cuffs, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe this level of restraint can confine my movements? Might I suggest something more formidable? Humph. Gen 13 rolled his eyes beneath the mask. Such bravado. If you possess the ability, why not break free from the cuffs right now? Clap. Gen 13 lightly tapped a specific part of the handcuffs, and with a resounding click, several fine, specialized steel wires ensnared Yiren's hands from 4 directions. These wires were developed and manufactured in our own laboratory. Their strength is sufficient to temporarily bind even a Jonin-level ninja. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Oh, Yiren furrowed his brow. To restrain a Jonin-level ninja, could the strength of these cuffs truly be that formidable? Did you think otherwise? Gen 13 rolled his eyes again. Yiren slowly probed with his hands, addressing Gen 13 with utmost seriousness. I must inquire, little sister, what if I manage to break free? It is impossible. Gen 13 shook his head dismissively. With your strength, you will never escape this cursed lock. It's best for you to give up on that hope. Alas. Nightblade immediately grew displeased. What if I were to break free? Break free? Gen 13, beneath his mask, displayed an expression of utter disbelief that Nightblade could ever free himself from the cursed lock. With a touch of arrogance and defiance, he retorted, If you manage to break free, I'll call you father. Huh? Is that how you want to play? Nightblade smiled faintly. Since you are so earnestly challenging me, I shall accept your wager. If I can escape, you will call me father. If I cannot, I shall call you father. How does that sound? Very well. Gen 13, without a moment's hesitation, puffed out his chest proudly, provocatively glancing at Nightblade. Who's afraid of whom? Free yourself now. What are you in such a hurry for? Nightblade rolled his eyes. I will naturally free myself at the most opportune moment. When that time comes, you need only to call me father. Humph. Still so defiant even when facing death. Gen 13 shot Nightblade a cold glare. When you find yourself in our interrogation room, I hope you can maintain your optimism just as you do now. Oh? Nightblade was taken aback. Is it that intense? Humph. What is the matter? Are you scared? Gen 13 chuckled softly, casting a disdainful glance at Nightblade. Heh. Nightblade chuckled in return. What are we waiting for? Lead the way. Gen 13, humph. Gritting his teeth, Gen 13 grasped Nightblade's shoulder with one hand while seizing his restrained hands with the other, and leaped directly onto the wall. Without pause, he bounded towards the outskirts of the village, uncertain if it was merely a fleeting intuition as a distinguished Nin and a rising star within the Root organization. Gen 13 felt that tonight's target was somewhat extraordinary, yet he could not articulate what exactly made it so. He simply sensed that this person's shoulders were remarkably solid, as unyielding as steel, impervious to any sway. Chapter 18. To act freely in your lair. Sixth update. The Root Organization. As the name implies, the very purpose behind Danzo's establishment of this organization was to serve as a crucial underground component firmly rooted in Konoha. It was to provide sustenance for Konoha, sacrificing everything for it. However, in recent years, Danzo has become increasingly inflated and radical, leading to the notorious reputation of the Root Organization. Initially, Danzo allied with the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, directly intervening in the internal strife of the Rain Ninjas. Subsequently, Danzo even commanded Kakashi, who had just been promoted to Jonin, to assassinate the third Hokage, scheming for the position of Hokage. The entire situation has left the knowledgeable villagers filled with resentment towards this organization, and they regard Danzo with a palpable fear. Swiftly, two figures darted through the pitch-black forest outside of Konohagakure. One of them was the reluctant Nightblade, being hurried along, while the other was the newly promoted Jonin of the Root Organization, Root 13. I say, Nightblade impatiently twisted his neck. How much longer until we arrive? What's the rush? We are almost there. Root 13 replied, maintaining an unhurried, icy demeanor, not even sparing a glance at Nightblade as he continued on his way. Though Nightblade felt no urgency, a dull ache began to throb in his head. But how am I supposed to return after such a long trek? It's pitch dark. Who knows the way? What did you say? Vaguely, Root 13 seemed to have caught a hint of Nightblade's mutterings and tilted his head slightly. Nothing of importance. Nightblade rolled his eyes. Do you even know the way? You can't possibly be directionally challenged, can you? We've been walking forever. Absurd. Root 13 snapped back. Do you see that? As he leapt among the branches, he pointed to a massive, dark gray trunk not far off. That is the headquarters of Root. Right at the base of that enormous tree. With a whoosh and a rumble as they approached the trunk, Root 13 gradually slowed down and eventually landed before it with Nightblade. After ensuring no one was around, he gently knocked on the trunk. Tap, tap, tap. After a series of nearly 10 rhythmic knocks, the seemingly solid trunk parted as if by magic. With a low rumble, the ground trembled slightly, revealing a stone staircase about a meter wide that descended into the depths of the tree. Let us proceed. Root 13 placed a hand on Nightblade's shoulder and guided him into the darkness. As their figures gradually vanished into the depths of the staircase, the massive trunk slowly closed behind them, returning to its original state, inconspicuous amidst the depths of the forest. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly against the dim stone steps. It was unclear how far they had traveled, but eventually, a faint glimmer of light emerged in the darkness ahead. The light gradually expanded, and the staircase widened as Nightblade and Root 13 descended the final step, standing upon a platform carved from black rock. Oh, Nightblade gazed at the scene before him, somewhat astonished. Indeed, it felt remarkably familiar. The profound underground, the dim stone steps, the expansive abyss, and the slender suspension bridge that lay ahead, eliciting a faint smile from Nightblade. A long bridge. Huh? Standing beside Nightblade, Gen 13 was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Nightblade and inquired, You recognize this as the Long Bridge? Is that even a question? Nightblade rolled his eyes. This bridge is both long and narrow. Would it be called the Narrow Bridge instead? Gen 13 scoffed. Enough with the banter. Follow me. Beyond this long bridge lies our interrogation department, and there you shall truly understand despair. Oh, Nightblade replied expressionlessly, nodding slightly. Remember to call me father later. Gen 13 shot Nightblade a helpless glance. Typically reticent, she found herself no match for Nightblade's quips. Fortunately, they had now arrived at the headquarters. Gen 13 ignored Nightblade entirely and led him across the slender long bridge to the platform on the other side. A soft cough suddenly echoed from the darkness. Gen 13 came to an abrupt halt, kneeling towards the shadows with utmost respect. Lord Danzo. Came a robust response from the darkness, followed by the measured sound of a cane as Danzo emerged. Who is this? Danzo's left eye glimmered with intensity as he regarded Nightblade, who, though bound, displayed no hint of fear or panic. Gen 13 replied, reporting to Lord Danzo. I suspect he is a spy dispatched from another village. Oh, Danzo paused. From which village? Gen 13 stammered slightly. My subordinate is not yet aware. I was about to take him to the interrogation room for questioning. Once we ascertain his origins, I shall report back to you, Lord Danzo. Very well. Danzo nodded at Gen 13. You may proceed. Yes. Suddenly, Nightblade called out, halting the departing Danzo. He taunted. What is the matter, Danzo? Have you forgotten who I am? Nightblade smirked disdainfully. Just the other day, You had the Anbu inform me that Hinata was captured by the Cloud Village, utilizing me to extricate you from your predicament, and now you feign ignorance? What's wrong? Did you leave your eyes at home in haste? Oh. Danzo turned to scrutinize Nightblade from a distance, and after a brief moment, his pupils constricted slightly. So it is you, Nightblade. Indeed, it is I. Nightblade grinned ominously at Danzo. I detest being exploited by others, so can you fathom the purpose of my visit tonight? Purpose? Danzo chuckled lightly. Huh. It is merely to seek vengeance against the old man. But do you truly believe that you can act with impunity within the very headquarters of my root? Nightblade. Danzo's eyes widened in astonishment. How audacious of you. You think you can do as you please in my headquarters? Nightblade inquired with a smile. Are you certain of that? Crash. For distinctive threads, along with substantial special metal, were effortlessly shattered by Nightblade's hands, as if forged from steel. Metal shards flew, and sparks ignited. Chapter 19. Do you wish to dance as well? 7th update. What? Root 13's eyes widened beneath his mask, staring in disbelief at Nightblade's unharmed wrist. You truly managed to break free from this lock? Nightblade flexed his somewhat stiff wrist, turning to the astonished Root 13. Or else, did your eyes fall out? Is my escape not evident enough? Nightblade rolled his eyes. Enough. I have some matters to discuss with Danzo. You should wait for me over there. Once I am done, I will seek you out. Oh. Root 13 nodded obediently and stepped aside. Very well. By the way, remember to call me Daddy. Nightblade chuckled. Root 13. All right. Nightblade's eyes regained their previous coldness as he faced Danzo, standing a short distance away. Danzo, are you prepared to endure my wrath? Huh. The creases on Danzo's face revealed no hint of panic. He gazed calmly at Nightblade and slowly began to speak. Wrath? It is merely a matter of breaking free from specially designed handcuffs that even a Janine can escape. What does that prove? Wind. Torian. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures emerged swiftly from the shadows, standing behind Danzo. One was a tall man with orange hair, F of the Yamanaka clan, adept in the mind transfer jutsu, often employed for gathering intelligence and controlling foes. The other was a man clad in leather with black goggles, Torian Aburame, although the lenses were adorably round. His body teemed with parasitic insects that often instilled fear in adversaries. Both were now Danzo's exclusive bodyguards. Lord Danzo, we have come to protect you. F nodded at Danzo. Then, exchanging glances with Torian, he turned to the darkness and shouted. Where are A, B, C, and D? Where's Root? Swish. Boom. A, B, C, and D are here. Root is present. Dozens of shadowy figures emerged instantaneously from the dim recesses, converging towards Danzo, kneeling before him in unison. Their synchronized shouts resonating so powerfully that the very rocks beneath trembled in response. With formidable warriors at his back and the elite forces of the Root organization arrayed before him, Danzo inhaled deeply, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Now, you may unleash your wrath. Oh. Nightblade's right hand rested lightly on the hilt of Kiyotaka, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe those two inept fools behind you, or these rotten potatoes and foul eggs before you can impede my progress? Such a meager assembly, such paltry strength. And you dare to obstruct me? Nightblade's chilling smile widened as he pointed at Danzo amidst the throng. Today, you shall meet your demise, Danzo. I assure you. No one can save you. Humph. Yamashita chuckled coldly. Enough of your grandiose claims. If you possess true prowess, let your strength do the talking. Root. A, B, C, D. Charge. Yes. The resounding chorus echoed through the vast emptiness, stirring the dust from the rocks above. In the next instant, dozens of Root members donned in armor and adorned with various masks, including the 4 elite ninjas known as A, B, C, and D, surged towards Nightblade with unwavering determination. Come forth. A gleam of excitement flashed in Nightblade's eyes. Having arrived in the Hokage world, he yearned for a vigorous battle, and now that they had come together, he was ready to engage. Whoosh. Crack. Nightblade pressed forward, the tremendous force beneath his feet shattering the rocks like a fragile web. He charged headlong into the throng of ninjas. Boom. With a swift motion, Nightblade seized a ninja's mask midair. Crack. The muscles in his right arm bulged with power, shattering the mask into fragments with ease. The ninja, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, was forcefully driven into the ground. With a resounding crash, the hard earth yielded, creating a deep pit. A Root member, whose features were now unrecognizable, lay at the edge of the pit, his head forcibly embedded in the black rock by Nightblade's immense strength. Is it sheer power? Yamashita furrowed his brow, observing Nightblade's combat style with keen scrutiny, continuously analyzing potential countermeasures while searching for the perfect angle to strike. Given that his heart-turning technique could only be released in a straight line, Yamashita understood the necessity for absolute precision before daring to confront Nightblade. Clang! The long blade was drawn. Nightblade slowly unsheathed the legendary Kiyotaka, his right hand poised on the hilt. The thick and elongated blade flickered with a chilling cold light even in the dim surroundings, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. This knife caused Shan Zhongfeng to pause momentarily, feeling an odd sensation. What is so peculiar? The oil woman Tsugen inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It was difficult to articulate. Yet the blade exuded an impression of sharpness that made even Shan Zhongfeng's temples bead with cold sweat, as a sense of unprecedented peril began to germinate within him, surpassing the ancient three divine artifacts. What? Oil woman Tsugen gasped in astonishment. The prowess of this individual is surely formidable. Who knows? Shan Zhongfeng replied slowly, folding his arms and falling silent, his expression dark as he observed the night blade wreaking havoc in the arena. Slash. An upward sweep. Slash. A downward strike. Slash. A horizontal cut. Slash. A diagonal slash. Nightblade unleashed a flurry of attacks, relying solely on raw power and skill to cleave through the crowd. Blood splattered, and screams echoed in succession. None could stand against the Nightblade's might. Exhaling a puff of hot breath, the Nightblade's eyes glimmered with a bewitching red light. The cursed weapon in hand, the blood continued to drip ominously. On the ground, the bodies of over a dozen Root members lay sprawled in disarray. Is this all you've got? Nightblade taunted the retreating Root members. I'm merely warming up, and you're already faltering? Danzo? Care to step up and face me? It would save me some trouble. Presumptuous. Tsugen adjusted his glasses as dark, phosphorescent insects swiftly emerged from his clothing, converging upon Nightblade. I need not trouble Lord Danzo for you. Allow me to demonstrate. You? Nightblade replied impassively. Do you wish to dance as well? Chapter 20. Can you survive? Worthless one. Humph. Tsugen, unskilled in verbal sparring, chose to ignore Nightblade's words and instead commanded the swarm of phosphorescent insects, resembling a dark cloud, to swiftly engulf Nightblade. Phosphorescent insects. Poison dust technique. Buzzing filled the air as Tsugen's words barely left his lips before the swarming black insects surged toward Nightblade. This technique was Tsugen's most potent move, second only to forbidden arts. The phosphorescent insects, when released in swarms, would create a polluted environment upon traversing space and territory. Anyone inhaling the toxic dust would perish instantly. This technique had previously caused the downfall of many formidable ninjas during Tsugen's missions. Tsugen was confident. Even the formidable Nightblade before me would not easily traverse this poisonous mist. At that moment, if I could confine the Nightblade within a relatively small area using toxins, then Mountain Wind would have the opportunity to employ the heart-to-heart technique to control the Nightblade. Once the time arrives, no matter how powerful the Nightblade may be, under the manipulation of Mountain Wind, would it not be inescapably doomed? Poisonous insects? Nightblade furrowed his brow. The Oil Girl clan excels at controlling insects that can annihilate human cells. Once these insects burrow into the body, they will relentlessly destroy the cells. Those infested by these creatures are left with no escape. If another individual were to confront these loathsome insects today, it would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. However, Nightblade gazed at Yunu Toriko, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm afraid you've encountered me. With a click, the hilt of the first-generation ghost cutter gently flipped in Nightblade's right hand, the slender blade swiftly reversing, and was subsequently gripped tightly in his hand. With a fierce motion, he swung his sword forward. Buzz. One sword style. Tornado. A violent whirlwind rapidly coalesced before Nightblade. In Yunu Toriko's incredulous gaze, the phosphorescent insects, which had yet to reach Nightblade to create effective interference, were instantly shredded to pieces by the raging tornado. How is this possible? Yunu Toriko stared wide-eyed at the multitude of phosphorescent insects perishing under the tornado, astonished. Can he even conjure a small tornado? Who exactly is this man? Hey. Mountain Wind nudged Yunu Toriko beside him. What are you dazing for? I have observed that his tornado can only control its initial flight direction. Thus, this is the perfect opportunity. Quickly, while the tornado has flown away, unleash your phosphorescent insects to restrict his movement. Don't let him charge at us again. Oh, right. Yunu Toriko steadied herself. She summoned a large swarm of phosphorescent insects, rushing towards Nightblade with even greater speed. Buzzing. The dark swarm emitted a chilling sound as it swiftly approached the distant Nightblade. Attempting the same trick again? Nightblade smiled coldly, slowly rising to his full height. He began to sheathe the first-generation ghost cutter. Do you really believe the same tactic can be employed against me twice? You underestimate me. With a breath of scorching heat. Nightblade exhaled slowly, a result of cellular activation yielding extreme warmth. One sword style, Iato. Whoosh. As the words left his lips, underneath the feet of Nightblade, the rocks crumbled into dust, and in that instant, he vanished from the sight of all. What was happening? The ever-watchful mountain wind was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Where had he gone? Clang. The sharp sound of the blade slicing through armor and flesh resonated simultaneously. Lion's song. Nightblade's voice, devoid of any emotion, emerged suddenly to the right of the mountain wind. Sizzle, accompanied by the faint, gentle sound of the long knife being sheathed. The mountain wind turned to glance at the woman, Kujin, beside him, as if struck by a sudden realization. Kujin. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth from Kujin's waist, splattering in a fan-shaped arc upon the dark rocks. Kujin looked down at her abdomen in disbelief. Then, slowly raising her gaze, she cast a final glance at Danzo. Danzo! Boom! Kujin collapsed to the ground. This loyal aide who had risked her life for Danzo for nearly a decade had now completed the final journey of her life. You killed him. The mountain wind, with eyes aflame, glared fiercely at Nightblade, gritting his teeth and declaring, I demand your life in return. Heart-to-heart technique. Buzz. In a flash, the mountain wind unleashed his most powerful control ninjutsu towards Nightblade. Whoosh. Nightblade lightly tapped the ground beneath his feet, evading the attack before it could reach him. Not only that, but Nightblade anticipated the landing position, which was merely a step away from the mountain wind. Click. In midair, Nightblade's right hand firmly grasped the hilt of the ghost cutter, coldly gazing at the mountain wind. You shall accompany him. Swish. The ghost cutter, blade and sheath combined, was raised high above Nightblade's head. One sword style. Horse demon. The downward slash was unleashed instantaneously, the sharp ghost cutter slicing through the very fabric of space. Arriving before the mountain wind in the blink of an eye, the mountain wind stood dumbfounded. Clang. The clash of metal against metal produced a piercing sound. A metallic staff, glistening with a dark luster, abruptly interposed itself between Nightblade and the mountain wind. At the staff's end, it was held firmly in Danzo's grasp. Stop. Danzo fixed his gaze upon Nightblade, his eyes wide with intensity. Then, in a moment of incredulity, the special metal staff was cleaved by Nightblade in less than 0.01 seconds. The severed edge gleamed like a mirror. Swish. The blade of the ghost cutter continued its descent without the slightest hesitation. As effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter, the immobile mountain wind was cleaved in two from head to toe. Clatter. Boom. One half of the staff dropped to the ground, while Mountain Wind's body gradually toppled to either side. A steady stream of blood stained Tuanzang's garments a deep crimson. You wish to preserve Mountain Wind? Nightblade remarked with a subtle smile, casting a glance at the pallid Tuanzang. Can you truly safeguard him? Pathetic. Chapter 21. Triple Assault? Merely this much. Tuanzang, drenched in blood, fixed his left eye on Nightblade with a fierce glare, his voice tinged with despair. You have brutally slain two of my most capable subordinates. Indeed. Nightblade nonchalantly flicked his right hand, sending a graceful arc of blood cascading from the blade of the first-generation Kichik to the ground, producing a soft sound. Nightblade regarded Tuanzang with a disdainful smile, and they met a most tragic end. Did you not witness it? What more is there to be astonished about? They were elite protectors of Konoha, nameless souls shrouded in darkness and earth. Those sacrifices are often made in safeguarding the village, Tuanzang sighed softly. Their deaths today seemed somewhat unjustified. To protect me, such a monumental sacrifice was unnecessary. Ugh. Nightblade rolled his eyes, his right hand slightly twisting, the glimmering tip of the Kichik pointing downward, angled toward the ground. Why speak of such trivialities? I may understand you better than you comprehend yourself. Spare me the idle chatter. Are you prepared? The next to perish shall be you. He raised his head, casting a cold gaze upon Tuanzang, who remained composed. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Tuanzang's left pupil abruptly contracted, and he leaped backward, swiftly creating distance between himself and Nightblade. The latter's speed was indeed a source of frustration for Tuanzang. Humph. He glared intently at Nightblade. The resources I have set aside and the plans I have devised were intended for a matter of utmost importance in the near future. However, you have appeared before me tonight. As he spoke, Tuanzang drew a shuriken from behind his back. Thus, to confront you, the individual I have deemed the highest threat to the village, I have decided to give my all. Tuanzang's eyes widened in determination. You shall remain here with me. Excellent. Nightblade nodded in approval. Ambition. Then I shall advance. Whoosh. As he spoke, Nightblade swiftly moved, the first-generation Kichik firmly gripped in his right hand. Poised behind him. In the next moment, he stood directly before Tuanzang. Slash. The glinting edge of the blade swiftly descended upon Danzo. Clang. Maintaining his composure. Danzo deftly maneuvered his kunai to intercept the blade of the cursed sword, Onakiri, from the side. There was no direct confrontation, it merely grazed the sharp edge of Onakiri. Oh? Nightblade chuckled softly, observing Danzo's expression shift to one of seriousness after their initial clash. You successfully blocked that strike. Your fundamentals are quite solid. With a smirk, Nightblade swung the original Onakiri horizontally towards Danzo once more. And what about this blow? Clang. Nightblade, in a sudden burst, accelerated his strike nearly double its previous speed, catching Danzo, who was still reeling from the last attack, off guard. Instinctively, he raised his kunai in defense. Years of combat experience allowed him to lean back slightly while parrying the strike. Crack. In an instant, as the kunai met Onakiri, the incredibly hard kunai was effortlessly severed in two by Nightblade's strike, and the unrelenting blade continued its trajectory, nearly brushing against Danzo's face. It was only by relying on his instincts to lean back that Danzo narrowly avoided having his skin sliced open by Nightblade's sword. Whoosh. Thud. Discarding the now half-ruined kunai, Danzo leaped backward, his face grave. Once he had distanced himself from Nightblade, he fixed his gaze on him and spoke slowly. You are indeed formidable. However, your strength is confined to close-range combat. As long as I maintain distance and utilize long-range ninjutsu against you, preventing you from closing in easily, what can you possibly do to me? Oh? Nightblade scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Do you truly believe that evading my strike with a tactical retreat is something to boast about? Do you think keeping your distance will suppress me? He paused, acknowledging Danzo's analytical prowess. Your ability to assess combat situations is commendable. You know how to exploit your strengths and avoid weaknesses. If anyone else faced you, they would undoubtedly find you a challenging adversary. However, Nightblade, gripping Onakiri, approached Danzo deliberately and unhurriedly. The disparity in our strengths is simply too vast. Your analytical information will yield you no advantage. Is that so? Danzo replied, his expression impassive as he regarded Nightblade. Then allow me to test this theory and ascertain your true capabilities in long-range combat. With that, Danzo opened his mouth wide, inhaling the surrounding air. His hands moved behind him, and in an instant, 2 shurikens appeared in his grasp. With a serious demeanor, he held one shuriken, sliding the hollow center onto the index finger of his other hand. A fierce whirlwind erupted from his mouth. Slowly, the shuriken entwined around his index finger, the powerful gust of wind propelling it into a frenzied spin upon Danzo's fingertip. Whoosh! The shuriken, initially measuring merely 10 centimeters in diameter, was enveloped by a layer of wind blades, expanding to an impressive 1 meter in diameter, appearing extraordinarily sharp. Wind release. Wind blade shuriken. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Danzo hurled the wind blade shuriken directly at Yiren. Simultaneously, another shuriken materialized on his index finger. Whoosh! A gust of wind erupted from his mouth once more, and the second shuriken was shrouded in a 1 meter diameter of wind blades. Whoosh! Danzo accurately predicted Yiren's evasive maneuver and launched the shuriken upward towards him. And yet, that was not the end. Danzo's chest suddenly expanded, drawing in a vast amount of air. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Thud. Thud thud thud. A barrage of densely compressed air, intertwined with Danzo's chakra, was unleashed from his mouth towards Yiren, distorting the very fabric of space in the wake of the invisible vacuum spheres. Huh, a triple assault? Yiren observed the 2 wind blade shurikens hurtling towards him, closely followed by a swarm of vacuum spheres. He merely smiled gently, positioning the first-generation Onitachi horizontally in front of him. It is nothing extraordinary. Chapter 22, Izanagi, Danzo's demise. Third update, Clang. The tremendous sounds of metal clashing and grinding resonated before Yiren. The horizontally positioned Onitachi's blade tip precisely pierced the central hole of the shuriken. And with a powerful downward strike from Yiren, it was sent back along its original trajectory. Clang. Mid-air, it collided with another shuriken. The 2 equally matched wind blades rubbed against each other, ultimately annihilating one another. The shuriken, bereft of its supportive force, fell to the ground with a clang. Whoosh! Just as he dealt with the wind blade shuriken before him, Yiren heard the vacuum spheres whistling past his ears. The speed is commendable, Yiren thought with a slight smile. An unusual wave emanated from Yiren, radiating outward in all directions. Buzz! It seemed as if the world had momentarily frozen in that instant. Yiren's unique ability, Kinbunchika Haki, also known as the Heart Net, was activated. Under the influence of this ability, the vacuum spheres spewing from Danzo's mouth transformed from imperceptible colorless energy into distinct orbs, each emanating a faint purple glow. Huh. Yiren chuckled softly, his right hand firm around the first-generation Onitachi, moving with a light and graceful rhythm. He sidestepped, maneuvered, sliced with the blade, and deflected with the hilt. He leapt and shifted sideways. Under the incredulous gaze of Danzo, Nightblade approached him with an air of nonchalance, as if strolling leisurely through a boundless expanse of ethereal tranquility. The overwhelming aura he exuded instilled beads of cold sweat upon Danzo's brow. The precision of his attacks faltered. Having evaded all assaults, Nightblade's eyes were laden with profound mockery as he regarded Danzo. What manner of creature are you? Danzo's voice quivered slightly. The most harrowing realization is not the encounter with an invincible foe, but rather the moment when one has exerted all efforts to analyze and gather intelligence on their adversary. Engaging in a battle with the conviction of impending doom, one grapples for survival, only to discover that their opponent is unfathomably formidable. As Danzo beheld Nightblade advancing toward him, he experienced a paralyzing sense of helplessness. Just moments prior, when Nightblade had dispatched a member of their organization, Danzo remained unperturbed. The death of the oil woman at Nightblade's hands ignited a flicker of rage within him. Even when the wind of the mountain fell before him, Danzo felt only deep remorse and indignation. However, in this moment, facing Nightblade and engaging in combat, terror finally gripped Danzo. For the first time in his life, after countless battles, he felt an instinctive urge to flee. A monster? Nightblade raised an eyebrow. If you wish to label me thus, then so be it. I appreciate the moniker, but you must still perish. With a chilling gaze, Nightblade mercilessly swung his blade toward Danzo. Despite the chaos, Danzo, with a deep breath, swiftly mixed chakra with air in his mouth, compressing it before expelling it onto the kunai he had drawn with haste. Wind release. Vacuum blade. The clash resonated as the illustrious silver blade of the first-generation Godei, one of the 12 great blades, met the swirling wind blades in a fervent collision. Indeed, Nightblade laughed heartily. Perhaps your precision is slightly lacking, but your strength is commendable. Come, Danzo, unleash all your might and skill. I shall match your force, ensuring no advantage is taken. It has been ages since I last dueled with anyone. How I yearn for those days of daily sparring with my master. A faint smile graced Nightblade's lips as he reminisced about the exhilarating battles during his time learning the sword arts in the world of pirates. Although he initially faced a significant disparity compared to his master, Mihawk, there was no doubt that Nightblade's talent was the most terrifying Mihawk had ever encountered. In just a year and a half, Nightblade not only mastered all the sword techniques of Eagle Eye but also proved to be his equal in combat, ultimately defeating him with just a fraction of a move, despite being covered in wounds and blood. Nightblade earned the qualification to embark on his journey. The exhilarating duel, in which he unleashed all his latent potential, still stirs excitement within him as he reflects on it. Now, the world of Naruto beckons with equal anticipation. His first challenge, the 5 Kage? A faint smile graces Nightblade's lips. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already fallen. The next opponent is the Lightning Shadow. With precision and force, Nightblade brought his blade down once more. Clang! Danzo exerted all his strength to block Nightblade's strike, and then, propelled by the momentum of the blow, he swiftly retreated. Gasping for breath, Danzo gazed at Nightblade, who remained composed and unfazed in the distance, feeling a tempest of shock within. He could sense that Nightblade was deliberately suppressing his power during their clash. Thus, the disparity between them lay solely in their techniques. In terms of swordsmanship, Danzo was no match for Nightblade. Although Danzo had once fought alongside Mifune in his younger days and had a modicum of understanding regarding the way of the sword, he now comprehended the profound chasm that separated them when he faced Nightblade with a blade in hand. Sighing, Nightblade observed the beleaguered Danzo and shook his head, remarking, "A novice is still a novice. Even when given an opportunity, you prove ineffective." Enough. Nightblade coldly raised his sword, Onigiri, aiming it at Danzo. "The warm-up is over. I've given you your chance. It is time to bid you farewell." With that, Nightblade vanished from his position in an instant, the immense recoil shattering the rocks beneath his feet. In merely 001 seconds, he reappeared, thrusting Onakiri deep into Danzo's chest. With a spurt of blood escaping from Danzo's lips, disbelief filled his eyes. As Nightblade emotionlessly withdrew the blade from his chest, crimson blood splattered forth. And Danzo collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound. A soft chuckle escaped Nightblade's lips. Did you think you could deceive me? You're right, I must be the Sharingan of the Uchiha, correct? You are not dead. You merely utilized as an Aji. With a swift motion, Nightblade sheathed Onakiri. And an invisible wave emanated from him, radiating in all directions. Observation Haki. Heartnet. Oh. Nightblade suddenly turned lightly, smiling at a nearby vacant area. Will it appear there? Chapter 23. The Route 13 is Yuzuki Yuin. Fourth update, Buzz. A faint sound. Nightblade's right hand, concealed within the folds of his garment, transformed instantaneously into a shade of obsidian. Like a peculiar metal of extraordinary hardness, it emitted a subtle glow in the darkness. This was the manifestation of the armament Haki that Nightblade had comprehended. The unparalleled resilience of the Haki enveloped Nightblade's right hand, akin to donning impenetrable armor. Its hardness rivaling that of diamonds, achieving astonishing levels of both defense and offense. Simultaneously, the Haki encased not only Nightblade's forearm, but also coiled around the hilt of the sword, then the tsuba, and ultimately enveloped the entire scabbard. Once the entire sword, Ghost Cleave, was transformed into the same deep hue as Nightblade's right hand, he gradually lifted his gaze while maintaining his grip on the hilt. A scorching breath escaped Nightblade's lips. Can you evade this strike? Nightblade chuckled coldly. One sword style. Aye, black blade path. Clang. The sharp, resounding cry of the blade echoed from the original Ghost Cleave as the two entwined Haki dragons swiftly retracted, coalescing upon the blade. In an instant, the entire sword emanated a visually striking pure black. It exuded an eerie glow in the night. Dying Lion's song. Whoosh. As Nightblade's words fell, his figure momentarily froze in place. In the next instant, his afterimage was dispersed by the gentle breeze, his true form appearing 10 meters away. Thud. This was the sound of Danzo's feet landing after exhausting his Anachi. Clang. Tear. This was the sound of Nightblade's black blade, Ghost Cleave, executing a swift strike, severing Danzo's armor and flesh. Ugh. Danzo's right eye, having already utilized his Anaji, turned completely white. His body abruptly stilled, with disbelief and shock filling his remaining left eye. When did you? What happened? Sizzle, sizzle. The black armament Haki enveloping Nightblade's hands gradually receded. As he slowly returned the now normal Ghost Cleave to its sheath, Nightblade addressed Danzo behind him. Is it because my strike was too pleasurable? You couldn't react at all? Uffed. Vivid crimson blood erupted from Danzo's mouth, and not only that, the area around his waist was stained red, dripping with viscous blood. Thud. Danzo collapsed to the ground. The will of the root, rooted in the earth, leaning against Konoha. I have so many plans yet to fulfill. I am unwilling. Danzo's vision gradually blurred. At a certain moment, a pair of white shoes appeared before him. The owner of the shoes gradually crouched down, leaning in close to his ear, and whispered, "You are merely a remnant of a bygone era. Only with your demise will this age improve." With a sharp clap, Nightblade struck Danzo's face. "How dare you glorify yourself? What right do you have to speak of others when you would slay your own comrades for the sake of the Sharingan? You are nothing but a pretentious fool. A mere disruptor." Danzo's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Nightblade until he drew his final breath. You actually killed Lord Danzo," exclaimed Route 13, who had merely stood by, stunned, until the moment Danzo fell. "Is that so, little sister? Now that I've finished him off, you wish to intervene?" Nightblade lazily rose to his feet, surveying the remnants of the building, now only occupied by Route 13. "How could you possibly be a ninja with such sluggish reactions? Did you cheat your way through ninja school?" Route 13 retorted. "Who says that? I was among the top 3 performers in the ninja exam. Do you think I just waltzed into the Route organization?" As Route 13 observed Nightblade slowly remove his mask, revealing an exquisite visage. With striking purple hair and captivating phoenix eyes, her gaze turned serious. "I do not endorse Danzo's methods. I infiltrated the Route organization on the orders of the 3rd Hokage, tasked with monitoring him and reporting his every move." "Oh," Nightblade expressed mild surprise. In the original narrative, Yuzuki Yugao indeed served en route for a considerable duration, although he was unaware of her role as an overseer. "If your purpose is merely to observe, then why did you not stop me from confronting Danzo?" Yuzuki Yugao smiled gently. "Because I received the Hokage's orders. I am not permitted to prevent you from killing Danzo. Nightblade nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hizashi is certainly an intriguing individual. Danzo must have been a thorn in his side for quite some time. Suddenly, Hyuga looked at Nightblade with a hint of embarrassment. The Hokage mentioned that you would serve as my Jonin instructor? Is that true? Oh, Nightblade acknowledged with a nod. You mean that? Of course it is true. Hyuga's phoenix eyes sparkled with excitement and trepidation as she gazed at Nightblade. Then, does that mean you can teach me swordsmanship, Teacher Nightblade? Absolutely. Nightblade nodded with a smile. Much like Sarutobi Hizashi, he was particularly drawn to Hyuga, primarily because of her profound passion for the way of the sword. As an elite Jonin who inherited the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, Hyuga had even devised several sword techniques that rivaled high-level ninjutsu. Nightblade found such fervor and talent immensely appealing and satisfying. Splendid! Hyuga beamed, her enchanting phoenix-like eyes squinting with delight, radiating an exceptionally charming aura. With Teacher Nightblade's guidance, my mastery of Leaf Village swordsmanship will surely ascend to new heights. Then, Teacher Nightblade, when shall we commence our training? She exclaimed eagerly, her adorable face brimming with anticipation. Nightblade merely rolled his eyes at her enthusiasm. What are you prepared for? There is still a heap of mess to address. We ought to consider how to deal with this organization first. Chapter 24, Establishing the Shadow Organization. Fifth update, as soon as Nightblade finished speaking. A system notification fortuitously echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has altered the storyline by eliminating Danzo on the eve of the Uchiha clan's demise, thereby changing their fate. Reward, 1,000 points. Current points, 2,200. Nightblade smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. This time, you've finally shown some audacity. Hyuga was taken aback, then followed Nightblade's gaze to the chaotic ruins of the Root Organization's headquarters. In every corner, dozens of masked corpses lay sprawled about, with Yamashiro Aki and Oil Woman Torian severed in half by Nightblade's blade. Even the leader of Root, Danzo, lay lifeless beneath Nightblade's sword, his eyes forever closed. The scene was undeniably one of devastation, akin to a lair that had been thoroughly raided. What do you think should be done about the Root Organization, teacher? Hyuga inquired. Looking at Nightblade. Why don't you share your thoughts first? Nightblade replied with a smile. The existence of the Root Organization has its unique significance. One must admit that its original purpose was commendable. As the foundation of Konoha, it operated from the shadows, dedicated to protecting the village without fear of sacrifice. Such dedication is undoubtedly admirable. However, Danzo, in his quest for ambition, transformed the entire organization into a murky, ruthless private entity. This cold-blooded terror now looms over the residents and ninjas of Konoha. This is the path to the organization's demise. The Root Organization merely operates in the shadows, somewhat akin to the Anbu. In my opinion, it could be merged into the Anbu. What do you think? Shiyang gazed expectantly at Yeren, yearning for his praise. However, Yeren decisively shook his head. After all, it was merely a division of the Anbu, led by Danzo as the captain of 4 small squads. Yeren surveyed the number of deceased members of the Root Organization lying on the ground and smiled coldly. According to regulations, a division consists of 4 squads, each with a squad leader and 3 members, meaning the normal configuration for Root, including Danzo, should total 17 individuals. Look, Yeren gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Are there 17 bodies here? Far beyond that number, Umizuki Shiyang replied. However, she gazed at Yeren in confusion and questioned. What does this have to do with the Root Organization not being able to rejoin the Anbu? Given the current situation, wouldn't more people be better? Yeren chuckled softly. If you consider it from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, the more people who submit, the greater his power naturally becomes, which is indeed advantageous. But what if I intend to claim this organization for myself? This statement stirred a wave of astonishment within Umizuki Shiyang. She stared incredulously at Yeren, her mouth agape. Yeren-sensei, what do you intend to establish an organization for? Of course, it serves a purpose. Yeren shot her a cold glance, his right hand tightening around the hilt of the Kichu blade as he spoke. Everyone harbors ambition. I plan to create my own organization, gathering all the young talents of the world, which I shall personally mentor. One day, Yeren declared with authority, anyone emerging from my organization will possess the strength to challenge even the strongest of shadows. Umizuki Shiyang felt a sense of bewilderment wash over her as she looked at this man, who appeared to be of a similar age to herself. For a fleeting moment, she found herself believing in his vision. Deep within her, a desire began to blossom to join the organization that Yeren would establish. to follow in his footsteps and become a force capable of contending with shadow-level powerhouses. So, Omizuki Shiong inquired eagerly, "What name do you intend to give this organization, sensei?" Yiren pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us call it Shadow." His fingers gently tapped the hilt of the Kichu blade as he spoke with fervor. In places where light cannot reach, there exists shadow. The most glorious strength in the ninja world is shadow. Light and dark intertwine, creating a neutral power within the night. If we are to do this, we shall strive to be the strongest. From this day forth, the Shadow Organization is officially established. Yiren slowly turned to face Omizuki Shiong. "What do you say? As the founder of this organization, I extend to you the first invitation to join. Will you accept?" "I, Yuzuki Yuin, am inclined to express my agreement." However, she is acutely aware that she is still a member of the Konoha Anbu and must prioritize the interests of the village above all else. "I find myself in a state of confusion. Nightblade is destined to become her mentor, and she is fated to accompany him beyond the village, traversing various lands for swordsmanship training. In essence, she has effectively become a part of Nightblade's organization. Yet, her loyalty to the village presents a psychological barrier that cannot be surmounted easily. Very well. Sensing Yuin's dilemma, Nightblade waved his hand dismissively. "I shall not complicate matters for you. Take your time to contemplate. You may join once you have reached a resolution. For now, return home, take a warm bath, and retire early. Await tomorrow's meeting with your two new teammates." "New teammates?" Yuzuki Yuin looked up, puzzled. "Indeed, new teammates." Nightblade nodded affirmatively. "Who are they, Master Nightblade? Might you share their identities with me in advance?" "Oh dear." Nightblade smiled slightly. "Why must girls always be so impatient? Can't this be a surprise revealed tomorrow?" "Enough." Nightblade gestured for Yuin to dismiss the topic. "I am off to rest now. You can handle the aftermath here." "Huh?" Yuzuki Yuin was taken aback, pointing at herself in astonishment. "But I am all alone." "Oh dear. What of it?" Nightblade turned as he walked onto the long bridge, speaking earnestly to Yuzuki Yuin. "Transporting corpses and managing the scene is also a form of training. It not only strengthens your physique, but also tempers your iron will. Such an opportunity is coveted by many. You are fortunate." Yuzuki Yuin paused, her eyes widening. "Really, Master Nightblade?" "Absolutely." Nightblade's expression turned serious. "Do I appear to be someone who would deceive?" Chapter 25. Lost? Your safety is my concern. First update, not at all. Yuzuki Yuin recalled Nightblade's unparalleled sword technique during his battle with Danzo, as well as the unmatched charisma he exhibited when founding the Shadow Organization. She immediately shook her head. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will certainly strive to improve." "Indeed." Nightblade seemed earnest, yet his demeanor was somewhat dismissive as he nodded at Yuzuki Yuin, then proceeded across the long bridge. Following the black stairs step by step, he soon arrived at the entrance of the initial mechanism. With a gentle push, Nightblade activated a beast head embedded in the stone wall. A rumbling echoed through the dark corridor as a fissure opened above, allowing the cold moonlight to stream through, casting a silvery glow upon Nightblade's austere visage. With a gentle exhale, Yiren stepped out from the underground. Feeling the heavy door of the secret passage close slowly behind him, he listened to the symphony of chirping insects and croaking frogs surrounding him. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing how much more comfortable it was above ground. Here, he was greeted by refreshing air, an expansive blue sky, lush forests, and even the vast azure sea. Only someone like Danzo would prefer a life underground. Sighing, he stretched leisurely. Today's objective had been accomplished. That cunning little brat Danzo had become his prey. A satisfied smile graced Yuren's lips as he prepared to return to the village for a good night's sleep. The sound of his shoes brushing against the grass echoed softly as he traversed the tranquil forest illuminated by moonlight. Suddenly, his footsteps ceased entirely. A grave expression crossed Yuren's face as he stood frozen, sensing danger. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, frustratedly scratching his head. He scanned the surroundings with a fierce countenance, illuminated by the moonlight. The forest encircled him on all sides. Which direction led back to the village? To be honest, the woods outside Konoha were far too easy to get lost in. Tomorrow, I must persuade Saratobi Hiruzen to set this forest ablaze. This is such an inconvenience. Though lost, Yiren was determined to return to the village. He had to meet his new team members at the village entrance tomorrow. He couldn't leave them waiting. Reluctantly, Yiren steeled himself and began searching for a way through the forest. Initially, he dashed eastward, only to discover, after an hour, that he had reached a lake. Frustrated, he turned and ran in the opposite direction. Another hour passed, and he found himself at the edge of a desert. Damn it! Yiren's lips quivered in exasperation. Had he unwittingly wandered into Sunagakure? This is infuriating. Determined to succeed this time, Yiren decided to venture in a completely different direction, beaming with confidence. This time, he would not go astray. An hour later, Yiren stood before a vast expanse of dark brown Yodon landforms, spitting on the ground in frustration. Damn it! Have I left Sunagakure only to arrive at Awagakure? Is fate conspiring against me? He vowed, just wait. Next time, I'll take on both of your villages. With a slow breath, he began to calm the tempest of anger within him. Nightlade has indeed learned from past experiences. The previous 3 attempts were characterized by a haphazard exploration of 3 unrelated directions, a randomness that proved excessive. Thus, this time, Nightblade ascended to the pinnacle of the highest stone mountain on the border of the land of Earth. Gazing into the distance, he sought a location abundant with lush forests, and resolutely began his descent in that direction. Surely, he would ultimately rediscover the hidden leaf village deep within the woods, even if he failed to locate it. As long as he reached the territory of the Land of Fire, capturing any passing ninja to guide him to the Hokage village would be equally delightful. A confident smile graced Nightblade's face as he stood atop the rocky summit, having pinpointed the direction of a vast expanse of forest. Committing it to memory, he swiftly descended the mountain and dashed toward his goal. The sounds of swift movement echoed through the woods. A man clad in a white martial arts uniform, with an exaggerated sword strapped to his waist, wore an expression of impatience as he navigated through the thicket. This was exceedingly difficult. Venturing into the world of the Hokage was undoubtedly a hellish challenge. With a soft sigh, Nightblade lamented his predicament, vowing to bring someone familiar with the terrain next time. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. A remarkably familiar sight unfolded before him. The well-known forest, the towering trees, and the hidden pathways. This cascade of recognition nearly brought tears to the eyes of Nightblade, a man renowned as a master swordsman. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the immense canopy, arriving at the entrance of the underground secret passage leading to the root organization. He rapped his knuckles against the massive tree trunk. Thud, thud, thud. Silence enveloped the air. Frowning, Nightblade knocked again. Thud, thud, thud. Several seconds elapsed, yet the stillness persisted. It appeared there were no root members stationed to guard this passage. Wait, guard duty? Damn it. Nightblade cursed. He had almost forgotten that aside from the lone member, Hyuga, he had decimated the entire root organization. And, if all went as expected, Yuzuki was still busy cleaning up the battlefield. Hence, it was no wonder she could not hear his knocking. Without a second thought, Nightblade unsheathed his initial demon blade, and with several swift strikes, he cleaved through the thick wall before him. Clang, clang, clang. The jarring noise of metal against stone reverberated, and the sturdy wall shattered in response to his might. Before Nightblade lay a dark and profound passageway. With a decisive motion, he sheathed his sword and once more ventured downward. Rustling sounds suddenly filled the air. A more hurried footstep echoed from the depths of the corridor, rapidly approaching Yeblade. Yuzuki Yuin gazed curiously at Yeblade, who had returned. Teacher, why have you come back? Coughing slightly, Yeblade, with his hands clasped behind his back and a serious expression, replied. I feared you might encounter dangers left behind by Danzo while alone in the Root's lair, so I hurried back to check on you. Yeblade nodded to himself. Seeing that you are unharmed brings me peace of mind. Chapter 26, The 4 Levels of Swordsmanship. Second update, Yuzuki Yuin was taken aback. Then suddenly glanced up at Yeblade standing at the entrance of the corridor, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. For so long, she had been an orphan, devoid of love or care, merely dispatched by the Anbu to undertake various tasks. There was no familial bond, no friendship, only the relentless admonitions of the third Hokage, reminding her that sacrifices for the village were paramount. This way of life, Yuzuki Yuin thought, would continue indefinitely until today. She encountered Yeblade, a formidable man who brought warmth into her life. Teacher, a glimmer of tears sparkled in the corners of Yuzuki Yuin's eyes. You have been so kind to me. It is the first time someone has shown such concern. Seeing Yuzuki Yuin on the verge of tears, Yeblade felt a hint of embarrassment. Rubbing the back of his head, he descended a few steps and approached her, gently stroking her silky purple hair from above. With a faint smile, he said, I am your teacher. My role extends beyond mere instruction. I will also care for your well-being, allowing you to experience warmth akin to that of family. This is the true essence of being a teacher. Yeblade offered a warm smile to Yuin. Teacher, Yuzuki Yuin gazed at Yeblade, her eyes gradually reflecting admiration. This sentiment was not one of romantic affection, but rather a heartfelt acknowledgement of Yeblade as a lifelong mentor and friend, someone she respected and gradually came to rely upon. Now then, Yeblade affectionately tousled Yuzuki Yuin's purple locks once more, before turning serious and asking, "We can discuss this later. Have you completed your first training objective for today?" "Yes." Yuzuki Yuin nodded, gently rubbing her reddened eyes. She looked up at Yeblade and reported, in the route, including Danzo and his guards, Kamizakage and Aburantorian. All 35 members have perished. The root organization has been completely eradicated. The fatal wounds they suffered at this point, Yuzuki Yuin cast a respectful glance at Yeblade. All were inflicted by a single, massive blade wound. Each was a fatal strike. Indeed, the night blade shimmered with an unusual brilliance as it lowered its gaze to inquire of Ayazuki Saigen. "Have you examined all these wounds?" Ayazuki Saigen, momentarily taken aback, soon responded with a serious countenance. "Indeed, I have." The ability to gather intelligence from the wounds on a corpse is an essential skill for a competent member of the Anbu. "Good." Nightblade nodded in satisfaction. "Then, from the perspective of a swordsman, analyze for me what you would do when faced with such slashes." This question posed by Nightblade was rather intricate. Those who are familiar with their own affairs know best. Although Nightblade had refrained from employing any sword techniques against these root members, the effortless strikes and cuts executed during battle were masterful blows of simplicity, capable of easily dispatching a Jainin. The title of Sword Master is not one to be taken lightly. In comparison to the deceased root members, Ayazuki Saigen had only just reached the rank of Ch-nin, with a considerable distance remaining before ascending to Jainin. Thus, Nightblade's request for her to analyze how to evade such lethal strikes seemed somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, it served as a modest test for Ayazuki Saigen's initiation. If, after observing 35 corpses that had fallen by her own hand, she had gleaned no insights, Nightblade would need to reconsider her inclusion in the Shadow Organization. Ayazuki Saigen furrowed her brow, recalling the various sword wounds she had seen while tending to the corpses. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke to Nightblade. Among those slain by the sword, only one wound was present on each body, aside from Yamashiro F. Oilwoman Torigane and Danzo, who were cleaved in two. From the other wounds, I disowned the finesse of your technique, Master. Oh? Nightblade's eyes brightened slightly. Pray, elaborate. The blade sliced through muscle, severed bones, and ultimately, with exquisite precision, the tip of the sword extinguished their life force. Ayazuki Saigen's brow knitted in contemplation. Your mastery of the sword and understanding of human anatomy have reached an extraordinary level. However, with intense gaze, Ayazuki Saigen continued. What kind of innate talent allows you such divine control? It is simply unfathomable. Innate talent? Nightblade shook his head in response to Ayazuki Saigen. You have spoken correctly on many points, yet this one is mistaken. Some feats cannot be achieved through mere talent. For instance, I have categorized the way of the sword into 4 levels that I can comprehend and have personally conceived. Nightblade began to count on his fingers. They are divided into cutting through iron, severing the void, cleaving the winds, and finally, the ultimate level, dissolution. Achieving the first level may only require innate talent. However, for the latter 3 realms, mastery is only conceivable after undergoing trials of life and death. For levels? Azuki Shiyin was momentarily taken aback. As she listened to Yebing recount the intricacies of the sword's hierarchy, it was as though a vast treasure trove had been unveiled before her, causing her eyes to gradually illuminate with wonder. Master, what level do you currently possess? Yebing smiled faintly, gently caressing the hilt of his sword, and uttered 2 words, dissolution. Despite being mentally prepared, when Yebing revealed that he had attained the highest level of dissolution, Azuki Shiyin could not help but gasp in astonishment. And what of me? Master, what level do you believe my swordsmanship to be? Yours? Yebing smiled softly, gazing at Azuki Shiyin as he spoke. Not yet at the level of cutting iron. Not yet at the level of cutting iron? Azuki Shiyin froze in disbelief. As the heir of the Konoha-style swordsmanship, even the 3rd Hokage had praised her unparalleled skills. Yet she had not even reached the first level? Surely not. A hint of despondency crept across Azuki Shiyin's face. What else could it be? Yebing regarded her seriously. Have you underestimated the 4 levels of swordsmanship I mentioned? Do you know what is required to attain the first level, cutting iron? Chapter 27. The True Realm of Cutting Iron. What requirements? Azuki Shiyin genuinely did not know that swordsmanship was categorized into 4 levels. In both her previous life in Konoha and later in the Anbu, there had been no masters of the sword, with the exception of Tsukikit Shippu, who could also be considered a skilled swordsman. No one else had been able to engage in meaningful discourse regarding swordsmanship with her. Cutting iron, Yebing said with a serious demeanor, looking intently at Azuki Shiin. As the name implies, if a skilled swordsman can cleave through steel with a single stroke, they have achieved this first level. Azuki Shiin's eyes flickered with confusion. If that is the case, I am already capable of cutting iron. Why do you still believe I have not reached this level, master? Yebing shook his head. Merely slicing through steel with a single stroke is something you can do, as can the warriors of the Iron Country, and even Danzo. But do you consider Danzo to be my equal? Azuki Shiin slowly shook her head. No, exactly. Yebing nodded affirmatively. If it were simply a matter of effortlessly slicing through steel, many could accomplish it. What I refer to as cutting iron requires certain conditions. Conditions? As Yuzuki Yuyuin gazed curiously at Nightblade, she inquired, what kind of conditions? Hee, follow me, Nightblade replied, evading her question as he patted her shoulder, signaling her to proceed. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuzuki Yuyuin trailed closely behind him. The headquarters of the Root organization was divided into several distinct departments, each with its unique functions, such as the Intelligence Department, the Mission Retention Department, the Interrogation Department, and most notably, the Office of the Leader, Danzo. Among these, the Intelligence Department was undoubtedly the most critical. With a decisive thud, Nightblade halted at the entrance of the Intelligence Department. As the core structure of the Root organization, this department housed numerous secrets regarding the 5 great nations and the latest intelligence from various ninja villages, serving as a hub of information and exchange. Given its significance, the security surrounding the Intelligence Department was exceptionally stringent. A massive iron gate, towering 10 meters high, 5 meters wide, and approximately 3 meters thick, stood at its exterior, featuring a colossal wheel resembling a ship's helm. Typically, members of the Root organization access the premises through a small door embedded within this grand entrance, designed to thwart any potential intrusions. At this moment, this formidable gate stood as an obstacle preventing Nightblade and Yuzuki Yuyuin from entering. Do you see that door? Nightblade pointed to the imposing iron gate before them, addressing Yuzuki Yuyuin. Gulping, a sense of unease washed over Yuzuki Yuyuin. You can't be suggesting I cleave through that door, can you? Yes, I see it, she replied. Nightblade nodded. If I were to ask you to split this iron gate, how long would it take you, or how many strikes would you require? Yuzuki Yuyuin opened her mouth, then let out a wry smile. Master, please, do not jest with me. This gate measures 8 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and an alarming 3 meters in thickness. Such a door. Her smile faded into a more bitter expression. I would need to cleave at least a third of its surface or sever one side entirely to breach it. Currently, that is an impossible task for me. Oh. Nightblade smiled faintly. He unsheathed the original K-Tetsu from his waist and, to Yuzuki Yuyuin's astonishment, handed it directly to her. What if it were my blade instead? Do you possess the confidence to cleave through it? Yuzuki Yuyuin stared at the exaggeratedly large katana before her. The white sheath was adorned with intricate bandages, embellished with exquisite cross-like patterns. The oversized tsuba featured an intricate hollow design, and the elongated hilt suggested it was a two-handed sword, intended for powerful cleaving strikes. If this blade were to be wielded by a teacher, a glimmer of confidence flickered in Yuzuki Yuin's eyes. I shall give it a try. Very well. With a swift motion, Uraha seized the sword at Yuin's waist. 2 blades now graced his hands. A smile spread across Uraha's face as he continued to address Yuzuki Yuin. Now, with these 2 swords, can you cleave open this formidable steel door with greater speed and varied techniques? 2 swords? Yuzuki Yuin gasped. While I have witnessed some multi-sword wielders whose prowess in battle is indeed formidable, I must regretfully shake my head. I do not know how to fight with 2 blades. If I were to use 2 swords, they would merely remain as 2 separate entities without any augmentation in power. Indeed, Uraha nodded, observing Yuzuki Yuin thoughtfully. When I inquired about your own sword, you claimed it was beyond your capability. When I offered you my sword, your confidence surged. Yet, when I present you with 2 blades, you assert you cannot wield them. So, Uraha fixed a serious gaze upon Yuzuki Yuin. Does the ability to cleave this door truly hinge upon the sword? If one must possess a divine weapon to attain the realm of severing iron, do you deem such a realm to be meaningful? A flicker of realization crossed Yuzuki Yuin's face. Uraha's words resonated within him like a resounding bell. He reattached the first-generation Onitetsu to his waist and slowly drew forth Yuin's slender sword, flicking the blade to produce a crisp hum. Uraha nodded in approval. Indeed. It is a fine blade. Watch closely. Uraha gently returned Yuin's sword to its sheath, raising it above his head, gripping the hilt firmly with his right hand. With a deep exhale, he released a breath of scorching air. His pupils gradually turned crimson. One sword style, demon steed. In an instant, before Ayazuki Yuin could fully comprehend, the seemingly slender blade in Yuraha's hand emitted a stunning arc of light, slicing downward. With a resounding crack, the immense steel door quivered ominously behind Yuraha, producing a series of distressing sounds as it strained under the pressure. The harsh grinding of metal echoed as the door, now at a 45-degree angle, shattered and collapsed amidst a cloud of dust. With the most humble of blades, without employing the nature of chakra transformations, Yuraha's voice reverberated. It is solely through one's strength and conviction that the steel before us is cleaved in twain. This is the true realm of severing iron. Chapter 28. If you do not mind, come to my home. First update, thunderous roar. As Nightblade's words echoed, the colossal steel door, towering 8 meters high and 5 meters wide, thunderously collapsed to the ground. A billowing cloud of dust surged forth, tousling Nightblade's silvery locks. The haze also lifted the violet bangs of Yueshiyin, revealing her enchanting phoenix eyes, filled with reverence and admiration as she gazed at Nightblade. With a swift motion, the blade returned to its sheath, and Nightblade gracefully returned Yueshiyin's sword to her. Did you perceive the moment of my strike clearly? Nightblade inquired, observing the still-dazed Yueshiyin. Yueshiyin jolted back to reality, momentarily flustered as she regarded Nightblade before responding, and no, I did not see it clearly. Very well. Nightblade nodded. If you did not catch the instant of my slash, did you notice what accompanied that strike? For instance, my state when I executed it? Your state, teacher? Yueshiyin furrowed her brows, involuntarily drifting into contemplation. In her mind, the entire sequence of events replayed, from the moment Nightblade raised her sword overhead, gathering strength, lifting the blade, drawing the sword. Then, the eye cut. Gathering strength, lifting the blade, drawing the sword. Then, the eye cut. The scenes repeated, and as Yueshiyin pondered, her brow furrowed deeper. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. Nightblade's movements were impeccably orthodox, if anything were to be deemed unusual. It was that Nightblade had subverted the traditional eye cut from the waist, opting instead for a downward, slicing eye. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal aspect lay in the aura emanating from Nightblade at the moment of the strike, a state that Yueshiyin found elusive. Was it in his gaze, his demeanor, or something else entirely? She revisited the entire sequence of Nightblade's strike in her mind. Suddenly, Yueshiyin's eyes sparkled with realization. It was the gaze. In that fleeting moment of Nightblade's attack, she had indeed noticed the intensity in his eyes. They bore an expression of defiance against all, an unyielding spirit, embodying the essence of a fierce beast, radiating an overwhelming sense of aggression. It was the gaze. Yueshiyin exclaimed, lifting her head to meet Nightblade's gaze, her excitement palpable. Your eyes were filled with fearlessness. This sensation was akin to... Yueshiyin struggled to articulate this feeling, her cheeks flushing crimson with urgency. It is the belief in fearlessness and invincibility. Nightblade smiled gently. Indeed. Yueshiyin nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with fervor as she looked at Nightblade. That's it. Fearlessness and invincibility. However, as this conversation unfolded, the expression of excitement on Yuzuki Yuin's face gradually faded, and her tone turned somewhat somber. Such conviction flows effortlessly from a master, but I find myself utterly incapable of harnessing it, she exclaimed. Nightblade gently patted Yuzuki Yuin's shoulder. What you lack is not the skill of swordsmanship, nor the comprehension of the way of the sword. Rather, it is an indomitable and fearless heart. Then what must I do to truly enter the realm of iron cutting? Yuzuki Yuin gazed at Nightblade, her eyes shimmering with a yearning for such supreme power. Nightblade smiled slightly. Do not rush. Such matters cannot be hastened. The strike I demonstrated today merely serves to enlighten you on the qualities required to become a genuine swordsman. The subsequent development relies upon your own diligence. Yuzuki Yuin paused, momentarily taken aback by his words, then nodded in understanding, her gaze filled with reverence as she replied. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, master. No need for thanks. Nightblade waved his hand dismissively. Now, it is getting late. We should return to the village and get some rest. Tomorrow, your team will face a grueling test, so be prepared. All right. Yuzuki Yuin nodded vigorously, her determination shining through her eyes. I will certainly strive to do my best. At this moment, it was 3 in the morning. and the entire Hidden Leaf village was shrouded in darkness, with only a few places still illuminated. Among them was the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen sat, holding a piece of extinguished intelligence, lost in thought. After a long while, he exhaled deeply. It seems the ninja world is on the brink of change. Half an hour later, Nightblade and Yuzuki Yuin appeared together at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf village. By the way, Nightblade, with utmost seriousness, turned to Yuzuki Yuin and inquired, "Do you know the way to the Hyuga clan's estate?" Huh? Yuzuki Yuin was momentarily taken aback. "The Hyuga clan's estate? Why do you ask me this, master?" Nightblade rolled his eyes in impatience and stated matter-of-factly, "I've been staying at the Hyuga household these past few days. But tonight it is too late, and I cannot see where the Hyuga estate is from the village entrance. Please point me in the right direction." Yuzuki Yuin was momentarily stunned, then, half convinced, extended her hand to indicate a direction, saying to Nightblade, "It is in that direction. If you walk 2 kilometers along that path, you will reach the Hyuga clan's estate." "Oh, understood." Nightblade nodded, then lifted his foot, preparing to walk in the direction Yuzuki Yuin indicated. Suddenly, Nightblade once again halted his steps. He scratched his head, saying, "If you have some spare time, could you guide me? I know the direction is over there, but once I enter the village, I still find myself unable to discern my way." Teacher Mitsuki Saigen glanced at Nightblade with a hint of skepticism. "You can't possibly be lost, can you?" Nightblade's expression darkened. "Lost? How could that be? It's merely that the night is too dark, obscuring my path. If it were daytime, I would certainly find my own way back. Will you lead the way? If not, I shall walk alone." Mitsuki Saigen, stifling a giggle while watching the flustered Nightblade, covered her mouth. All right. Teacher, the Hyuga clan's estate is quite far. If you don't mind, you may stay at my home for the night." Nightblade was taken aback. Before he could respond, Mitsuki Saigen seized his arm. "Let us go, teacher. Don't be so formal with your student." Chapter 29. The Legendary Blade Yenma. The Majestic Sakura. Part 2. Mitsuki Saigen resided on the outskirts of the village, while not as remote as the suburbs. It was a considerable distance from the bustling center of Konoha. Recently, many houses had been constructed in this area, primarily occupied by ninjas or civilians who had lost their families during the war. This vividly illustrated the plight of numerous war orphans in the village following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. The Third Hokage's promise to take care of the martyrs' families? That is nothing but empty rhetoric. A soft click resonated as the door opened. Mitsuki Saigen turned on the light in the room and smiled gently at Nightblade. "Please, come in, teacher." She entered the room and slipped on a pair of slippers. In the gentle glow of the light, Mitsuki Saigen's feet, adorned with a delicate shade of purple nail polish, gracefully stepped into the slippers. She then bent down, facing away from Nightblade, to search for his slippers. The combination of her attractive figure and the act of bending over caused Nightblade to pause momentarily. "Ahem, Saigen." He cleared his throat. "Have you found the slippers?" "Not yet. Where on earth have those accursed slippers gone?" Mitsuki Saigen mused, brushing her hair aside as she rummaged through the large shoe cabinet. With each movement, her body swayed gently, leaving Nightblade, a normally composed man, somewhat parched. "I found them," Mitsuki Saigen suddenly exclaimed, holding up a pair of slightly oversized pink slippers and shyly placing them before Nightblade. "Teacher, these should fit you, though the color may not suit you perfectly. Please make do with them for today." Nightblade, hiss. The corner of Nightblade's eye twitched as he drew a gentle breath of cool air. "Shiyuin, my dear teacher, presenting me with pink slippers is rather inappropriate. Don't you think?" The dignified and beautiful face of Maowa Shiyuin betrayed a hint of fluster. "It's not like that, teacher. My home has never welcomed a man. Hence we have never prepared men's slippers. These are the largest I possess." "Never mind," Nightblade replied, shaking his head. It then dawned on him that Maowa Shiyuin was indeed single at this time. During their days at the Ninja Academy, although she had met Tsukikage, Shiyuin had not yet reached an intimate stage with him, as she had only recently joined the Anbu. They were still rather unfamiliar with one another. Thus, it was reasonable that no men had visited her home. "It's just one night. I want to need the slippers," Nightblade said as he made his way to the sofa in the living room, sitting cross-legged. He waved his hand at Shiyuin. "You needn't worry about me. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to meet your other 2 teammates to commence your new training." "All right," Maowa Shiyuin replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she returned the pink slippers to the cabinet. "Teacher, please rest first. I'll take a shower after a day of tasks and cleaning up bodies. I will feel better after bathing." "Good. Go ahead," Nightblade nodded, watching as Maui Shiyuan entered her room. He reached for the wine gourd at his waist, uncorked it, and took a gentle sip. The rich aroma of alcohol began to waft through the room with each breath he took. It had been 2 days since he arrived from the world of pirates to the world of Naruto. The plan to challenge the 5 Kage would soon be set into motion with his meeting with Itachi and Shursui tomorrow. It was their training, as well as his own cultivation. It's time to procure a new sword, Nightblade sighed. Fortunately, Danzo had already been dealt with. Gulp. The strong liquor slid down his throat, and Nightblade smiled faintly. System, come forth. I am here. What are your commands, host? Open the system shop. Understood. A blue light screen instantly appeared in Nightblade's mind, showcasing an array of uniquely designed swords on the blue page of the system shop. Currently, the host has 2,200 points remaining. Would you like to exclude items priced above your points? The system inquired. Exclude. Exclusion complete. A second later, the system shop page refreshed, and many items vanished, leaving only those priced under 2,200 points. Thud. In the mind of Yiren, a virtual finger pointed towards an object. Ding. May I inquire if the host wishes to redeem 1,000 points for the renowned blade, Yenemo, one of the great knives of the 21 crafts? Yiren smiled slightly. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host, your redemption has been successful. The great knife, Yenemo, has been successfully acquired. Would you like to retrieve it? Retrieve. Clang. As Yiren's command resonated, a tremendous buzzing sound filled the air. Before him, amidst the void, a massive blade with its sheath gradually coalesced, revealing a robust blade. The black sheath was intricately adorned with cherry blossoms that symbolized the land of harmony, and the hilt was shaped like a tri-petal flower. While the blade itself was a striking black and red chaotic cross, measuring an astonishing 82 centimeters in length. Clap. As Yenemo fully materialized in the air. Yiren smiled again and grasped it firmly. Crack. The black, intertwined bandages of the hilt were tightly held in his hand. Clang. The black and red chaotic blade was swiftly drawn from its sheath, producing a rugged and resonant hum. Just as Yiren withdrew the famed blade, a wave of black flowing cherry blossoms spontaneously spread from the hilt towards the blade. The black and red hue of the blade immediately transformed into a profound black. Indeed. Yiren nodded. The legendary blade Yenemo is said to autonomously unleash the user's flowing cherry blossoms, the manifestation of armament haki, exhibiting immense power. If wielded by an ordinary person, they would typically be drained of their haki and perish. However, if used adeptly, it becomes an extraordinarily powerful weapon. For Yiren, this blade is the closest to the supreme great knife, capable of unleashing unparalleled might in his hands. Sizzle. Clap. With a satisfied smile, Yiren slowly returned the blade to its sheath, and the deep black flowing cherry blossom haki gradually dissipated along with it. Just then, as Yiren finished examining the famed blade Yenemo and sheathed it, the figure of Mitsuki Yuya, dressed in a bathrobe and still enveloped in steam, froze at the doorway of the living room. What is this black aura? Why is it so terrifying? Chapter 30. I can still drink. Glug, glug. Third update. What is this? As Yiren drew Yenemo, the black haki instantly emanated from the blade once more. The terrifying pressure that slowly radiated transformed the atmosphere of the entire room into one of oppression. Mitsuki Yuya nodded vigorously. It is precisely this black aura. This sensation feels extraordinarily sharp. Clap. Yiren nodded, sheathing Yenemo once again, and addressed Mitsuki Yuya, who stood at the doorway of the living room. You are not mistaken in your perception. This brings us to the 4th level of Kendo, disintegration. Anyone who can master the art of the sword to its zenith will be bestowed with a substance that can arm the body and enhance the lethality of their sword techniques. This unique black aura is known as the flowing cherry blossom dominance, also referred to as armament. Armament? The eyes of Yuzuki Yuin sparkled with excitement. What a magnificent name. Teacher, will there come a day when I, too, can cultivate to the level of manifesting armament? Certainly, you can. Yiren gently unfastened the sword, Kitch, from his waist, and laid both blades upon the table before settling comfortably into the sofa. Anyone can practice the sword. Here, I do not merely consider a person's innate talent. I place greater emphasis on one's diligent effort and character. As Yiren spoke, he offered a soft smile to Yuzuki Yuin. If you work hard, it will undoubtedly happen. I understand. I will strive with all my might. Hearing Yiren's affirmation, a radiant glow ignited on Yuzuki Yuin's face. Surrounded by the warm mist and the contrast of her pristine bathrobe, she appeared exceedingly enchanting. Teacher. Yuzuki Yuin bowed respectfully and spoke, I shall not disturb you further. Until tomorrow. After bending for quite some time without hearing Yurin's response, Yuzuki Yuin felt a pang of confusion. She cautiously raised her head and stole a glance at Yurin, who was seated on the sofa. This. Yuzuki Yuin's eyes widened in astonishment. Instantly straightening her posture, she clasped her hands tightly over her chest, feeling bashful as she gazed at the bewildered Yurin. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Teacher, what are you looking at?" "Huh?" Yurin abruptly snapped back to reality, then, in a somewhat reluctant manner, replied, "I wasn't looking at anything. Just watching a game." Upon hearing Yurin's words, Yuzuki Yuin's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She lowered her head, fixating on her feet that shuffled nervously. "Teacher, oh?" Yurin paused, then followed Yuzuki Yuin's line of sight to her feet. Tap, tap, boom. Yuzuki Yuin's face blazed to the roots of her ears. And she swiftly turned, clutching her bathrobe as she dashed back to her bedroom, slamming the door shut with a thud. "Teacher, please rest early. We shall meet in the morning." "Oh?" Yurin smiled slightly, observing the faint traces of water on the living room floor and the firmly closed bedroom door. A gentle smile gracing his lips. How truly shy she is. A night devoid of conversation passed. As the sun cast its golden rays through the window the following day, Yurin was already dressed, with 2 long swords at his waist, standing on the balcony, gazing at the bustling pedestrians and the flowing traffic below. Yurin lifted the gourd of wine at his waist, uncorked it, and took a gentle sip. The rich aroma of the liquor was dispersed by the morning breeze. The weather was delightful. "Teacher." The door to the bedroom creaked open, and the fully armed Mitsuki Shiin stepped out. Her standard dark attire exuding a sense of elegance and poise. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, dignified and graceful. Yet, at that moment, Shiin frowned at Yurin, expressing her discontent. "Drinking early in the morning is not good for your health. You should quit drinking." Upon hearing this, Yurin turned around and waved the gourd towards Mitsuki Shiin from a distance. "Oh, come now. You're just talking nonsense. Wine is beloved by every swordsman. Without it, your sword will lack strength, and what use is it for cutting? Is that true?" Mitsuki Shiin looked at Yurin with a puzzled expression, her skepticism evident. "Certainly. How could it be otherwise?" Lise replied earnestly to Mitsuki Shiin. "Just look at any swordsman. They all drink. A sip before battle invigorates the spirit, and a sip after refreshes the mind. When maintaining your beloved blade, a sip to spray on it, then wipe with a white cloth. Oh, delightful." Mitsuki Shiin's eyes sparkled. Yurin's words had piqued her interest. As she swallowed, she asked, "Then, can I have a taste?" Yurin hesitated, glancing at the gourd filled with nearly 60-degree liquor, uncertain whether to let Mitsuki Shiin have a sip. "Don't worry, teacher." She smiled, noticing his hesitation. "I'll just take a tiny sip." With that, Yurin handed the gourd to Mitsuki Shiin. "Just a little bit." Mitsuki Shiin replied as she took the gourd from Yurin, reiterating, "Just a little." With a tilt of her head, Mitsuki Shiin aimed the gourd at her lips, ready to take a small sip. However, to her astonishment, the opening of the gourd was far too wide. In a state of bewilderment, 2 hefty gulps of nearly 60-degree liquor were poured down her throat. "Cough, cough. My throat, it hurts." Mitsuki Shiin quickly removed the gourd from her lips. Her cheeks flushed as she began to cough. "Oh dear," Yurin scratched his head, momentarily unsure of how to respond to the scene before him. Burp. Mitsuki Shiin, cheeks aflame, gazed at Yurin through a hazy gaze. "Teacher, why are you swaying before me? Stand still." As Yuzuki Yuin swayed, she pointed at the feet of Nightblade. "Don't you only have 2 swords? When did you acquire so many, 6 in total? Isn't it exhausting?" Nightblade replied, "Exhausting? What are you talking about?" He furrowed his brow, realizing that it was evident Yuzuki Yuin had scarcely indulged in alcohol. Consuming such potent spirits in quick succession would undoubtedly leave her disoriented. "Quick. Hand me the gourd. You're drunk." Yuzuki Yuin waved her hand dismissively, mimicking Nightblade's tone. "Who's drunk? I can still drink." In Chapter 31, the Uchiha prodigy, Shursui and Itachi, Yuzuki Yuin, seemingly unfazed, lifted the gourd once more, downing several large swigs of the fiery liquid. The drink trickled from the corners of her mouth, splattering onto the ground, causing Nightblade to wince in pity. Before Yuzuki Yuin could take another reckless gulp, Nightblade swiftly appeared beside her and snatched the gourd from her grasp. Where's the drink?" Yuzuki Yuin, still in the posture of drinking, paused. Her hazy eyes now fixed on Nightblade, who held the gourd. "Sensei, haha, if you want some, just buy your own. Why steal mine? Give it back." With that, the usually graceful Yuin lunged into Nightblade's arms, persistently reaching for the gourd. The odor of alcohol wafted from her, making Nightblade frown. Goodness, how much have you consumed? His expression darkened as he mournfully shook the nearly half-full gourd, securing it at his waist. He then shook Yuzuki Yuyuin gently, insisting, "You're drunk. Wake up." Who's drunk? Yuzuki Yuyuin looked up at Nightblade, her hand reaching for his face, pinching it playfully with 3 fingers. "Is it you who's intoxicated?" "Huh." A silly smile spread across her face. "I told you not to drink so much, yet you insisted. Look at you. Are you not drunk? Next time, listen properly." Nightblade's expression grew darker. As he felt his face being pinched and glanced down at the wildly struggling Yuzuki Yuyuin, a bold idea sparked in his mind. "I'll give you 3 seconds to sober up. Otherwise, I want to hold back." "What do you mean by not holding back?" Yuzuki Yuyuin chuckled, her eyes still hazy as she gazed at Nightblade. "Alas, dear teacher, please do not stand on ceremony with me, as long as you provide me with wine. I am amenable to anything." Nightblade paused for a moment, casting a dark glare at the unconscious Mao Shiyin nestled in his arms. "It appears you are beyond sobriety. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions." "Spicy? What?" With a swift motion, Nightblade's palm struck decisively against Mao Shiyin's neck, rendering her instantly unconscious. In that fleeting moment, he smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the world has grown significantly quieter. At the entrance of Konoha village, 2 close companions, Gongzi Tai and Shinyue Chuyun, were engaged in casual conversation. "Hey, have you heard the news?" Gongzi Tai addressed Chuyun. Danzo-sama's root organization was obliterated overnight. Indeed, Shinyue Chuyun's toothpick wobbled slightly in his mouth. "I've certainly heard about it." He then spoke gravely to his dear friend. "I have been listening to my Anbu friends discuss this matter since dawn. However," Shinyue Chuyun removed the toothpick from his mouth and lowered his voice as he inquired of Gongzi Tai. "I have heard that the one who annihilated the root organization and killed Danzo-sama is a young man around 20 years old. I wonder if it is true? If so, that would be quite impressive." Gongzi Tai was taken aback, then a peculiar expression crossed his face. "I too have heard that it was a young man who brought the root organization to its knees. What was his name again?" Gongzi Tai scratched his head. "Ah yes, it seems to be Nightblade." "Indeed," Gongzi Tai asserted confidently to Shinyue Chuyun. "This morning, when I reported to Hokage-sama's office, I vaguely caught wind of that name." "Wow," Shinyue Chuyun gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. "This young man is quite formidable." "Yes," Gongzi Tai nodded. "To single-handedly defeat all members of the root, including his contemporaneous comrade Shimura Danzo, is a display of power that is truly unfathomable." "Indeed, who could argue otherwise?" Gongzi Tai sighed, glancing at the towering walls of Konoha above him, feeling somewhat disheartened. "When will I ever attain such prowess, so that I need not guard the gates any longer? Do you think this young man will be pursued for annihilating the root organization? Will Hokage-sama take matters into his own hands?" Shinyue Chuyun's expression was filled with excitement. After all, the 3rd Hokage is renowned as a master of ninjutsu, rumored to be proficient in the 5 elemental techniques. And his summoning beast is a fearsome creature of strength, the 8th demon. The mere thought of such exhilarating scenes stirred an uncontrollable excitement within me. "Heh, what are you chuckling about?" Gongzi Tai rolled his eyes at Shinyue Chuyun. "You may still be unaware that the annihilation of the root organization and the demise of Danzo were both sanctioned by the 3rd Hokage, who acquiesced to a young man named Nightblade." "What?" The expression on Shinyue Izumi's face shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in astonishment. "Slap." Steel Eye flipped his gaze and delivered a sharp reprimand to Shinyue Izumi. "Keep your voice down. What if someone overhears? This information is a confidential tip I received from Senior Kakashi. Do not let it spread." "All right, understood." Shinyue Izumi sheepishly scratched his head. He turned to Steel Eye and inquired further. "But why? Wasn't the 3rd Hokage and Danzo former comrades? How could he agree to such a thing proposed by this young man?" Steel Eye responded with a cold chuckle. "I do not know the reasons. But as a protector of Konoha, I find immense satisfaction in the eradication of both the root organization and Danzo. The infamous root organization deserved to be obliterated long ago." "Shoo." Suddenly, Shinyue Izumi anxiously gestured for silence towards Steel Eye. "Someone is approaching." "Good. Step." 2 sets of footsteps made their way toward the gates of Konoha village. One was a short-haired boy carrying a vertical sword on his back, while the other, a young man with 2 distinct laugh lines and a small braid at the back of his head, followed closely behind. The former was slightly older than the latter. Yet both were renowned geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 32. Are you the one who annihilated the root organization, Yeblade? Shirzue, the boy Uchiha Itachi, with faint laugh lines on his cheeks, addressed the figure in front of him. What task has the third Hokage arranged for us this time? It's all so mysterious. He mentioned we would only learn of it upon reaching the gates of Konoha. Shirzue remained silent, walking ahead without responding immediately to Itachi's inquiry. This morning, he had just received news from the organization regarding the complete extermination of the root organization along with its leader, Danzo. To be candid, he was taken aback. Not long ago, Danzo had sought him out alongside the Hokage, hoping to persuade him to dissuade the Uchiha clan from their treacherous aspirations and to closely monitor Uchiha Itachi. As the village's higher-ups suspected that Itachi had betrayed them, simultaneously, Shirzue had discerned the traitorous inclinations of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and had been contemplating how to address this matter, perhaps even resorting to the use of the Kodoame Tsukumi Jinjutsu. But suddenly, how could Danzo have perished? And at the hands of someone named Yeblade. Furthermore, according to the information provided by the third Hokage, this seemingly spontaneous individual Yeblade was classified as a high-level threat. Shirzue? Feeling the distraction ahead, Shirzue called out to Itachi once more. Huh? What's wrong? Shirzue halted, turning to face the Uchiha Itachi behind him. Is there something on your mind? Sighing, Itachi replied, I was just wondering why Lord Hokage's mission for us is so shrouded in secrecy. What exactly are we supposed to do? With a faint smile, Shirzue responded, I'm not entirely sure, but we should find out once we arrive at our destination, right? Itachi paused, then looked at Shirzue with an expression of resignation. I knew you would answer like that. Asking was pointless. The legendary Uchiha duo, renowned for their brilliance, revealed their rather mundane exchanges in private. Most of their conversations were composed of such tedious dialogue. Who would have thought? Let us go. Itachi sighed. We might as well head to the village entrance and hope our target isn't too late. Folding his arms behind his head, he followed Shirzue toward the village entrance. As the two pushed through the morning mist and reached the gates, Kanetsu and Kamizuki Izumi were momentarily startled. Oh, it's Itachi and Shirzue. What is up? Another big mission today? Kamizuki Izumi smiled at the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Typically, the appearance of either one of them signified a significant task at hand. But their simultaneous presence hinted at an especially challenging assignment. Yes, Shirzue replied gently, nodding at the two. Our mission target will meet us at the village entrance. The specific task level is still unknown, but Shirzue glanced at the empty gates, smiling slightly. It seems we arrived early. We'll have to wait. No worries. Let us wait a moment, Kanetsu said with a grin. Those involved in higher-level missions tend to be late. However, upon realizing that both Itachi and Shirzue were ignoring him, he lost interest and yawned, retreating back to the gate. In the mist, Kanetsu and Kamizuki Izumi stood guard at either side of the Konoha gates, while Shirzue and Itachi, clad in Anbu attire, patiently stood in the center, awaiting the emergence of their mission target from the thick fog. Suddenly, a steady footfall echoed through the thin mist. Rhythmic and assured, Itachi and Shirzue exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the moment. Damn it! A man's voice cursed, cutting through the fog. What's with this fog so early in the morning? As I finally memorized the location of the village gate, a thick fog enveloped the area, as if it were deliberately designed to unsettle me. Damned! A gentle breeze whispered through the air as a figure swiftly traversed the mist, approaching the entrance. Gradually, his form became clearer to the four observers. Silver strands of hair danced upon his forehead. He bore two massive swords at his waist, clad in pure white martial attire, with a tall and striking physique. However, what captivated their attention was not merely his appearance, but rather the figure slung over his shoulder. Shinyu raised an eyebrow. Is that not Shiyen on his shoulder? Gongzi furrowed his brow, gazing at the distant silhouette and nodding slowly. Indeed, it is Shiyen. But then, who is this individual? In an instant, Shinyu exchanged a grave glance with Gongzi, their expressions turning serious. Is he from Konoha, here to abduct our Anbu members? Arm yourselves, Gongzi exclaimed, lifting a colossal iron hammer adorned with sharp spikes from his back. Meanwhile, Moonlight swiftly pulled out a large blade from behind, and Itachi and Shirzue also assumed a defensive stance. The four of them stood poised, ready for battle. The figure, Nightblade, who was carrying the intoxicated Shiyen, paused for a moment, observing the four figures emerging from the mist, and promptly walked over. Itachi, Shirzue, so you've arrived. Apologies for my tardiness. Shirzue and Itachi exchanged glances, then turned to Nightblade, inquiring, Who are you? Why are you carrying a member of our Anbu? Me? Nightblade, one hand resting on Shiyan's shoulder and the other pointing to himself with a slight smile, replied, I am Nightblade. From today onward, I shall be your instructor. As for Shiyan, he rubbed his nose. I say she is merely drunk, and I brought her here. Do you believe me? Nightblade. The two gatekeepers and the Uchiha prodigies were taken aback simultaneously, exchanging astonished glances before asking in unison, Are you the one who annihilated the root organization? Chapter 33, Itachi. What about you? Huh? Nightblade stared at the four, who were gazing at him in surprise, momentarily stunned. You know of me? Of course. Itachi replied calmly, regarding Nightblade with a collected demeanor, and began to recount the details as if reciting a well-known tale. Nightblade. 3 days ago, a sudden appearance was noted on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, yet there was no remarkable activity. However, by that afternoon, following a member of the Anbu, they traversed the route frequented by returning Cloud Ninjas, where they ruthlessly eliminated a Cloud Ninja and reclaimed Hinata Hyuga. 2 days prior, in the Hyuga clan, one of the clan members had gained their trust by employing an advanced version of the Tai Chi Bagua Soft Fist. Just yesterday, Itachi observed a grave change in the demeanor of Nightblade. In the conference room of the Hyuga clan, he publicly assassinated a Cloud Envoy, thus provoking the fourth Raikage, and effortlessly defeated the third Hokage. What? With Itachi's detailed account, both Steel and Shizen broke into a cold sweat. Initially, they believed that Nightblade's annihilation of the root organization was akin to a myth, but they were taken aback by his formidable achievements. The duo, who had been indifferent, fell silent, their gazes towards Nightblade filled with admiration. Even Itachi's expression towards Nightblade grew increasingly complex, reflecting both admiration and respect. Just last night, he had eradicated the entire root organization. Such a person, Itachi stated with a calm yet profound tone. How could I possibly forget? With a sigh, Nightblade approached a tree, gently placing the intoxicated Uzuki Uyas on the ground, allowing him to rest against the tree. He then turned to Itachi and Shizen, who were watching him intently, and inquired, Since you know me so well, what do you think I am about to do? Upon hearing Nightblade's question, Itachi and Shizen exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be? The usually composed and gentle Shizen stuttered, addressing him with respect. Are you going to Cloud Village to confront the fourth Raikage? Nightblade coughed lightly twice, resting his right hand on the hilts of his two swords. Gazing steadily at Shizen and Itachi as he softly replied, Confronting the Raikage is indeed an intriguing idea, but not at this moment. Right now, this village is plagued with numerous issues. Let us refer to it as a malignant tumor. Nightblade smiled faintly. Although this village holds no ties to me, I am fond of certain individuals within it, those who embody the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire persists. Hence, I must first eradicate the internal malignancies of Konoha. With fervor in his eyes, Shizen stared intently at Nightblade and spoke, Are you planning to? Itachi also looked at Nightblade with eager anticipation. As members of Konoha's Anbu, the two individuals were acutely aware of the internal issues plaguing their village. Thus, they understood the gravity of Nightblade's assertion. Before seeking to expel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Nightblade addressed them with utmost seriousness. I intend to form a task force, with myself as the leader, consisting of the two of you along with Uzuki Yakina. What? Just the two of us? The usually composed Shursui was taken aback for the second time, and even Uchiha Itachi beside him wore an expression of disbelief. Lord Nightblade, Shursui gently clenched his fist. Are you serious? Indeed, Nightblade affirmed with a nod. After careful consideration, I find that you three are the most suitable for this task. What do you say? Nightblade smiled slightly. Are you interested in undertaking some significant operations with me? Shursui furrowed his brow and replied, I acknowledge your strength, but as you stated, you are not a native of this village. Thus, I have reason to doubt your perspectives and methodologies. Therefore, unless you can convince me, I would rather perish than follow you. Sighing, Nightblade rested a hand on the hilt of his sword and rubbed his forehead. This is indeed troublesome, Shursui. He fixed his gaze on Shursui and asked, What do you believe constitutes the protection of the village? Shursui paused, then resolutely declared, To eliminate any threats to the village and to defend Konohagakure with my life. Very well. Nightblade nodded. In that case, let me pose another question. If an enemy nation were to invade, would you be willing to kill anyone for the sake of the village, even civilians? Shursui hesitated, then furrowed his brow and replied, If necessary, yes. I see. Nightblade nodded again, continuing his provocative discourse. Then I must assert that your belief in protecting the village is rather narrow-minded. What? Shursui was taken aback, looking at Nightblade with confusion. Why do you say that? Nightblade's gaze was piercing as he responded. Because your notion of protecting the village is merely about safeguarding your own home. To the other ninja villages and nations, you remain a murderer who has slain their kin, a killer who opposes the heroes of their villages. You are a figure loathed by enemy nations. For a moment, the steadfastness in Shursui's eyes wavered as he regarded Nightblade, feeling an overwhelming sense of grandeur emanating from him. What should I do then? Cast aside your narrow-minded beliefs. Nightblade declared with conviction. Regard the 5 great nations and other smaller ones as a collective, and strive for the peace of the whole rather than indulging in the mass slaughter of innocents for the sake of your village and nation's dominance. However, Jishui found himself somewhat perplexed. What should he do? His personal efforts seemed utterly insignificant. Therefore, Yuren offered a faint smile. To address this, I have established an organization named after shadows, where light and darkness intertwine, composed of powerful figures who remain neutral in the shadows. Young man, are you interested in joining? Jishui's eyes instantly lit up. By joining, can we achieve overall peace? Certainly. Yuren replied with a confident smile. In that case, I shall join. Jishui no longer hesitated. Yuren's words had successfully garnered his approval, and he was willing to strive for this grand objective. Yuren smiled subtly. Having successfully persuaded Jishui, then turned his gaze towards Itachi. Itachi, what about you? Chapter 34. You two should team up. First update me? Uchiha Itachi pointed at himself, then offered a slight smile to Yuren. Although I regard Jishui as a brother, our thoughts are entirely different. I care for the village, but I care even more for my clan and my younger brother. I must say, your words hold some truth. If, as you claim, the organization you have established can bring peace to the world, I would not mind joining. However, Uchiha Itachi looked at Yuren, his eyes sparkling with a fervor for battle. Nevertheless, what concerns me more is your strength, whether it is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. Oh, Yuren smiled slightly. So, you wish to compare skills with me? Itachi calmly nodded. That is precisely my intention. How does that sound to you? Clad in the standard armor of the Anbu, Itachi's expression turned serious, his right hand positioned in front to form hand seals, while his left hand discreetly grasped a short sword at his back. He fixated on Yuren with a predatory gaze, poised to strike. Very well. Yuren did not decline, although in the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi appeared remarkably composed and seemingly disinterested in competition. He was, at his core, exceedingly proud and confident. Having become a legend at such a young age, he naturally wished to measure the prowess of this recently risen figure, Yuren. One must earn respect to work effectively under him. Then I shall begin. You should be cautious. Itachi offered a slight smile. In an instant, his black pupils transformed, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. While his right hand began forming seals, and his left hand quietly drew the short sword from his back. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. Boom. A massive sphere of flame, exuding intense heat, surged towards Yuren, singeing the grass along its path. Even the air surrounding the fireball was stirred up by a wave of searing heat. With a subtle movement of his right hand resting on the hilt at his waist, Nightblade slowly drew forth the pitch-black, cross-bladed sword, Yen-mo. However, rather than striking at the massive fireball, the obsidian blade was positioned diagonally behind him, resting upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, a dark suit of armor rapidly enveloped half of his right arm. Without a blade style, Nightblade's lips curled into a smirk. Black rope tornado. As his words echoed, his jet-black right arm surged violently to the right. In an instant, a spiraling tempest emerged, effortlessly devouring the ferocious fireball. At that moment, the clash of metal reverberated behind Nightblade. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Itachi, wielding a short sword, had utilized his exceptionally skilled body flicker technique to appear instantaneously behind Nightblade, delivering a fierce slash. Yet, this attack was also anticipated by Nightblade. Realizing his intentions had been discerned, Itachi raised an eyebrow, preparing to retreat. What? Nightblade swiftly turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. You wish to leave after coming this far? With the armored black fist slicing through the air with a whoosh, it launched forth toward Itachi's face at lightning speed. The retreating Uchiha was momentarily stunned, unable to match Nightblade's rapid assault. He hastily positioned his short sword before him, bracing his right arm behind the blade. With a thunderous impact, the fist, enveloped in the armor of Haki, collided with the silver short sword. In a mere fraction of a second, The silver blade shattered into countless fragments, leaving Itachi in disbelief. The remnants of the sword scattered in all directions, yet Nightblade's momentum remained relentless, smashing down upon Itachi's arms with devastating force. Boom! Itachi's body was propelled away, crashing violently into a nearby tree trunk. The sheer force created a dent in the wood, fracturing it into a spiderweb of splintered cracks. With a thud, Itachi slowly descended from the tree, gingerly moving his trembling right hand that had been rattled by the immense power. His gaze toward Nightblade grew increasingly grave. "You underestimated him, Itachi," Nightblade remarked with a slight smile, observing the panting Uchiha. He gently swung the famed sword, Yanemo, behind him. "This shouldn't be the case. You are renowned for your cautiousness as a ninja. How could you take this lightly? Focus more intently, or you shall possess no chance of victory." Itachi remained silent, his pair of three-tomo Sharingan seemingly spinning slowly as the sanguine illusionary realm swiftly enveloped Yeblade. "An illusion, is it?" Yeblade offered a faint smile, closing his eyes. "Mind's web. Activate." With a hum, a radius of 100 meters centered around Yeblade vividly materialized in his mind. The positions, numbers, and the impending actions of his adversaries were all discernible to the closed-eyed Yeblade. "Oh, have you closed your eyes to counter my illusion?" Itachi smirked slightly. "Then how will you respond to my subsequent attack?" Whoosh! Discarding his short sword, Itachi charged directly at Yeblade, hands rapidly forming seals. As three shadow clones swiftly manifested at his sides, the original continued to weave seals, leaving behind an afterimage. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Whoosh! 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 The shuriken, engulfed in searing flames, surged toward Yeblade with a fierce heat and the sound of slicing wind. Simultaneously, his two clones drew shuriken from behind and hurled them at Yeblade. Humph! Yeblade smiled faintly. Too few. Not dense enough. Anticipating Itachi's assault before the Phoenix fire technique arrived, Yeblade deftly sidestepped, evading, tilting his head, and slicing with his sword. Clang! Clang! In the brief encounter, the numerous fiery shuriken were all evaded by Yeblade. Furthermore, facing the surprise attack from the two clones, Yeblade swung his sword downward from the front, cleaving through one clone and its shuriken in a single stroke. Without even glancing back, he bent low into a Ayajutsu stance. The other clone, still rushing forward, was pierced through by the separated Yama. Too weak. Yeblade slowly sheathed his sword, standing tall. He beckoned to Shizuku with a finger. "You two, come at me together." Chapter 35. One sword style. As swift as the wind. Second update. Yeblade's self-assured and audacious gesture left Steel Iron and Shingitsu Izumo, who were observing and shouting 666, utterly dumbfounded. Steel Iron glanced at Yeblade, sword in hand, his eyes twitching. "Izumo, did Lord Yeblade just invite Shizuku to join as well? Am I mistaken?" Shingitsu Izumo awkwardly extracted the already bitten toothpick from his mouth, looking at Steel Iron beside him. "I was just about to ask you the same. Did I just experience auditory hallucinations?" Steel Iron was taken aback, then turned to the equally incredulous Shingitsu Izumo. "How about this?" Steel Iron's eyes suddenly lit up. "With a swift motion, I struck you across the face. If you feel pain, then it is certain that what we perceive and hear is indeed real. What do you think?" Smack! Before Shinyue Izumi could finish her words, she was abruptly met with a resounding slap from Gongzi Tai, the sound echoing sharply in the air. In an instant, a pink handprint began to materialize on Shinyue Izumi's bewildered face. Gulp. Gongzi Tai swallowed hard, his expression filled with anticipation as he inquired, "Does it hurt, Izumi?" Shinyue Izumi's face darkened. "What do you think? If that's the case, is Lord Yebbing being a tad too arrogant? Both Shirzue and Itachi possess strength comparable to that of a Kaguya. Are you sure this is wise?" Rubbing her cheek where the imprint lingered, she retorted irritably at Gongzi Tai, "What business is it of yours? Just watch. Shall we join forces?" Shirzue frowned, observing the confident Yebbing and then glancing at Itachi, who was beginning to show signs of struggle. Shirzue hesitated before finally nodding. "Very well. If Lord Yebbing cannot withstand this, do not hesitate to call a halt." "Call a halt?" Yebbing replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. "There is no need for that. Do not hold back. Let me witness the true might of the Uchiha clan's two prodigies. I hope you can ignite my fighting spirit." Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirzue were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances, each seeing the fire of determination in the other's eyes, ready to give their all. "All right." Uchiha Shirzue nodded slowly, his hand moving to grasp the small tanto at his back. "Be careful, Lord Yebbing." Whoosh! Whoosh. As if in perfect synchrony. Shirzue and Itachi charged towards Yebing from two directions, their movements a blur. Both were adept in the art of body flicker. Their speed dazzling enough to leave ordinary observers in awe, now reaching the pinnacle of their abilities, magnified in Yebing's gaze. Fire style. Great fire dragon technique. Shirzue swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a dragon of blazing flames that surged towards Yebing, while his right hand deftly drew forth the tanto. In motion, he simultaneously executed a unique set of hand seals. Body flicker technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As three colossal fire dragons barreled towards Yebing, Shirzue transformed into a myriad of figures, encircling Yebing from all sides. Meanwhile, Shirzue's steady voice echoed ominously from every direction. This is the essence of the first level of my body flicker technique. My technique can be said to lack substance, yet simultaneously, it embodies all forms. How will you defend against this move? With a gentle smile, Yebing replied, Heh, your technique of instantaneous movement can be succinctly described as a speed so remarkable that it leaves behind mere phantoms. Thus, as you articulated, each clone is indeed tangible. Yet simultaneously, each is not entirely corporeal. Should one merely attempt to strike any given clone, my assault would undoubtedly be in vain. However, the weapon in Yi Ren's hand, Yen Mo, gradually enveloped itself in a layer of dark violet aura, distinct from the conventional black armament haki. This unique black-purple aura is the result of Yi Ren's rigorous training, a creation of his own known as the Yen Luo haki. The effects of this form of haki far surpass those of the original Conqueror's haki, enhancing the user's speed and strength while simultaneously diminishing the weight of both the wielder and the objects ensnared by the aura, effectively accelerating oneself. A breath of scalding air escaped Yi Ren's lips. This technique is my own invention, perfectly suited to counter your instantaneous movement. Observe closely. Yi Ren's eyes widened with intensity. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. The swiftness of the wind, the abundance of the forest, the ferocity of the fire, the depth of the mountain. They are in opposition, yet interdependent. One sword style, as swift as the wind. With a swift motion, Yi Ren thrust Yen Mo forward, and in that fleeting moment, he seemed to flicker, obscured and indistinct, as if he vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. Following his rapid assault, he returned to his original position, while three fire dragons surged forth, piercing through Yi Ren's afterimages. This is troubling. The Shirzue's Sharingan world. He faintly perceived that before each of his own clones, the figure of Yi Ren flashed past, appearing and disappearing instantaneously. A wave of danger surged within his heart. With little time for contemplation, Shirzue swiftly positioned his tanto before him. In perfect synchrony, countless Uchiha Shirzue clones raised their tanto in unison, forming a defensive posture. With a sudden flicker, Yi Ren's figure solidified once more, a gentle whirlwind swirling beneath him. Suddenly, one of Shirzue's afterimages flickered before vanishing into thin air. Almost instantaneously, like a chain reaction had been unleashed, Shirzue's clones began to disappear one after another. Until mere seconds later, only Shirzue's original form remained. A faint crackling sound echoed. Shirzue widened his eyes, glancing down at the two neatly severed halves of his tanto in his hand, his mouth agape. Did you truly strike each of my clones with a single blow? He observed the fallen tip of his blade with a bittersweet expression. This speed has utterly surpassed me by several folds. I am no match for you. Nightblade tilted his head, somewhat disinterested, and slowly sheathed his enma, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure adorned with a fox mask appeared atop the Konoha gate, declaring, Lord Nightblade, the third Hokage awaits you in his office for an urgent matter. Chapter 36. Who says I must be handed over? Third update. Lise paid no heed to the Anbu, instead turning to Itachi, who stood nearby. What say you? Have you submitted? Uchiha Itachi inhaled deeply, then gradually lowered his proud head, addressing Nightblade with respect. I concede. Henceforth, I willingly join the Akatsuki, pledging allegiance to you. Lord Nightblade. Though others may not have comprehended the situation, Itachi was acutely aware of the reality. Before Shirzue intervened, he had been utterly vanquished by Nightblade. Following Shirzue's involvement, it appeared as if Nightblade had effortlessly dismantled Shirzue's great fireball and body flicker techniques. In truth, even his own attacks were effortlessly countered by Nightblade's singular strike. Even his cherished Sharingan could not perceive the trajectory of Nightblade's assault. The disparity was akin to a chasm. Excellent. Nightblade erupted into hearty laughter. our Akatsuki gains another formidable warrior. Once we conclude matters here, I shall take you on an exhilarating adventure to broaden your horizons. Indeed, leader. Itachi and Shursui exchanged respectful glances and replied in unison. Lord Nightblade. The Anbu perched on the wall furrowed his brow, observing that Nightblade had entirely disregarded him. Growing impatient, he reiterated, the third Hokage requests your presence in the office for an urgent discussion. The third? Nightblade turned his head towards the Anbu, annoyance evident in his voice. Did the third instruct you to summon me without advising you to be mindful of your demeanor towards me? Demeanor? The ninja atop the wall paused, perplexed. Huh. Nightblade let out a cold chuckle, offering no further explanation as he approached the wall beside the Konoha gate. He slowly raised his foot. Buzz. A brown hue of armament haki enveloped Nightblade's right foot, and before the astonished onlookers, he suddenly delivered a powerful kick to the base of the wall. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the massive wall at the entrance of Konoha was shattered, leaving a gaping hole of a man's height. The segment of the wall teetered precariously before collapsing with a resounding crash after a few moments of struggle. The previously stoic Anbu, who had been perched atop the wall, hastily leaped down, tumbling clumsily on the ground, his back now adorned with blades of grass. You. The Anbu rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Nightblade, poised to speak. Slap. The Nightblade did not belong to the fleeting technique of speed. It suddenly appeared before the Anbu. With a swift motion, he slapped the disrespectful advisor of the village. Such insolence deserved reprimand. The Anbu, caught off guard by the slap, immediately addressed Nightblade with a tone of respect. Are you from the village's Anbu? Of course. Nightblade replied coldly, smirking. Did Sarutobi Izashi not inform you? In that moment, the Anbu dared not exhibit any arrogance. Standing before Nightblade, he resembled a frightened chick. Trembling slightly. No, he did not. The Anbu quickly shook his head. Lord Hizashi asked me to summon you to the Hokage's office for an important matter. Very well. Nightblade nodded. Now leave. Upon hearing Nightblade's command to depart, the Anbu felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a sense of liberation. He was aware of the overwhelming presence of the individual before him. Nightblade's aura was simply incomparable to that of the third Hokage. In mere moments, after exchanging a few words, he felt as though he were soaked in water, cold sweat pouring down incessantly. Let us go. Nightblade approached the grand tree, hoisting the still snoring Yuzuki Yugao onto his shoulder. He turned to Shursui and Itachi, saying, since the third Hokage has summoned us, we shall pay a visit. After all, Nightblade smiled slightly. I am now also an advisor in name for Konoha. Some matters must be addressed, lest those stubborn old fools take over this village again. Understood. Lord Nightblade. Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances, each recognizing a new hope within the other's eyes, a vibrant energy that Konoha was about to unleash. Thanks to Nightblade's arrival, a new era was on the verge of unfolding. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Izashi, sat behind the central desk. In front of the desk stood 2 rows of individuals. One row represented the conservative faction led by Nara Shikaku and Mito Keisuke, advocating for peaceful development and avoiding war whenever possible, even suggesting suitable sacrifices to quell the flames of conflict. The other row, led by Nara Shikaku and Kakashi, comprised the younger generation, arguing for a robust response to any provocation from enemies. Hizashi, Mito Keisuke narrowed his eyes, addressing Sarutobi Hizashi. What is your perspective on this matter? Is it necessary to negotiate with the Raikage to ensure the peace of Konoha? With a deep breath, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow as he exhaled slowly. He then raised his gaze to everyone present. I wish to hear everyone's opinions. This village belongs to all of us. We cannot make such significant decisions based solely on my thoughts. Shikaku, what is your view? On the forehead of Nara Shikaku, beads of cold sweat formed. Despite being a representative of the younger generation and having lost the key figure Danzo from the faction of Tsunade, he still bore an immense burden. I believe the demands of the fourth Raikage are excessive. We cannot simply strive for survival. Oh, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Shikaku and remarked, so, young Shikaku, do you have a better solution? Shikaku scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I have yet to devise a suitable plan. But my intention in speaking is to encourage everyone to approach this issue with the mindset of not compromising our principles. I would rather engage in a life and death struggle with the Cloud Village than concede an inch. Humph. Mito Minju scoffed coldly, unhesitatingly addressing everyone present. A life and death struggle? With the current strength of our village, what do we have to confront the Cloud Village? If we suffer grave losses, How shall we face the surrounding wolves of the 5 great nations? In my view, a glint of determination sparkled in Mito Minju's eyes. The position of Hokage cannot be relinquished. However, the Night Blade can be sacrificed. Boom. As soon as Mito Minju finished speaking, the door to the Hokage office was violently kicked open from the outside, and a chilling voice echoed within. Who said they would hand me over? Upon these words, the entire Hokage office fell into silence, with all eyes from both the young and conservative factions turning towards the entrance. Creak, creak. Nightblade stepped over the fallen door, carrying Yuzuki Yugao, followed by 2 prodigies from the Uchiha clan. The trio moved in unison to the center of the Hokage office. Nightblade then turned his head towards Mito Minju, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Just now, was it you who spoke of handing me over? Mito Minju, gazing at Nightblade's chilling smile and the 2 Uchiha geniuses closely behind him, swallowed nervously. He faltered. Ahem, we were merely discussing matters. No final resolution has been reached. If you have ideas, you are welcome to join our discussion. Oh, Nightblade nodded, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat behind the desk. Hiruzen, what exactly is the matter? I arrived late. Please elucidate. Certainly. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and picked up a document in his hand, slowly addressing Nightblade. This is a letter entrusted to us by the Reikage. The contents indicate that they dispatched a delegation to negotiate a peace treaty with us. But their leader was killed in a foreign land. In pursuit of an explanation, the village of Yunin dispatched another delegation, only to find that the leader of this envoy had once again met his demise. The one responsible for this heinous act was none other than Nightblade. Moreover, it was rumored that Nightblade had issued a statement asserting that he would respond to any actions taken by Yunin. Thus, a letter was penned. Sarutobi Hizashi's voice grew somber as he articulated the demands. Firstly, the 4th Reikage, representing the entirety of Yunin, vehemently condemned Konoha and demanded that the 3rd Hokage reflect upon his lax governance and temporarily step down from his position. Secondly, they demanded the head of Nightblade, the perpetrator of 2 provocations against Yunin. As Sarutobi Hizashi's words resonated throughout the office, a wave of discussion erupted. Nonsense. Is Yunin implying that Konoha is without capable defenders? Such arrogance. Voices clamored in opposition, declaring that Konoha could not acquiesce to such demands. What can we do if we refuse? While we cannot comply with such harsh terms, we can still engage in dialogue. If it means averting war, we might consider certain sacrifices, even involving any individual. What are you suggesting? Would you be willing to sacrifice your own family? You should refrain from speaking so cavalierly. A loud thud echoed as Sarutobi Hizashi rapped the table, attempting to pacify the uproar. Let us not bicker. If anyone has opinions, we can address them one by one. I summoned you here to resolve this matter. I believe that if we unite as a village, we shall overcome this adversity. After Hizashi's routine rhetoric, the room fell silent, and the individuals lined up, ready to voice their thoughts. Kakashi, what do you propose we do? Hizashi gestured towards Kakashi, who stood behind Nara Shikaku. As a newly acquired aide from Shimura Danzo, Hizashi held high hopes for Kakashi, and inviting him to speak was also a sign of his support. After a brief pause, Kakashi, with his silver hair and forehead protector obscuring his left eye, spoke. I believe the Reikage's demands are insidious. Replacing the Hokage could lead to internal strife within Konoha, providing them with an opportune moment to invade our village, which would ultimately be detrimental to us. Therefore, we must categorically reject the first condition. Hizashi nodded in approval. And what of the second condition? Kakashi, without casting a glance at Nightblade, replied, I have thoroughly investigated the events that transpired. It was the people of Yunin who sought to capture Hinata Hyuga from the main family to delve into the secrets of the Byakugan. We merely acted as was necessary. What fault lies therein? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded once more. However, the admiration he once held had dissipated, replaced by a profound gaze directed at Kakashi as he inquired, what do you believe we ought to do? Kakashi lifted his eyes to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen's, asserting with unwavering conviction, if we must fight, then let us fight. Indeed, exclaimed Might Guy from behind Kakashi, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Kakashi speaks wisely. I too believe that if battle is inevitable, we should embrace it. In our Hidden Leaf Village, we have only those who stand to die, not subservient ninjas. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, that of the conservative representative, Nara Shikamaru. After surveying the room, he spoke slowly. According to Kakashi and Might Guy, our approach may not be flawed. Yet does that mean we should stubbornly endure until the bitter end? The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for us in the Leaf. If we persist in this manner, we shall undoubtedly suffer grievously. If you insist on war, who among you will bear the consequences of the ensuing devastation? You or you? Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Might Guy opened their mouths, yet ultimately found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Nara Shikamaru's words rang true in the face of overwhelming power. Notions of right and wrong become irrelevant. Even if this time the Hidden Cloud Village was at fault, we must endure in silence. At least until we possess the strength to retaliate. Well, old hag, Nightblade, standing at the center of the room, cast a glance at Nara Shikamaru and remarked, "Your words are as insipid as a sow's braying. What is your point? By your logic, Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage cannot be relinquished. Yet he may surrender my life to the Hidden Cloud Village to placate their wrath? Is that the extent of your vision?" Nara Shikamaru, narrowing her eyes at the cold gaze of Nightblade, resolutely replied, "Indeed. For the sake of our village, anyone may be sacrificed. This includes you, the newly appointed special advisor. I hope you are willing to make sacrifices for the village." Oh? Nightblade's right hand slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, his beast-like eyes locking onto Nara Shikamaru with an ominous intensity. His voice was chilling as he retorted, "Old hag, are you instructing me on how to act?" Chapter 38. Overthrowing the Raikage. How? Second update. Humph. Unfazed, Nara Shikamaru nodded at Nightblade. "And so what? This matter concerns the very survival of the Leaf Village. You are not one of us. What right do you have to make decisions for the Leaf? Moreover, I believe there are many present who support my stance. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire." Very well. With a chilling smile, Yi Ren turned to face everyone, slowly drawing the famed blade Yen Mo from its sheath. The reddish-brown crossblade glimmered with a razor-sharp brilliance. Holding the sword aloft, Yi Ren declared to the assembly, "I shall represent our village and declare war on Yunin. Who stands in favor, and who dares oppose?" "I oppose." Zhuang Qian Xiaochun squinted defiantly, taking a bold step forward and vociferously proclaiming her stance within the office. Her declaration ignited a spark among the conservative faction, prompting many to stir with newfound enthusiasm. "Oh," Yi Ren nodded slightly. "Are you the only one to oppose?" Before anyone could react, Yi Ren swung Yen Mo with a swift, cutting wind, striking Zhuang Qian Xiaochun square in the face. A sharp crack resounded as the impact echoed through the room. In the midst of the astonished gazes of onlookers, Zhuang Qian Xiaochun was sent flying by the sheer force of Yen Mo, crashing into tables and chairs, ultimately shattering the glass on one side of the Hokage's office as she flew out the window. The sound of a heavy object hitting the concrete floor reverberated through the office. All present, including Sarutobi Hizashi, swallowed hard, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Yi Ren. Now, who stands in favor, and who opposes? Yi Ren, gripping the crossblade Yen Mo, once again addressed the assembly. Gulping, the first conservative ninja, having been caught by Yi Ren's penetrating gaze, faltered and weakly declared, I stand in favor. I too am in favor," Mato Guy exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration for Yi Ren. "I concur." Kakashi nodded in agreement with Yi Ren. "I too support this." Another voice chimed in. "Let us fight." "Are we afraid of Yunin?" "Hardly. They were our subordinates in the Third War." Initially, one conservative member, under the pressure of Yi Ren's formidable presence, had reluctantly voiced approval. However, as the momentum shifted, the fervor of the pro-war faction took hold. Amidst the fervent discussions, it became clear that all believed this battle was indeed necessary. "Excellent." Yi Ren clapped his hands, directing his gaze towards Sarutobi Hizashi, who sat behind the desk, his expression inscrutable. "Sunslash," Yi Ren began, "now that we are all in agreement to engage Yunin, I wonder how you contemplate this matter?" With a slight smile, Yi Ren fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hizashi and said, "You might want to consider your words carefully." Coughing awkwardly at the blatant threat, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself momentarily choked, forcing a few coughs before he finally managed to look up at Yi Ren. And all the high-ranking officials of Konoha stood in the office. Indeed, Nightblade had a point. Our village has long regarded itself as the foremost shinobi village among the 5 great nations, with an undeniable status in the ninja world. If we were to relinquish the Hokage's position and offer the head of our highest advisor merely due to the threat posed by Kimogakure, it is a scenario none of us wish to witness. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on his desk, took a drag from his cigarette, and slowly began to speak. "Given our current strength, if we were to engage in battle with Kimogakure, there is an 80% chance we would lose. Therefore, if everyone supports going to war, I must ask, how shall we conduct this battle? If we were to be defeated, what then?" The majority who had just endorsed the war fell silent. As Konoha's leaders, we are well aware of the current situation. Following the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru defected, Tsunade went into hiding, and Jiraiya has gone missing while pursuing Orochimaru's whereabouts. The only shadow-level combatant we have is Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside a few emerging ninjas like Kakashi. This lineup hardly matches the might of Kumogakure in its prime. We must deliberate further. Nara Shikaku sighed softly. Given the current circumstances, our only recourse is to employ strategy rather than brute force. I propose we conduct a surprise attack on their supply lines, much like the battle at the Kaminari Bridge. Kakashi furrowed his brow as he spoke. While we may not be able to overpower Kumogakure in a direct confrontation, if we can stall for some time and send a small team to sever their supplies, they will inevitably falter without resources. Hiss, as soon as Kakashi's words fell. A wave of admiration swept through the office. Kakashi is right. Since we cannot launch a frontal assault, employing guile to disrupt the enemy's supplies is indeed an excellent strategy. I find it feasible. After a moment of contemplation, Nara Shikaku nodded gravely. I also believe Kakashi's approach is viable. However, to ensure the success of this mission, the fate of countless Konoha citizens rests upon it. Who can undertake this critical task? Everyone paused in shock, their gazes shifting towards the man standing in the center of the office, wielding a black, jagged longsword, Nightblade. Oh, Nightblade smiled slightly. Why do you all look at me? Surely, you do not expect me to carry out this mission to sever the enemy's supplies? Indeed. Nara Shikaku nodded earnestly. Among those present, only you, Lord Nightblade, possess the strength to execute this task flawlessly. We implore you, for the sake of Konoha, to personally undertake the supply disruption plan. Hiki, Nightblade chuckled lightly. He patted the sleeves of Yuzuki Yugao and gestured towards Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi standing behind him. Gradually speaking, with such a formidable lineup, why must we undertake a supply-cutting operation? I find this plan excessively cumbersome. However, Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow. This is already the most foolproof plan. Alas. Yeblade waved his hand dismissively at Nara Shikaku. What I mean to say is, given that I have assembled such an extravagant team, why not be a bit bolder? How about we overthrow the Raikage? Chapter 39. Fearlessness begets invincibility. Third update. Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Yeblade, his mouth agape. Ah, what is the matter? Yeblade smiled slightly, casually plunging his chaotic blade, the black cross Yama, into the hard floor, producing a resounding clang. Is there anything wrong with my suggestion? Well, Nara Shikaku's lips twitched slightly as he steeled himself to respond. It's not that there is anything fundamentally wrong with your suggestion, Lord Yeblade, but rather that it is simply impractical. Oh? Yeblade smiled faintly, regarding Konoha's most astute strategist, Nara Shikaku, inquiring further. What makes it impractical? Please, enlighten me. Firstly, Nara Shikaku began, frowning. The Raikage resides in the heart of the village, surrounded by layers of defenses that need not be elaborated upon. Even if you, Lord Yeblade, were to breach the village's defenses, the guards by the Raikage side are no ordinary foes. Yeblade nodded. That holds some merit. Do continue. Secondly, Nara Shikaku, encouraged by Yeblade's acknowledgement, found his thoughts flowing freely as he spoke confidently before the assembly. Besides contending with the formidable guards surrounding the Raikage, Kumogakure currently has two Jinchuriki. One is the host of the Two Tails, while the other is the host of the Eight Tails, who is capable of fully controlling its powers in battle, posing a significant threat. I fear. Nara Shikaku glanced anxiously at Yeblade. Lord Yeblade, you may not prevail. What you say is quite reasonable, and it is evident that you take your role in the village's intelligence agency seriously, with your information collection being quite thorough. Well done, indeed. Keep up the good work. Yeblade patted Nara Shikaku on the shoulder in affirmation. Then, Nara Shikaku looked at Yeblade expectantly and asked, shall we proceed with this plan? First, we cut off Kumogakure's supplies, then gradually wear them down. Alas, Yeblade once again patted Nara Shikaku's shoulder. It is indeed a possibility, yet it is unnecessary. Some matters can be resolved through intellect, while others simply require brute strength. One might conquer 100 with sheer force. Remember that. Nara Shika was momentarily entranced. He gazed at the silhouette of Yeblade, his lips murmuring the phrase one force can break 100 techniques. Yeblade slowly approached Sarutobi Hizashi and rapped his knuckles on the table before him, declaring, it is thus settled. This matter does not concern you. Firstly, respond to the Raikage, informing him that my head is already en route to the land of lightning. Advise them to wait a few more days. I have some affairs to attend to in the village, and I shall depart once they are resolved. Saratobi Hizashi nodded, somewhat dazed. Shall we prepare for battle? Yeblade chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Prepare for battle? There is no need. The people of the land of lightning cannot even cross the borders of the land of fire. With but myself, I can easily hold back tens of thousands from the Cloud Village. What need is there for battle preparations? Let this meeting conclude here. Everyone return to your homes and seek your mothers. As Shika and the higher-ups of Konoha held their breath, Yeblade carried Uzumaki Yuin over his shoulder, flanked by Uchiha Shursui and Itachi, as he slowly exited the office. Once Yeblade departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Lord Yeblade is truly terrifying, isn't he? Just standing there exudes an overwhelming aura that leaves one breathless, remarked an elite jonin, wiping his brow in trepidation. Indeed, when he proclaimed that one man could stand against tens of thousands from the cloud, I was utterly electrified, exclaimed a blushing ninja. Of course, I am still brimming with excitement. Feel my pulse if you don't believe me, laughed Might Guy, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Truly, Lord Yeblade is formidable. I, Might Guy, admire this character. I yearn for an opportunity to challenge him. Such a powerful adversary is exhilarating. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Guy. Get real. You can't even surpass me, yet you wish to challenge Lord Yeblade? Your bravado far exceeds your abilities. What? Guy's eyebrows shot up in defiance. If you're capable, let us compete right now. Kakashi yawned. A competition, then? The loser treats the winner to ramen. Agreed. It seemed that Yeblade's might had invigorated them all, as even Kakashi, typically found lounging with Paradise of Affection, was eager to propose a contest with Guy. The remaining occupants of the office were similarly stirred with enthusiasm. Oh dear. I must return home. I just remembered I haven't lifted my 500-pound stone lock today, said another elite jonin, nodding in agreement. Speaking of which, your mention of lifting stone locks reminds me of my unfinished task of rock climbing 2,000 meters yesterday. Today, we shall increase the stakes to 50,000 meters. Witnessing the fervent efforts of everyone, I, too, have rekindled my fighting spirit. Mito Minion trembled as he observed the young individuals departing the Hokage's office, their arms swinging with determination. With a swift motion, he shattered the cane he held. Crack! To hell with the cane. I am still youthful. I shall ascend the cliffs as well. Saratobi Hizashi, unbeknownst to those who have just exited. The future of Konohagakure will soon be ignited by the fervent training frenzy sparked by their actions today. Furthermore, it is precisely because of Nightblade's endeavors before the village's upper echelons that his unshakable position within the village has been firmly established. Chief, should we not devise a plan before directly confronting the Raikage at the hidden Cloud Village? After leaving the Hokage's office, Shursui cast a concerned glance towards Nightblade and inquired. Of course, Nightblade nodded. Do you have any other thoughts on the matter? Shursui shook his head. I have no alternative ideas. I merely wish to inquire. Chief, how certain are we of victory in our direct confrontation with an entire village? 100%. Nightblade replied confidently. Shursui, I hope you always remember that one must harbor a sense of reverence. It is essential to learn from the strong and to embody humility as one journeys toward success. Yet, one must also cultivate a fearless mindset. Only with fearlessness can one be invincible. Chapter 40, if you know it, must you voice it? Fearlessness leads to invincibility? A flicker of doubt crossed Shursui's typically composed visage. But after mulling over the phrase several times in his mind, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. He swiftly approached Nightblade and bowed solemnly before him. Thank you for your guidance, Chief. Nightblade extended his hand to assist Uchiha Shursui, smiling as he remarked, no need for such formality with me. Simply follow my lead. When I direct you to strike, you shall strike, and when I instruct you to act, you shall act. This will suffice in honoring the teachings I have imparted to you. Shursui nodded. Indeed. Observing Shursui's usual steadiness, Nightblade rolled his eyes, a bold idea forming in his mind. He grinned and addressed Shursui. What do you mean by indeed? You must say Mimada. Shursui looked at Nightblade in confusion. Mimada? Precisely. Nightblade smirked, speaking earnestly yet playfully. This phrase is my invention, meant for our subordinates to express their unconditional obedience to the commands or directives of their superiors. Therefore, whenever you wish to indicate that there are no issues or to signify your understanding, you must say, Mimada. Do you comprehend? Shursui nodded, feeling a peculiar sense of compliance arise within him. I understand. Yiren rolled his eyes at Jishui. Hadn't he just informed you about how to articulate our organization's sentiments? Ji Shui immediately puffed out his chest and addressed Yiren. What a nuisance. Yiren smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward Uchiha Itachi, who stood beside Ji Shui. And you, Itachi, do not sulk with that face of yours every day. From now on, just like Ji Shui, when you agree to my requests or respond to my commands, you must say what a nuisance. Do you understand? Uchiha Itachi nodded, a fleeting expression of confusion crossing his face, yet he still managed to utter, what a nuisance. Excellent. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had altered the narrative, rejecting peace talks with the Cloud Village, and led Yuzuki Yugao, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Ji Shui to the Cloud Village, thereby changing the fates of the three. Earned reward, 2,000 points. Current points, 3,200. Very good. Yiren nodded in satisfaction. Recently, the pace of altering the narrative had accelerated, and the points had been accumulating rapidly. The unlocking of the next Supreme Blade was surely not far off. Carrying Yugao and accompanied by Ji Shui and Itachi, Yiren strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha. He sighed gently. If one were to speak of the most tumultuous destinies within the Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly pertain to these two individuals. For as long as they could remember, Ji Shui and Itachi, as the Uchiha clan's trump cards, had been shackled by the family's constraints from the moment their talents were revealed. To demonstrate the Uchiha clan's loyalty to Konoha, they were dispatched to join the village's Anbu at a tender age, pledging their allegiance. Consequently, they learned various ways to conceal themselves amidst the village and clan's expectations. Friendships outside of each other were but a distant luxury. Moreover, had Yiren not altered the course of their destinies, one would have taken his own life after Danzo seized his eyes, while the other would have been compelled by Danzo to eliminate his entire clan, ultimately infiltrating the Akatsuki organization as a spy. Their lives would have ended in desolation. Fortuitously, Yiren's arrival in Konoha allowed him to guide the two young souls away from a path of destruction toward a brighter future. Barbecue. Grand opening celebration. Enjoy barbecue and receive free dumplings. Enjoy barbecue and receive free beer. On the lively streets of Konoha, as Yiren and his companions passed by, a newly opened barbecue restaurant was fervently promoting its offerings. Gulp. Itachi, upon hearing about the free dumplings with barbecue, felt a pang of temptation. Gulp. Ji Shui, hearing about free beer with barbecue, couldn't help but swallow hard. What? Barbecue? Yet, the one who most vividly expressed her desires through her actions was Yuzuki Yugao, who was being carried on Yiren's shoulder and was fast asleep, serving as a mere accessory. Thud. Struggling to descend from Yiren's shoulder, Mujetsu Shien hurriedly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and dashed towards the newly opened barbecue restaurant. She shouted exuberantly at the plump proprietor, "Boss, we want barbecued meat." The jovial owner inquired, "How many of you ninjas are there?" "There are 4 of us." Before Mujetsu Shien could respond, Yiren and his companions had already sauntered over to the owner's side, smiling amiably. Yiren contemplated the situation. After all, this was the last night they would spend in Konoha for the foreseeable future, and it seemed fitting to bid farewell with a meal of barbecue in their hometown. "All right, please take a seat inside." "When did you wake up?" Yiren asked, frowning at the flustered Mujetsu Shien across from him. She chuckled awkwardly. "Hee, I just woke up." "Really?" A flicker of skepticism crossed Yiren's eyes. "I suspect you are deceiving me. You were asleep on my shoulder for quite a while and refused to get down. Is there something more to it?" Under Yiren's scrutinizing gaze, Mujetsu Shien's face flushed crimson, eliciting amused expressions from Itachi and Shursui beside her. Was it possible that Mujetsu Shien shared an indescribable relationship with her leader, Yiren? "No, it's not like that." Mujetsu Shien quickly bowed her head, shyly protesting. "Is that so?" Yiren rolled his eyes dramatically. "You've been clinging to my back all day and claim you're not being lazy? Young people should not be so indolent." Mujetsu Shien, Itachi, and Shursui fell into silence. To ease the tension, Itachi swiftly picked up a sizzling piece of barbecue and offered it to Shursui. "Here, Shursui. The meat is ready. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste as good when it cools down." Shursui nodded enthusiastically, then opened a can of beer and handed it to Itachi. "Hurry, Itachi. Drink it while it's still cold. It tastes even better." "All right." Yiren slowly set down his chopsticks, raising an incredulous brow at Itachi and Shursui. "You two aren't harboring feelings for one another, are you?" Chapter 41. Why did Yiren head over there? Uffed. Shursui, caught mid-bite of his barbecue, inadvertently sprayed Itachi with a mouthful. Uffed. Itachi, who had just sipped his icy beer, ended up spitting it all over Shirsue's shirt. Cough. The ferret suddenly coughed a few times, then grabbed several sheets of paper from the table and distributed a few to Shirsue. The two immersed themselves in tidying up. The ferret wore a troubled expression, the lines at the corners of his eyes deepening. I remarked, "Leader, you cannot speak in such a manner. This matter doesn't pertain to Shirsue and me. It is your affair with Shiyan, is it not?" Coughing, Shirsue immediately halted, nudging the ferret with his elbow, whispering, "Hey, haven't you realized the kind of person our leader is? He's utterly hopeless when it comes to emotions." The ferret gasped as he glanced at the oblivious Yeren seated across from them, nodding in agreement with Shirsue. This man, despite his formidable strength, indeed seems inept in handling matters of the heart. Should we not lend him a hand? No, let's refrain. Shirsue shook his head while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Let Shiyan and the leader's relationship develop freely. Wherever it leads is where it leads. As subordinates, we should not interfere. The ferret nodded in agreement. What are you two murmuring about? Yeren furrowed his brow, observing the slightly flustered expressions of the ferret and Shirsue. Gradually lifting the beer on the table, his expression shifted, and he smiled at the three. Haha, once you're done tidying up, let's all share a drink. Yeren continued with a slight smile. This marks our first gathering since the establishment of our shadow organization. Tomorrow, we shall set forth to the land of thunder, to the village of Kumo. So, let us treat today's meal as a moment of relaxation before our departure. After dinner, I will treat everyone to a hot spring. Really? Mitsuki Shiyan immediately turned to Yeren, her lively eyes fluttering with anticipation, exuding an indescribable charm. Indeed. Yeren nodded. Yea. The youthful Mitsuki Shiyan beamed with joy, raising her beer can to clink with Yeren's, cheerfully addressing everyone. It's rare for the leader to be so generous. We must indulge in the barbecue today. Boss, bring us another 10 pounds of pork belly. The ferret and Shirsue exchanged glances, both slightly taken aback. Another 10 pounds? Can you finish that? Yeren's eyes twitched. Oh. Mitsuki Shiyan, having unknowingly adopted Yeren's manner of speaking, waved her hand at him. If we can't finish it, no worries. We'll take it to go. We can eat it on the way to the land of thunder. All right. Today is all about relaxation, so let everyone eat and play to their heart's content. After finishing the barbecue, Itachi and Shirsue, reeking of alcohol, gently pushed aside the warm curtain of the barbecue shop and stepped out into the night. Yoru, still supporting the drowsy Yuzuki Yuyuki, was busy settling the bill. Ah, it's been so long since I felt this relaxed, Itachi sighed, his face slightly flushed. He gazed up at the starry sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was perhaps the most at ease he had been in years. Free from the cunning politics of the village's elite, the oppressive weight of his clan, and even the uncertainties of where he would be the following day. Such a life is truly wonderful. Itachi, Shirsue remarked with a gentle smile, his cheeks also tinged with a light blush, indicating he had indulged in his fair share of drink. It seems we have chosen a commendable leader. Indeed, Itachi's spirits inexplicably soared, although their leader struggled with emotional matters. He was ultimately a good leader. Following him, surely their clan would find protection, right? It must be so. Shirsue nodded in agreement. With Danzo eliminated, even the Hokage's influence in the village paled in comparison to their leaders. One only needed to observe the events in the Hokage's office today to understand. His words went unchallenged, for his methods were indeed shocking. Shocking, you say? Itachi smiled slightly. I would prefer to call it straightforward and unrefined. It aligns with my taste. Hey, what are you all doing standing at the door? Hurry and take me to the most prestigious onsen in the village that befits our status. Yoru, supporting the slightly tipsy Yuzuki Yuyuki, stepped through the warm curtain and smiled at Itachi and Shirsue. Let us go. While it's still early, he urged. All right. Shirsue smiled and nodded, leading the way with Yoru, Yuzuki Yuyuki, and Itachi toward the most renowned onsen in the area. The U-1 is the most celebrated natural hot spring in Konohagakure. Each day, it attracts a multitude of ninjas and visitors eager to experience its soothing waters. Additionally, it enforces stringent regulations separating genders, ensuring a secure environment where prying eyes are utterly impossible. Yet, even with such measures in place, exceptions exist. For instance, Jiraiya, the author of the best-selling novel The Paradise of Affection, a legendary Sannin, is notorious for his lascivious tendencies and is a frequent visitor known for his indiscretions at the hot springs. After a few minutes, Yora and the trio finally arrived at the entrance of the onsen. After explaining their purpose to the owner, each received a token for storing their clothes, along with a bathrobe. It's been ages since I last enjoyed a hot spring. I wonder if this place has changed. Will it still evoke the same feeling as before? Itachi, holding his robe in one hand and a number tag in the other, slowly made his way into the men's hot spring pool. It should still be the same, right? Close behind him was Shirzue, dressed in similar attire. Once both Itachi and Shirzue entered, Yuzuki Yuin glanced at Yeblade and then at her own designated women's hot spring. In a soft voice, she said to Yeblade, "I will head in first. We shall meet again shortly." Yeblade nodded, watching as Yuzuki Yuin disappeared through the entrance of the women's hot spring. After observing his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, a peculiar smile crept across his lips, and he stealthily made his way towards the women's hot spring from the other side. Chapter 42. Do you find this matter interesting? Second update. This hot spring establishment was ingeniously designed, with a men's bathing area on one side and a women's bathing area on the other, separated by adjoining, enclosed changing rooms. Thus, it was generally impossible for anyone to sneak a peek. However, Yeblade smiled slightly, crouching as he approached the outer perimeter of the women's bathing area. In his mind, if anyone could manage to catch a glimpse of what they desired despite such stringent anti-peeping measures, it would undoubtedly be Jiraiya. The soft patter of footsteps echoed outside the walls of the women's bathing area. A middle-aged man with long white hair cascading down to his waist, clad in a red outer garment with a brown outfit beneath, and wooden clogs on his feet, approached a corner of the wall with utmost stealth. This particular spot was a dead angle. Outsiders could not see it, and those inside would not notice it either. "Ha ha ha," chuckled the man with white hair, speaking to himself. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to make arrangements while constructing the hot spring, bribing the craftsman. Otherwise, all these materials would have gone to waste." As he spoke, the white-haired man withdrew a small silver spyglass from within his attire and carefully poked it through a crack in the wall. He laughed, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he pressed his eye to one end of the spyglass, peering into the scenery within. A trickle of blood began to flow from the nostrils of the white-haired man. Not bad, he remarked with a smile. "This is yet another splendid source of material. Oh, this girl appears to be quite well-nourished. I truly envy her among other girls. This girl also seems promising, with the potential to develop into something remarkable. However, her appearance." Upon seeing the girl's features, the white-haired man shook his head slightly, a bit unrefined. He continued to watch, murmuring his evaluations to himself. From time to time, he would reach up to wipe the blood from his nostrils, his mind incessantly crafting the framework for a new chapter of his book. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly landed on the shoulder of the man with white hair, startling him into a shudder. "Who goes there?" The white-haired man, feeling a twinge of anxiety, hastily concealed the telescope hidden in the wall crevice with his sleeve. Turning to face the unfamiliar visage of Yiran, he furrowed his brow. "What brings you here, young man? Surely you're not intent on indulging in some form of voyeurism?" Yiran smiled faintly. "Jiraiya, it seems you have yet to shed your penchant for peeping at beautiful women. It was you who was spying, yet you dare to cast blame upon me?" Jiraiya, taken aback, felt a jolt of alarm. He turned to Yiran, forcing bravado into his voice. Young man, there are times when one ought to refrain from speaking recklessly. You accuse me of spying. Do you possess any evidence? To slander an elder is truly unbecoming." Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, Yiran calmly brushed aside Jiraiya's hand that had been blocking the wall crevice and produced a small monocular. "Uncle," Yiran quipped, rolling his eyes at the telescope in his hand. "If you're going to lie, at least do it with some semblance of credibility. You haven't even concealed your instruments of mischief, yet you seek to fabricate a feeble excuse. This hardly reflects the demeanor of a respected elder." Suddenly, Jiraiya's playful expression vanished as he felt the force with which Yiran had moved his hand and noticed the two exaggerated long knives hanging at Yiran's waist. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Are you the renowned swordsman named Yiran, who has recently gained notoriety in Konoha?" "Indeed," Yiran replied, arms crossed, nodding slightly. "I am he, without altering my name or my lineage." Understanding dawned on Jiraiya. "So it is you. I've heard whispers of a young man who single-handedly obliterated the entire Root organization overnight. Your strength is deemed perilously high, verging on the super shadow level. It said you intend to confront the Raikage in the Land of Lightning to gauge his true capabilities. Is this true?" Jiraiya regarded Yiran with a grave expression, feeling that any decision made by Yiran, regardless of the circumstances, bore a hint of recklessness. Seizing the opportunity to educate this young man, he pressed further. "No." Yiran shook his head, his demeanor calm as he addressed Jiraiya. It is not merely to test the rakeage, but to defeat him. Do you understand? Jiraiya's lips twitched as he gazed at the young man standing before him. With a tone of honest concern, he began to advise. I am aware that you have recently accomplished a significant feat, having eradicated Danzo and his rude organization. However, this upcoming journey to the Hidden Cloud Village, along with the formidable rakeage and the elite warriors of the Land of Lightning, presents a completely different level of challenge. This expedition to the Land of Lightning will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Yarhin nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. The rakeage is indeed powerful as is Killer Bee, and the overall strength of the Land of Lightning cannot be underestimated. Exactly, Jiraiya affirmed. It is good that you are aware, but I must caution you, young man, to deliberate carefully on this mission. Some matters cannot be accomplished simply by desire. The world of ninjas is exceedingly intricate. With a gentle sigh, Jiraiya reminisced about his 3 exceptional disciples, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and his former comrade Orochimaru, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Yes, I understand, Yarhin replied, slowly raising the monocular in his hand to his eyes. He gazed at Jiraiya and spoke, however, no matter how you attempt to change the subject, you cannot conceal the lewd truth of your voyeurism. Jiraiya? Young man, are we discussing voyeurism? I am clearly giving you sound advice. Is it amusing to keep bringing up this matter? Yarhin nodded earnestly. It is indeed amusing. Chapter 43, Dual Blade Technique, Ascending the Tower. Third update. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he looked at Yarhin, irritation brewing within him. Kid, I am sincerely advising you to act within your capabilities. If you refuse to heed my words, that is one thing, but to provoke me in such a manner, are you seeking a fight? A fight? Very well. Let us engage, Yarhin proclaimed, placing his hand upon the hilts of the blades. Enma and the 1st Hokage's Gotetsu, a fierce determination swelling within him. Let me see if the legendary Sannin, the sage of Mount Myaboku, is truly worthy of his reputation. All right, prepare yourself. With that, Jiraiya lunged towards Yarhin, initiating a close-quarters combat encounter, his physical prowess highly regarded. Crack! Yarhin swiftly resheathed Enma, approaching Jiraiya with bare fist raised. Boom! Clap! Clap! The two engaged in a vigorous physical battle in the narrow space beside the women's bath, the resounding thuds of their bodies colliding echoing continuously. Jiraiya, having trained diligently from a young age, possessed an exceptionally solid foundation in physical techniques. Due to her rigorous sword training, Yiren possesses exceptional strength and reflexes, resulting in an evenly matched battle between the two. A smile graces her lips as she exclaims, "What a thrilling experience! It has been ages since I engaged in such an exhilarating duel, Jiraiya-sensei. Truly, age is but a number." With a slight grunt, Jiraiya acknowledges her prowess, secretly astonished by the formidable strength of this young warrior. Yet, his expression is filled with excitement at having found an equally matched opponent. He bellows, "Enough chatter. Unleash your full potential. If this is all you've got, I suggest you reconsider your journey to the Land of Lightning." Very well, Yiren replies with a subtle smile. If you wish to witness my true capabilities, I shall graciously oblige. With a swift utterance, armament hockey. Black armor envelopes her fist in an instant, transforming her arms into a striking metallic hue. Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback, gazes at the dark substance enveloping her limbs. Is this a form of protective armor? Quite a rarity indeed. Without hesitation, Jiraiya charges at Yiren, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her face, the wind from his strike creating a fearsome gale. And what of it? With a resounding crash, Yiren's obsidian fist meets Jiraiya's blow head-on. The sheer force of their collision reverberates through the air. Sensing the incredible hardness of her dark fist, Jiraiya's expression shifts, and he quickly retreats. "Impressive," he exclaims, surprise evident in his voice. "This black material is remarkably resilient. Is this technique of your own invention? Might you share its name?" Yiren gently shakes her head, her ebony hands lightly clashing together, producing a resonant sound akin to metal striking metal. "This technique is what I call armament hockey. It allows the user to encase any part of their body in a layer as hard as armor, enhancing both defense and, depending on the user's skill, offensive capabilities. Moreover, adept practitioners can apply this hockey to their weapons, augmenting their hardness, or she gestures to the two swords at her waist, their sharpness." Yiren beams at Jiraiya, stating, "In essence, my strength in this taijutsu clash is now tripled compared to before. Do you not feel a twinge of pain in your right hand? Perhaps you sense that in our physical confrontation, you are at a disadvantage?" Jiraiya chuckled softly, addressing the figure standing before him, Yeblade. It seems I have underestimated you. Albeit slightly. However, the denizens of the Land of Lightning will not afford you the opportunity to engage in a physical battle. I wonder if your ninjutsu is as commendable as your taijutsu? Jiraiya smiled faintly, his hands swiftly forming hand seals. And his cheeks began to swell visibly at an astonishing pace. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. As Jiraiya's voice echoed, a stream of oil, refined from chakra, erupted from his mouth, ignited mid-air by his fire technique. A colossal blaze surged forth towards Yeblade with remarkable speed. Clang. The sound of a sword being drawn resonated softly as Yeblade's lips curled into a confident smile. With his right hand wielding the black blade, the cross of Yama, he executed a diagonal slash from above. One sword style. Iken bird. Zing. The black blade, enveloped in haki, sliced through the air with breathtaking rapidity, leaving behind a pale blue arc that met Jiraiya's great fireball head-on. Swish. Even faster and razor-sharp, the Iken bird cleaved the great fireball in twain before Jiraiya's incredulous gaze. Boom. Amidst the searing flames, a figure, sword in hand, emerged from the inferno. What is it? Yeblade smiled slightly at Jiraiya's astonishment. Is this the extent of your ninjutsu smite? It barely withstands my strike. The title of the legendary Sannin seems to be somewhat overblown. Jiraiya remained unfazed, his admiration for Yeblade growing. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled, a rarity indeed. However, no matter how formidable your technique, how will you evade this? Summoning technique. Jiraiya bit his finger, rapidly forming hand seals. Technique of the collapsing rooftop. Buzz. With the completion of his hand seals, Jiraiya slammed his palm towards the ground. A massive cloud of white smoke billowed forth above the Konoha hot springs. Within the haze, a gigantic toad emerged, poised to unleash its might upon Yeblade's position. Oh, such a large creature must possess considerable strength. Yeblade smirked slightly. Then allow me to demonstrate my new technique. Clang. With his left hand, he slowly drew the Shodai Kitetsu from his waist, exhaling a searing breath of heat. Two-sword style. Second slash. Ascending tower. Chapter 44. Savor it. Relish it. Fourth update. Buzz. Nightblade gripped the sword Yamamoto in his left hand and the initial demon slayer in his right. The dark, armed color of haki coiled along the blades like two agile serpents, winding upward along the length of the swords. In a fleeting moment, the obsidian haki extended to the tips of both blades, then retracted instantaneously. A sharp, black glimmer flashed from the swords simultaneously. With a whoosh in the sky, the giant toad summoned by Jiraiya swung its massive twin katanas down towards the diminutive figure of Nightblade standing at the edge of the hot spring. Concurrently, Nightblade slashed upward with his two dark swords, angling them toward the gigantic blades of the toad. The thunderous clang of metal meeting metal resonated throughout the bathing area. The colossal katanas in the toad's grasp barely withstood half a second before being severed in twain by Nightblade's blades. The severed sword tips flew off into the distance, directly towards the center of the hot spring. With a resounding thud, they embedded themselves amidst a group of girls still blissfully enjoying the hot springs with their eyes closed. A sudden silence enveloped the scene, as all gazes turned towards the glinting blades in the water. In an instant, piercing screams shattered the tranquility. Help! Where did those swords come from? Oh no, I'm not dressed. What should I do? I'm also not wearing anything. The girls in the hot spring erupted into a cacophony of shrill cries, just as the toad descended from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the immense weight of the toad, combined with its gravitational pull, smashed down beside the hot spring, uprooting the wooden barrier with a tremendous force. The impact sent shockwaves through the hot spring and its surrounding structures, toppling the wooden fence and displacing the ornamental rocks and trees nearby. The changing rooms of the girls bathing were also caught in the chaos. The force of the shockwave, mixed with a gust of wind centered around the toad, swept across the entire hot spring, affecting not only the women's pool but also the men's. As the barrier, decorative rocks, and flora were sent flying, the adjacent men's and women's pools were laid bare to the steamy mist of the springs. Ah, pervert. Don't look. The girls cried out in alarm, witnessing the men across the way gazing at them through the mist. Once again, the shrieks echoed. Meanwhile, the male patrons, after a brief moment of shock, swam to the edge of their pool, peering over at the women's side, pointing and drooling unabashedly. What are you staring at? Suddenly, a violet-haired maiden with flowing locks, clad in attire and wielding a sword, charged directly towards the male pool. Just as Yuzuki Yuin stepped into the changing room, preparing to change her clothes, the sounds of a skirmish drew her attention. As she ventured to investigate, She fortuitously witnessed the scene of the roof and walls being uprooted. Everyone hurriedly retreated to the corners, shielding their eyes. Otherwise, a fierce glint flashed in Yuzuki Yuin's eyes. I shall slay you all. Roar. All right, no problem. Oh, esteemed ninja. Please do not act impulsively. We acknowledge our mistakes. All the male patrons clustered at the edge of the hot spring trembled in fear, collectively retreating through the mist with expressions of terror. Humph. Yuzuki Yuin observed the distant Night Blade engaged in a fierce battle with a toad, pouting in annoyance. If you wish to gaze at the girl, simply say so. I am not prohibiting you. What does it mean to team up with a toad to disrupt a female hot spring? The leader is truly tiresome. Did you see that, Itachi? Uchiha Shursui slipped into the hot spring the moment the house was torn apart, revealing only a damp head. Is that the legendary Jiraiya, known as one of the three ninjas? Itachi, also revealing just his head, frowned slightly. It seems to be indeed. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes sharpened as he focused on a figure amidst the dust, grappling with the enormous toad. Through the haze, the person's hair appeared silvery white. This individual. Itachi's lips twitched. Could it be our esteemed leader? Who? Where? Shursui, intrigued, followed Itachi's gaze into the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, within Shursui's line of sight, Night Blade was engaged in a duel with Toad Sage, wielding two swords, while Jiraiya stood atop Toad Sage's back, occasionally assisting with jutsu. Yet, despite summoning a summoning beast for a 2-on-1, Jiraiya found himself being relentlessly pushed back by Night Blade. Hiss. Itachi gasped in astonishment. The leader is extraordinarily powerful. I remember he has never been defeated since we became aware of him. Indeed, Shursui's eyes sparkled as he watched Night Blade's blade dance. To be able to suppress even the legendary three ninjas with such prowess is truly exhilarating. When will we reach the level of our leader? However, Itachi suddenly furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. Were we not here merely for a bath? How could our leader engage with Jiraiya in the midst of such a trivial endeavor? This seems rather coincidental, does it not? The tranquil waters stirred with excitement as Shursui froze momentarily. Indeed, while we entered the bath in a composed manner, the leader rushed off to engage in a fight. This cannot be. Shursui immediately began to struggle to rise. I must assist the leader. But assist in what? Itachi rolled his eyes at Shursui. Have you considered where Lord Jiraiya might appear, and where our leader could encounter him? What issues could possibly provoke them to clash? Itachi smiled knowingly. During a snow avalanche. No snowflake is innocent. What does that mean? Shursui scratched his head, still looking quite perplexed. Oh dear. Itachi, exasperated by Shursui's lack of understanding, said, think for a moment. What does Lord Jiraiya enjoy doing the most? The exclusive, hidden corners that Lord Jiraiya favors, the leader is bound to discover. And their conflict likely arises from competing for some prime location. Itachi smiled subtly. Savor that thought. Contemplate it deeply. Chapter 45, One Sword Style. Moon Shadow. Shursui gasped in disbelief, casting a tentative glance at Itachi. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya is working here? Working. This is a euphemism used by all the ninjas of Konoha, referring to the activity of gathering material for Jiraiya's writings, a term imbued with elegance. Itachi nodded, affirming Shursui's speculation. This. Shursui's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked once more at the fierce battle unfolding nearby between Nightblade, Jiraiya, and Gamabunta. How could the leader appear so emotionally detached on the surface, yet engage in such elaborate antics behind the scenes? Itachi chuckled awkwardly, observing the intense battle from afar, yet feeling no inclination to join. Let us remain here in the bath. Once the fight concludes, the leader will surely return to us. Very well, Shursui nodded, settling into a comfortable position to continue watching the clash between Nightblade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the hot spring resort that had been inadvertently destroyed by the summoned Gamabunta, feeling somewhat guilty. The commotion we caused was too great. We have ruined the bathhouse. How about we find another place to fight in earnest? Humph. Nightblade rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. You are the main culprit for causing such a ruckus. With such a massive toad descending, everything in its path would be obliterated. What does that have to do with me? Nightblade had just warmed up, shedding his white martial arts attire, revealing his robust physique glistening with a metallic sheen, now enveloped in swirling steam. Without employing any particular sword techniques, relying solely on brute force, Nightblade and Toad Shin battled to a standstill. This exhilarating clash of strength ignited a sense of excitement within Nightblade. A brief moment of awkwardness flickered across Jiraiya's face, and after clearing his throat, He addressed the young man, firmly grasping dual blades. The outcome we find ourselves in is something none of us desired. However, given the circumstances, we have no choice. To prevent further destruction to the village and the ensuing battle, we should move outside, Jiraiya suggested. After pondering for a moment, Nightblade slowly sheathed his twin swords, Kich and Yama, and leapt onto Toad Shin's back. All right, lead the way, he replied. Haha, sure, hold on tight. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, crouching down to gently pat Toad Shin's back, calling out loudly, Toad Shin, to the outskirts of the village. With a resounding croak, the red toad, burdened with dual swords, unleashed a thunderous cry. Its powerful legs coiled and, after a brief moment of tension, sprang forth. The ground beneath Toad Shin shattered under the tremendous force of its leap, propelling the massive creature towards the distant forest beyond the Hidden Leaf village. The wind howled fiercely as Nightblade, bare-chested and with his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, gazed expressionlessly at the receding scenery. He turned to Jiraiya and inquired, Have you found Orochimaru over the years? Jiraiya's eyes widened, and after a pause, he regained his composure, responding to Nightblade, No, I haven't. How do you know I'm searching for Orochimaru? Do you know where he is? Nightblade smiled subtly. He certainly could not divulge that Orochimaru was currently in the Sound Village researching the forbidden technique of reincarnation. That would spoil the intrigue. I'm not entirely sure. But if the opportunity arises and you owe me a favor, I might consider helping you look. All right. Jiraiya nodded earnestly without hesitation. I promise you. As long as you provide me with a lead on Orochimaru, I, Jiraiya, will owe you a favor, and I will do my utmost to assist you. No matter the task. Good. Nightblade nodded in agreement. Jiraiya, known for his loyalty and hailed as a hero of the ninja world, made a promise that was indeed priceless. Just then, with a thunderous roar, Toad Shin descended gently from the sky, landing in a dense thicket outside the village. A puff of white smoke enveloped them, and having fulfilled its mission, Toad Shin returned to Mount Myaboku. As the rustling sound echoed, Yebing, standing opposite Jiraiya, slowly lifted his foot and began to approach him step by step. With a sharp flick, his thumb gently pushed aside the guard of the cursed blade, Yenma. A faint smile graced Yebing's lips. Jiraiya-sensei, without the loyal Toad by your side, you must be cautious. For a moment of carelessness could lead to your injury by my renowned sword. In an instant, Yebing's right hand firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, and he surged forward like a phantom towards Jiraiya. With a swift motion, Yebing's muscles tensed, and he unsheathed Yenma, the blade glinting ominously. A rapid and formidable slash formed before him, compressing the air into a silvery, crescent-shaped arc that hurtled towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, his expression stern, observed the incoming strike and swiftly began to weave hand signs. Earth style. Earth flow wall. With a thunderous roar, a massive wall of earthen brown surged up from the ground, a solid barrier over a meter thick, positioned before him just as Yebing's strike approached. The clash was immediate and violent as the slash met the formidable earth flow wall. Dust and debris exploded into the air. Yet the unwavering wall was cleaved through at an angle by the crescent strike, which continued its relentless trajectory towards Jiraiya. In a swift maneuver, Jiraiya rolled backward, simultaneously forming a unique hand sign. Ninjutsu. Needle earth concealment. Wrapping himself in his white hair, the strands stood erect like hardened steel needles, bracing against the oncoming crescent. The impact reverberated with a thunderous sound, as dust clouded the area, obscuring Jiraiya's figure within the haze. Chapter 46. I, Jiraiya, shall call you a hero. Oh. Yebing rested the black blade Yenma on his shoulder, muscles rippling with explosive power, and cast a cold smile towards the obscured figure in the dust. Jiraiya-sensei, have you hidden away? Heh, it is merely a simple illusion. Do you think concealing yourself in these woods will grant you an opportunity to ambush me? As he slowly sheathed the black blade Yenma, Yebing crossed his arms before him, a profound and potent aura emanating from his being. Armament Haki. As the sound of Nightblade's voice faded, his crossed arms were enveloped in a dark, armored aura of Haki, a palpable sense of power gradually spreading through the air. The no-blade style, Nightblade slightly lifted his gaze. In the depths of his black pupils, a flash of bloodthirsty crimson shimmered. Black rope tornado, a fierce whirlwind, towering several meters high, suddenly materialized before Nightblade, wildly swirling and absorbing the elemental winds from the surroundings, rapidly spreading toward the nearby forest. Crack. A massive tree trunk, thick enough for a person to embrace, could not withstand the onslaught of the tempest for even a few seconds before it shattered. bursting into splinters that spiraled into the sky. Boom. A boulder, half the height of a person, was violently obliterated under the assault of the hurricane. Stones the size of human heads were effortlessly drawn into the vortex, colliding with other debris, producing thunderous, resonant sounds. Are you not coming out, Jiraiya-sensei? Nightblade, arms crossed, observed the ever-growing tornado expanding outward, chuckling lightly as he addressed the surrounding woods. If you don't show yourself soon, you might just ascend to the heavens. Humph. Just as Nightblade's words fell, a cold snort resonated from the treetops above him. Kid, I must admit, your technique is indeed formidable. To wield such power without relying on your sword is quite impressive. However, I'm not someone you can underestimate so easily. Shadow Clone Technique. 6 Jiraiya's, positioned in various directions atop the treetops, shouted in unison. Ninjutsu. Together with his clones, Jiraiya leapt down from the branches. A pale blue sphere of chakra swirling violently in his hands, descending upon Nightblade with a terrifying force. Rasengan. Clang. Bending low like a bear. Nightblade swiftly drew his blade, the ominous Yin Mo and the first-generation ghost slash materializing in his hands. Buzz. His arms were instantly shrouded in the dark armor of Haki, the aura wrapping around the blades like a black serpent. The sharp energy erupted forth. 2 Sword Style. Black Blade Fury. 1800 Troublesome Winds. Boom. The 2 gleaming black blades were firmly gripped in Nightblade's hands, his muscles taut with strength. With a powerful slash, he surged toward the 6 Jiraiyas charging at him. Swish. Whoosh. What should have been a blue wave of slashing energy transformed into a mysterious pitch-black hue under the influence of Nightblade's Haki. Countless black slashing waves erupted from his twin swords. In an instant, they converged, launching toward the 6 massive Rasengans. Sensing the formidable power of this strike, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. However, before he could decide to retreat, an overwhelming barrage of black slashes collided with 6 spiraling orbs emanating a faint blue glow. The clash resounded with a thunderous roar. A colossal shockwave radiated outward from the point of contact between Nightblade and Jiraiya, sweeping through the forest in all directions. The tempest generated by the shockwave sent trees toppling in disarray, while gravel, leaves, debris, and even creatures of the forest were scattered amidst the chaotic collision of their techniques. After a brief moment, the violent shockwave gradually subsided. As the dust cleared, the trees ceased their quaking. At the epicenter of the explosion stood 2 figures. One was Nightblade, bare-chested, with a muscular physique, effortlessly shouldering 2 blades. The other was the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, donned in a brown coat, wooden clogs on his feet, and waist-length white hair. With a soft exhale, Jiraiya adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and cast a sidelong glance at Nightblade, who stood beside him, seemingly unfazed. Kid, you truly are a monster. After all this time, you haven't even broken a sweat? It was merely a trifle. Nightblade replied with a slight smile. He sheathed his long blades with a deliberate motion, then turned to Jiraiya, speaking earnestly. However, Jiraiya-senpai, I have recognized your strength, and I wish to invite you to join my organization, the Shadow, to help forge peace in the world. What do you say? Oh, Jiraiya smiled faintly. The Shadow Organization? You do not seem rushed to express your intentions. You wish to establish peace in the world? As far as I know, apart from the 5 great nations recognized by the shinobi world, there are countless smaller countries with their own factions and formidable warriors. Achieving peace in the shinobi world is no simple task. By what means do you propose to accomplish this? With mere words? Nightblade chuckled softly, patting the hilts of his swords at his waist. You may find it hard to believe, but the strike I just delivered used scarcely 1% of my strength. I have yet to reveal my more formidable techniques. With a flick of his thumb, he unveiled the blade of the first-generation ghost cutter, its edge glinting with lethal sharpness. If you still question how I can bring peace to the shinobi world, Nightblade asserted confidently, locking eyes with Jiraiya, then let me tell you, it is with the swords at my side and my unwavering will to cut through all obstacles. Intriguingly, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to the youthful visage of Nightblade. With the warmth of a senior acknowledging his junior, he gently stated, Your confidence mirrors my own in my youth. I am beginning to believe in your words. Should the day arrive when you truly accomplish this, I, Jiraiya, shall gladly bestow upon you the title of a hero. Chapter 47. The Hero's Friendly Duel. Without a doubt, bare-chested, Nightblade's muscles were taut, his right hand firmly gripping the sheathed sword's hilt, his body brimming with explosive energy. The mist of sweat gradually rose from his shoulders and head. Turning to Jiraiya, Yeblade flashed a confident smile, declaring, in my hands, that day will surely come. Excellent. Jiraiya laughed heartily at Yeblade's assurance, patting the shoulder of his equally tall companion. He continued, however, regarding that organization you mentioned, I shall refrain from joining. My heart still belongs to Konoha. So let us dismiss that invitation. Understood, Yeblade nodded nonchalantly. In truth, he had anticipated that Jiraiya would not join his organization. For a person so deeply devoted to his village and the world could never forsake his noble narrative. He held a different perspective on the value of his existence. Speaking of invitations, suddenly, Jiraiya regarded Yeblade with a mischievous grin, draping an arm around his shoulder and teasingly remarked, I would like to invite you to become the Hokage of Konoha. What do you think? Oh? Yeblade responded with a slight smile at Jiraiya's playful demeanor. Your master. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is still in office. Are you so eager to find his successor? Do you believe he is unfit for the role, that even you, his disciple, are quick to seek a replacement? Ah, that is not the case, Jiraiya sighed, his playful expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. In truth, given the third's age, he should have stepped down long ago. However, following the tragic loss of Minato during the Nine-Tails invasion, he was compelled to continue serving as Hokage. Throughout his tenure, he has worked diligently, even in his twilight years, proving himself as a commendable leader. Yet, Jiraiya gently shook his head. At his current age, his strength and vigor have significantly diminished. If a few more years pass, Jiraiya's words trailed off, but Yeblade understood the implication and nodded slowly, saying, I understand. However, rather than entrusting the position of Hokage to someone like me, who has little connection to the village, it seems more prudent for you to assume that role yourself. With a faint smile, Jiraiya remarked, No, I still have my own mission. When Orochimaru defected from the Hidden Leaf Village, I failed to stop him. And this remains my greatest regret. To this day, I have scoured the 5 great nations in search of his whereabouts. Until I locate him, I cannot return to the Hidden Leaf Village with my head held high. All right, Yura nodded. Although he yearned to inform Jiraiya that Orochimaru was currently in the Sound Village. Orochimaru held some significance for Yuru at present, and it was not the right moment for Jiraiya to discover this. As for the plan to destroy Konoha that Orochimaru would execute 6 years hence, Yura smiled subtly. By that time, let alone whether Orochimaru would dare take action against the Hidden Leaf Village with Yuru present. The very existence of the Sound Village 6 years from now would be a question in itself. Are you truly uninterested? Jiraiya gazed earnestly at Yuru, seemingly assured as he spoke. I can sense that if you were to become Hokage, Konoha would embark upon an unprecedented era of brilliance. This would be beneficial for you as well. Oh? Yura smiled slightly, gently uncorking the sake gourd at his waist and taking a sip. He turned to Jiraiya and inquired, Are you so certain that I could lead Konoha to greatness? Jiraiya smiled subtly, exuding confidence as he replied, I have never doubted my ability to discern character. In the past or the present. Very well, Yura chuckled softly and raised the gourd once more to his lips. I have my own organization, and like you, I possess my own aspirations and objectives. The position of Hokage is not suited for me. However, he extended the gourd toward Jiraiya, saying, Your acknowledgement signifies that you genuinely recognize me. You are the first who has validated me not solely based on my strength. Is that so? Jiraiya chuckled lightly, not hesitating to accept the gourd Yuru offered, tilting his head back to take several hearty gulps. Ah, refreshing. Young brother. Your phrase to float like a great white is quite profound. Indeed, a toast with a kindred spirit is worth 1,000 cups. After all these years, you are the first to evoke in me a desire to drink until oblivion with someone. Young man, you truly resonate with my tastes. Yuru rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. What on earth does that even mean? It's one thing for you to write pleasant paradise, but do you have other intentions? I warn you, do not harbor any thoughts about me. I am not that kind of person. Jiraiya was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Humph. In a swift motion, Jiraiya reacted quickly, delivering a powerful punch to the robust chest of Nightblade. Nonsense. I am not the type you think I am. My peaking cough was solely for artistic inspiration. It was an absolute necessity. The young man retorted, You must not speak recklessly. Nightblade chuckled coldly. No matter how you justify it. The fact remains, you are a lecherous old man. Jiraiya was taken aback. Who are you calling a lecherous old man? Do you wish to settle this? With a swift motion, Nightblade furrowed his brow and drew his sword from his waist. If it's a duel you seek, then so be it. I am not afraid of you. You old lecher. You are courting death. Jiraiya exclaimed, forming hand seals with fervor as he charged toward Nightblade. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Shadow clone jutsu. Ninja art. Spiral shuriken. With a clash of steel, dual sword style, second slash of ascension. Boom. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, as Nightblade and Jiraiya clashed once more. A magnificent cloud of dust erupted, shrouding the village in obscurity. On this day, all who witnessed their battle would refer to it as the friendly duel of heroes. Chapter 48. What do you take me for? Fourth update. Panting heavily, Jiraiya leaned against a large boulder, surveying the ruins around him and the serene Nightblade, who lay back with arms behind his head, gazing at the sky. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed his astonishment. You truly are a monster. After such a prolonged battle, you show no signs of fatigue. I am genuinely curious about your limits. Nightblade, with his hands supporting his head, bit down on a bitter piece of grass. This was a pastime he cherished amidst the harsh training in the world of pirates, what he termed reminiscing about hardships. Limits? Have you not yet reached yours, Jiraiya-senpai? Nightblade tilted his head, addressing Jiraiya. Your strongest form, Sage Mode, proved ineffective. Jiraiya paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Good lad. You even discerned that I had just mastered Sage Mode. What else is there in this ninja world that you do not know? Oh. Nightblade's lips curled into a smirk. Just mastered, you say? I have long suspected when you came to grasp Sage Mode. And it seems it was during this very period of initial mastery. As for why you did not utilize it against Orochimaru years later, I surmise it was due to incomplete mastery and a lack of time. If you have mastered Sage Mode, why not employ it against me? Nightblade gazed at Jiraiya with a faint smile, tentatively inquiring. Haha, Jiraiya paused, slightly embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Well, since we are friends across generations, as you would say, we are kindred spirits. How could we exert our full strength against one another? Alas, Nightblade's conjecture was entirely accurate. Jiraiya was indeed rather unskilled in mastering the Sage Mode he had only just learned. With a scornful tone, he retorted, Are you seriously saying that now? When you unleashed over 100 clones to bombard me with just as many Rasengan, that was not using your full strength. It seems you have yet to fully grasp Sage Mode. Jiraiya coughed. Well, one cannot put it that way. Even if my mastery of Sage Mode is not proficient, I can still manage to utilize it. Nightblade coldly chuckled, though the likelihood of turning into a stone toad is quite high. All right. Jiraiya lightly coughed again, his expression turning serious. We've been at this for a while. Let's not dwell on these tiresome matters. I hear you are departing for the land of lightning tomorrow, and I have a few pieces of advice for you. Nightblade nodded with a smile, all ears. First, Jiraiya said earnestly, the ninjas of the land of lightning not only wield lightning chakra, but many have also mastered bloodline limits related to lightning, which is extremely perilous. The lightning in their hands serves not merely as a means of attack, but also to enhance their own speed while hindering that of their enemies. For instance, the current Raikage has refined his lightning chakra to an extraordinary level, and encased in blue lightning. His speed is astonishing. Yes, Nightblade nodded. I am aware of that. What else? Jiraiya continued. Moreover, there are 2 Jinchuriki in the land of lightning. One is the host of the Two Tails, a powerful and agile fighter. The other is the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. As he spoke, Jiraiya glanced at the 2 long swords at Nightblade's waist, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He is also a swordsman, and a master of the 8-sword style. Oh, Nightblade nodded again. I know this too. Killer Bee is nicknamed the Murder Bee. He delights in singing, dancing, and swordsmanship competitions. He is the only known Jinchuriki capable of perfectly controlling a tailed beast, with a danger level of S. Jiraiya sighed lightly, realizing that every piece of information he offered Nightblade was already known to him, leaving him feeling somewhat withdrawn. Very well, I shall refrain from reiterating what you already know. Take care on your journey to the land of thunder. Nightblade nodded with a smile, gently draping his white robe over his shoulders as he turned to leave. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. It seems that Itachi and Shursui are still waiting for me in the hot springs. Wait. Jiraiya suddenly called out to Nightblade. If there is anything of value I can offer you, I believe I have 2 items. With a look of curiosity, Nightblade slowly turned back. Jiraiya gradually spread his hands, revealing 3 small scrolls within his grasp. Firstly, no matter where you are, no matter what challenges you face, and regardless of when you may require my assistance, you can reach me through my frog concealment technique. I am here to lend you a helping hand. Nightblade smiled gently at Jiraiya's serious demeanor, feeling a sense of camaraderie with someone he had only just met a day prior, even if unspoken. He felt a flicker of gratitude. Secondly, Jiraiya continued, observing Nightblade from a distance as he slowly placed his right hand into his robe. As you venture towards the Land of Thunder, the journey may be long and filled with moments of solitude and chill. During such times, whoosh, a pink-covered book, adorned with an 18+ insignia, materialized in Jiraiya's hand. You will undoubtedly require a copy of Paradise of Affection. It shall soothe your lonely heart. With a playful glint in his eye, Jiraiya looked at Nightblade. Rest assured, the copy I am bestowing upon you is an unreleased, entirely new edition. It is a customized version from yours truly. Nightblade paused, momentarily taken aback, before silently approaching Jiraiya. What do you take me for? Upon reaching Jiraiya, Nightblade swiftly seized the 3 small scrolls from his hand and tucked them away. Would I ever peruse such trivial literature? As he spoke, Nightblade, amidst Jiraiya's incredulous expression, snatched the Paradise of Affection from his grasp. In order to prevent you from corrupting the ninja world, I shall confiscate this new work. Chapter 49. It's certainly not that you do not know the way. Jiraiya stood, momentarily stunned, observing Nightblade, who outwardly refused yet demonstrated sincerity through his actions. A smile played upon his lips. Indeed, my young brother Nightblade. We are truly kindred spirits in both character and interest. Nightblade rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. What do you mean by kindred spirits? How tiresome. As Yiren turned around to wave goodbye to Jiraiya, a gentle breeze stirred his robe, the pristine white garment gradually taking on a golden hue under the setting sun. Haha. Watching the figure of Yiren slowly fade into the horizon, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. What an intriguing young man, despite his youth. He exuded an air of wisdom born from experience, and even more remarkably, his strength was extraordinarily formidable. It seems that the ninja world is on the brink of a significant transformation. Suddenly, as Jiraiya was about to depart, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the distance. Oh, Jiraiya paused, glancing towards the horizon not far ahead. He mused, today is indeed lively. I wonder who has discovered the traces of our battle and traveled from afar with what intentions? Swish. Jiraiya swiftly raised his hands in front of him, ready to form seals at the slightest indication of hostility. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct. At that moment, a face brimming with agitation came into view. Hey, Jiraiya, Yiren. With his right hand resting on the hilt of his 2 massive long swords, boldly exclaimed, aren't you heading back to the village? If you are, let us go together. Keep up, don't dawdle. Jiraiya was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. He then nodded slightly at the visibly agitated Yiren. All right. I also need to return to the village for some matters, so let us head back together. Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, Yiren's demeanor softened a bit, and he gestured for Jiraiya to follow. Let us go. Both being exceptionally powerful individuals, their speed far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. And as they traveled at a steady pace, the primordial forest scenery on either side receded rapidly. Swish, swish. The 2 leaped effortlessly between the branches. Jiraiya noticed something slightly amiss in Yiren's expression. After much hesitation, he finally spoke up. Yiren, what's with your complexion? It doesn't seem quite right. Jiraiya observed Yiren's silence, feeling a hint of unease, but he dismissed it and continued. You're not feeling unwell, are you? If so, you can tell me. I happen to know a rather skilled medical ninja. Hiss. Jiraiya finally sensed that something was indeed off, having just emerged from a fierce internal battle. I accepted my scroll and the reaction from Nightblade of Intimate Paradise. This shouldn't be the case. Even if not overly exhilarated, my mood should be somewhat pleasant. Such indifference undoubtedly indicates something amiss. I observed Jiraiya furrow his brow, glancing at the silent Nightblade, who finally spoke again. What on earth is wrong with you? You've suddenly transformed into someone else. Are you suffering from a split personality? Nightblade remained silent, his brow still furrowed, and with a sudden motion, he darted past Jiraiya. Ah! Jiraiya exclaimed, slapping his face in exasperation, casting a wry smile at the Nightblade, who had unexpectedly surged ahead. What is going on here? He pondered aloud. Hey! Jiraiya's concern deepened as he watched Nightblade galloping further into the distance, his brow knitted in thought. You must stop right now. With a swift motion, Nightblade continued his course, entirely disregarding Jiraiya's words. Hey! Jiraiya shouted, his eyes widening in alarm as he raised his voice. Do not proceed in that direction. If you continue, you will reach the land of rice. As Jiraiya's words hung in the air, Nightblade, who had been racing forward, abruptly halted, one hand resting against a tree trunk, turning his head towards Jiraiya. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought this was the right way. With that, Nightblade, his expression unreadable, leaped back towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya watched as Nightblade approached him with growing concern. After much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to ask, You wouldn't happen to be lost, would you? Nightblade paused, momentarily taken aback, then slowly lowered his head, reaching for the two swords at his waist. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Who is lost? His voice, cold and chilling, resonated through the air. The swirling, dark energy coiling around Nightblade sent beads of sweat cascading down Jiraiya's forehead. Jiraiya began, cautiously wiping the sweat from his brow, casting his gaze down at the intimidating Nightblade, who appeared ready to draw his weapon. That can't possibly mean you are lost. With a chuckle, Jiraiya gestured towards the path ahead. Look, Konoha is in that direction. You surely know that. Lead the way. Nightblade replied, nodding in agreement. The ominous energy slowly dissipating as he turned to Jiraiya. Let us hasten our pace, lest Itachi and Shirzue grow impatient in the hot spring. Follow me. Very well. As Jiraiya observed Nightblade swiftly departing in the direction he indicated, he gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he muttered to himself. This lad, when enraged, resembles a ravenous specter, rendering me nearly paralyzed. What manner of being are you? Truly uncanny. Chapter 50. Can you cook? Second update. As the sun dipped below the horizon, along the deserted streets, amidst the ruins, two figures languidly stirred their arms in the steaming hot spring. Itachi. Do you think the leader will return? If he doesn't show up, will we be left waiting here indefinitely? Shirzue remarked, adjusting the towel on his head. Who knows? Itachi rolled his eyes. Perhaps the leader is engaged in a confrontation with Jiraiya-sensei, or they have ventured to some extraordinary locale. Extraordinary locale? Shirzue queried, casting a puzzled glance at Itachi, who resembled a younger brother to him, yet often entertained peculiar thoughts. What do you mean? It's nothing. Itachi quickly waved off Shirzue's concern. I was just rambling. Don't take it to heart. Speaking of which, he slowly rose from the hot spring, addressing Shirzue. We should tidy up and head out. Although I suspect there are unspoken secrets between the leader and Jiraiya-sensei, if the leader returns and finds us still soaking, we might find ourselves in dire straits. He scratched his head. That makes sense. Shirzue nodded in agreement. In fact, I concur with your thoughts. I had considered leaving the hot spring long ago, but he gestured toward the nearby changing room, now reduced to rubble. Where's the changing room? Where are our clothes? Are we to venture out, bear? Cough, cough. Itachi hastily sank back into the hot spring. Perhaps we should remain here quietly. I would rather endure the leader's reprimand than be gawked at by others. I will wait for the leader to return with our garments. An hour later, Nightblade entered through the village's main gate accompanied by Jiraiya. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Nightblade glanced at the most severely damaged area of the village and made his way there, for that was where the hot spring lay. Hey! On the remnants of the wall beside the hot spring, the scene unfolded. Nightblade looked down from above, observing the slightly awkward expressions of Itachi, Uchiha, and Shirzue, and inquired with a hint of confusion, the hot spring has been vacated, yet why do you two remain immersed within? Is it simply too comfortable to leave? He then squinted at the two, whose heads were barely peeking above the surface, and continued, Where has Yuzuki Yugugo gone? As teammates, why are you not together? Itachi Uchiha, slightly retracting his head, replied, Leader, it may be difficult for you to comprehend. However, during your scuffle with Lord Jiraiya, the impact from his giant toad landing obliterated the changing room of this hot spring. Thus, it is not that we are unwilling to exit, but rather, his expression grew somewhat strained. We lack clothing to wear, making it impossible for us to leave. Very well. Nightblade rolled his eyes and stated to the two. You wait here while I fetch you some clothes. Shortly, we shall visit Yugugo's residence to strategize. Our departure is imminent, and we must meticulously plan our journey to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. All right. Understood. Itachi and Shirzue's expressions immediately turned serious as they responded in unison. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as the city lights illuminated the streets, Nightblade donned a white martial arts uniform and walked ahead, followed by Itachi and Shirzue, who were clad in black martial attire. The streets of Konoha were aglow with light, bustling with various performances and restaurants lining both sides, creating a lively atmosphere. Quite splendid, Nightblade remarked, crossing his arms behind his head, his spirits lifted as he admired the surroundings. Perhaps only Konoha among the 5 great ninja nations boasts such vibrancy. Reflecting on the other nations, Nightblade recalled the land of wind, the land of lightning, the land of water, and the land of earth. noting that their architectural styles and the attire of their inhabitants were dictated by their respective climates, either harsh environments or unfavorable weather. Konoha truly is a wonderful place. Indeed, Itachi replied, nodding as he walked behind Nightblade. It is precisely this reason that over the past few centuries, conflicts have been incessant. Fundamentally, it stems from the other four nations coveting the geographical position of our land of fire. Coupled with the recent provocations from the land of lightning, he continued, calmly analyzing. The hidden village of lightning covets our village's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, and furthermore, following the Third Great Ninja War, our village's strength has diminished. They seek to exploit this opportunity to gain an advantage. If it were not for your intervention, our village would likely face significant troubles. Nightblade smiled faintly, refraining from elaborating on Itachi's observations. Is it not precisely as you say? Had it not been for the intervention of Yeblade this time, the Hidden Leaf village would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. The head of the Hyuga clan's branch family would have been forced to take his own life, leading to a stagnation in the village's development. It was not until the emergence of the 12 young heroes of the Leaf and the governance of Tsunade that the village found an opportunity to breathe and progress towards a stronger stage. As they conversed, Yeblade and his companions arrived at the doorstep of Yuin. With a gentle knock, the door swung open, allowing them to step inside, where a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Jisue inhaled deeply, his anticipation palpable. The scent was exquisite. Surely Yuin was preparing a meal, and it seemed they might be in for a treat today. Itachi smiled softly, sharing in the excitement brought on by the enticing aroma. Suddenly, a girl with long purple hair styled in braids, adorned in a charming pink apron, emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula. With a sweet smile, she looked at Yeblade and cheerfully exclaimed, "You're back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Jisue's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the adorably clad Yuzuki Yuin, exclaiming, "So it really is Yuin. I never imagined you could cook so well. That is quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yuin fell silent, a hint of embarrassment settling in the atmosphere. Wiping her hands on her apron, she retrieved her blade from the table, its cold gleam reflecting the tension in the room. "Who are you calling a clumsy oaf?" she challenged. "Say that again. I dare you." A nervous sweat trickled down Jisue's forehead as he gently grasped the icy blade, offering a sheepish smile to the now stern Yuzuki Yuin. "I didn't mean it that way. I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart." Despite the significant disparity in their abilities, Jisue could easily overpower Yuzuki Yuin. However, he felt it was inappropriate to target a girl, especially after having made such a comment. "Humph." Yuzuki Yuin huffed coldly, retracting the sword from Jisue's neck. Clearly displeased, she declared, "Don't think you can bully me. I aspire to be the leader's wife. You'd best consider the consequences before provoking me." As her words hung in the air, the remaining 3 individuals in the room fell into a profound silence. It was a scene of disbelief as Itachi and Shursui turned their heads to gaze incredulously at Nightblade, who in turn was equally astonished by the sight of Yuzuki Yuin. Clearing his throat, Nightblade broke the silence. "What are you staring at? Hurry and serve the rice." Yuin's face flushed crimson under Nightblade's gaze, and with a hint of pride, she retorted, Okay." Nightblade was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, pulling Itachi and Shursui into the kitchen. "Chief," Shursui said while serving the rice, gently nudging Nightblade, "is what Yuin said true? Will she marry you when you grow up?" "Indeed," Nightblade responded eagerly. Itachi, with a burning curiosity, looked at Nightblade, anticipation dancing in his eyes. Sighing softly, Nightblade turned to Itachi and Shursui, his expression transforming into a remarkably warm smile. "Ask that question again, and I shall end you." "Shursui, Itachi, serve the rice. It's time to eat." The two of them broke into a sweat, hastily dishing out the food and swiftly carrying it out of the kitchen, eager to avoid lingering with Nightblade any longer after his earlier intimidation. Following that encounter, the 4 of them enjoyed a relaxed and cheerful dinner. Throughout the meal, whether discussing the proposed route for their journey or sharing insights on their training, Itachi and Shursui couldn't help but nod in agreement. Eventually, Nightblade and Yuzuki Yuin outlined all the formidable ninjas from the Land of Lightning, along with their proposed battle strategies and locations. Itachi and Shursui nodded enthusiastically, expressing their complete support. Ultimately, the entire military plan was finalized amidst the light-hearted dinner. As Nightblade spread the map of the 5 great nations before him, a red line traced its path from the Leaf village of the Land of Fire, cutting through the Sound village of the Land of Rice. and culminating at the Cloud's Thunder Gorge and the Rakich's office in the Land of Lightning. Nightblade nodded with a smile. Hiki, this way. I shall never lose my way again. I love this straightforward approach. The following morning, at the entrance of the Leaf Village, the gatekeepers, Steel and Kamizuki Izumi, appeared punctually at their posts. Phew, guarding the gate is so dull. Izumi lamented. When will we be promoted to Jonin? This gatekeeping work is truly disheartening. Jonin? Steel glanced sideways at Izumi, a toothpick perched in his mouth. At least a decade, I suppose. Given our talents, that might be the quickest route. Steel sighed once more, nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the entrance. That night, Lord Yeren demonstrated remarkable prowess, effortlessly overpowering two talented Jonin from the Uchiha clan in a one-on-two confrontation. Such strength, if I were to possess even a fraction of it, I would be utterly content. Alas, Shingetsu Izumi spat out the toothpick from his mouth. A fraction? Don't even entertain the thought. You are likely unaware, but just yesterday, Lord Yeren engaged in a duel with Lord Jiraiya near the hot springs, where Jiraiya was thoroughly dominated from the onset. Shingetsu Izumi's eyes sparkled with admiration for the strong. The two, concerned that their clash might devastate the Hidden Leaf Village, chose to battle in the forest outside the village. That confrontation, how impressive. An exaggerated expression appeared on Shingetsu Izumi's face. It is said that the entire forest, spanning hundreds of square miles, was laid to waste. The magnitude was such that tremors could be felt from 100 kilometers away. Is it truly that terrifying? Gongzi Tai was momentarily stunned, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips as he recalled his earlier ambition to reach a mere tenth of Lord Yeren's level. A tenth? Indeed, he had been overly ambitious. Just then, gentle footsteps echoed from within the village, gradually approaching the gates of Konoha. Four figures slowly emerged into the sight of Gongzi Tai and Shingetsu Izumi. Shingetsu Izumi's pupils narrowed slightly. Lord Yeren? And then, Gongzi Tai swallowed hard. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, along with the former Anbu member, Yuzuki Yugao. Witnessing such a magnificent assembly, Gongzi Tai and Shingetsu Izumi gasped in unison. Could the previous rumors be true? Oh. As he reached the entrance, Lord Yeren paused, glancing at the two with a smile. On duty, are we? The two were momentarily taken aback, then fervently nodded. Yes, we are on duty. Lord Yeren, are you planning to— Oh, you must be wondering why I am taking these three out of the village, correct? Lord Yeren smiled faintly. Of course, I am going to confront the Rakic. Chapter 52, Which Scoundrel Dares to Insult Me? Upon hearing this, Shingetsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai exchanged a glance, both swallowing hard simultaneously. It seems this matter is indeed true. Observing the astonishment on their faces, Lord Yeren inquired with curiosity. What is true? What are you speaking of? Just, gulp. While speaking, Gongzi Tai gulped again. We have heard that Lord Nightblade has been vigorously confronting Tsunade, stomping on Mito's door, and ultimately slamming the table and breaking the stool in front of the third Hokage, declaring his intent to assault the Hidden Cloud Village. We initially thought it was a mere fabrication. To our astonishment, Gongzi Tai's expression became increasingly animated. It turns out that everything you have said and done is indeed true, Lord Nightblade. You are truly my idol. Enough. Nightblade frowned, glancing at the chattering Shingetsu and Gongzi Tai standing beside him, and waved his hand impatiently. What is all this commotion about? Is it so extraordinary to go to the Hidden Cloud Village and confront the Rakic? Look at the two of you, behaving as if you've never seen the world. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Let us go. In front of the astonished gatekeeper duo, Nightblade waved to the three behind him, leaving them with four enigmatic silhouettes as he departed with an air of nonchalance. In the dimly lit underground chamber of the Sound Ninja Village in the Land of Rice, several figures stood shrouded in shadow. What news? A middle-aged man with long black hair, golden elongated pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils inquired of a young man kneeling before him. The young man slowly lifted his head, adjusting his round glasses. There is news. According to the intelligence I pilfered from the Konoha Anbu, this Nightblade is adept with a sword, carrying two remarkably powerful blades at his waist. Furthermore, he seems to possess no mastery of chakra, yet his strength is exceptionally formidable. He resembles a warrior from the Land of Iron, but even more powerful. A crimson tongue slowly emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, licking his lips with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. And what else? Well, Kabuto Yakushi nodded gently, continuing, recently, Nightblade has clashed with several prominent figures in Konoha, including the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, the village advisors, and one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This young man has managed to contend with Konoha's elite forces in just a few days? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. That appears to be the case based on the intelligence. What were the results? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. None were defeated. Kabuto's calm voice echoed in the vast emptiness of the chamber. None were defeated. Orochimaru exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, Kabuto observed Orochimaru's furrowed brow and sighed softly before continuing. Allow me to share the details of our encounter. Half an hour later, within the clandestine underground lair, Orochimaru sat upon a chair, gently tapping his fingers on the stone table. During this brief interval, Orochimaru's mindset underwent a remarkable transformation. Initially, curiosity sparked within him upon hearing the name Urabi, which soon gave way to a slight astonishment upon learning of Urabi's challenges against numerous formidable adversaries. Ultimately, upon hearing the description of the battle details from Kabuto, Orochimaru was rendered speechless. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down from his temples. How ironic, he thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. He had originally believed that this unknown young man, who seemingly emerged from nowhere, possessed some extraordinary bloodline limit, which could serve as his next vessel. To his astonishment, Urabi was not merely a target, he was an immense entity. Orochimaru understood all too well that someone capable of compelling Konoha to tread lightly was not to be trifled with. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Have you gathered any information about the current relationship between Urabi and Konoha? Is it one of collaboration or mutual dependence? A sly smile crept across Orochimaru's face. Perhaps it is a matter of mutual benefit. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, exuding confidence as he addressed Orochimaru. This is precisely what I wish to convey, Lord Orochimaru. I have observed Urabi, and considering the data, he appears to be a person of little restraint and minimal principles, harboring no emotional ties to Konoha. His present role is merely that of a temporary advisor, earning 1 million ryo each month. In my estimation, Kabuto remarked with a subtle smile. This formidable individual should be quite amenable to persuasion. We simply need to offer sufficient monetary incentives, along with higher-level advantages that Konoha has yet to possess. He will surely turn against Konoha. Orochimaru's golden slitted eyes shimmered with a flicker of excitement as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, every individual possesses vulnerabilities, and Urabi's weaknesses are painfully apparent. Ha ha ha, Kabuto. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he gazed at Kabuto, who knelt before him. Investigate where Urabi is likely to appear in the near future. Seek an opportunity to engage with him and ascertain the costs we must incur to entice him to work for us. If possible, bring him to me. I wish to speak with him face to face. Understood. I shall take my leave, Kabuto replied with a subtle smile, a glint of cunning shining from behind his round spectacles. Gradually rising, he bowed to Orochimaru before vanishing into the depths of the underground passage. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his serpentine tongue flicking out to moisten his lips as he mused to himself. Urabi, is it? What an intriguing young man. I wonder what the outcome would be if I were to fashion him into the vessel for my next body. The mere thought brings a thrill. Achoo. As Irin traversed the forest along the borders of the hidden leaf, he let out a resounding sneeze, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Wait a moment. Who dares to insult me? Chapter 53. The Two, Mu-Rin and Sam-E. First update. The Land of Lightning lies at the northernmost edge of the Land of Fire, bordered by several smaller nations, most notably the Land of Rice, which shares its borders with both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru led an elite force to victory at the Battle of Kikyo Hill. However, this triumph came at a grievous cost, inflicting heavy losses on both sides. Subsequently, Orochimaru lost interest in warfare and the pursuit of ninjutsu, having witnessed the capriciousness of life and the sorrows and joys it encompasses. He became determined to study a form of ninjutsu that could grant eternal life, reanimation. This forbidden technique, shrouded in the mysteries of existence, was recently perfected by Orochimaru. The soft sound of footsteps echoed gently across the fields. The Land of Rice, situated at the confluence of the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud, is characterized by its low-lying terrain and is flanked by seas on two sides. Its climate bears resemblance to that of the Hidden Leaf, yet, in stark contrast to the forests of the Hidden Leaf, the Land of Rice is predominantly agricultural. Historically devoid of a ninja village, the daimyo of the Land of Rice, in a bid to maintain the prosperity and stability of the nation, focused solely on cultivating crops for export. After defecting from the Hidden Leaf, Orochimaru managed to bribe the daimyo of the Land of Rice, establishing a ninja village marked by the emblem of the eighth note, Sound Village. Now, We have entered the territory of the Land of Rice, and by this afternoon, we expect to reach the borders of the Land of Lightning. Jishui glanced at the map in his hands, furrowing his brows. I hope we can enter smoothly. Indeed. Yiren smiled slightly as he gazed upon the distant dark brown mountains beyond the plains. It is said that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning shares a good rapport with the recently established Sound Village, which seems to have intricate connections with the Land of Lightning. If my conjectures are correct, there will undoubtedly be heavy troops lying in ambush at the border, waiting for us to take the bait. Surely not? Oh, Yu Shiyin shook her head. Could the people of the Land of Lightning be unaware of our arrival? After all, our whereabouts are known only to the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf and ourselves. The Hidden Cloud must not be privy to this information. Such assumptions are naive. Yiren's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the distant mountains. Our ambitions are substantial, and the Sound Village of the Land of Rice would certainly be interested in our movements. Not to mention that they would not hesitate to disclose our whereabouts to the Land of Lightning. In that case, Jishui thoughtfully stroked his chin, regarding Yiren with keen interest. I'm afraid every move we make has already been observed by the other party, making stealth futile. Instead, let us boldly charge in. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. Is that not a bit too reckless? Yuzuki Yuin nodded in agreement. If our infiltration fails, we can always seek another method of entry. However, I fear that should we force our way in, we may suffer significant losses. Perhaps we should refrain from that? Jisue remarked. You raise valid points. But given the current circumstances, it is evident that we have already been discovered. Rather than risk a surprise attack in the shadows, it would be wiser to confront them openly and engage in a fair fight. However, Jisue shook his head, glancing at the expressionless Yura. Ultimately, the decision rests with the leader. Yura looked at the three, a slight smile gracing his lips, and responded, I believe Jisue is correct. Rather than being ambushed in the darkness, we should indeed confront the enemy directly and engage them in earnest. Furthermore, a certain indefinable aura emanated from Yoru, confident yet audacious. I am part of this team, and with the three of you alongside me, who in this ninja world could possibly impede our advance. Even if the entirety of the Land of Lightning's ninja were to come, I would make them regret their choices. The leader. Jisue's eyes gleamed with newfound vigor as he regarded Yoru. As if seeing a kindred spirit, Yoru fully understood his thoughts and shared his approach. Meanwhile, Itachi and Yuzuki Yuin felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, with Yoru in this team, we need not fear who approaches. Absolutely. Itachi nodded firmly. We shall heed the leader's words. Let us not waste any more time and hurry forth, aiming to reach the Land of Lightning before afternoon. Very well. Yoru smiled slightly, approving the burgeoning camaraderie within the first squad of the Akatsuki. Let us depart. At the border of the Land of Lightning, within a vast canyon, countless ninjas lay concealed behind the black rocks. They were crouched low, intently observing the distant horizon and the vital path that connected the Land of Rice to the Land of Lightning. Samui, is the information accurate? Will Yoru's squad arrive at the Death Canyon this afternoon? A 19-year-old woman clad in a blue combat outfit, her flaxen hair styled in braids, stood elegantly at the cliff's edge, arms crossed, addressing Samui behind her. Indeed, Samui nodded, her flaxen hair cropped short as she slightly raised her hands, squeezing two large objects. According to the intelligence provided by the Sound Ninja, the Nightblade squad has now traversed the borders of the Land of Rice and is expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours. Excellent. A flicker of excitement illuminated the face of the young Yuki, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for battle. It is said that both the Nightblade and the two prodigies from the Uchiha clan possess formidable strength. At last, an opportunity to measure my prowess against them has arrived. Do not disappoint me. The cold-hearted Samui approached Yuki, his expression unyielding, and slowly spoke. Do not underestimate these individuals. According to the intel provided by the undercover agents I placed in Konoha, Nightblade has only recently emerged into the public eye, having just appeared. He annihilated Danzo's root organization. Such a person is not to be taken lightly. Humph. Yuki scoffed, his flaxen ponytail swirling behind him. So what? Am I to believe that the power within me is insignificant? If they are afraid and choose to retreat, that would suffice. But if they insist on pressing forward, I shall ensure they truly understand the might of a Jinchuriki who is completely in tune with the tailed beasts. Suddenly, a lookout beside Yuki exclaimed, someone is approaching. For individuals are rapidly traversing from the other side of the Death Canyon. They are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Chapter 54. A great challenge in a vast world. In the distance, on the horizon of the Death Canyon, For figures raced across the expansive plain, heading straight for the canyon. Are you certain? Yuki furrowed his brow, glancing at the ninja beside him who was peering through a monocular with growing impatience. Is it the Night Blade in his group? The reconnaissance ninja hesitated, adjusting his view multiple times before reluctantly lowering the monocular. I cannot be sure. The dust surrounding these four is too thick. It obscures my line of sight. Yuki's brow furrowed deeper. Maintain full vigilance. Continue your observation. Once you confirm that they are indeed the Night Blade, issue the command to initiate the attack. Do not hesitate. Understood. The reconnaissance ninja, also serving as a messenger, nodded emphatically and resumed his scrutiny through the monocular. 5 minutes later, amidst the swirling dust, 5 figures clad in white martial attire, each adorned with the kanji for shadow on their sleeves, gradually materialized within the scout's view. Leading the group was the stern-faced Night Blade. Gulp. The reconnaissance ninja swallowed hard and shouted. The Night Blade and his group have arrived. Prepare to launch the attack. On either side of the cliff, all the ninjas instantly raised their hands before them. Awaiting a command, their hands would swiftly form seals, ready to unleash a relentless barrage of ninjutsu upon the 4 individuals. 1,000 meters. The observing ninja broke into a cold sweat, anxiously watching as Yiren and his companions drew nearer to the abyss of death. 500 meters. The hand gripping the binoculars of the observing ninja began to perspire slightly. 300 meters. Veins bulged on the back of his hand. 100 meters. Everyone prepare. 50 meters. 30 meters. Attack. The moment the command left the observing ninja's lips, all the ninjas perched atop the cliff swiftly commenced their hand seals. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Most of the ninjas from the hidden cloud village were adept in lightning-based techniques, yet a select few possessed the ability to wield earth jutsu. And these few seamlessly coordinated with the lightning ninjas. Lightning release. Lightning blade. The ninjas on either side of the cliff swiftly formed their seals. And merely 5 seconds later, their expressions turned grave as razor-sharp, crackling lightning blades materialized in their hands. They gazed down at the 4 figures of Yiren swiftly traversing the canyon. All the ninjas employing the lightning blade technique struck down towards the solid rock beneath them. Zzzzzt. The sound of a unified roar of lightning echoed at the cliff's edge, followed by the cacophony of breaking stones, resonating like thunder at the summit of the cliff. Hiss. The sound of shoes scraping against the rocky ground arose as Yiren, leading the charge, abruptly halted and gestured for the 3 behind him to stop. Frowning slightly, he spoke. I seem to have heard something unusual. Did you hear that? Shirzue and Itachi exchanged glances, then furrowed their brows. I think I heard it too. It seems to be. Itachi's eyes widened suddenly. The sound of thunder? If it is thunder, the mountains of the land of lightning are ever present. And thunderstorms are common. The sound should be ordinary. No. Yiren gently shook his head. It is not the sound of thunder. It resembles the rumble of stones grinding against each other. Moreover, Yiren slowly lifted his gaze upwards. It is coming from above. Boom, boom. Just then, another thunderous sound reverberated from overhead, and everyone instinctively looked up, their pupils dilating in alarm. It is earth release. Earth covering the sky. The ninjas atop the mountain shouted in unison. In the eyes of Yiren and his companions, a colossal boulder, obscuring the sky at the cliff's summit, transformed under the ninja's jutsu into an expansive, immensely thick, and heavy rock cover. Amidst the howling winds, it rapidly descended upon the 4. Heavens! The expressions of Yu and Jishue turned grim as they gazed at the enormous boulder plummeting from above. Sharingan! Jishue furrowed his brow, his pupils instantaneously transforming into a vivid crimson, and the 3 tomo began to rotate slowly. A shuriken-like, kaleidoscopic Sharingan materialized in Jishue's eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals. A frown etched on his face. Susanoo, just as Jishue was about to unleash the most formidable armor and spear of the Susanoo technique, Yeblade gently patted his shoulder and said reassuringly, "Do not worry. Leave it to me." Jishue paused. Then, upon observing the disdain and confidence in Yeblade's eyes, he gradually nodded, allowing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to fade back into the 3 tomo form. Shiyuin, may I borrow your sword? Of course. The spirited Shiyuin promptly unsheathed her sword from her waist and handed it to Yeblade. Higi, it has been ages since I last employed this technique. Today, you shall once again shine in glory. Zzz. Buzz. Yeblade's right hand was instantly enveloped in armament haki as dark mist coiled around, infusing Shiyuin's sword with a hint of shadow. With a gentle bite on the hilt of the sword, Yeblade drew forth his original onet and the black blade Yama. Zzz. The pure black haki spiraled upward, entwining itself around the blades as Yeblade pressed the hilts of both swords together, forming a triangular shape imbued with lethal edges. Shave. Moonwalk. In a flash, under the astonished gazes of the trio and the onlookers on the cliff, Yeblade soared into the air, wielding 3 jet-black swords. And in an instant, 0:36 seconds, he positioned himself beneath the colossal boulder. 9 mountains and 8 seas, united as one world. Gathering 1,000 realms forms a lesser 1,000 worlds. In this realm, multiplied by 3, with no self, ever persistent, 3-sword style, the ultimate secret. The 2 massive black blades in Yeblade's hands began to spin rapidly, generating a veil of black mist. With another step, a tremendous shockwave erupted, bringing Yeblade within striking distance of the enormous stone. 1,000 worlds in one sweep. Clang. Everyone heard the excruciating sound of blades scraping against the stone. Witnessing Yeblade's fleeting figure as he ascended from beneath the boulder to above it. And then boom. The hundreds of meters thick stone was cleaved in twain by Yeblade's single strike. Chapter 55. The Path of the Black Blade. One sword style. Flying Dragon's Flame. Third update. Boom. Boom. In the midst of the crowd's astonished silence, the 2 colossal stone fragments, severed by Yeblade, crashed against the mountainsides, resonating with thunderous impacts. Samui. At the summit of the cliff, the 2 individuals, with expressions of cold detachment, suddenly felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths as they reached out to shake the arm of the enchanting ice beauty beside them. Did you see that? How did that man just appear in the sky with a mere lift of his foot? Can he truly fly? I have no idea. Sam shook her head. I have never witnessed such an aerial maneuver. It seems to be a novel ninjutsu technique. Very well. The wooden man nodded in agreement and inquired further. Did you manage to discern how this man cleaved that massive stone? With a blade? Sam shifted her arms slightly, feeling the pressure of her ample bosom compressing, causing it to take on a slightly altered shape. Her complexion was not particularly pleasant. With a gentle sigh, Sam's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness and fear. I did not see it clearly. Yet, without a doubt, that enormous rock must have been severed by the blade in his hand. Heavens! The wooden man's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Does such extraordinary swordsmanship truly exist in this world? By comparison, our cloud-hidden S-sword techniques are nothing but utter rubbish. Sam rolled her eyes at the wooden man. While I am inclined to concur with your assessment, please be mindful of your words in front of so many subordinates. Oh, the wooden man nodded. My apologies, a slip of the tongue. Shursui, did you see anything clearly? Uchiha Itachi, whose 3-tomo Sharingan had activated at some point, gazed at Shursui with a perplexed gleam in his eyes. Shursui scratched the back of his head. I did not catch a clear view. How about you? Did your Sharingan capture the moment the leader struck, or how he severed that massive rock? Itachi rolled his eyes at Shursui. Your Sharingan is of a higher caliber than mine. If you could not discern it, then neither could I. Shursui stroked his chin, his expression turning to one of astonishment. So, the speed of the leader's strike has surpassed the limits of the Sharingan's ability to perceive dynamic attacks? Thus, we could not comprehend his attack at all. Indeed, Itachi nodded, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I believe that to be the case. Enough of your chatter. Suddenly, the onlooker, Yuzuki Yuin, interjected, her tone laced with fear. Have you not noticed that after the leader cleaved that stone, he vanished? Where did he go? Itachi and Shursui exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, after delivering that strike, the leader should have swiftly descended from the sky to join us. Where could he have gone? With a nonchalant smile, Yueshien pointed toward the precipice. Look over there, she exclaimed. The leader is walking through the air at the edge of the cliff, seemingly intent on leaping to the summit. Is the leader truly attempting to ascend? Yato questioned in disbelief. Does he intend to take on the entire vanguard of the hidden cloud village single-handedly? There are hundreds of ninjas stationed above that cliff. The incredulity was palpable on Shursui's face. This was utterly audacious. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Yain, with blades in hand and another clenched between his teeth, maintained an air of calm as he deftly traversed the void. With each invisible shockwave erupting around him, an immense sound reverberated through the atmosphere. Yain ascended to the cliff's summit, gracefully landing beside Yuki and Samui. With a soft thud, he set foot upon solid ground. Opening his mouth, he let the blade he had borrowed from Yueshien fall, embedding it into the stone beneath him as the oppressive black aura surrounding it gradually dissipated. Yet, the 2 blades he wielded remained shrouded in the same formidable darkness. Is this the hospitality of your hidden cloud village? Yain coldly addressed the immobile forces before him, as well as Yuki and Samui. You greet us with intentions of annihilation? That seems rather discourteous. Yuki's expression hardened slightly. Do not speak to me of courtesy. Your Leaf Village has slain 2 of our leaders on our territory. Why do you not invoke the notion of hospitality regarding those events? Yane scoffed disdainfully. The 2 you lost were attempting to kidnap my apprentice and insulted me publicly. Shouldn't they have faced consequences for their actions? Do I require your guidance in how to conduct myself? Fury ignited within Yuki, his stance shifting as he leaned forward, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. If that is the case, then what more is there to discuss? Let us battle. With a slight smile, Yane twirled his twin blades, creating a dazzling display of steel. Very well. Ninja art. Fire mouse ball. Yuki swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a pale blue, compressed flame toward Yane's face. Flames? Yane replied with derision. Black blade technique. One sword style. Flying dragon flame. With a swift motion, Yane slashed through the air with his primary blade, generating a unique blue flame that transformed into a dragon. Hurtling toward Yuki's fire mouse ball. With a resounding roar, the fire mouse ball was obliterated by the dragon's fierce bite. As the expression of sheer terror etched upon the face of the woodman intensified, the azure dragon surged fiercely toward him. Woodman. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Several cloud shinobi swiftly positioned themselves in front of the woodman, hastily forming seals. For earth flow walls rose to intercept the fiery onslaught of the dragon unleashed by Nightblade. Boom. Crack. The colossal blue flame dragon struck with tremendous force. Crashing against the 4 earth flow walls, its searing heat and razor-sharp assault obliterating them with ease. It smashed into the very spot where the woodman had stood before fleeing. With a resounding explosion, a vast charred crater emerged atop the rugged cliff. Chapter 56. One sword style. Evil Crow. Demon Hunt. First update. Breathing heavily, the woodman crouched 5 meters away from the scorched pit. Just moments prior. As the blue flame dragon shattered the earth flow walls, he sensed impending danger, managing to roll away just in time to evade Nightblade's lethal strike. A sheen of sweat began to form on his brow. The fire dragon, born from the blades slicing through the air, possessed power rivaling that of high-level ninjutsu. Is this truly the extent of this man's capabilities? Cold sweat trickled down the woodman's forehead. Suddenly, a more terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if such a strike was merely a casual blow from this man? Could our forces withstand the assault of a single individual? What purpose does our vanguard serve? Samui. With this in mind, the woodman dashed to Samui's side. Vigilantly watching Nightblade, he whispered to her, "It is evident that Nightblade's strength is indeed unfathomable, and we currently lack comprehensive intelligence on him. Therefore," he said, his gaze stern, "when I engage Nightblade, you must observe closely and record everything. Memorize his data and intelligence, and if the opportunity arises, escape and relay this information to Lord Raikage." Samui's previously icy demeanor suddenly faltered. Could this man truly be that formidable? Upon hearing Samui's inquiry, the woodman, who had just faced Nightblade, let out a bitter smile. Gradually nodding in response to her incredulous expression, Nightblade's might is unparalleled in my experience. Even the pressure exerted by Lord Raikage pales in comparison to Nightblade. Reluctantly, yet in adherence to his own understanding, the woodman provided Samui with such an answer. How is that possible? The coldness vanished from Samui's face as she instinctively covered her slightly parted mouth with her hand. With an air of disbelief, Sam murmured, "Lord Raikage's lightning armor has reached a level of unparalleled mastery. He is merely a swordsman devoid of chakra. How could he possibly surpass the Raikage, who has mastered the lightning chakra body technique? Are you certain of your perception?" "No." The wooden figure gently shook his head. "Within me resides the two tails, whose acute sensory perception cannot be mistaken. The beast informs me that this man before us, though devoid of chakra flow, exudes an aura of profound danger and terror, coursing ceaselessly within him." Sam felt a shiver run down his spine. Initially, he had thought that Nightblade's bold declaration of intent to eliminate the Raikage was mere bravado. To his astonishment, this man, adorned with twin blades at his waist, was dead serious. Furthermore, he sensed that this man's formidable strength posed a genuine threat to the Raikage if Nightblade were to falter in his approach. A flicker of determination crossed Sam's eyes as he turned to the wooden figure and spoke softly, "Please, do your utmost to stall him or manage the situation as best you can. I will observe closely from the sidelines and seize the opportunity to escape, vowing to deliver this crucial intelligence to Lord Raikage, even at the cost of my life." "Understood," the wooden figure replied with a solemn nod. "I will do my best." "Hey," Nightblade, wielding 2 massive black blades enveloped in armed color, impatiently called out to the 2 conversing figures several meters away. "What are you 2 whispering about? Are you done yet? Are we fighting or not? I'm about to fall asleep from boredom." Have you not reached a conclusion on your strategy? With a grave expression, the wooden figure slowly turned to face Nightblade. While you are indeed powerful, we have yet to reach the point where we must deliberate strategy to defeat you. Today, let us settle this matter directly, Nightblade. Nightblade yawned lightly, raising a hand to sheath the initial demon slayer, its black-armed color dissipating. Just you? In that case, I shall put away my demon slayer, for you lack any real combat power. The wooden figure paused, a flicker of agitation crossing his previously stoic face as the power of the tailed beast surged within him. With a brilliant flash, a torrent of blue, cat-like chakra erupted from the wooden figure, his restrained ponytail unfurling dramatically behind him. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of chakra shattered the stones beneath his feet into dust. Do not underestimate me. The wooden figure's eyes gradually transformed into feline slits, and it bellowed at Nightblade, I am the guardian spirit of Yunine. You two wooden beings, prepare to receive my attack. Fire release. Cat Firebolt. With a thunderous roar, dozens of chakra spheres enveloped in azure flames coalesced before the wooden figure, igniting into a fierce blaze as they surged toward Nightblade. It was merely a repetition of the previous technique, albeit with increased numbers. It would prove futile. Aye. Evil Crow. Demon Hunt. Clad in the formidable armor of armed color. The pitch-black scythe-like blade, Yin-Imo, was wielded with great speed in Nightblade's hands, slicing through the air. As the blade danced, Nightblade's form became elusive, transforming into a radiant blur of white light, steadily advancing toward the wooden figure. Swish, 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 swish. The sharp black blade effortlessly cleaved through countless blazing blue fireballs. And with a grave expression, the wooden figure witnessed Nightblade continue to descend with his strike. Humph! A bead of cold sweat trickled down the wooden figure's forehead. Gazing at the seemingly invincible black blade in Nightblade's grasp, a chilling sense of mortality enveloped her. Another tailed beast. I am here. With a mighty roar, the wooden figure summoned her two-tailed beasts, which instantly responded to her call. Half-tailed beast transformation. Good. A torrent of chakra surged and rapidly formed around the wooden figure, a thick crimson aura enveloping her, revealing the visage of a feline demon with two tails. Chapter 57. The fully transformed wooden figure. Second update. Oh, quite impressive. Nightblade, wielding the black scythe-like blade, gradually halted his offensive stride, squinting at the half-transformed wooden figure not far away, nodding slowly. Now, this is the resolve to engage in battle. Without the readiness to be cut down at any moment, you are but cannon fodder offering yourself to me. With a piercing cat-like screech, the half-tailed beast transformation enveloped the wooden figure in an impenetrable shroud of potent crimson-tailed beast chakra, her cold-slitted eyes fixated on Nightblade. Are you prepared to die beneath my blade? Nightblade remarked with a chilling smile, positioning Yin-Imo horizontally before him. A furious roar erupted from the wooden figure's throat, and in the next instant, she lunged at Nightblade, her claws extending dramatically, glinting with sharp brilliance under the sunlight. Clang! As their claws collided. Powered by the tailed beast chakra, the fierce strike was met by Nightblade's blade, producing a deafening metallic clash. Boom! The wooden figure's dual claws and the demon blade were locked in a stalemate, until suddenly, a swift kick from Nightblade struck the wooden figure squarely in the abdomen, sending it hurtling backward. The feline claws scraped deeply against the stone surface. Indeed, with a gentle flick of his right hand, Nightblade observed the wooden figure, which had fallen to all fours, and smiled faintly. In your tailed beast form, your strength is commendable, and your claws are quite sharp. Yet your methods of attack are somewhat predictable. The wooden figure, transformed into a semi-tailed beast, had nearly lost half of its consciousness. It could distinguish friend from foe, but its combat instincts were entirely surrendered to primal urges. With a swift motion, the semi-tailed beast rushed towards Nightblade, enveloped in crimson chakra. In its scarlet-slit pupils, Nightblade's demon blade magnified ominously. Clang! The resonant clash of metal echoed once more. The semi-tailed beast's claws, exhibiting remarkable hardness, could even penetrate the armor of the first-stage Susanoo as they struck forcefully against Nightblade's demon blade. With a subtle smile, Nightblade deftly parried the assault. While defending against the onslaught, he remained calm and observant, relishing the unique experience of battling a semi-tailed beast. He was in no hurry to defeat her. Rather, he was eager to test the strength of a tailed beast in this form. Nightblade smirked slightly. The power of the semi-tailed beast form was merely adequate. Although one could not assess strength solely by the number of tails, in this case, he found little motivation to engage seriously. Clang! Another claw attack was gently deflected by Nightblade. The semi-tailed beast retreated, panting heavily while maintaining her stance on all fours, her crimson pupils flickering with a hint of fear. Is this truly all you can muster in your semi-tailed beast form? Nightblade scoffed disdainfully. Shall we see what a complete tailed beast transformation can achieve? Otherwise, your chances of victory are virtually non-existent. With a fierce roar, the semi-tailed beast let out a cry of defiance. Gradually, the crimson chakra receded, revealing the wooden figure, crouched low and utterly disheveled. Her blue combat attire was partially corroded by the red chakra, exposing her fair skin beneath, which gleamed with youthful vitality. What a sight, Nightblade remarked, frowning at the tattered state of the wooden figure's attire. What do you intend to do? If you cannot win in combat, do you resort to seduction? Such behavior is rather unbecoming, don't you think? As he spoke, Yiren covered his eyes with his empty left hand, leaving a narrow slit through which he could observe the wooden figure before him. How could I, Yiren, be such a person, even if you were completely undraped? I would not spare you a second glance. Humph. Gasping for breath, the wooden figure glanced at his own state and, feeling a flush rise to his cheeks, spat at Yiren. Shameless. What? Yiren immediately lowered his hand from his eyes, looking at the wooden figure with a sense of helplessness. You call me shameless? Very well, since it has come to this, I shall show you what shamelessness truly is. Today, not only will I annihilate your Yunin vanguard, but I shall also take you. Yiren pointed at the wooden figure. And her. He gestured toward Samui, who stood at a distance, silently observing. All of you. The wooden figure's eyes widened in terror upon hearing this, for she knew all too well the extent of Yiren's capabilities after having faced him in battle. The very words he uttered were ones he could easily bring to fruition. Moreover, they would likely not even have the chance to escape, as Itachi and his companions had already scaled the cliff from behind, slowly emerging behind the allied forces of Yunin, creating a subtle pincer movement alongside Yiren. In light of this, the wooden figure bit her lip hard, glancing at the relaxed Yiren, who had not even broken a sweat. With a steely resolve, she thought to herself, there's no other choice. Tailbeast transformation. This is our last stand. Yet, the transformation would inflict severe harm upon our body. It was far too perilous. We should flee. No. The wooden figure shook her head. We have both engaged this man in battle, and we know his strength all too well. Setting aside whether we can escape from him, what shall we do about Samui? What of our vanguard? Enough talk. It is time for the tail beast transformation. I will bear all the consequences. Very well. Boom. In the instant that the wooden figure agreed to the transformation, blue feline demonic chakra surged forth from her being, expanding and twisting. Mere seconds later, a colossal blue feline apparition manifested before Yiren. Roar. I shall tear you apart. The voices of the wooden figure and her companion melded into one, as the enormous blue cat opened its gaping maw, condensing a fiery orange inferno within. Wiry Fireball. Chapter 58. Wherever the blade passes, mountains may be cleaved. Third update. Boom. The massive orange fireball, radiating a searing heat, hurtled toward Yiren's face, illuminating his stern visage. Black blade. Clang. The night blade sheathed its sword, and the entirety of the Yama's scabbard glimmered with a profound black hue, as if adorned with an armor of iron. One sword style. Death. Lion's Song. Faced with the enormous fireball hurtling towards him, the night blade slightly bent forward, a faint smile gracing his lips, while a terrifying crimson glint flickered within his pupils. A breath of hot air was slowly exhaled from his mouth. Whoosh. As the sound of the sword cutting through the air resonated, the night blade's figure vanished from sight, and the stones beneath his feet shattered explosively in the next instant. Where is he? The newly arrived Itachi and Shursui, with their three-tomo Sharingan, gazed bewilderedly at the spot where the night blade had just been. Despite the dynamic capturing abilities of the Sharingan, they could not perceive the night blade's presence at all. Clang. The sharp sound of the blade swiftly slicing through the air echoed before Yuya, as the night blade, still in a crouched stance, effortlessly traversed the massive fireball, appearing before Yuya in an instant. ZZL. In Yuya's incredulous gaze, the enormous fireball reflected in his vertical pupils was cleaved cleanly in half. Even the flame's tails were severed without a trace. What manner of monster is this, capable of easily splitting my fireball? Yuya's colossal form froze in place. In the mental realm, the wooden figure was equally astounded, beads of cold sweat trickling down its temples as it beheld the night blade through Yuya's vertical pupils. I am at a loss. The wooden figure's lips curled into a bitter smile. However, forgive me, Yuya, it said apologetically. I never anticipated our adversary would be so formidable. It appears we may meet our demise at this man's hands today. Hearing the wooden figure's words, Hyuga was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a gentle smile, he responded, "What foolishness are you speaking? We are one entity, meant to support and protect each other. Even in death, we shall face it together. This is the fate shared by us tailed beasts and you, the Jinchuriki. There is no need for apologies." Moreover, in the mental space, a fierce glint flashed across Hyuga's blue anchor-like face as he spoke solemnly to the wooden figure before him. "We have yet to reveal our trump cards. What talk of defeat is this? You mean?" The wooden figure's previously despondent demeanor shifted abruptly, as it looked up at Hyuga, who radiated confidence, and inquired, "Are we to use that move?" "Indeed." Hyuga nodded emphatically, given this man's caliber. Not only are ordinary attacks futile, but even in the complete form of a tailed beast, engaging him in close combat yields no chance of victory. We might as well make our final stand. The wooden figure within the mental realm fell silent, pondering deeply with bowed head. After a lengthy contemplation, it slowly lifted its gaze to Hyuga, concern etched upon its face. However, the power of this technique is overwhelmingly formidable, encompassing an extensive range. Even the area behind us, along with several villages, could be utterly annihilated by this move. Sighing at the concerns expressed by the wooden man, Yulu gently shook his head. "My only concern lies with our safety. As for the others, I am powerless to assist." Yulu's voice resonated with unwavering determination. "If we do not employ this technique in a desperate gamble, it is likely that not only we, but even Samui and the troops behind us would be doomed to extinction." "Very well." After a strenuous struggle, the wooden man nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Yolu's perspective. "We shall take this leap of faith." With that, the vertical pupils in Yolu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the blue chakra flames surrounding his body blazed with intensified fervor. "Hey." Nightblade gradually straightened his posture. "If you possess any other abilities, now is the time to unveil them. Otherwise, you shall only realize your regret when I am poised to strike you down." Humph. Coming back to his senses, Yolu let out a cold snort through his nostrils. "I acknowledge your strength and concede that, as the two tails. I am indeed no match for you in close combat. However, what if I choose not to engage you in close quarters?" The yin-yang chakra surrounding Yolu swiftly fluctuated and coalesced. "Higi," Nightblade chuckled softly, observing the chakra sphere gradually forming at Yolu's lips. "Composed of yin-yang chakra in a ratio of 28. I was wondering what novel trick you had up your sleeve. So it turns out to be a tailed beast ball." Nightblade rolled his eyes, lightly resting his right hand on the hilt of his sword, and taunted, "Do you really think you can claim my life with such a trivial creation? That would be rather childish, wouldn't it?" Just a moment. With a soft thud, Nightblade slowly turned away, presenting his back to Yolu, who was gathering the immense tailed beast ball, and leisurely walked back to his original position. Step by step, Nightblade walked calmly on the black stone floor. Upon reaching a pile of shattered stones, he scratched his head in contemplation, muttering to himself, "Where on earth did that blade of Yuin go? It truly vexes me." As he crouched down, Nightblade began to sift through the rubble. At that very moment, the colossal tailed beast ball in Yolu's mouth had fully coalesced, aimed directly at the crouching Nightblade, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Die. Tailed beast ball. Chief. Nightblade. Boss." The trio, including Uchiha Itachi, instantly felt a wave of dread emanating from the monumental energy contained within the tailed beast ball, even from a distance. Should it strike them directly, survival would be all but impossible. As the purple-tailed beast orb shot forth from the mouth of Ri, hurtling towards the crouched figure of Yrn, a subtle smile graced his lips as he rose to his feet. At last, with a sharp snap, the blade, enveloped in armed color, was seized by Yrn's mouth, while the swords Gitch and Yinma rested in his hands. The gentle breeze caressed Yrn's silvery hair as he tilted his head, aligning the three blades together. Black blade path, white tiger seal, severing mountain. With a resounding clang, the sound of blades echoed. A magnificent white tiger, adorned with intricate black patterns, materialized before the gathered edges of Yrn's swords. It promptly extended its colossal paw and swiped forward with tremendous force. With a swift motion, the tailed beast orb, which had just reached Yrn, was cleaved in two. But that was not the end. The tailed beast formed Ri fixed its gaze, and with a piercing claw, it penetrated the tailed beast orb directly, grasping onto its own form. After a deafening scream, the immense body of Ri vanished, leaving behind only the unconscious Ymeren on the ground. With a resounding clang, a thunderous crash echoed as, in the eyes of the astonished onlookers, the stunning blow that severed the tailed beast orb and toppled the two tails surged forth into the distance, cleaving a mountain in twain. Click! YRN sheathed his dual swords, a faint smile blooming upon his lips. Where the blade passes, mountains may be felled. Chapter 59. What price are you willing to pay? First update, crack. Several kilometers away, the towering peak was neatly sliced off by YRN's white tiger seal, cascading down to the base of the mountain in a breathtaking spectacle. Amidst the shocked expressions of the crowd, debris slowly descended to the ground. A thunderous crash reverberated from afar, accompanied by a sudden eruption of dust, akin to the shockwave of an explosion, sweeping across the faces of the onlookers and YRN's silvery hair. Lord Wymurin. The ninjas of Yunin gaped at the two fallen Wymurin, unconscious on the ground, and immediately cried out her name. Yet, the disheveled Wymurin had succumbed, entirely unconscious. He has killed Lord Wymurin. A ninja from Yunin pointed at YRN and shouted, "We must avenge Lord Wymurin. Kill him. Everyone attack." The ninjas of Yunin erupted into a frenzy, witnessing the seemingly lifeless Wymurin on the ground. All drew their weapons and charged towards YRN. "Come at me." YRN smiled faintly. As the remaining blade of Mao Washiyan was enveloped in armed color, its blade transforming into a pitch-black hue. A chilling aura emanated from the blade. "Come at me. Today. At the gates of your land of lightning, I shall send each of you from Yunin into the depths of hell." The Nightblade effortlessly tore off the white martial arts uniform from his upper body, revealing a canvas of intricate scars and well-defined muscles. With a cold smirk, he regarded the approaching Yunin forces. Whoosh! The nearest Yunin ninjas surged towards him, adept in ninjutsu and lightning techniques, their blades crackling with blue and white energy. Slash! Die! The three elite Yunin shinobi lunged at Nightblade with their blades drawn. Their strength was inadequate, their weapons subpar. Break! A light reprimand escaped Nightblade's lips as he gently shook his head, the narrow blade enveloped in his armed color haki, slicing through the air like a crescent moon. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of blades clashing rang out. In disbelief, the three Yunin elite shinobi watched as their lightning-infused blades shattered upon contact with Nightblade's weapon, splintering into fragments. Subsequently, in their astonishment, the momentum of Nightblade's strike continued unabated, slicing through their midsections. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth, severing them in twain. "Masters!" They roared in unison, driven by fury. The subsequent ninjas surged forward, their eyes glinting with crimson, their pace quickening once more as they charged at Nightblade. "Kill him. We are numerous. We need not fear them. Eliminate them. Let them perish. All who invade the land of lightning, perish." The blood-red-eyed ninjas continued their relentless assault on Nightblade, encircling him atop the vast, desolate cliff. Bang! Whoosh! The dull thud of impact and the sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone echoed around Nightblade, as figures were sent hurtling in all directions. Knees, legs, elbows, fists, rising strikes, downward thrusts, cleaving slashes, horizontal cuts, Iajutsu, crescent arcs. Nightblade's pupils turned crimson, his bronzed muscles quivering slightly, as the intense exertion and rapid movement caused steam to billow from his body. "Ha ha ha!" Nightblade erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Come, keep coming. Your skills are far from sufficient. All of you, together." One after another, ninjas were sent flying by his blades, dizzy from these strikes, their skulls crushed by his fists, and their organs pierced by his elbows. Countless Yunin warriors lay defeated at Nightblade's feet. Yet, apart from the perspiration rising in steam, not a hint of fatigue was evident on him, let alone any signs of injury. Mizuki Saigen rubbed her eyes. At first glance, it appeared that the Yunin forces had surrounded their leader, but upon closer inspection, it seemed the leader had singularly encircled the entire Yunin army. Moreover, why does it seem as though the leader has only just begun to warm up? Indeed, beside him, Shui felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. At this rate, the average person would have long since exhausted their strength and perished, yet our leader appears to thrive even more fiercely in the midst of battle. What should we do? Itachi observed the crowd, which was being effortlessly overturned by the Nightblade, and felt a surge of eagerness. Should we not join in and warm up as well? No. Shui shot a glance at Itachi, his eyelids twitching. "I certainly will not. The leader can navigate the crowd with unparalleled ease and vigor. Do you think you can do the same? I dare say that the moment we step into the fray, all the hatred directed at the leader will be completely transferred to us. With our current capabilities, we cannot match the leader's prowess against 1,000 foes." Shui gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Let us observe from here. Should any stragglers emerge, it is our responsibility to apprehend them. Very well. Under Shirshue's counsel, Itachi ultimately relinquished the notion of plunging into the crowd for an exhilarating battle. The three of them stood together, blocking the soul escape route for the Yunin. Shadows danced and blades glimmered. Within less than 10 minutes of the Night Blade's onslaught, over half of the Yunin's ninja forces lay vanquished, leaving Samui, who was lurking nearby, in a state of utter disarray. Stop. Night Blade, cease your actions. Swish, swish, swish. The Night Blade's gaze did not linger on Samui's face for even a fleeting moment. When the thrill of battle reached its zenith, he effortlessly drew forth 2 additional swords, cleaving through the crowd like a tornado unleashed. Night Blade. A momentary look of despair flashed across Samui's icy countenance. Cease your actions. Lord Nightblade, I implore you to stop. Whoosh. Just as Samui's plea echoed, the Night Blade soared above the crowd, alighting upon a towering rock, half crouching as he regarded Samui from a distance with a faint smile. You are Samui? Why do you ask me to halt? The Night Blade from Konohagakure. In this encounter, we of Yunin concede defeat. I beseech you to refrain from further slaughtering our ninjas. Concede defeat? The Night Blade chuckled softly, gazing at Samui as though he were a simpleton. Conceding defeat must possess a semblance of formality, must it not? What price are you willing to pay? Chapter 60. Joining the Shadow Organization. Second update. Price? Samui stood bewildered, staring at the Night Blade, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean by price? Heh. The Night Blade, perched upon the colossal stone, smiled gently and addressed the voluptuous Samui. Is there truly a need to inquire? As the vanquished, the price you must pay may not be essential for me, but it is undoubtedly your most treasured possession. Do you grasp my meaning? Sam's expression shifted dramatically, his pale blue eyes fixated on Night Blade as he spoke slowly. I possess nothing of value, only my life, which you may take at your discretion. However, I have a modest request. Night Blade smiled and nodded, gesturing for Sam to continue. If you desire to claim the lives of both me and the wooden figures, I implore you to release these innocent cloud-hidden ninjas. Night Blade remained silent, perched upon the towering rock, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he observed Sam eloquently articulating his plea below. Lord Samui, you need not sacrifice yourself for our sake. This individual is our adversary. I shall not flee even to the last moment. Let us rise. Let us slay Night Blade. The lives of the cloud-hidden ninjas rested in their own hands. Charge. Silence. Samui's powerful voice rang out, commanding authority from his position atop the rock. He then turned, addressing the oncoming cloud-hidden ninjas rushing towards him. Do you not comprehend? Each of you is an indispensable force for our village. If you sacrifice yourselves in this battle, who shall protect our village? Who shall safeguard Lord Raikage? So cease this madness. Upon hearing his words, the advancing ninjas halted abruptly, a flicker of frustration crossing their faces. Yet, beneath that frustration lay a renewed recognition of their responsibilities as ninjas, the essence of the ninja way they were sworn to uphold, to protect the Raikage. The leading cloud-hidden Jainin glanced at the fallen wooden figures, unconscious and unaware of their fate, then turned to the humbled Samui before Night Blade. Letting out a pained cry, we shall avenge our esteemed leaders. Enough. Night Blade interjected, boredly cleaning his ear with his pinky, his gaze fixated on the impassioned cloud-hidden ninjas. Did you presume you could depart without my consent? Itachi, Shirzue, Yuya. Now. The three voices resounded sharply from a distance behind the cloud-hidden ninjas. Their piercing gazes fixed on Night Blade atop the massive stone. In unison, they called out, Please, give your orders. Night Blade smiled faintly, tossing the sword that belonged to Yuzuki Yuya in their direction. The blade struck the stone before Yuya with a resounding clang, and only then did Night Blade speak. From this moment forth, any cloud-hidden ninja daring to flee without my command shall be met with lethal force, regardless of their identity. Indeed, the three of them fervently pledged their allegiance. They then turned and positioned themselves on the sole route behind all the cloud-hidden ninjas, poised to strike at those attempting to escape, their killing intent palpable. Ha ha. Night Blade threw back his head in laughter, then lowered it to regard the visibly distressed Yuzuki Saigen, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. You cloud-hidden are surrounded by the four of us. Lord Night Blade, I have stated before. Samui glanced grimly at Night Blade atop the stone peak and spoke again, his tone neither servile nor haughty. It is not just I. There is also Yoru, and we are both willing to bear the consequences. Whether to kill or to maim, we leave it to your discretion. However, in exchange, I implore you to spare the other ninjas of Cloud Hidden, for they have already surrendered. Oh, Night Blade smiled faintly. Just because they surrendered, must I spare their lives? Who decreed that those who yield should be treated with kindness? Do not forget, the victors are the strong, while the defeated are the weak. What right do the weak have to impose conditions upon the strong? Samwy's eyes widened, and he looked at Nightblade, his body trembling slightly. A beautiful yet proud visage marred by unwillingness and a hint of despairing fear. What must you do to spare the ninjas behind me? Ha ha. Nightblade smiled slightly. Since you ask, I shall reveal your sole option. You must bring Yoru into my shadow organization, thus severing ties with Cloud Hidden Village. Only then will I spare the remaining wretches of Cloud Hidden. You. Who do you deem a wretch? Nightblade, your arrogance knows no bounds. Silence. Samwy immediately turned to the Cloud Hidden ninjas behind him and bellowed, before facing Nightblade once more, his countenance steady as he threatened. Lord Nightblade, if you were merely to kill me, there might still be room for reconciliation between you and Cloud Hidden Village. However, if you insist on forcing us into your shadow organization, do you believe you can withstand the entirety of Cloud Hidden Village's might? Heh. Nightblade smiled faintly, dismissing Samwy with a wave of his hand. That is not for you to ponder. I have already come this far, having slain so many of your ninjas. Does it truly matter whether I spare you? Samwy, enough. My patience is wearing thin. You have little time left to contemplate your decision, so make haste, before I grow impatient for your answer. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Samwy's smooth forehead. The situation had escalated to this point, and she suddenly found clarity. As a member of Cloud Hidden Village, she was compelled to join Nightblade's organization to save her fellow villagers. This can be considered as the savior of the village. Furthermore, everyone witnessed the scene where Nightblade was coerced. Lord Rakage is unlikely to hold a grudge against me, as long as I endure for a while. When Lord Rakage arrives to rescue me, it will be Nightblade's demise. Very well. I accept. Chapter 61. No match in combat. Third update, hee. Observing the suddenly calm and expressionless Samwy who had agreed to his terms, Nightblade revealed a knowing smile. Excellent. Gently clapping his hands, Nightblade sheathed his twin blades, allowing his aura of dominance to gradually dissipate, and he leaped down from the large boulder. Approaching Samwy, he declared, since you have acquiesced to my request, you are now a member of our shadow organization. I am the leader of this organization. Come, address me as leader so I may hear it. With a cold demeanor, Samwy held back for a long while before reddening his face and reluctantly uttering the title of leader to Nightblade. Ah, splendid. Nightblade chuckled heartily, placing a hand on Samwy's shoulder, the force of which sent gentle ripples through his ample form. I promise you. Nightblade turned to the throng of Cloud Ninja gathered behind him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke aloud. Itachi, Shirzue, Setsuna, clear a path. Let them pass. Samwy and the wooden man will remain. With a dismissive smile, Nightblade regarded the agitated Cloud Ninjas and reiterated, the path to your departure lies behind you. However, I grant you only 3 minutes. Should anyone linger beyond this time? Then, a flicker of crimson light glinted in Nightblade's eyes. You shall still meet your end. We cannot leave. A brave Cloud Ninja shouted defiantly at Nightblade. Indeed, we will not abandon Lord Samwy and the Wooden Man. To do so would be beneath the honor of a ninja. We will not flee. With the first voice raised, the remaining Cloud Ninjas echoed their indignation. We cannot prioritize our own escape. If Lord Samwy and the Wooden Man cannot accompany us, we would rather remain. We will not leave. Hee. Nightblade leaned casually against the massive stone behind him, nonchalantly picking up a shuriken from the ground to groom his nails, all the while addressing the assembled Cloud Ninjas without raising his gaze. It matters not whether you choose to leave or stay. However, the time Samwy has procured for you is only 3 minutes. Oh no, now there are merely 2 minutes remaining. Hearing Nightblade's unwavering tone, the Cloud Ninjas fell silent, their previous fervor dissipating into an abrupt stillness. Samwy anxiously urged, everyone, cease your shouting. You must hurry. You have but 2 minutes left. Do not let the efforts of myself and Lord Wymurin go to waste. Return swiftly to the hidden Cloud Village. Inform Lord Rakage of the situation here, so that he may prepare accordingly. That is your duty. Under the emotionless words of Nightblade and the desperate pleas of Samwy, some of the ninjas from the hidden cloud began to waver. Perhaps we should depart quickly. We cannot allow the sacrifices of Samwy and Lord Wymurin to be in vain. If we relay the intelligence back to the hidden Cloud Village, it would honor the sacrifices of both lords. Nonsense. You are fleeing the battlefield, sacrificing your comrades to save your own skin. Are you even a ninja? What does being a ninja matter? Our duty is to protect Lord Rakage. If we fail to convey the information from here, Not only will the sacrifices of Lord Wymurin and Samui be for naught, but our own sacrifices will be meaningless as well. It would be a senseless loss. I agree. So do I. Let us go. We must retreat quickly. We cannot allow the sacrifices of Lord Wymurin and Samui to be in vain. Within mere seconds, all the ninjas from the hidden cloud reached a consensus and, tearfully, they retreated together. The entire process took less than a minute. The speed at which they fled prompted Nightblade to think of a phrase. Orders must be obeyed. He scoffed derisively, observing the now desolate battlefield atop the cliff, and disdainfully remarked to Samui, "Do you truly believe these people are worth saving?" Humph. Lord Wymurin regained his icy demeanor, huffing heavily at Nightblade. The world of ninjas is no different from that of commoners. There are both good and bad ninjas. However, regardless of their nature, as long as they belong to the hidden cloud village, their purpose remains unchanged, to protect Lord Raikage. This has nothing to do with whether they are worthy of salvation. It solely pertains to whether saving them will yield greater benefits for the village, nothing more. Nightblade smiled slightly at the composed Samui. You are indeed a level-headed woman. You would make an excellent strategist for our shadow organization. Henceforth, you shall serve as our temporary strategist, always considering the organization's interests. Humph. Samui snorted coldly, her arms crossing over her chest, her demeanor exuding defiance. Enough. Nightblade glanced at the cold Samui before turning and calling out to the distant Yuzuki Yuin. Yuin, take Lord Wymurin with you. We shall depart. Understood. Nestled upon a peninsula surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, the only route to enter or exit the Land of Lightning is a singular, colossal gorge known as the Death Canyon, traversing through the Land of Rice. At this moment, within the confines of the Raikage's office in the hidden cloud village, a towering figure reclines on a sofa, perusing a dossier that has been submitted to him. His right hand, adorned with iron bracers, trembles slightly. What on earth is happening? Both Wymujin and Samui have been captured? Did you all manage to escape? The 4th Raikage glared fiercely at the kneeling shinobi from the hidden cloud, his voice booming with intensity. I provided you with a formidable ninja force capable of severely crippling the Hidden Leaf village, yet you now tell me that the assailant was merely Yat? Do you presume I am so senile that I cannot see the truth? No, that is not the case, Lord Raikage. The Jainin replied, quaking with fear. Although it may be difficult for you to believe, it was indeed only Yat who acted. He first defeated Lord Wymujin, then utilized an extraordinary technique that surpassed our lightning release swordsmanship, utterly decimating our ninja forces. We did not even manage to engage him in a single confrontation. Chapter 62. Where are the hot springs abundant with maidens? Not a single confrontation. The Raikage's voice roared like thunder, nearly toppling the very walls of his office. His eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the trembling Jainin before him. Why yes. Gritting his teeth, the Jainin affirmed once more to the Raikage. At that time, there were 4 individuals accompanying Yat, yet he was the only one who engaged in combat. He single-handedly dismantled our ninja brigade. Is that truly the case? Thud. As the Jainin's words fell, the Raikage's expression froze momentarily. He then sank back into the sofa, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in contemplation. A flicker of fear began to stir within him, not for his own safety, but for the future of the Hidden Cloud village. If they had provoked another adversary, or if Yat were merely an insignificant threat, then they could accept the consequences. As they had planned to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from the Hidden Leaf at any cost, regardless of the number of leaf ninjas they had to eliminate. However, this unexpected newcomer, Yat, was not a target to be easily bullied. His prowess exceeded that of the entire Hidden Leaf, and he wielded the strength of a formidable army even while accompanied by 3 others, capable of operating freely against any nation. It was akin to a barefoot individual unafraid of confronting one in shoes. And this barefoot individual was indeed more formidable than his shod counterpart. How can we contend with this? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the Raikage finally rose from the couch, his aura no longer exuding the oppressive weight it once did, which allowed the kneeling Jonin to exhale in relief. Please, enlighten me about the other 3 individuals, he requested. The kneeling Jonin, after a brief moment of reflection, respectfully replied. The first of the accompanying ninjas appears to be a young man who once joined the Anbu of Konohagakure, known as Yuzuki Yuing. Ah, the Raikage nodded. The name Yuzuki Yuing was not widely recognized, and he had not heard of him before. And the second? The second is a prodigious ninja from the Uchiha clan, known as Shursui of the Body Flicker. What? The Raikage was taken aback. Shursui was renowned throughout the 5 great nations, and anyone who had encountered him would not forget his formidable prowess. Although his brother, Killer Bee, often resided in the Kumogakure, he still possessed some knowledge of the man bearing the title of Shui. During this war, has Shui engaged in combat? Have you deduced his capabilities? The Jonin's expression grew troubled. No. Nightblade single-handedly defeated the esteemed Lord of the Hidden Leaf and obliterated our entire ninja army, while Shui remained under Nightblade's command, guarding the rear and blocking our only escape route. Thus he did not engage in battle. Very well, the Raikage nodded, furrowing his brow as he pressed on. And who was the final individual? The Jonin hesitated, casting a glance at the Raikage's displeased demeanor before murmuring, "The last one is Itachi Uchiha." The Raikage was momentarily stunned and then inquired, "In a four-man squad, two are prodigious members of the Uchiha clan? Nightblade has brought these two forth, and neither the Leaf nor the Uchiha have intervened?" The Jonin's face flushed with discomfort as he appeared torn between speaking and remaining silent, ultimately casting a pleading glance towards Tsuchikage, who stood beside the Raikage. Ahem. Tsuchikage softly cleared his throat to capture the Raikage's attention and then gently addressed him. "To be candid, both the Leaf and the Uchiha clan have previously made earnest attempts to thwart Nightblade's plans. Moreover, it was mentioned in the letter we received from the Leaf, though you, in your usual impatience, Lord Raikage, may not have taken note." Humph. The Raikage was momentarily taken aback, crossing his arms as he turned at Tsuchikage and asked, "Then please explain why the Leaf and the Uchiha clan's efforts to impede him were unsuccessful?" According to reports from our intelligence operatives embedded within the Leaf, during a collective meeting in the Hokage's office, Nightblade, serving as a temporary advisor, decisively kicked the opposing advisor, Shikamaru Nara, out of the window. He then threatened the Hokage, ultimately gaining the support of everyone for his plan. The Uchiha clan similarly dared not voice any opposition. Raikage furrowed his brows. "This hot-tempered youth bears a striking resemblance to me. Were it not for our adversarial relationship, I would genuinely like to share a drink with him. Damn it, Raikage-sama. Please be mindful of your words and actions." "Oh right." The Raikage gestured towards Mabui, who stood to the side. "Please inform Kurabi, currently at the Cloud Thunder Gorge, to come see me at once. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." "Understood." Mabui nodded and promptly exited the office. The Raikage's gaze sharpened. "Urahashi, what exactly are you planning in my hidden cloud village?" Swish, swish, swish. 5 figures, no, 6, one being carried on another's shoulder, swiftly made their way towards the distant town. "I say, Samui," Urahashi remarked, glancing at the ethereal figure of Samui, her attire billowing as if mountains were rolling like waves. A slight smile graced his lips. "I've heard that your land of lightning is renowned for its hot springs. What do you say we pay a visit this evening?" Upon hearing the mention of hot springs, Itachi, Shui, and Yugugo recalled the incident when Urahashi and Jiraiya had disrupted a hot spring pool, a shiver running down their spines as they exchanged sympathetic glances with Samui. "Humph, what else with the huffing?" Urahashi retorted, his tone icy as he fixed his gaze on Samui. "Do not forget, you are our captive. Should you defy me, I will not merely end your life. I will annihilate the ninjas of your hidden cloud village. Do not test my patience. I ask you once more, where are the famed hot springs?" Taken aback, Samui, feeling utterly wronged, responded, I will take you there." Chapter 63, The Fury of Samui. Second update, the Land of Lightning. One of the 5 great ninja nations is established amidst towering peaks, shrouded in mist and resonating with deafening thunder. It is home to both the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The villagers predominantly possess dark skin, excelling in swordsmanship and lightning techniques, with the practice of body techniques being particularly prevalent. For instance, the 4th Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki are paragons of such arts. As a land where mountains and seas converge, the most abundant specialty of the Land of Lightning is its widely distributed hot spring regions. Samui led Urahashi and his party to one of the most illustrious hot springs in the entire Land of Lightning, the Yamakayo Hot Spring. With a gentle stretch, Urahashi, clad in a white martial arts uniform, exhaled softly. "The recent skirmish truly left me drenched in perspiration, and I find myself eagerly anticipating a rejuvenating soak in the hot spring. It appears quite splendid indeed." By my side, Yuzuki Yuka nodded in agreement, gazing at the grand traditional Japanese edifice before us, from which billowing white mist emanated. Yuka inhaled deeply, detecting a hint of aromatic spices in the air, exuding a soothing fragrance. "The hot springs of the Land of Thunder are indeed remarkable, far surpassing those of our Land of Fire. Miss Samui, may I trouble you to elucidate the methods of utilizing the springs here?" Samui, harboring a favorable impression of the girl, Yuka nodded gently and replied. Due to the unique topography and climate, the Land of Thunder boasts the highest number of hot springs among the 5 great nations. Consequently, various methods of enjoying these springs have emerged. One such method involves the addition of fresh milk, which aids the girls of the Land of Thunder in maintaining their skin, allowing it to remain splendid even under abundant sunlight. Oh? Nightblade nodded, casting a few glances at Samui. Is it akin to your own? Samui. Humph. With a disdainful huff, Samui crossed her arms and glanced at Nightblade. Mine is innate. Oh, Nightblade nodded. Please, continue your introduction. The second method of enjoying the hot springs is the preferred choice for travelers from other nations visiting the Land of Thunder. People often rent a private hot spring room within a secure facility, seamlessly combining the experience of soaking with accommodation. Various ways to enjoy the springs are available, with dedicated hot spring masters to enhance your experience, although the cost is several times higher than the average rate. Regarding the price, Nightblade smiled slightly. There is no need for concern. My salary as a consultant in Konoha has already been prepaid for this month. Even if I were to stay here daily, it would pose no issue. Oh? Shirzue was momentarily taken aback. Lord Leader, what is the remuneration for your consultancy in Konoha? Nightblade hesitated, scratching his head as he responded to Shirzue. Not much, really, merely 100,000 ryo per month. Sighing, Nightblade reflected on the matter. In hindsight, requesting only 100,000 ryo from Sarutobi Hizashi was indeed rather modest. I should have asked for a bit more. Shirzue, when I served as the captain of the Anbu, with mission rewards included, I barely earned a little over 80,000 per month. Leader sigh. The disparities between people can be disheartening. With a sudden turn, Shirzue looked at the Uchiha Itachi beside him, smiling as he patted Itachi's shoulder. Brother, how much do you earn in a month? Itachi, with missions included, just a little over 40,000. Huh. The smile returned to Shirzue's face. Although he could not compete with the leader's wealth, he still had more than enough compared to Itachi. In stark contrast to Shirzue's hearty laughter, Itachi was left utterly bewildered. Brother Shirzue, are you not my senior? You are my mentor and dear brother. Why this sudden turn of events? Haha, enough of that. Weren't we supposed to enjoy the hot springs? Let us go. Nightblade chuckled, giving a friendly pat to the somewhat disheartened Itachi, while his other hand grasped the slightly hesitant hand of Yusuke, leading them gently toward the entrance of the hot spring establishment. Boss, let us have 4 rooms. Nightblade tossed a pouch of coins toward the proprietor with a smile. Certainly. The owner assessed the group and scrutinized their attire. You gentlemen do not appear to be locals from the Land of Lightning, do you? Indeed, Nightblade nodded. We hail from the Land of Fire, here for a holiday. We heard your hot springs are the finest, hence our visit. A glint of shrewdness flickered in the owner's eyes. Very well, for rooms it is. Here are the room number tags. Please take good care of them. Nightblade accepted the tags with a slight smile. These should be the best 4 rooms, correct? The owner paused. Nightblade then waved the room tags in the air. If they are not satisfactory, I shall end you. The owner, startled by Nightblade's menacing aura, trembled and swiftly snatched the room tags from Nightblade's hand, then, with cold sweat trickling down his brow, replaced them with 4 new tags. Ahem. I had mistakenly given you the wrong ones. These are indeed the finest hot spring rooms. Wishing you all a delightful stay. Rolling his eyes, Nightblade turned to leave with the 4 room tags in hand. After encountering such antics in the world of pirates, could he truly be swindled again in the world of Naruto? Wait. Samui suddenly interjected, her demeanor icy as she blocked Nightblade's path. There are 6 of us. Why have you only booked 4 rooms? Nightblade smirked at Samui. As for you two, being our temporary captives, you have yet to join my Akatsuki. Why should I grant you a separate room, thus creating an opportunity for your escape? You. Fine. Samui begrudgingly nodded. 4 rooms will suffice. But Yuki and I shall share a room with this female ninja. Nightblade smiled slightly. That will not do either. What? Samui crossed her arms, glaring daggers at Nightblade, her eyes ablaze. Are you suggesting that we share a room with you? Sighing, Nightblade nodded. Indeed, that is precisely what I intend. Sammy trembled with indignation, his body shaking as if stirred by gentle waves. I refuse. Chapter 64. Here lies the Yunlei Gorge. You refuse? Nightblade regarded the coldly crossed-armed Sam with a malicious glint in his eyes, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Indeed, Sam glared defiantly at Nightblade. Rather than endure your insults, you might as well take my life with a single strike. Nightblade sighed softly, lifting his foot to saunter toward the entrance of the hot spring establishment. It appears you have forgotten my previous words. I stated that you are now our captive. You possess no authority to make decisions, not even over your own life or death. So, should you refuse me?" Nightblade stepped outside, turning to face the stunned Sammy with a chilling smile. "I shall hunt down your hidden ninjas. Wait here." With that, Nightblade strode out into the distance. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Wait. Wait. Sammy summoned his courage and shouted after the retreating figure of Nightblade. "I am willing to share a room with you." His face flushed crimson. He lowered his gaze and called out loudly, trembling vehemently from the weight of his own words. His perfect physique became unmistakably evident amidst the gentle quivering. "Come back." His last plea was barely a whisper. Soft footsteps returned before Sam-e, and Nightblade smiled as he gently lifted Sam-e's chin, brushing aside the hair by her face. "Now, I assent this better? Look at you. If only you had agreed sooner, we wouldn't have had to resort to threats. Come, lead the wooden figure inside with me and assist me in undressing for a bath." To be fair, Nightblade's request for Sam-e to help him bathe was no jest. He genuinely desired her assistance. For instance, at that very moment, Nightblade reclined partially in the steamy hot spring, while a blushing Sam-e, head bowed, diligently scrubbed his back. Her alluring figure shimmered enigmatically in the mist, igniting the imagination. "Sam-e, as a ninja, you ought to put more effort into this back scrub. Are you even trying?" "I am putting in a lot of effort," Sam-e protested. Nightblade turned incredulously towards her, noting her attire, which was already half-soaked from the steam. He earnestly advised her, "You've made a considerable effort? I've told you many times, little E. I harbor no intention of gazing upon your body, nor will I cast a single glance in your direction. There is no need for you to feel anxious or shy. Grasp the bath towel firmly and scrub with vigor. Do you understand? Loosen up a bit." "Very well." Sammy, blushing, reached out to tousle her slightly damp hair and nodded. With both hands, she diligently resumed scrubbing Nightblade's back. "Ah, that's the spirit. Right there. Apply a bit more pressure. It has been ages since I enjoyed such a delightful bath. And I have decided that you shall be my personal bath attendant within our shadow organization." "Ah, how delightful." An hour later, within Nightblade's chamber, the shadow organization convened, including the captured Sam-e and the wooden figure, all seated in a circle upon the floor. After an afternoon's passage, the wooden figure slowly awoke. Upon learning of her capture, a wave of despair washed over her, and throughout the night, her gaze toward Nightblade was filled with loathing. Ahem. Nightblade cast a glance at the wooden figure, who was fixated on him, and gently cleared his throat. "You needn't stare so intently. To the victor belong the spoils. And you mustn't falter in defeat." "Humph." The wooden figure was taken aback, then turned her head away with a soft huff. "Well then, let us convene for a brief meeting to strategize our forthcoming plans," Nightblade said with a smile, glancing at Chien, Itachi, and Shirzue. With a rustle, Shirzue nodded and then unfurled a detailed map of the Land of Thunder upon the wooden floor, pointing to a specific location as he spoke. "Chief, observe here. This is the Death Gorge, the site where we initially clashed with the wooden figure." With a serious expression, Shirzue glided his finger along the map to another point, eliciting expressions of horror from both the wooden figure and Sammy. Shirzue addressed Nightblade, stating, "Our next objective shall be the Raikage office. Chief, when shall we depart?" Upon hearing Shirzue's words, Nightblade did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow and lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the map for something, occasionally pointing here and there, only to retract his hand and scratch his head in contemplation. This left Shirzue and the others bewildered, unsure of Nightblade's intentions, but hesitant to inquire. They could only wait anxiously. At that moment, the wooden figure and Sam-e exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Worried that Nightblade's forthcoming decision might align with Shirzue's to charge directly toward the Raikage office. After several tense seconds, Nightblade released a gentle sigh and slowly shook his head amidst the diverse thoughts of the gathered individuals. "No, we shall not proceed to the Raikage office." Sam and Yomu both let out a long sigh, then embraced each other tightly, their faces alight with joy. "Why?" Jishue was somewhat perplexed. "We have traversed the Death Gorge. Now, while the iron is hot, let us directly topple the headquarters of Yunin. This is the most optimal plan, time-efficient, and astonishingly effective." "Indeed." Yura nodded at Jishue. "I comprehend your thoughts, yet there is someone I wish to meet. The matter of defeating Raikage can be set aside for now." "Oh." Jishue was taken aback. "Who is this person deserving of your special attention, leader?" "Hee hee." Yurin smiled faintly. with a graceful gesture. He pointed to a specific area on the map and slowly spoke to the others. Yunlei Gorge. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Yiren smiled slightly. It is said he is a formidable ninja skilled in physical techniques, as well as an adept practitioner of the eight-sword style, mastering the art of the blade with exceptional finesse. I wish to meet him. Jishui hesitated, reaching out to grasp Yiren's right hand, gently redirecting his finger to another location on the map, awkwardly stating, Leader, I understand your reasoning, but this is indeed Yunlei Gorge. Chapter 65. A single statement that nearly incited a bloodbath. First update. Yiren was taken aback, then followed Jishui's gaze to a small area on the map. His finger trembling slightly. Maintaining a serious expression, he replied earnestly, Yes, I am aware. It is precisely this location. Yiren lightly tapped the map. I was merely testing the three of you on your familiarity with this map, and it appears Jishui is quite well acquainted with it. Excellent. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. Yiren nodded, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired, observing the strange expressions of those around him, and stated solemnly, Ahem. Rather than seeking trouble with Raikage, I would prefer to first visit Yunlei Gorge and meet Killer Bee. I am greatly intrigued by his proficiency in physical techniques and the eight-sword style, as well as the eight tails, Gyuki, and I believe, Yiren looked at Itachi, Jishui, and Shiyin, noticing their peculiar expressions, and whispered, You three must be looking forward to it as well. Humph. Before Itachi and the others could voice their questions about why they would also be eager to seek out Killer Bee first, Yomu, standing nearby, scoffed derisively at Yiren. Some people clearly do not know the way, yet concoct such flimsy excuses. Truly disappointing. Under the dim light, Yiren's expression suddenly darkened. Beneath the pristine, white martial arts uniform, the body began to tremble slightly, causing the two blades at the waist to sway and emit a resonant clang. What did you say? Please repeat that, Jishui said, momentarily taken aback. In an instant, Itachi and Yu Shiyin, who were kneeling beside him, became flustered. They exchanged a glance, swiftly arriving at the most prudent decision. Itachi grasped Nightblade's left arm while Jishui seized his right. Yu Shiyin was even more direct. She reached out and firmly clutched Nightblade's thigh, addressing him earnestly. Stay calm, leader. The Yumu people are unaware of the truth. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. Please do not harm her. Nightblade remained unfazed. Despite the three's earnest attempts to restrain him, he calmly extended his right hand towards the weapon at his waist. That, Jishui exclaimed, watching as Nightblade slowly drew his blade. He raised his voice, Leader, the Yumu people and Samui are crucial captives for us. And it was you who insisted they join our shadow organization. Killing them would mean losing them forever. Nightblade hesitated momentarily, under the expectant gazes of the others. He gradually returned the Yinma to its sheath with a soft clank. Jishui exhaled softly, glancing at the Yumu people and Samui, who sat across from them, dumbfounded and paralyzed by Nightblade's imposing presence. Yumu, you must refrain from speaking like that in the future. The leader despises such remarks. And you must remember that such words should never be uttered again, lest they lead to dire consequences. What did I say? Yumu blinked, having been so intimidated by Nightblade's overwhelming aura that she completely forgot her previous words. Suddenly, she turned to see Nightblade's expression had softened somewhat. And it dawned on her. Oh, I remember now. I was saying that you were a road. Before she could finish, Samui quickly covered Yumu's mouth with her hand, embarrassment flooding her expression as she glanced nervously at Nightblade and the others, who were on the brink of breaking a cold sweat. I apologize. Please continue your discussion as if we are not here, she said awkwardly, forcing a smile. Jishui, Itachi, Yu Shiyin, Jishui looked at Nightblade, eager to shift the topic. Leader, you mentioned that we would be seeking the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. What does that entail? Itachi and Shiyin also turned their gazes toward Nightblade, their faces filled with anticipation. Nightblade smiled faintly. I cannot disclose the reason just yet. You will understand once we meet the Eight Tails. But be prepared, for. Nightblade chuckled slyly. Such an experience is not something everyone can possess. Jishui paused for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Very well then. Rising to his feet, Yiren looked at the group seated on the ground and smiled. Let's conclude our gathering for today. Everyone should rest well tonight. We shall set forth tomorrow morning, our destination being Yunlei Gorge. At dawn the following day, the sun gradually ascended from the horizon of the Land of Thunder, its warmth awakening all. At that moment, a few formidable young ninjas stood at the entrance of a hot spring town in the Land of Thunder. Leading them was Yiren. the leader of the shadow organization from the Land of Fire. Behind him stood Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Jishui, Yuzuki Yuin, Samui, and the somewhat recovered Yuki. Clap. Yiren gently patted the shoulder of the individual beside him and smiled. Jishui, open the map and see which direction Yunlei Gorge lies and how we should proceed. Certainly. Jishui nodded and retrieved the map they had utilized the previous night. Comparing their current location, he quickly analyzed the position of Yunlei Gorge. Over there. A few seconds later, Jishui looked up and pointed northeast. Addressing the group behind him. We are quite close to the border of the Land of Thunder. Therefore, Yunlei Gorge is somewhat distant from our current position, as it lies deep within the territory of the hidden Cloud Village. However, the good news is that the Raikage's office is not far from there. Thus, if we first pay a visit to Killer Bee, unbeknownst to him, Jishui had been subtly influenced by Yiren over time. His demeanor and speech had gradually become more audacious. Then we can directly seek trouble with the Raikage. Haha. Yiren chuckled heartily, squeezing Jishui's shoulder. Not bad. Yunlei Gorge is indeed close to the Raikage's office. That simplifies matters. Jishui, your map reading skills are quite commendable. Jishui, hehe. Chapter 66. Tell him I have arrived. Second update. Jishui, lead the way ahead. Everyone, keep close. Ignoring Jishui's peculiar expression, Yiren turned to the others and bellowed. We shall set off for Yunlei Gorge. Yes. Itachi and Yui nodded solemnly, positioning themselves behind Yiren. As for you two, Yiren smiled slightly. You shall accompany Jishui in leading the way. I trust you are well acquainted with the various locations in the hidden Cloud Village, yes? Indeed. Samui nodded in resignation, obediently moving alongside Yuki to Jishui's side. All right. Yiren smiled faintly. Let us depart. Yunlei Gorge is situated at the very heart of the Land of Lightning, nestled within the confines of Yunin Village. A sacred ground passed down through generations. Typically, only the Raikage or those who have sworn their lives to the Raikage, such as the formidable duo of Kurabi, are granted the privilege to enter and cultivate their skills within. Kurabi, being the brother of the fourth Raikage, is part of this esteemed pair. Renowned as one of the most powerful teams in the ninja world. During ordinary times, Kurabi retreats into Yunlei Gorge for intensive training, occasionally emerging to host rap concerts with his disciples. This lifestyle, as Kurabi would express, is one of vitality and brilliance. I still have energy, and my charm radiates. The Eight Tails is indeed me. Yay. However, just yesterday, Nightblade led a shadow team into the Land of Lightning, defeating the Yunin allied forces in the Death Valley. Following this, Kurabi was summoned to the Raikage's office. What transpired behind those closed doors remains a mystery, yet many observed Kurabi exiting with a troubled demeanor, bearing enormous footprints that could only belong to the fourth Raikage. After the meeting concluded yesterday afternoon, Kurabi returned directly to Yunlei Gorge to continue his seclusion. It is said that in celebration of Kurabi's emergence, his disciples prepared a stage for a concert, yet he exhibited no interest whatsoever. Even his pupils were puzzled. What could have affected the usually exuberant host of Yunin's rap scene? Meanwhile, Nightblade and his companions journeyed through the Land of Lightning, flanked by towering mountain ranges and diverse landscapes retreating behind them. At that moment, a voice resonated in Nightblade's mind. Ding. Host has altered the storyline by defeating the Yunin ninja army in Death Valley, capturing Samui and the Wooden Man, while forcing the Raikage to abandon the two. Kurabi has developed a favorable impression of the host. Reward, 1,500 points. Current points, 4,700. Nightblade gasped sharply. Defeating the Yunin ninja army and capturing Samui and the Wooden Man was indeed a significant alteration of the narrative, and he comprehended that. Even the system's note about the Raikage relinquishing his captured allies made sense as a minor shift in the plot. However, what was this favorable impression from Kurabi? Could such a sentiment truly alter the storyline? Nightblade couldn't help but recall the image of Kurabi, somewhat flamboyant, donned in a cute little dress and sunglasses, spinning around while singing off-key. A shiver ran down his spine. No, this must be curtailed. He must eradicate Kurabi's favorable impression of him. As he continued on his journey, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This man is the most perilous in the entire ninja realm. I must not allow him to harbor any affection for me. I must eliminate him. Yes, I must vanquish him. The most dangerous? And still, I must annihilate him? At Nightblade's side, Itachi furrowed his brow, faintly catching the murmurs of Nightblade's thoughts regarding Killer Bee, and immediately steeled his resolve. I must perform exceptionally well and assist the leader in eliminating Killer Bee. Leader. Itachi addressed the visibly perturbed Nightblade beside him. You need not worry. Leave Killer Bee to me. I shall ensure his demise, erasing him from the entire ninja world. Rest assured. Nightblade was taken aback, then regarded Itachi, who wore a reassuring smile, and nodded in response. Itachi-san, you truly understand me, he exclaimed with a laugh. Itachi simply patted his head, replying, it is only right. A few hours later, Nightblade and his group finally arrived at the edge of Cloud Thunder Gorge. The entire gorge was constructed amidst the mountains, aptly named, with towering peaks that pierced the clouds, pristine, cool white clouds, and the constant rumbling of thunder resonating throughout. In the heart of Cloud Thunder Gorge, Nightblade's group came to a halt on a vast platform typically used by Killer Bee for training. The enormous platform bore no trace of foes, only the still figures of Nightblade and his companions. Observed Shursui, furrowing his brow as he stroked his chin. This is unusual. They should have learned of our presence in Death Valley yesterday, and we even granted the hidden cloud a day's notice. Logically, Killer Bee should be aware of our arrival. Could it be that he is refusing to engage? Impossible. Yamuki coldly retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Shursui. Lord Killer Bee is the epitome of the perfect Jinchuriki. Even without utilizing the power of the tailed beast, he can be regarded as a shadow-level powerhouse. There is no need for him to evade combat against you insignificant pests. Oh, Yuzuki Uyami immediately bristled. Then what does that make you? Having been defeated by us insignificant pests? Yamuki was momentarily taken aback. Enough. Nightblade gestured dismissively behind him, regardless of Killer Bee's reasons for not appearing before me. Whether he is aware of our entrance or not, I shall proceed as though he is oblivious. Nightblade gently rolled his neck. Then, he continued, a faint smile gracing his lips as he clenched his right fist against his chest, with a peculiar sound emanating from Nightblade's right fist. A pure black armament of haki enveloped it entirely. I shall make my presence known in my own way. With a resounding crash, Nightblade unleashed a powerful punch against the massive rocky mountain behind him, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The foundation of the towering rock column, reaching a height of 100 meters, was shattered by a single punch from Nightblade, causing the structure to sway precariously before it ultimately succumbed to gravity. Moments later, the colossal column crashed down with a resounding boom. Dust erupted into the air, obscuring the sky and shattering the tranquility of the entire Thundercloud Gorge. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Chapter 67. Shall I take you to a concert? Third update. Sammy and the wooden figure stood in astonishment at Nightblade's crude and straightforward approach. What is this? This is the style of our leader, when faced with absolute power. There are no rules to adhere to. Yu cast a disdainful glance at the wooden figure, proclaiming proudly, humph. The wooden figure responded with a cold snort. Wait until Karabi emerges. After witnessing his strength, you may reconsider your words. 10 seconds elapsed, yet Karabi's figure did not appear at the entrance of the vast platform. Nightblade furrowed his brow slightly. A minute passed, and still, there was no sign of Karabi. 3 minutes went by, and Karabi remained elusive. Humph. Nightblade, growing impatient, scowled and shouted towards the entrance of the platform. Karabi, I know you are in there, and I am aware you wish to avoid a confrontation with me. However, this battle is inevitable. I may choose not to end your life, but I have declared I shall defeat you. Step forth and fight. After a prolonged silence, a low sigh emerged from the depths of the shadowy doorway atop the platform. Soft footsteps echoed quietly from within the darkness, and a robust arm emerged first, grasping the sturdy doorframe, revealing a figure adorned with the character for iron upon his shoulder. I have just emerged from seclusion, and you have indeed come to pay me a visit. Although your intentions may not be noble, I find it quite admirable. Nightblade of Konoha, your reputation precedes you. A voice, rich and resonant, reminiscent of a street vendor selling lamb skewers, emanated from the darkened entrance. Then, Kairabi, characterized by his dark complexion, light yellow hair, black sunglasses, and a collection of 7 narrow blades strapped to his back, slowly stepped out from the shadows, a faint smile gracing his features as he regarded Nightblade and his companions. You fool, you scoundrel. Nightblade's expression darkened. You truly are a dreadful rapper. Why have you chosen to hide inside? Why not face me in battle? Dreadful? Kairabi bristled, frowning at Nightblade. Without further ado, he charged forward, nearly pressing his head against Nightblade's. Little brother, let your claims be substantiated. My invincibility parallels my combat prowess, unparalleled. Hey, little brother. With a swift motion, Nightblade slapped Kairabi's face, gently pushing the oversized head away from his own. Enough. Given your level, I could randomly present a passage that you would struggle to comprehend. What? Kurabi immediately donned an expression of astonishment, crossing his arms and gesturing with a playful challenge. If you believe you are superior, demonstrate it through action rather than exaggeration. You fool, you rascal. All right. Yiren nodded, casting a peculiar glance at Kurabi, accompanied by a faint smile. He then inquired, by the way, does your land of lightning indulge in ramen? Ramen? Kurabi paused momentarily, then responded honestly to Yiren. I adore ramen. I eat it every day. It is the most delectable food. Excellent. Yiren nodded once more and, with Kurabi's eager anticipation, he began to articulate. Listen closely. Observe this bowl. It is both large and round, and these noodles, they are long and wide. It is indeed a privilege to have you dine with me. Why engage in rivalry? Look at this bowl, so grand and round. When we gather, we must raise our cups. Behold these noodles, so lengthy and broad. The beauty of martial arts novels brings tears to my eyes. Yiren proceeded to sing the melodies he had heard on Earth prior to his 2 journeys. Sharing the novelty of the tunes, the originality of the lyrics, and the rhythmic cadence that flowed from his lips. Without hesitation, Kurabi pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and retrieved a pencil, diligently recording his thoughts while swaying his body and murmuring to himself. The beauty of rap has inspired me. I am grateful for Yiren's arrival, which has sparked new creativity. Ahem. Yiren lightly cleared his throat, observing Kurabi fervently jotting down his inspirations, and scoffed. Look at you. Such songs do not simply spring forth from one's mouth. They are not something everyone can master. After dedicating so many years, you remain in such a rudimentary state. I must say, I find it disappointing. Kurabi paused, swiftly stowing his notebook and pencil back into his pocket, and then silently approached Yiren. A gentle breeze brushed against Yiren's cheek as the towering Kurabi slowly bowed before him, saying, although we are adversaries, I am still grateful. Your prowess is unparalleled. Kurabi, humbly acknowledge my inferiority. Surprised, Yiren gazed at the bowing Kurabi with a newfound admiration, smiling faintly as he patted Kurabi's sturdy shoulder. How about this? Once my affairs in your land of lightning are concluded, let us become friends. I shall take you around the world for concerts and teach you the art of rap. What do you say? With a sharp intake of breath, Kurabi looked at Yiren, hesitatingly asking, really? In the shadowy depths of Konoha, did you truly speak those words? I am Kurabi from the land of lightning. Have we forged this pact? With a whoosh, a gust of wind accompanied Kurabi's fist as he extended it toward the enigmatic figure of Nightblade, eagerly awaiting a response. With a soft smile, Nightblade met Kurabi's fist with his own, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. However, before we proceed, there is something you must grasp. Oh? A hint of confusion flickered across Kurabi's face. What is it? Speak freely. Nightblade. Nightblade, still smiling, turned to face the bewildered trio of Shursui, Itachi, and Yuzuki Yugao standing behind him. This battle's outcome will be decided by you 3, representing me against Kurabi. You may confront him together. Shursui paused, then inquired, Leader, is this the segment you previously mentioned that we should look forward to? Indeed. Nightblade chuckled softly. Surprised, are you? Shursui's lips twitched into an awkward yet polite smile. Though Nightblade's decision was indeed unexpected, Shursui found himself not only accepting but somewhat in agreement with the arrangement. After all, throughout their journey with Nightblade, he had been the one charging into battle, leaving them with precious few opportunities to showcase their prowess. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shursui turned his gaze to Itachi beside him. Itachi raised a thumb in approval, nodding with a smile. I share your sentiments, brother. Excellent. Shursui beamed, then shifted his attention to the weakest among them, Yuzuki Yugao. Humph. What are you staring at? Yugao straightened her posture, a frosty snort escaping her lips. You all are stepping up. As a member of the first team of the Akatsuki, I have no reason to hold back. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her sword. Its blade angled towards the ground, a cold smile gracing her features. Let us advance together. With that declaration, Shursui and the others positioned themselves defiantly across from Kurabi, their collective aura soaring. Nightblade, Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and a little girl. Their strength is formidable. Will it not be unfair to confront them all at once? Kurabi pondered, feeling a twinge of concern as he faced the formidable assembly before him, aware that even Shursui alone would pose a significant challenge. Moreover, one cannot overlook the presence of Itachi Uchiha from the Dark Era and Yuzuki Yugugo. What is there to fear? Nightblade reached out and patted Killer Bee's shoulder, offering encouragement. You are renowned as the most perfect Jinchuriki, the formidable Killer Bee of the Hidden Cloud Village, renowned for your prowess in battle. even without relying on the power of the tailed beast. What is there to fear when facing these three individuals? As he spoke, Nightblade gestured toward the trio, who were prepared for combat, addressing Killer Bee nonchalantly. If it were me, I could defeat them with one hand. Killer Bee, Waterstop Trio. Ahem, Lord Leader. Which side are you truly on? Shouldn't you be cheering us on? Waterstop could no longer contain himself, frowning as he spoke to Nightblade. Nightblade paused, suddenly realizing the situation, and offered an awkward smile, waving his hand at the Waterstop Trio. My apologies. I was merely encouraging Killer Bee. Otherwise, wouldn't you be left without an opponent? All right. Nightblade promptly moved to the opposite side of the vast platform, finding a place to sit cross-legged. He smiled gently at the individuals in the arena. I shall not disturb your duel. Feel free to commence whenever you are ready. Rest assured, I will intervene should any of you find yourselves in peril. With Nightblade stepping away from the center, the Waterstop Trio confronted Killer Bee directly. For surging auras converged in the heart of the platform, intertwining, clashing, and then dissipating. Swish, swish, swish. The Waterstop began to weave hand signs with both hands, his eyes transforming into the state of the three-tomo Sharingan. Here it comes. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Waterstop's mouth, followed by a flurry of shuriken enveloped in searing flames, hurtling toward Killer Bee. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha distanced himself, charging toward Killer Bee from another angle. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom. The colossal fireball, equally imbued with intense heat, soared toward Killer Bee, painting half the sky crimson. Crack. Whoosh. As Itachi and Waterstop launched their attacks, Yuzuki Yugugo's figure vanished from the original spot, leaving fissures in the ground where she once stood. Nightblade, observing from the sidelines, nodded approvingly. Quite impressive. It seems the body flicker technique has reached a certain level of mastery. I wonder how the sword techniques are faring? As Nightblade continued to assess the strength and synergy of the three members, their attacks had already reached Killer Bee. With an impassive expression, Kurabi leaped backward, channeling the power of the tailed beast into both hands, effortlessly exploding two fire jutsu in his grasp. The searing flames aimed to roast the octopus. Suddenly, a tentacle erupted from behind him, drawing a sword and positioning it directly in front of Yuzuki Yuin's blade. The clash resounded with a crisp sound. In an instant, half-tailed Kurabi successfully repelled the trio's onslaught. Your strength is commendable. I shall unleash my full power now. May you all survive this, he declared. You fool, you rascal. Whoosh. As Kurabi's words faded, the octopus tail beneath him harnessed the power of its half-tailed transformation and unsheathed 7 slender swords from behind. It was time to strike. Whoosh. With blades nestled within every joint of his limbs, Kurabi soared high into the sky, flipping at the apex of his ascent. Like a spiky hedgehog, he charged down towards Itachi and Shursui. Be careful. Suddenly, the voice of Yubane echoed from afar. His swift and unpredictable blade techniques made it nearly impossible to evade. And now, with the added strength of his tailed beast transformation, his speed and power surged even further. I suggest you rely on your perception of danger rather than the Sharingan for predictions, Yubane advised, emphasizing the need for instinctive awareness. Shursui frowned, the blade glint in his Sharingan forming a near-continuous line, barely allowing him to discern the movements, but unable to predict them. To rely on a sense of danger? Let me try, Shursui murmured, gradually retracting his Sharingan and focusing on the approaching Kurabi, producing a kunai from behind. Clang. The first strike was flawlessly parried by Shursui. Clang clang. The subsequent 2 strikes were easily deflected as well. Clang 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 clang. Kurabi furrowed his brow, increasing the speed and force of his attacks, pinning Shursui in place. A bead of cold sweat trickling down Shursui's forehead. His expression turned grave. Although he could block the strikes, the sheer force, was this the power of a tailed beast? Chapter 69, Yuin's One-Cut Flow. Lion's Song. First update, focus on coordination. At the edge of the platform, Yubane sat cross-legged, observing the chaotic battle among the 4. Shursui has managed to hold Kurabi at bay. You two should seize the opportunity for a fierce assault. Do not fear that your ninjutsu or sword techniques may harm Shursui. In such battles, your lives are entrusted to your comrades. To win, one must dare to take risks. Yubane shouted, igniting a spark of determination in Itachi and Yuin, who were searching for an opportunity. Indeed, both individuals possess considerable experience in combat. However, this time they face an exceptionally formidable opponent. Furthermore, as it is their first collaboration, a certain hesitance is inevitable. Very well, Itachi nodded slightly. Under the reminder of Yoru, the familiar sensation of having fought alongside Shursui returned. The inky black of his pupils gradually faded, revealing a pair of three-tomo Sharingan that began to whirl with urgency, synchronizing with Killer B's swift strikes. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Itachi rapidly formed hand seals. At an oblique angle, he unleashed a powerful fire technique directed at Killer B, all the while ensuring that Shursui remained unharmed. Boom! A colossal, searing dragon head rapidly coalesced before Itachi, surging forth to collide with Killer B. Meanwhile, Killer B, while relentlessly hacking at Shursui, remained acutely aware of the movements of the other two. Sensing Itachi's action, he leveraged the rebound from his strike against Shursui to leap into the air, narrowly evading the Great Fire Dragon Technique. Crash! The massive dragon head slammed into the ground, erupting in a conflagration of scorching flames. Meanwhile, a small spark flickered out from the end of Killer B's long scarf. Plop! As he landed, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Killer B's temple, although he had just faced off against two prodigies from the Uchiha clan with apparent might. He alone understood the truth. Shursui's Sharingan seemed to barely keep pace with his frenzied strikes, even enhanced by his partial transformation into a tailed beast. Furthermore, the Great Fire Dragon Technique unleashed by Itachi instilled a sense of dread within Killer B. He even shot a glance at Yoru, a thought escaping his lips. Your subordinate is 3 against 1, and yet you seek a flaw in me. You fool, you scoundrel. Yoru chuckled softly. They are all juniors. You are the one with abundant experience. Humph. Killer B scoffed heavily, preparing to retort when an ominous sensation crept up from behind him. Swish. The sound of cracking stone echoed as the ground beneath him splintered. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin, who had been lurking for an opportunity, surged towards Killer B with remarkable speed. The earth beneath her feet fractured slightly. Shave. Yuin's eyes were filled with composure as she slowly spoke. Mr. B, in battle, never expose your back to your adversary, and do not underestimate your foes. One sword style, aye. The cold and confident expression on Yuzuki Yuin's face expanded in Killer B's sight in an instant. Lion song. Flash. Clang. The sound of air rushing and the clash of blades resonated instantaneously. Suddenly, the figure of Yuzuki Yuin vanished from behind Kurabi, only to reappear mere moments later, facing away from him. With a soft click, the katana in hand was sheathed, and a hint of a smile graced Yuin's lips. Master Yair, I have finally executed your Aido technique. Your teachings have not been in vain. Seated at the edge of the platform, Yair smiled slightly and nodded in approval. Well done. Yet, a flicker of surprise lingered in Yair's heart. He recalled the recent occasion when he had taken the time to instruct Yuin in his swordsmanship. His demeanor had not been particularly professional. Although his understanding of the art of the blade was unparalleled, teaching posed its own challenges. Yuin had expressed curiosity about how to achieve the incredible speed and lethality of Yair's swift Aido. Yair explained that to perform this technique, one must possess a certain muscular foundation to facilitate rapid movement, necessitating the practice of the technique known as Suki to enhance speed, thus fully unleashing the power of Aido. Eagerly, Yuin had inquired about the nature of Suki and how to train for it. Yair nodded and demonstrated the technique. Before the astonished gazes of Itachi, Shursui, and Yuin, the ground beneath Yair's feet erupted from the tremendous force, and he vanished from sight, reappearing several meters away. Wow, impressive, Yuin exclaimed, his eyes alight with anticipation as he urged Yair to teach him the method of Suki. However, Yair scratched his head and responded. The essence of Suki lies in executing dozens of rapid foot strikes against the ground within a split second, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement. To an enemy's eye, it appears as if one has instantly vanished. Moreover, if such speed and force are applied to Aido, the resulting lethality would be astonishing. Indeed, Yuin's eyes sparkled as he addressed Yair. I comprehend the principle, yet how should one practice Suki? Yair, feigning calmness, scratched his head again and earnestly replied to the expectant Yuin. The crux of Suki is to strike the ground dozens of times in an instant, leveraging the reactive force for rapid movement. Thus, the key lies in executing those numerous strikes within that fleeting moment. Yuin's expression clouded with concern. Master Yair, are there any techniques or focal points to consider? Or perhaps, what is the correct way to train? Yair scratched his head once more, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Yuin. With a swift stomp upon the ground, one would vanish in an instant, only to reappear elsewhere. It is as simple as that. Yi Rin gently patted Shi Yan on the shoulder. Let us practice this. Once you have mastered the technique of shear, I shall teach you how to wield the art of Aido. To everyone's astonishment, merely 3 days later, Mayu Shiyin had already grasped the fundamentals of this technique. Chapter 70. Sonic Thunder Escape Blade, Second Update. What? This cannot be a jest. Upon hearing that Shiyin had managed to master Sheer in just 3 days, Itachi and Shui were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The technique of Sheer had sparked intense envy in both Itachi and Shui when Yiren demonstrated it. This extraordinary body technique enabled rapid movement, achieving remarkable speed, comparable to the art of Shunshin in close-range combat. However, there exists a distinction. While Shusui's Shunshin creates afterimages, the Sheer taught by Yiren is a powerful close-quarter offensive maneuver. Yet, despite Yiren's explanations, the two found themselves unable to replicate the technique. Witnessing Shiyin's swift progress within just 3 days left them utterly bewildered. Shiyin smiled gently at the astonished Itachi and Shui. Honestly, I am unsure how I accomplished it. I simply stomped the ground, and in an instant, I was somewhere far away. It truly feels devoid of any technicality. As she spoke, she glanced at the equally astonished Yiren. Itachi and Shui exchanged a glance, feeling a wave of frustration wash over them. Yet, Yiren merely smiled. The reason Shiyin could learn so swiftly is quite straightforward. Unlike you two, who possess Kekkei Jinkai, she is solely practicing the Konoha style of swordsmanship and is not particularly adept at ninjutsu. Her combat skills lean heavily towards the arts of swordplay and body techniques, thus making her learning experience considerably simpler. As for the two of you, Yiren nodded lightly, possessing the ability to see through all techniques, to copy ninjutsu, and ultimately summon Susanoo with your Sharingan. Such a technique holds little significance for you. At the very least, Shui, you have mastered Shunshin, and Itachi, your agility is unparalleled. Each of you has your own strengths in combat. Yiren smiled delicately. There is no need to force it. Upon hearing Yiren's insights, Shui and Itachi exchanged knowing smiles and bowed respectfully to him. Yiren's words subtly influenced their development. Master Yiren, Shiyin said, placing her right hand gracefully on the hilt of her sword, imitating Yiren's elegant demeanor. How might I master your Aido technique? I have long harbored a deep yearning for this swordsmanship. I hope you can teach me. Nightblade nodded. Just as he had previously taught Shiyin Yutong this technique, Nightblade stood before the sturdy tree and executed the one-sword style, Lion Song. Crack. In an instant, Nightblade vanished, and the ground beneath him exploded. Whoosh. Clang. Moments later, Nightblade reappeared behind the tree, slowly sheathing his sword. The tree, which could be embraced by a single person, promptly crashed to the ground. Boom. Shiyin's eyes lit up. Teacher Nightblade, I want to learn. Nightblade smiled faintly. All right, I will teach you. First, draw your sword and sheath it. Then crouch slightly to gather your strength, concentrating all your power in your feet and right finger. Then boom, charge forward with the technique, and finally, with a clang, pierce through your target. Itachi, Jisue, cough. I understand now. My inability to master these techniques is due to the leader's teaching methods, Itachi remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Jisue gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Little brother, do not say that. It would not be good if the leader hears you. Shiyin, although not fully comprehending, attempted to follow Nightblade's instructions. Unexpectedly, just days later, during a battle against the strongest Jinchuriki, Shiyin flawlessly executed the technique. Clang. Just as Kairabi managed to adopt a defensive stance, the narrow sword in his hand shattered, its tip clattering to the ground. Kairabi turned to gaze at the previously unremarkable ninja, Shiyin, his eyes filled with newfound respect. That strike was truly stunning. My sword was no match for it. What is your name, esteemed swordsman? Hey, though he could not injure Kairabi, the brilliance of that strike had already astonished him, granting Shiyin sufficient recognition. I am Shiyin Yuyue. She replied with composure, meeting Kairabi's gaze. I greatly appreciate your acknowledgement of my swordsmanship. I wish to bestow upon you a title. Kairabi smiled slightly, extending his hands to form his signature gesture, continuing to address Shiyin. Let it be called the Dance of the Flashing Blade. Shiyin was taken aback, then bowed respectfully to Kairabi. Thank you, Senior Kairabi, for bestowing this title. I will continue to strive for excellence. All right, come at me again. This time, I will not hold back, and I shall use my full strength. Please be careful. Whoosh. Zera. Sonic Thunderstorm Blade. Killer Bee gazed at the trio of Itachi, his expression gradually turning serious. The slender swords he had positioned around his body suddenly erupted with a brilliant flash of lightning release. This was Killer Bee infusing his blades with lightning chakra to enhance their sharpness, by inducing high-frequency vibrations through the lightning. He endowed them with a penetrating power that surpassed even that of wind release, complemented by his swordsmanship and the strength and speed granted by his partial-tailed beast transformation. The trio of Itachi felt an immediate pressure. With swift movements, Shursui formed hand seals, his body darting through the air in multiple directions, one after another. Shursui materialized before Killer Bee. Be careful now, as every one of my clones is tangible. Killer Bee smiled slightly, the excitement glinting in his eyes behind his dark sunglasses. Indeed, the title of Shunshin Shursui was no mere embellishment. Killer Bee felt a surge of exhilaration. Boom. 6 tentacles erupted from beneath Killer Bee's feet. By now, all 8 of his tailed beast tentacles had manifested, further augmenting his power and speed. Whoosh. In a fully transformed state, Killer Bee's velocity surged dramatically. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Yuya's. Swish. Killer Bee slashed downward with his sonic thunderblade. Yuya's instinctively raised her sword to block. Clang. The katana was severed in two. Chapter 71. Uchiha Clan's Halo Dance. Third update, Yuya's was taken aback, staring blankly at the half-katana remaining in her grasp. A bead of cold sweat trickling down her temple. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, wielding the sonic thunderblade, leapt backward. Boom. He narrowly evaded Shursui's great fireball technique. The surprise attack from Shursui had missed, and the lightning dance's sword was also severed by my strike. Now it is time for my performance. The terrifying Killer Bee is none other than me. Hey! Nightblade gestured towards Killer Bee, who was flanked by 6 lightning-infused swords. You shouldn't casually sever another's weapon, remember. For a swordsman, their blade is akin to a second life. That's quite heartless. Killer Bee paused, glancing at the severed slender blade on the ground, deep in thought. Yay. I am the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, wielding 8 blades. Having lost one to the lightning dance just now, doesn't that mean I've lost a life? Ashamed, Nightblade sighed softly. I understand your intention. Nevertheless, the battle must continue. Without her sword, Shien cannot unleash her full potential, rendering this confrontation unjust. Very well, he declared, slowly drawing the original kitsch from his waist. The formidable blade, once reflecting a chilling light, had recently been imbued with Nightblade's haki and willpower, transforming it into a grand black sword. In essence, the original kitsch had been persistently altered into a dark blade under Nightblade's powerful aura. The sword's attributes had awakened, forever maintaining its obsidian hue, impervious and unbreakable. Casting a glance at the kitsch in his hand, Nightblade raised it and hurled it towards Shien, who stood not far away. Use this. Shien, your sonic thunderblade shall never be severed. Thud. Shien froze momentarily, instinctively gripping the massive longsword, the original kitsch, that soared towards her. Its exaggerated guard, elongated blade, and lengthy hilt made it a weapon of heroes. For someone like Shien, such a long sword could only be wielded with both hands. Her body slightly bent, Shien clasped the hilt of the original kitsch, angling it toward the ground as she gazed fiercely at the approaching Kurabi. Exhaling gently, the battle resumed. Oh? Kurabi regarded the dark, two-handed longsword in Shien's grasp with mild curiosity, a glimmer of confusion dancing in his small eyes behind his dark sunglasses. The black blade. Nightblade's weapon, indestructible in its original owner's hands, yet shattered with a mere touch in the hands of the dance of lightning. Yes, Kurabi's 6 swords crackled with electric energy. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, his spinning form propelling the 6 sonic thunder blades into a dazzling sphere of light, aimed directly at Shien below. Crashing down with ferocity. Clang, clang. The 6 sonic thunder blades, wielded by the beastly Kurabi, relentlessly struck against Shien's original kitsch, producing an unending cacophony of metallic clashes as she could only defend passively. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Witnessing Shien in peril, Shursui swiftly formed seals, summoning 3 colossal fire dragons, flickering with crimson flames, charging towards Kurabi. Just in time, Kurabi smiled slightly, leaping into the air and executing a flip, darting towards Shursui on the opposite side. Since you care so much for your teammate, I'll deal with you first. Whoosh. With terrifying speed, Killer Bee charged directly towards the numerous clones of Uchiha Shursui, wielding his sonic thunderblade to launch an unceasing barrage of attacks. Flash, flash, uft, uft. As Shursui's expression grew grim, one after another, his clones vanished beneath Killer Bee's relentless strikes. Was it merely an afterimage left by his swift movements? With a thunderous shout, Killer Bee proclaimed, "My current speed is more than sufficient to keep up." Flash. The final blow descended, leaving only Shursui's true form standing, who regarded Killer Bee with a newfound seriousness. Clang. In an instant, just before Killer Bee raised his blade, Shursui swiftly drew the small dagger that had been resting against his back. Fire release. Uchiha style. Dance of the Sun Halo. With a slight puff, Shursui's cheeks swelled. And in the next moment, searing flames erupted from his mouth, enveloping the small dagger he held. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. Shursui vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Killer Bee in an instant. With a flourish, the blazing flames, imbued with a hint of wind nature, were thrust towards Killer Bee in a sweeping motion. A strike resembling a half-circle sun halo surged forward. Boom. Killer Bee abruptly turned, his sonic thunder blade clashing against the blazing sun halo slash, erupting into a dazzling display of red and blue sparks. But that was not the end. Shursui bellowed, his body vanishing once more. When he reappeared, it was yet again behind Killer Bee. Flash. Another dance of the sun halo was unleashed. Boom. Barely managing to pivot, Killer Bee shattered the second sun halo strike. Whoosh. Shursui's figure disappeared once more. This time, he appeared a short distance behind Killer Bee, a smirk gracing his lips as he murmured, the third strike. Whoosh. An even more intense flame slash burst forth from his blazing small dagger, aimed directly at Killer Bee's back. Caught off guard, Killer Bee could only turn his head to glimpse the approaching sun halo dance, raising his octopus tail in a desperate defense. Sizzle. The sound of flames searing octopus flesh filled the air, enveloping the surroundings in the tantalizing aroma of grilled seafood. Hiss. Killer Bee spun around, using both his feet and octopus tail to leap away, grumbling as he did so. Ouch. 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 Shursui, your fire technique is going to roast me alive. How infuriating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yaren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, the aroma is quite delightful, though regrettably, there are no onions. Otherwise, such a large octopus would surely be delectable when grilled. Hiki. Chapter 72. The Leadership of Stopping Water. Beneath Killer Bee's dark sunglasses, his small eyes cast a resentful glance at the restless night blade not far away, before he extinguished the flickering flames still burning on his tail. The words of Brother Night Blade were truly terrifying. You wish to consume me, this grand octopus? How dreadful. The technique of instantaneous stopping water is indeed formidable. An unprecedented fusion with fire release, an innovative endeavor. Impressive. The dynamic cadence of the wind's voice infused the tense and exhilarating battle with a sense of rhythm and movement. However, it caused Nightblade to furrow his brow. I may have jested when I mentioned roasting you, but should you continue to prattle with your abysmal rapping skills, I shall personally sever your octopus tail and roast it for my supper. Just as Killer Bee was about to speak, he was abruptly startled. Ahem. Clearing his throat gently, he promptly sealed his lips tightly. Under the extraordinary healing abilities of the tailed beast, white smoke began to rise from his burnt tail, and the scorch marks gradually faded away. Stopping Water's eyes narrowed slightly. Self-healing abilities? The power of the eight tails is indeed remarkably potent. It seems the only way to shatter Killer Bee's will is through a psychological approach. Resolute in his intention, Stopping Water's three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly within his eye socket. Subsequently, a pair of perfected Kyubi Mangeki Sharingan manifested in his gaze. Unlike the direct Ba Sharingan, which enhances offensive capabilities, the flawless Kyubi Mangeki Sharingan like Stopping Water's amplifies illusionary techniques. Kodo Amatsukami. Stopping Water covered his eyelids, his eerie Mangeki Sharingan fixated intently on Killer Bee. A golden light suddenly radiated from his eyes. The golden brilliance surged forth instantaneously, enveloping Killer Bee entirely. If Stopping Water's Kodo Amatsukami is a pure manifestation of will domination, rendering those within its gaze into marionettes of the caster, then this evolved version of the illusion targets the individual specifically. What? Killer Bee was taken aback, attempting to discern the transformation of the Sharingan within Stopping Water's gaze, when suddenly his body stiffened, and he felt the surroundings and air shift in an instant. Simultaneously, his body was completely beyond his control. Before his eyes, it seemed as if golden mountains with sharp peaks loomed, with golden needles gradually descending toward him. Just as it appeared that Killer Bee would be crushed by the radiant illusions crafted by Stopping Water within this illusory realm, at that moment, Stopping Water smiled faintly, preparing to retract the illusion. Haha, the imminent defeat of Killer Bee is nigh. The Shadow Team has emerged victorious in this battle. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. A deep, thunderous voice resounds within Killer Bee's mental space, as the Eight Tails, Gyuki, clenches his fist and delivers a powerful blow to the slumbering Killer Bee's head. Boom. It is time to awaken. Ouch, that hurts. Eight Tails, you foul octopus, you exerted all your strength with that punch. It feels as though I've lost all my energy. Gyuki pauses for a moment, then unleashes a flurry of punches upon Killer Bee's face. Boom. Boom. Killer Bee can hardly endure any longer. Eight Tails, please cease your assault. As Killer Bee is jolted back and forth, he quickly begins to plead for mercy from Gyuki. Oomph. Gyuki scoffs coldly. You fool. Look around you. You were ensnared in an illusion, and you didn't even realize it. What good are you? Illusion? Killer Bee is taken aback. He opens his eyes and surveys his surroundings, discovering that he has left the Cloud Thunder Gorge and entered a wondrous realm. Enormous golden spikes and mountains loom overhead, slowly descending upon him. In the blink of an eye, he is on the verge of being crushed. Ah, 8. Break free. All right. Gyuki smiles faintly. Each time Killer Bee affectionately calls out to him, it warms Gyuki's heart. Observing Killer Bee, Gyuki swiftly raises both fists and, just before the golden spikes and mountains descend, strikes down heavily upon Killer Bee. Boom. Gyuki acts as the intermediary between the illusory world and Killer Bee, disrupting the flow of chakra within Killer Bee's body with a mighty blow, instantly unraveling the effects of the Tsukuyomi. Upon breaking free from the illusion, Killer Bee is momentarily dazzled by the light and finds himself back in the real world, firmly standing on a colossal platform. He glances at the astonished Shursui nearby and nods slightly. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is indeed formidable. Even the formidable Killer Bee cannot withstand its power. Danger. Huh. After Shursui's illusion is shattered, he gasps for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. Remarkably, he has escaped my illusion. It seems that I cannot employ the genuine Kotoame Tsukumi without causing harm to my opponent. Victory must be achieved through direct confrontation. Itachi. Shursui calls out sharply to his two companions, speaking at a rapid pace. Shien, the blade in your hand can withstand Killer Bee's Sonic Thunderblade technique. So you shall lead the charge against his swordsmanship. Itachi, with remarkable swiftness, feigned an assault with fire release beside him while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to subtly restrain Kurabi with genjutsu. Finally, Shursui cast a glance at Kurabi and smiled faintly. Allow me to deliver the final blow. This battle has persisted for far too long. It must come to an end. We cannot let the leader underestimate us. Indeed. At this, both Yuin and Itachi straightened their expressions, their bodies leaning slightly forward in a poised stance for an attack, awaiting Shursui's command for their assault to unfold instantaneously. Seated at the edge of the platform, Yebane observed the trio, who were gradually synchronizing their movements amidst the fray, and nodded slightly in approval. Unbeknownst to him, Shursui had seamlessly emerged as the brain and leader among the three. Under his guidance, Itachi and Yuin each fulfilled their roles, maximizing their capabilities to the fullest extent. A gentle smile graced Yebane's lips as he regarded the poised trio, his heart swelling with anticipation. Would this wave of attack be executed with precision and grace? Chapter 73, The Victory of the Shadow Squad. Second update. With a confident smile, Shursui fixed his gaze upon the distant Kurabi and promptly commanded, "Let us strike together." Crack. Whoosh. Yuin, having just mastered the body flicker technique, unleashed it as the stones beneath her feet shattered, causing her form to vanish in an instant. The next moment, she materialized in midair directly before Kurabi. Swish. The sharp black blade, the original GT, descended heavily toward Kurabi. Clang. With a forceful effort, Kurabi raised his two narrow swords above his head, the supersonic thunderblade clashing with the pitch-black original GT, producing a piercing sound. Yuin landed perfectly in front of Kurabi, effectively obstructing his line of sight. Clang. With a tremendous force, Kurabi, having parried Yuin's original GT, sent her soaring away from the downward strike. In an instant, he advanced a step forward. The supersonic thunderblade, propelled by the momentum of his attack, sliced downward towards Yuin once more. However, just as this exquisitely executed strike, accompanied by a fierce wind, seemed poised to strike the unsuspecting Yuin, she appeared to have anticipated it, reclining backward to evade. In that fleeting moment, as Yuin lay back, a distinct figure emerged behind her, rapidly magnifying in Kurabi's sight, who had just executed his slash. Whoosh. With a tense expression, the somewhat perplexed Uchiha Itachi surged toward Kurabi with incredible speed, seemingly intent on a mutual demise. Chakra, momentarily taken aback, swiftly employed the octopus tentacles beneath him to flee backward, quickly creating distance between himself and Uchiha Itachi. Just in time, Uchiha Itachi declared, "Behold my blade." As Chakra distanced himself, he positioned the sonic thunder blade horizontally across his chest, preparing to strike Itachi with a horizontal slash. However, upon glimpsing Itachi's eyes, Chakra froze momentarily. It was precisely this fleeting instant that led him to make an alternate decision. In an instant, he retracted the sonic thunder blade, displaying no extraneous emotion as he directed the power of the tailed beast's tail at a 90-degree angle and propelled himself away. With an impassive expression, Uchiha Itachi promptly descended to the ground, which erupted in a resounding explosion moments later. The skyward dust descended slowly from the platform, not far from the explosion site. Uchiha Itachi, weaving seals, softly uttered the words, "Shadow Clone Great Explosion." In midair, Chakra observed the devastating power of Itachi's technique, swallowing hard. He had initially believed only Uchiha Shisui to be a renowned master, yet it appeared the Uchiha clan was replete with hidden talents. Uchiha Itachi was no ordinary adversary. Suddenly, a thought struck Chakra. Where had Uchiha Shisui gone? Just as he pondered this, an incredibly swift gust of wind rushed past him from behind, laden with a palpable sense of danger. Uchiha Shisui, calm and composed, wielded a flame-imbued short blade as he aimed a downward strike at Chakra's back. Uchiha style. Gale blade. Panic surged through Chakra as he remained airborne, unable to turn in time to defend himself. The sound of the rushing wind filled his ears, and the sharp blade seemed poised to pierce through him at any moment. Furrowing his brow, Chakra realized that with 8 tentacles at his disposal, he could sever one in dire circumstances to save his life. Indeed, he deemed this moment to be perilous. ABA, Chakra bellowed. Instantly, his 8 octopus tentacles began to twist and writhe. Just before Shirsue's short blade could descend, for tentacles valiantly interposed themselves in the nick of time. With a sharp clang, the blade pierced through the 4 tentacles, and a cloud of smoke arose, the scent of grilled octopus wafting over the platform once again. In a swift motion, the blade emerged, and in Chakra's dazed expression, it found its mark in his back. Drip. A few drops of blood trickled down the blade of Shirsui, staining it crimson. Kairabi sensed the wound on his back, and the lightning chakra surrounding his ultrasonic blade flickered out. A fleeting look of frustration crossed his face. Oh, the pride of the hidden cloud, Lord Killerbee. I have lost. What a shame. With a soft smile, Shirsui slowly withdrew his small blade from Kairabi's body, while simultaneously, the 4 tails behind Kairabi emitted a faint white mist. The 4 penetrating wounds gradually began to heal. I concede. You are indeed my superior, Shirsui remarked with a slight smile as he sheathed his small blade behind him, nodding at Kairabi. Kairabi's expression of disappointment lasted but a few seconds before he reverted to his usual optimism. The younger generation surpasses the older. You 3 are remarkable. Impressive. Nightblade rose to his feet and gently applauded the 3 members of the Shadow Team and Kairabi, a smile gracing his features. You need not hold back with one another. Kairabi's extensive experience and formidable combat prowess allowed him to face 3 opponents without defeat. That is a testament to his strength. And you all. Nightblade regarded Itachi and his companions with satisfaction, nodding slightly. You have honed your teamwork in this practical exercise. From now on, continue to refine your skills and strive to become a perfectly coordinated team. Yes. Thank you, leader. Itachi, Shirsui, and Hyuga exchanged glances, each perceiving a familiar bond in the other's eyes. This feeling could only arise from having worked in tandem, entrusting one another with their backs, undoubtedly. Their camaraderie was gradually solidifying. Mr. B, Nightblade began with a gentle smile, intending to discuss the prospect of a concert with Kairabi, when suddenly a violent gust of wind erupted behind him, accompanied by a furious roar from a brawler. Polish Ball. Chapter 74, Original Creation, No Blade Style. White Tiger Seal Mount. Third update, with a single foot as a pivot. The 4th Raikage descended like a cannonball from the sky, aiming a powerful kick at Nightblade on the platform. Lightning flickered ominously around him. Boom. The tremendous force and incredible speed produced sonic booms as they struck the air, causing Nightblade on the platform to furrow his brow slightly. What the hell? Such force. Are you trying to kill me? You should consider whether you can handle this stone. Be careful with your teeth. With a hum, Nightblade's white martial arts robe fluttered as if caught in a wind, slowly slipping away from his body. A pair of robust arms was suddenly exposed to the air, and at the sound of that peculiar noise, the arms of Yiren were enveloped in a dark, formidable aura. A searing breath slowly escaped his lips, and his pupils transformed into a vivid crimson. Yiren abruptly raised his head to gaze at the 4th Raikage suspended in midair. First strength. Boom. In an instant, Yiren's right arm swelled, growing to twice its original girth. Second strength. Boom. His right arm similarly expanded, now exceeding its original size by more than double. With a sinister grin, his arms radiated a deep black luminescence, permeating the air of the Yunlei Gorge with an ominous aura. Without sword style, Yiren chuckled, his hands intertwining in a display of power. Like two colossal black hammers resting upon his frame, he gradually raised them. White tiger seal, quelling the mountain. Boom. Before anyone could react, Irin surged upward, directly confronting the charged attack descending from the fourth rakeage. His massive, pitch-black arms formed a V shape, colliding with the rakeage's descending fist. The impact resounded with a cracking sound, causing the fourth rakeage to momentarily freeze. A wave of excruciating pain shot from his foot through his entire being, propelling his body backward like a cannonball. Boom. He crashed into a rocky outcrop, sending debris flying in every direction. Uchiha Shursui slowly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his Sharingan capturing only a fleeting glimpse of the fourth rakeage's kick in midair, as well as Irin's swift counter, sending the rakeage hurtling away. What just happened? Who was sent flying? Ujetsu Shien scratched her head in confusion, only seeing a blurred figure darting toward the wild man, then swiftly retreating in an instant. Is this some sort of acrobatics? Shien asked tentatively, observing the grave expressions of those around her. Cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi leaned in to whisper in Ujetsu Shien's ear. This is no acrobatics. It is the fourth rakeage attempting to ambush our leader, only to be sent flying by him. As he spoke, Itachi gestured toward the middle-aged man embedded in the nearby rock formation. Look, he was literally punched into the mountain by our leader. Uchiha Itachi's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Irin. Previously, I only knew that the leader's swordsmanship was formidable, but I never anticipated that his mastery of hand-to-hand combat could overpower even the rakeage, renowned as the strongest in taijutsu among the ninja of the Land of Lightning. Astonishing. Ujetsu's eyes sparkled as she stroked her chin, nodding in agreement. Although I do not comprehend your words, I understand that the leader is indeed exceptional. Indeed. While the members of Team Shadow whispered among themselves, Killer Bee looked on in bewilderment as his brother was sent flying back, crashing into the rocks in the mountains. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Beneath his black sunglasses, Killer Bee's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Nightblade. His elder brother had returned quicker than anticipated. Nightblade's punch was indeed powerful. The elder brother, adept in taijutsu, had underestimated him. With a struggle, the fourth rakeage extracted himself from the rocks halfway up the mountain. Frowning as he gazed at Killer Bee, who was singing and dancing, he immediately shouted, "Enough with the chatter. Fight! This person is Nightblade, whom I mentioned to you. He has come to invade our hidden cloud village. Are you not going to join me in defeating him?" Oh, Killer Bee paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head at the fourth rakeage. Brother, I have long sensed a peculiar familiarity with Nightblade. As a tailed beast, I do not perceive any malice from him. Therefore, I cannot bring myself to harm him. You should concede this matter, brother. You fool. You imbecile. The fourth rakeage erupted with a surge of blue lightning, and unlike before, his hair stood on end. With a flicker, AI appeared directly in front of Nightblade. If you will not make a move, then I shall take action myself. Lightning release chakra, full power. In an instant, the rakeage vanished, and the next moment, a fist imbued with tremendous force materialized before Nightblade. Body flicker technique. Lightning strike level. Nightblade smiled slightly, planting his foot firmly on the ground. As debris flew, his form shifted, delivering a punch to AI's right wrist from the side. Boom. AI was sent flying, creating a large crater in the previously smooth ground. Not quite. Nightblade gently shook his head, addressing the slowly rising AI. Your strength and speed are sufficient, but your agility lacks finesse. Too reckless. Then allow me to show you this technique. The rakeage's figure vanished once more, instantaneously reappearing above Nightblade. In that moment, Nightblade smiled. Yun, sword. With a swift motion, he grasped the first-generation sword, Kitch, firmly in his hand. Simultaneously, he drew the Enma from his waist, enveloped in haki. As the two formidable weapons flanked him, compared to sheer brute force, I am indeed a master swordsman. Dual wielding. A breath of scalding air was slowly exhaled from the mouth of Nightblade. Boom. The muscles of Nightblade's arms swelled, propelling two ebony blades that sliced through the air at supersonic speed, cleaving towards the rakeage above. Dual force slash. Raging thunder axe of justice. Chapter 75, The Final Strike. Farewell to the three-sword style. First update, clang. The muscles of Nightblade's arms bulged as immense strength and sharpness were infused into the two black blades. Two faint blue slashes tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, surging towards the fourth rakeage, who leapt from midair. Boom. The rakeage was not to be outdone. His right leg, reminiscent of a battle axe and shimmering with blue lightning, descended with a speed that rivaled Nightblade's strike. Boom. The dual force slash and the raging thunder axe of justice collided in midair, one a slash, the other a technique of lightning release. The two distinct yet equally sharp attacks centered around Nightblade, and the fourth Raikage unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Whoosh. Boom. A fierce gust of wind whipped through the shoulder-length hair of Uzumaki Yuin and the short hair of Uchiha Shursui. Whoosh. Bang. Following the shockwave came a cascade of massive debris, propelled like cannonballs in all directions. Aba. Karabi roared, and the eight tails, understanding instantly, assisted Karabi in fully transforming into his tailed beast form, his colossal and sturdy frame shielding against the oncoming fragments while firmly gripping the rocky platform. Itachi, Shursui, and the dance of lightning. Come here quickly. The flying stones are terrifying. One misstep could spell disaster. Hide behind Aba. Let him handle all troubles. Yes. All right. Thank you. Senior. Thank you. The three propelled themselves forward, propelled by the shockwave, closely adhering to the back of the eight tails. Listening to the incessant clang of metal and iron resonating in the arena. Zila. Whoosh. Amidst the swirling dust and fog, Nightblade's striking crimson eyes shone brightly as he deftly employed the Shuimpa technique. The red light flickered with his movements, like will-o'-the-wisps, erratic and elusive. Whoosh. Bang. Meanwhile, the blue lightning cloak enveloping the fourth Raikage unleashed tremendous force, stirring up clouds of dust across the vast platform. The clash of red and blue luminescence raged amidst the haze. Haha. Nightblade laughed heartily. I am aware that your speed in the full-powered lightning release chakra mode is astonishing. However, in an instant, Nightblade's foot struck the ground at a frequency exceeding 100 times within 0.36 seconds, elevating his speed to a staggering 5 times that of the pirate's shave technique. Such swiftness rivals that of the fourth Raikage's body flicker technique. Yet, it still falls short. Whoosh. Dual sword style, second slash. Sand pattern. Nightblade gripped two blades firmly, unleashing a powerful upward diagonal strike at a 45-degree angle, targeting the Raikage, who stood mere inches away. What? The fourth Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. He watched as Nightblade kept pace with his speed and materialized before him. Delivering a swift strike with his blade, his right hand poised like a knife. Subsequently, with a flicker of lightning, he swung his right hand horizontally like a great sword, producing a resounding explosion. Classically brutal Chio dance. Boom. One was a family heirloom blade honed to a razor-sharp brilliance through grueling training, while the other was the mightiest of dual sword techniques enveloped in armament hockey. The two slashes collided instantaneously. Clang. The metallic resonance emanated between them. The impact caused a momentary separation between the fourth Raikage's right hand and Nightblade's dual swords. In that fleeting instant, a surge of confidence flashed in Nightblade's crimson eyes as he exhaled a breath of scalding air, invigorated by cellular activation. With a twist of his wrists, the downward-facing black blades transformed to point skyward. Dual sword style, second slash ascending. Huh. The Raikage's eyes widened. Is this kid's second move so seamlessly connected? This is troublesome. With his right hand just deflected and in a state of vulnerability, the Raikage found himself momentarily stunned. Witnessing Nightblade's sharp upward strike, he had no choice but to push his lightning release chakra mode to its limit, raising his hands defensively. Clang. Crack. The weights on the fourth Raikage's wrists were instantly severed by Nightblade's strike, crashing to the ground, while the slash even penetrated the weights, leaving a gash on the Raikage's wrist. Thud. Nightblade gradually descended, gently biting down on Enma, casting a smile at the fourth Raikage. Not bad. You actually blocked it. Although the weights contributed to that, your skin's hardness in this state is quite impressive. Humph. The fourth Raikage lightly flexed his wrist, coldly smiling at Nightblade across from him. This is my lightning release chakra, refined over decades, enveloping me in lightning to enhance my hardness and speed. A veritable armor that revitalizes the flesh. Compared to your blade, it is not lacking in any regard. Oh. Nightblade smiled faintly. Stronger than my sword? Then you must be prepared, for with the next strike, you shall be defeated. Raikage paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Defeated? I may meet my end, but it certainly shall not be at your hands. I assure you, if you and your sword possess merely this level of prowess, my next move will likewise bring about your downfall. From afar, Karabi was taken aback, observing his brother, who was preparing to fight with utmost determination. His expression shifted to one of gravity. It appears he is about to employ that technique. That technique? Staring at the unfolding battle from behind the eight tails, Shursui was momentarily stunned and turned to Karabi with a query. What do you mean by that technique? That technique, Karabi replied solemnly, entails my brother gathering and activating all his lightning release chakra, then using his body's utmost speed to amplify the incredible strength of his wrist, executing a technique that directly counters the opponent's lethal strike with unmatched wrist power. It is nearly impossible to evade. Shirzue nodded, his demeanor returning to its usual indifference. Then it is of no concern. Squinting lazily at the arena, he observed Night Blade slowly holding the familiar weapon, Yinma, in his mouth. A gentle smile graced Shirzue's lips. How exhilarating. What formidable swordsmanship shall we witness this time? Chapter 76. The Path of the Black Blade. Extreme Tiger Hunt. Stunning Raikage. Second update, Zila. The lightning coursing through the fourth Raikage's body surged violently, his hair standing on end like a ferocious beast, an aura of danger enveloping him. At that moment, Nightblade silently connected with the system within his mind. System, I am here. Host, Nightblade called, and the system appeared before him, visibly anxious. Nightblade smiled faintly. Open the system shop. I wish to select another fine blade. Understood. Without further ado, the system gently opened the shop within Nightblade's mind. Zila. A blue luminescent screen rippled like water, gradually unfolding in Nightblade's consciousness, revealing a plethora of rare items shimmering within the marketplace interface. Higi, Nightblade chuckled softly. Unfazed by the dazzling array of treasures. Rather, he addressed the system directly. Check my remaining points. Querying ding. The host currently possesses a total of 700 points. Would the host like to exclude items priced above 700 points? Nightblade nodded. Exclude. Zila. The blue merchandise panel quivered. And all items priced above 4,700 points vanished silently from the marketplace, leaving only blades in their wake. Observing the array of knives before him, Yurin felt no confusion. He promptly selected the blade he had long since chosen in his mind. The black blade, Autumn Water, priced at 1,000 points. Would you like to exchange? Yes. Ding. Exchange successful, 1,000 points deducted. The host now has 3,700 points remaining. Would you like to summon the Black Blade, Autumn Water immediately? Summon. A glimmer of anticipation graced Yurin's lips as he extended his empty right hand behind him, awaiting the arrival of the Black Blade, Autumn Water. With a soft thud, a subtle sound emerged from behind Yurin, unseen by anyone else. In an instant, the Black Blade, along with its black sheath, was firmly grasped in his hand. The sheath slid away, revealing an exaggeratedly curved blade in Yurin's right hand. A gentle smile played on his face as he regarded the original ghost cutter in his left hand, the Black Blade, Autumn Water in his right, and the Black Blade, Yama, clenched between his teeth. Addressing the poised fourth Raikage before him, Yurin spoke, in my grasp, this black armor signifies formidable defense and offense. Now evolved in my hands into a powerful purple aura, which I shall name Flowing Cherry Blossom Dominance. To become a great swordsman, one must refine a renowned blade into a permanent great black sword with one's own dominance. With a smile, Yurin raised his hand lightly. Now I possess 3. A strike that has never been seen in all the 5 great ninja countries. Are you ready? A wave of scorching air, born from the ultimate activation of his cells, escaped Yurin's lips, his pupils shifting to a more enchanting purple. Black Blade Way. 3-blade style, Extreme Tiger Hunt. Boom. Yurin positioned both black blades before him, while the black blade, Chaotic Yama, crossed in front of his mouth. The purple flowing cherry blossom dominance swirled around his arms. With tremendous strength, he unleashed a swift slash. Roar. The incredibly rapid strike created a white shockwave as it sliced through the air, coalescing into the shape of a white tiger, roaring as it charged toward the fourth Raikage in the distance. Humph. Do not underestimate the Raikage. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot blade. Whoosh. The fourth Raikage, sensing the formidable strike unleashed by Yurin, felt the thunder within him surge. He slightly bent his right arm, explosive power coiling within, and rushed fiercely towards Yurin. Roar. The white shockwave tiger howled as it surged forward. Zila. In that moment, the strike collided with the lightning plow hot blade. Boom. A clash erupted on the vast platform as the blue and white energies confronted one another. One half of the sky was suffused with the flickering blue lightning emanating from the fourth Raikage, while the other half was enveloped in a strange purple hue, marked by the dark violet aura and the fierce white tiger of Nightblade. Crack. In but a fleeting moment, the white tiger opened its jaws wide and lunged forward, consuming the Raikage in an instant. The blue lightning vanished in an instant, and the white tiger, having lost its resistance, charged forward unabated. With a thunderous roar, the colossal white tiger descended, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Debris flew through the air, and a fierce wind howled. Brother! Exclaimed Killer Bee, alarmed at the disappearance of the fourth Raikage. Nightblade, maintaining his ferocious tiger state, exhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and smiled gently at Killer Bee. Do not worry. He merely fainted. Rest assured, I exercised restraint. Killer Bee glanced at Nightblade, slowly nodding, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. Nightblade, while you have restraint. My brother was sent flying. Where has he gone? Nightblade paused, the purple glow in his eyes fading as he sheathed his blades, Ghost and Yama. He then crouched to retrieve his black blade, Autumn Water, and walked towards a pile of rubble. With a slight smile, Nightblade gestured towards the stone pile. If I am not mistaken, he should be buried beneath this debris. Would you assist me in digging him out? We may just uncover him. All right, replied Killer Bee. With the collaboration of Nightblade, Killer Bee, and the other members of Team Shadow, they swiftly unearthed the unconscious fourth Raikage from beneath the rubble. A Killer Bee observed his brother, now elegantly sprawled with rolled-back eyes, scratching his head in confusion. Turning to Nightblade and the others, he declared, I must take my brother for treatment. You all rest here. My room is well stocked, so feel free to indulge. Hey, very well. Nightblade waved at Killer Bee with a smile. Go ahead, we shall await your return. Whenever your brother awakens, lead us to him. There are matters I wish to discuss. Killer Bee, noting Nightblade's serious demeanor, nodded slowly. No problem, Nightblade. Once my brother awakens, I will take you to him. I must go now. His life is paramount. Go on. Nightblade nodded towards Karabi, then turned and led Shurshui and the others into Karabi's residence. This natural gesture left Karabi momentarily stunned. Truly, he was the brother of Nightblade. With a light and relaxed gait, Nightblade and his companions strolled through the woods before Karabi's dwelling. At one moment, he extended his hand and beckoned to Yuzuki Saigen behind him. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Me? Yuzuki Saigen was taken aback. Yes, come on. Nightblade affirmed with a nod. Without further hesitation, Saigen quickened her pace and joined him, walking side by side. Scenting the peculiar aroma wafting from Nightblade, Yuzuki Saigen gently wrinkled her delicate nose. Reflecting on Nightblade's formidable power and his remarkable sword techniques throughout their journey, a blush crept onto her cheeks. The thought that she alone had mastered the techniques of the one sword style and the swift cut taught by Nightblade filled her heart with an extraordinary sensation. It seemed as if she shared a unique bond with the leader. However, recalling the broken katana from the recent battle, her lips pouted slightly in dismay. She had just learned the one sword style, yet her blade had shattered. There must be shops selling katana in the land of lightning. She would have to find time to purchase another. Saigen. As Yuzuki Saigen was lost in thought, Nightblade's voice, slightly raised, echoed in her ears. Oh. What is it, my lord? Saigen startled, gradually returning her focus to Nightblade in front of her. I was saying, your sword was broken in the previous battle. Are you worried about it now? Nightblade rubbed his brow, looking at Saigen with a wry smile as he spoke slowly. Yes, Saigen replied, gazing at Nightblade's smiling face and nodding gently. After finally mastering such a formidable sword technique, my sword broke. Now I'm troubled about where to find another. She sighed softly, her expression tinged with disappointment. Oh, if it's your sword that troubles you, I might have a solution, Nightblade offered. Despite the land of lightning's formidable ninjutsu and lightning release techniques, and the abundance of sword-selling shops due to the ninja's expertise in swordsmanship, Nightblade gently stroked Saigen's hair. Finding a sword that truly suits you can be quite difficult, can't it? Saigen nodded slightly. That being said, not every swordsman can have a sword that resonates with them like the leader's. Therefore, I can only settle for a decent sword. As she spoke, Shiyong suddenly leaned closer to Yeren and quietly inquired, So, Chief, where did your sword come from? Oh, well, Yeren smiled and scratched his head, attempting to evade the question. This was crafted long ago by a renowned swordsmith. I merely decided to use it in these past few days. Shiyong regarded Yeren with the suspicion of a girl's intuition. Really? That doesn't quite add up, does it? If it was made long ago, why have you only just started using it? Do you perhaps have a colossal secret, Chief? Hearing Shiyong's words, Yeren smiled faintly, secretly thinking to himself, Indeed. I possess a rather monumental secret. I am not originally from this world. However, such matters were not appropriate to disclose to Shiyong at this moment. With a slight headache, Yeren glanced at Shiyong and then, with a spark of inspiration, swiftly changed the subject. How about this? Give me one night, and I shall find a sword that suits you perfectly, one whose sharpness and hardness can rival my own. Really? Shiyong's eyes widened in astonishment. completely forgetting her previous inquiry about the origin of Yaren's sword. With sparkling eyes, she eagerly asked, "Is it truly of the same caliber as your sword, Chief?" "Indeed." Yaren nodded. "You see, I can effortlessly wield these 3 swords. Is that not proof enough?" Shiyang paused, then gently nodded, murmuring, "I trust you, Chief. However, I still wish to know the origins of your 3 swords and the one you intend to give me." Yaren covered his forehead, feeling exasperated. "It seems this question has circled back again. I can only helplessly gaze at you and sigh, it's a secret. Secrets mean I cannot share them with others." "Oh," Shiyang nodded. "Then just tell me quietly, I am not others." Yaren replied, "I've already stated it's a secret. No more questions." As the night passed, Yaren and Jishui rested soundly in Kalabi's home, with Yaren undoubtedly being the first to awaken. Years of practicing swordplay had conditioned him to thrive on just a few hours of deep sleep. Before dawn broke, Yaren began training on the platform. Boom. A towering mountain. 100 meters high, slowly shifted upward by 20 centimeters. 9,990, boom. The mountain descended and then rose again. 9,991. With a resounding crash, the mountain peak descended once more. Beneath the colossal summit stood the bare-chested Nightblade, gently clenching his teeth as he engaged in muscle training. Having traversed the world of pirates and undergone system enhancements, this mountain peak was but a mere toy in Nightblade's hands. With a sudden thud, a figure descended from afar onto the platform. "Mr. Nightblade, your brother has awakened." Boom. 999. The mountain peak slowly descended as Nightblade turned to glance at the astonished Killer Bee, whose temples bulged with tension. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Your brother has awakened?" Chapter 78. Is your head still aching? Chapter 4. Indeed. Killer Bee, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the enormous mountain peak beneath which Nightblade was seated, performing his daily lifting exercises with one hand. He slightly twitched at the corners of his mouth. "My brother woke up this morning. He is fine, merely knocked out by the tremendous force." At this, Killer Bee could not help but cast an admiring glance at Nightblade. It was the first time he had witnessed someone knock out their elder brother in a contest of strength. Such power was simply unfathomable. Nightblade nodded gently at Killer Bee, a few glistening droplets of sweat trickling down his bulging muscles. Drip. A few beads of sweat fell upon the stone surface. "All right. I understand." Nightblade offered a slight smile. "Please wait a moment longer. I still have 10,000 lifting repetitions to complete with my left hand." Killer Bee felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Generally, it is uncommon for an individual's left and right hand strength to be identical or even closely matched. However, based on his observations of Nightblade over the past few days, it appeared that his arm strength was remarkably even and astonishingly powerful. Just as Killer Bee was marveling at Nightblade's prowess, Nightblade, with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly tossed a mountain peak several hundred meters high from his right hand. In the blink of an eye, as Killer Bee's eyes widened in disbelief, Nightblade extended his left hand and caught it with ease. Crack. The ground beneath Nightblade merely cracked with a few fissures. This indicated that when he tossed the massive mountain peak from his right hand to his left, he entirely neutralized the weight of the mountain, using his own strength and body, rather than transferring the force to the ground beneath him. 1. 2. Killer Bee wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, swallowing hard as he observed Nightblade steadily lifting the white mountain peak with his left hand at a constant speed. Nightblade truly is formidable. My brother can only manage to exercise his wrist strength with a 100-pound weight. In comparison, it is truly lacking. However, when Killer Bee realized that Nightblade had cultivated an exceptionally balanced strength in both hands, capable of lifting a 100-meter mountain peak, a truly extraordinary feat, he was astounded. 5 minutes later, with a resounding crash, Nightblade effortlessly tossed the massive white mountain peak back into its original position after completing 10,000 lifting motions with his left hand. He then gently clapped his hands and donned his white martial arts attire. "Let us go. We must keep your brother waiting." I quickened my pace, eager to discuss an important matter with your brother. Killer Bee stood before Nightblade, transformed into a rigid statue of disbelief. Even the 8 tails within him gazed on with wide eyes, filled with immense confusion. Who is this man before you? With such power and control, I fear even I, as a tailed beast, could never achieve such mastery. Killer Bee nodded. "A remarkable man, he is a role model for me. From now on, Nightblade is my elder brother, and I shall follow him." "Hey, you fool. You idiot." Upon hearing Killer Bee's rap, Nightblade frowned and gently patted the iron tattoo on Killer Bee's shoulder. "Enough of that clumsy rap. Let us focus on the serious matters first." When we have time, I shall teach you how to rap properly. At this, Nightblade smiled slightly. Then we can hold concerts across the 5 great ninja countries. That would be truly exciting. Oh, Killer B's eyes sparkled with interest. A concert? I am very much looking forward to it. The meeting was set in the office of the 4th Raikage, where he typically handled village affairs. At that moment, the Raikage, his head wrapped in white bandages, reclined on a large sofa by the expansive window, sipping alcohol while gazing out at the scenery. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth reminded him of the previous day when, in his lightning release chakra mode, his full force strike, the lightning blade, had been effortlessly countered and rendered unconscious by that young man, Nightblade. The Raikage felt a burning sensation on his face. Really? Who is this kid? He muttered to himself. In the ninja world, there exists someone who, without relying on chakra, can match my lightning release armor solely through sheer physical strength and astonishing swordsmanship, and completely overpower me. This poses a significant threat to Kumogakure. Just then, as the Raikage pondered this troubling matter, a series of knocks echoed from the door of his office. The Raikage paused, then signaled to his aide, "Go answer the door." It appears that the young man has arrived. Good. As Maba nodded, cradling the folder in his arms, he slowly approached the door of the Raikage's office and pulled it open. "Brother." Karabi entered alongside the Nightblade, addressing the solemn Raikage with a call. The Raikage gestured forby to stand beside him with a nod, then directed his gaze towards the Nightblade. "Young brother, I acknowledge your formidable strength. I am not your match. However, I have heard the rumors." The 4th Raikage gradually rose from the sofa. "Due to the actions of our Cloud Village ninjas in your Leaf Village, you harbor great dissatisfaction towards us, openly vowing to deal with the Cloud Village and with me as the Raikage." At this point, the Raikage's breath slightly relaxed as he sank back into the sofa. "Now, you have indeed accomplished it. You have effortlessly defeated me." But the Raikage suddenly lifted his head. He gazed into the Nightblade's eyes, which shimmered with a faint azure lightning. "If you intend to do anything against the Cloud Village, I, the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village, will fight you to the bitter end, even if it costs me my life, dragging you down to hell with my last ounce of strength." "No." The Nightblade furrowed his brow, dismissively waving his hand at the Raikage. "It is unnecessary. And you are unworthy." A glint of brilliance flickered in the Nightblade's eyes. "My purpose for coming to the Cloud Village was indeed publicly declared as a show of force against you and the Cloud Village, but in truth, I have come to negotiate a deal with you." The Nightblade observed the Raikage, who appeared momentarily stunned, and shrugged. "Who knew you would take action against me without provocation? Thus, I had no choice but to act swiftly. Is your head still aching?" Chapter 79. This is a threat to you. First update. The 4th Raikage instinctively reached for the bandage on his head, his broad lips twitching slightly as he looked at the Nightblade with a serious expression. "Let us not dwell on past events. I heard you mention that you wish to engage in an unusual transaction with me. What are the details of this transaction?" The Nightblade, noticing the Raikage's slightly awkward demeanor, smiled gently and refrained from bringing up the incident of having knocked him unconscious. Instead, he addressed the Raikage. "This matter is related to Karabi." "Oh." The Raikage was momentarily taken aback. "Is it connected to the 8 Tails Jinchuriki of our village, my brother? Do tell." The Nightblade nodded, turning to sit on the sofa beside the Raikage, pouring himself a glass of strong liquor from the table. After savoring a sip, he remarked to the Raikage, "Ah, it has indeed been a long time. You also enjoy a good strong drink. What a coincidence. I too have a fondness for alcohol. If you have some free time, shall we engage in a competition?" The 4th Raikage furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the calm figure beside him, leisurely sipping his drink, as if the one who had proposed the transaction earlier was not himself. Nightblade slowly began to speak. "Certainly. However, I must confess that I am rather intrigued by what you were about to say earlier. What exactly is this transaction?" Nightblade took another sip of his strong liquor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded the Raikage. "You truly are impatient, aren't you? Very well. I shall lay my cards on the table. I wish for your village's 8 Tails Jinchuriki, your brother Killer B, to join the organization I have founded, the Shadow Organization. What say you? Do you agree?" Nightblade's piercing gaze fixed intently on the Raikage as he spoke each word deliberately. "What?" The Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Nightblade, a mix of anger and astonishment etching his features, as he exclaimed, "You want to recruit my brother into a peculiar organization of yours? I will not consent. B is a member of my village, and it is inconceivable for him to abandon his home for some bizarre group of yours." The Raikage glared at Nightblade, his tone resolute and unyielding. "You might as well give up on that notion." "Ah, Nightblade sighed softly, leisurely tapping his fingers against his ear. Rolling his eyes, he remarked, I say, if you disagree, then simply say so. Must you shout so loudly? You're deafening me. With a look of disdain, Nightblade regarded the fourth Raikage and continued unhurriedly, is it not the most basic form of respect to allow someone to finish their thoughts? Especially when that person has bested you in combat. The fourth Raikage paused. A hint of embarrassment flickering across his face as he addressed Nightblade in a calmer tone. Very well, speak your mind. What gives you the right to expect B to join your organization? Nightblade nodded, looking at the Raikage with a steady demeanor. As I previously mentioned, what I propose is a transaction. If it is indeed a transaction, both parties should contribute something of value. Therefore, my request is for your village's 8 Tails Jinchuriki to join my shadow organization. Naturally, the conditions I offer to your village in return will be exceedingly generous. Oh, the Raikage's interest was piqued. Although Killer B held a significant position within the village and in his heart, if joining the shadow organization posed no threat to his life and came with advantageous terms, he felt it was worth considering. He promptly inquired of Nightblade. What are the terms you propose? Excellent. Nightblade nodded, addressing the Raikage. One condition of the transaction is for Kurabi to join my shadow organization. And the benefits I can offer you are that once he becomes a member, your hidden cloud village will fall under our organization's protection. Nightblade smiled confidently. As long as Kurabi remains within our organization, regardless of what transpires in your hidden cloud village or the crises you may encounter, all members of my shadow organization and I will provide assistance. After a moment of silence, the fourth Raikage gazed at Nightblade and let out a slight smile, his mustache curling up. I initially thought this was a serious transaction, but upon reflection, it is evidently a deal with no cost. What do you take me for? Nightblade rolled his eyes at the fourth Raikage. Isn't it obvious that I am pulling a fast one on you? Do you really need to think about it? However, Nightblade smiled slightly. In truth, whether this transaction qualifies as a deceitful bargain or not is something you would understand if you truly employed your intellect. It is, in fact, an opportunity without risk for you. Oh, the Raikage's interest was piqued. With his wide, bell-like eyes fixed on Nightblade, he inquired, pray tell. Why is this transaction also devoid of cost for us? Humph. Nightblade scoffed lightly. Is that not simple? You can ascertain it with a little thought. Your brother, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Kurabi, is already immensely powerful. Even alone, he would be a formidable opponent in the 5 great shinobi countries. Furthermore, Nightblade smiled subtly. Once he joins our shadow organization, all he needs to do is follow me as I hold personal concerts across the 5 great countries. And your hidden cloud village will receive our organization as protection. With such terms, why would your village not be inclined to agree? The fourth Raikage pondered for a moment and nodded. You make a valid point. Kurabi's strength is indeed formidable, and I need not worry about his safety. However, the fourth Raikage fixed his penetrating gaze upon Nightblade. Do we truly require the benefit you propose, that is, having your shadow organization serve as a shield for our hidden cloud village? Our strength is sufficient for self-preservation. Self-preservation? Nightblade chuckled coldly. Do not forget, his eyes gleamed with a chilling confidence in his own strength. My power alone could easily topple your entire hidden cloud village, should I desire it. You would not last a day against me. How then can you claim to be self-sufficient? The fourth Raikage was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Nightblade. Are you threatening me? Of course. Nightblade retorted arrogantly. Is it necessary to ask whether I am threatening you? I have already shown you considerable respect by engaging in this lengthy conversation. Should you dare utter a word of refusal, be cautious. For I shall dismantle your Raikage office and obliterate your hidden village. Chapter 80. The Iron Fist of EI. Second update. You. The Raikage gazed with a frosty demeanor, as though a mere misstep in words would propel him to strike. Nightblade's eyes widened as he proclaimed loudly. Our hidden cloud village stands as the most formidable among the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Do you presume that a single threat from you will compel us to submit? Oh, Nightblade replied with a cold smile. Will it not? At this very moment, Samui and the 2 wooden puppets are firmly within my grasp. At the mere sound of my command, my subordinates will execute them. And your 2 Tails Jinchuriki shall meet their demise. Once unleashed, the uncontrolled 2 Tails will wreak havoc across the land of lightning, slaughtering its people. He continued, simultaneously. I shall hunt down your elite shinobi, Jonin, Chunin, and then Jinin, within the borders of the land of lightning. I shall reserve your kind of high-end combat power for last, allowing you to witness the desolation of your once thriving hidden cloud village before you perish, alone and pitiful, beneath my blade. This is the conclusion I have meticulously crafted for you. Are you satisfied? With a chilling smile, Nightblade gently patted the Rake's shoulder, observing how the latter's countenance grew increasingly grim with each utterance. The Rake's bravado and conviction gradually faded, gazing into Nightblade's feral eyes. The flicker of hope within him shattered, ultimately leading him to lower his head in resignation and exhale deeply. If you wish for me to join your shadow organization, I have 2 requests. Very well, Nightblade nodded. Speak your mind. My agreement shall depend on my mood. With a wry smile, the Rake articulated his 2 demands. Firstly, I implore you, Lord Nightblade, to make every effort to ensure the safety of my younger brother, preventing him from undertaking perilous missions alone. Nightblade pondered briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. That is agreeable. When he decided to recruit Killer Bee into his shadow organization, he never envisioned allowing Killer Bee to execute tasks in isolation. Instead, he intended for him to lead a small team, much like himself, in carrying out missions. As an organization founded upon the remnants of the Root, Nightblade's shadow organization retained the structural framework of its predecessor. The organization is divided into 4 combat teams, each comprised of 4 combat squads. Each squad consists of 4 ninjas whose strengths and abilities complement one another, working in tight coordination under the leadership of a squad leader. Thus, upon securing Killer Bee's allegiance, Nightblade's primary objective became to equip him with 3 teammates. Regarding the first condition set by the 4th Rake, it posed no difficulty whatsoever. Now, please share your second condition. Nightblade gazed at the 4th Rake and inquired. Very well, the Rake replied with a faint smile. Looking at Nightblade and the ever-watchful Killer Bee beside him, since you are inviting Bee to join your organization, we must ascertain whether he consents, after all. If he declines, it would be improper to coerce him into participation, wouldn't it? Upon hearing the Rake's words, Nightblade nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. But are you certain that as long as your brother is willing to join my organization, you will be allowed to do so? Absolutely. The Rake's eyes widened as he emphatically nodded at Nightblade. If Bee agrees, then he may join your organization, and I, the Rake, am a man of my word, ensuring that I follow through on my promises. Excellent. Nightblade nodded and then turned his gaze toward Killer Bee, who had been standing silently for quite some time. Bee, you have heard. I have made arrangements with your brother for you to join my shadow organization. What are your thoughts on this matter? Behind his dark sunglasses, Killer Bee's small eyes brimmed with hesitation. Lord Nightblade is my role model. I desire to journey alongside him. However, my brother and my village are of utmost importance for me to protect. This choice is undoubtedly a formidable challenge for Bee. You fool, you imbecile. Oh. Nightblade smiled faintly, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes as he slowly spoke. Is the choice truly that difficult? Bee. I promised I would take you on a tour across the 5 great ninja nations for concerts, and I will teach you the most formidable rap techniques. Do you not look forward to that? Killer Bee's pupils quivered beneath his dark sunglasses, and the scales of his internal debate began to tip as Nightblade's smile dominated his thoughts. I'm sorry, brother. Suddenly, under the bewildered gaze of the 4th Rake, Killer Bee bowed deeply, his expression solemn as he spoke. I have cherished your teachings over the years, but one must pursue their ideals and hopes. If one day I fulfill my dreams, I am certain you will take pride in me, brother. I have made my decision. I will join Lord Nightblade as shadow organization. The Rake was taken aback, and as he watched Killer Bee bow before him, his initial shock gradually softened into a gentle expression. Very well, I have never witnessed you speak to me with such gravity. It seems this decision holds great significance for you. Thus, the Rake rose, gently assisting Killer Bee to his feet, and smiled as he said, Follow your heart's true desire. That which you yearn for is what you must pursue. Elder brother, Karabi gently raised his head, gazing at the kind-hearted Rake with heartfelt emotion. Thank you for your understanding. I shall never forget the village in you. After I have held 100 concerts, I will surely return. Rake's expression suddenly shifted. The iron fist of AI. Boom. In an instant, before Karabi could react, AI decisively hammered the bewildered Karabi into the ground of the Rake's office. Observing the perplexed Karabi slowly rising from the floor, the 4th Rake chuckled heartily. Go forth. No matter how many concerts you wish to hold, my love and hope are encapsulated in this punch. Pursue your dreams. Leave the village's protection to me. Chapter 81. The Sword of Rain. A New Journey. 3rd update. Brother. Karabi exclaimed with deep emotion, calling out to the 4th Rake. Enough. The 4th Rake regarded Karabi with a reluctant expression. Enough. Nightblade, with a darkened face, directly grabbed Karabi by his collar and gestured dismissively at the fourth Reikage. Our transaction has been concluded. Should any matters arise in the future, simply send someone to find me. Regardless of the challenges, I shall assist you in resolving them. As he spoke, Nightblade was already striding towards the door. Karabi, being dragged by his collar, dragged his feet along the floor. Reikage, taken aback, observed Nightblade pulling Karabi towards the office door and inquired with confusion, "Is there something of great importance that you need to discuss? You seem rather urgent." "Nonsense." Nightblade turned around, addressing the astonished Reikage. "I have accomplished my purpose here in your village. What need have I to remain? I have more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, farewell." The fourth Reikage scratched his head, hesitatingly responding to Nightblade. "To celebrate our successful agreement, let us share a drink. I recall you mentioned wanting to taste the uniquely flavored liquor brewed from seawater distilled in our village, did you not?" As the Reikage mentioned drinking, Nightblade's steps gradually slowed. Under the expectant gaze of the Reikage, Nightblade slightly turned, gently shaking the gourd at his waist, and remarked, "I nearly forgot. Your village's liquor is quite good. Before we depart tomorrow, do remember to prepare 100 pounds for me. I shall enjoy it on the road." 100 pounds? Reikage was taken aback. "Is that truly necessary?" "Indeed," Nightblade nodded affirmatively. "For a master swordsman, this is hardly an issue. Were it not for the distance and the difficulty of transporting the wine, I would have requested several 100 pounds more." "Very well." The Reikage nodded and addressed Yuru. "I shall see you off before your departure tomorrow morning, and I will bring along the vessels for the wine." "Agreed." Yuru nodded and departed with Karabi, leaving the Reikage's office. 10 minutes later, upon returning to the residence of Karabi in the Yunlei Gorge, Yuru found Itachi, Shursui, and Tsukiyomi already awake. Even the captured Yumura and Samui glared at Yuru and Karabi as they entered. "What?" Yumura furrowed his brow. "Are you also going to collude with this man?" "Huh." Karabi was taken aback. He had been so engrossed in the previous day's battle that he hadn't noticed Yumura and Samui had become Yuru's captives, and he was momentarily astonished. "Hey, Samui, Yumura, what are you doing here? Have you also been captivated by Lord Yuru's charm?" Yumura rolled his eyes and replied, "Isn't it obvious? Before Yuru approached you, we had already engaged in a fierce battle with him in the Death Canyon. We were no match for him and were subsequently captured. Now, answer my question first. How did you come to side with this man?" Karabi scratched his head. "I was drawn in by Lord Yuru's superb rapping skills and formidable fighting prowess, so I have pledged my allegiance to him and joined his organization." "You too?" Karabi glanced at the astonished Yumura and Samui. "Have you joined as well?" "That's impossible," the two women exclaimed in unison. Hiki, Yura chuckled lightly. "Why is it impossible?" A few minutes later, with Yuru and Karabi's explanations, Samui and Yumura finally accepted that Karabi had joined Yuru's organization with the Reikage's consent. They even learned that the village had reached an agreement with Yuru. Should any threats arise against the village, Yuru would protect Yunin. In that moment, the two exchanged glances, and the barrier in their hearts began to waver. "All right." Yura smiled and revealed his right hand from behind him, a long katana with a pristine white sheath. A cherry blossom red hilt and a 3-petal plum blossom tsuba appeared in his grasp, with eager anticipation in her eyes. Tsukiyomi watched as Yura gently pushed the sword towards her. "Tsukiyomi, I promised you a blade. Take a look. Are you satisfied?" Tsukiyomi carefully accepted the elongated katana from Yura's hand, gently drawing it from its sheath, and the blade slid out as smoothly as a tranquil stream. In the air, a soft, luminous glow emanated. "What a splendid blade!" exclaimed Yue Xian, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Nightblade. "Chief, does this knife have a name?" "Indeed," replied Nightblade with a faint smile, gently flicking the blade's edge. The gleaming steel produced an extraordinary sound reminiscent of raindrops falling. The blade shimmered like water, and its resonance evoked the sound of rain. "This sword is called Shiyu." "Shiyu?" Yue Xian murmured, her gaze fixed on the katana in her hands, savoring the name. Moments later, her face lit up with delight. "With this Shiyu, I can learn sword techniques from Chief Nightblade." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a blush crept across her cheeks as she stood on her toes and gently kissed Nightblade on the cheek before exclaiming, "Thank you." Embarrassed, she turned and dashed out of the room, her face aflame under the amused gazes of those present. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. Nightblade paused, then cleared his throat as he noticed the peculiar expressions of the onlookers. "Well, our mission in the Land of Lightning is essentially concluded, and we shall soon welcome new comrades." The leader of the second team, Karabi. Nightblade nodded slightly at Karabi, then shifted his gaze to the side where Yuki and Sammy stood. "I am the leader of Team 1, with Itachi, Shirzue and Shiyin as my teammates. As for Team 2, let Sammy and Yuki temporarily assume the role of members. Hopefully, you will cooperate with Kurabi, Nightblade remarked. Yuki opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, recognizing that their village had established a partnership with Nightblade, leaving no room for enmity. Very well. If there are no objections, I shall outline our next steps. Shirzue, Nightblade smiled faintly. Unfold the map. Without a moment's hesitation, Shirzue retrieved the world map of the 5 great ninja nations from within his robes and spread it out on the ground before everyone. Chief, he said. Nightblade acknowledged with a nod, squinting as he searched the map for the land of lightning, the land of wind, the land of fire, and the land of earth. He nodded in approval of the map's comprehensiveness before continuing his search. The others held their breath, fully attentive to Nightblade's focused examination of the map, ready to receive his commands. Only Shirzue's lips twitched slightly, knowing that if the chief did not find the desired location within 3 seconds, he would descend into a state of aimless searching. However, Shimizu hesitated to directly inquire about the location Nightblade was seeking, for he knew such a question would surely incite the leader's wrath. Just as the tension in the air grew palpable and Nightblade's frown deepened with impatience, a brilliant idea flickered in Shimizu's mind. Ahem, leader, should we not first return to Konoha for a period of rest? Nightblade paused, momentarily taken aback, then turned to Shimizu, who wore a subtle smile, instantly grasping his intent. Not quite, Nightblade replied, gradually sitting upright and gesturing toward the map. The light here is too dim. I cannot discern it clearly. Would you assist me? There exists a minuscule nation called the Land of Rain. Does it not lie at the junction of the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire? Shimizu blinked in surprise, then followed Nightblade's gaze to the map. Kurabi and the others also began to scrutinize the map. Here, after a few moments, Shimizu pointed to a small country in the western part of the map and looked up at Nightblade. This is the Land of Rain. I have been there during a previous mission. With a solemn expression, Shimizu addressed the group. Do not underestimate this nation. Although it is plagued by internal strife and warfare, and its security is stringent due to fears of espionage, it is home to the Hidden Rain Village. This village has cultivated many unique techniques, pushing each ninja's capabilities to their utmost limits, and has developed a plethora of distinctive jutsu. The assassination techniques of this ninja village are highly advanced, often accepting assassination commissions from foreign nations, making it an exceedingly perilous place. Indeed, Nightblade nodded at Shimizu. Your intelligence is remarkably detailed, aligning closely with what I am aware of. However, you have overlooked one critical piece of information. One critical piece of information? Shimizu furrowed his brow as he contemplated what important detail might be hidden within this diminutive nation. After a prolonged silence, he dejectedly shook his head and replied, This is all I know. Nightblade smiled gently at Shimizu. Do not blame yourself. This crucial information is likely known to only a handful of individuals within the entire ninja world, and I am one of them. Nightblade leaned closer to the map, softly poking at the Land of Rain, and asked the group in a hushed tone, Are you familiar with the Akatsuki organization? What? Shimizu froze, beads of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Leader, are you referring to that mysterious organization clad in red clouds? Indeed, Nightblade affirmed, observing the bewildered expressions of the others, excluding Shimizu, as he began to elucidate further. The Akatsuki organization has only recently been established, and it is understandable that you may not be familiar with it. However, the current strength of this organization should not be underestimated. While you may not have a comprehensive understanding of it, I can inform you that their leaders, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, have already slain the so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, thus becoming the new masters of Amigakure. Their ranks now include not only the original trio, but also the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha, Kakuzu, and the puppeteer Sasori, who transformed the third Kazekage into a puppet. The revelation posed by Nightblade struck like a colossal bomb dropped into a tranquil pond, causing an immediate change in the expressions of all present. Silence enveloped the group as they processed the immense information conveyed in Nightblade's brief remarks, compelling them to integrate and digest the details within their minds. Observing the silence, Nightblade offered a subtle smile of understanding. After all, the Akatsuki had only been established for a little over 2 years, and not many were aware of its existence. It was Hoshigaki who first regained his composure, exhaling softly as he recalled Nightblade's initial inquiry regarding the location of the Land of Rain. Leader, you just confirmed the location of the Land of Rain with me. Was that your intention? Nightblade smiled gently, tapping the map laid out on the ground and speaking softly. Our mission comprises 2 tasks. First, he raised one finger. We must travel to a Wagakure to recruit an individual to join our organization. With a slight grin, he raised a second finger. The second task is to incorporate this final chosen individual into our ranks, after which our 2 teams will be officially formed. Following this, I will lead you to Amigakure, where we shall annihilate the Akatsuki and absorb its members. Ultimately, we will establish our base in Kumobakure and expand our organization to realize our grand design, unification of the world. Yamura and Samui exchanged glances, drawing in a sharp breath. Their expressions mirrored disbelief as they regarded Nightblade as though he were mad. You can't be serious, Yamura exclaimed. Unifying the entire ninja realm? Even the original Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, was unable to achieve such a feat. You wish to undertake this task? Nightblade smiled slightly. Is there a problem? Just because Hashirama could not accomplish it, does that mean I cannot? Little sister, he said, ruffling Yamura's hair with a chuckle. Your thinking is flawed. As successors, our achievements must surpass those of our predecessors. Otherwise, how can we claim to speak of progress? The wooden figure gazed at the confident man before him, momentarily falling into silence. Perhaps he was right? Even though the wooden figure did not endorse Nightblade's actions or thoughts, nor did he believe for a moment that Nightblade had any chance of success. He decided to observe the unfolding events. What if it succeeded? Noticing the wooden figure's silence, Nightblade shifted his gaze towards Karabi. There was another matter at hand. We could also hold an exhilarating rap concert in the Hidden Rain Village, right beneath the headquarters of the Akatsuki. What do you think? Really? Karabi exclaimed, his small eyes sparkling with excitement beneath his sunglasses as he fixated on Nightblade, his limbs flailing in exuberance. The feeling of joining the Akatsuki was truly delightful. The dream of performing concerts around the world was coming to fruition. Today was a splendid day. I can compose magnificent verses, leader Nightblade. Laughing, Nightblade observed the jubilant Karabi, unusually refraining from criticizing his lack of vocal talent, and instead replied with a chuckle. As the captain of our second squad in the Akatsuki, your current teammates are the wooden figure and Samui. During our journey from the land of lightning to the land of earth, your task is to foster teamwork among your comrades and fully utilize their respective strengths. Do you understand? Understood. No problem, Karabi responded, his demeanor becoming serious for once. Although it has been a long time since I led a ninja squad, I possess the necessary skills, so rest assured, leader Nightblade. I will ensure we work well together and complete our mission before reaching the land of earth. Very well. Nightblade nodded slightly, his expression serious as he addressed Karabi. Once you and your squad members have harmonized effectively, I will assign you another crucial task, the recruitment plan for new members. New members? Karabi blinked in surprise. Is it the person you mentioned who would be personally recruited in the land of earth, leader? Indeed, Nightblade confirmed with a nod. This individual possesses considerable strength, meeting our Akatsuki standards. Upon recruitment, they will directly join your squad, thus completing the roster of the second team. Curiously, Karabi inquired, who is this third teammate, leader? Chuckling softly, Nightblade replied, patience. You will meet them in due time. They are quite similar to you and share an obsession with art. Oh. Karabi's eyes lit up with anticipation. I am looking forward to it. Let us give it our all. We depart tomorrow for the land of earth. As dawn's first light graced the training platform of the Cloud Thunder Gorge, all eyes fluttered open. At that moment, Yiren had just concluded his customary morning exercises, effortlessly tossing a massive 100-meter peak back to its original place. Suddenly, a colossal figure descended from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of liquid sloshing. The fourth Raikage extended a hand, offering a substantial wine gourd to Yiren. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Haha! Yiren, here is 100 jin of our village's finest wine, brought just for you." With a swift motion, Yiren grasped the gourd, weighing it lightly in his hands. Nodding in satisfaction, he smiled at the fourth Raikage, remarking, "Indeed, you keep your word. There shall be no issue with that." The Raikage, gazing at the well-defined muscles of Yiren, leaned closer and lowered his voice, inquiring, "Now that you are departing from our village, who shall be your next target?" Yiren's expression darkened. "What do you mean by target? And why do you appear so haughty on the surface, yet reveal yourself to be quite the gossip?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across the Raikage's countenance, as he was taken aback by Yiren's retort. "Not a target, not a target. I merely wish to know which village you plan to visit next. My curiosity has been piqued." With a playful glint in his eyes, Yiren replied, "Oh, you truly wish to know? Well, It wouldn't hurt to hear. The Raikage responded, attempting to maintain his composure. Very well, Yuren acknowledged with a nod. However, perhaps I shall keep it to myself, as you do not seem overly eager to learn. The Raikage's forehead darkened. In truth, I am quite interested. Dear brother Yuren. Do not tease me. Just tell me already. All right, Yuren said with a slight smile. My next target is the land of Earth. I intend to kidnap the disciple of Inoki and recruit him into my organization. What? Kidnap? The Raikage's thick brows quivered, and he shouted in disbelief. Why shout so loudly? Yuren rolled his eyes at the Raikage. Is kidnapping something to be discussed so openly? For someone of your stature, you certainly lack discretion. The Raikage shot Yuren a peculiar look, saying, speaking of discretion, it seems as though you, as the leader of the organization, are the one lacking it. You just caused quite a stir in our cloud village, and now you wish to venture into the land of Earth to kidnap Inoki's disciple? I must say, that is quite audacious. Indeed, it is you who lacks composure. Hey, Nightblade chuckled coldly, gazing at Thunder Shadow, and inquired, are you on guard? Is vigilance truly effective? Wasn't your cloud-hidden village also wary of my arrival? In the end, did I not cut through your defenses? What lesson does this story impart? Thunder Shadow was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at the gently smiling Nightblade, awaiting his continuation. This tale reveals that in the face of absolute power, what use are defenses and strategies? They are mere trifles. Regardless of your myriad schemes and clever tactics, I shall overcome them with my sheer strength. Thunder Shadow paused, then pondered Nightblade's words intently. After a considerable time, his eyes sparkled with realization. With a resounding clap of his right hand against his left palm, he exclaimed, aha, there is wisdom in that. Chapter 84, Trial in the Land of Earth. Right? Nightblade regarded Thunder Shadow with a knowing smile. Listen to me, he asserted, thumping his chest. In the future, if your cloud-hidden village encounters similar situations, remember your insights from today. When capable, refrain from idle chatter. If issues arise, our shadow organization will take responsibility. Idle chatter? Thunder Shadow was momentarily puzzled, looking at Nightblade with curiosity. What does that mean? Oh, this. Nightblade slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that Thunder Shadow was unfamiliar with the term. He quickly smiled and eagerly explained, idle chatter refers to those who talk excessively before a fight. In such moments, you can silence them with your fists. No more idle chatter. Thunder Shadow's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were gazing at a kindred spirit. Brother Nightblade, you are absolutely right. I now see that we truly are kindred spirits. I, too, am just like you. With a thud, he collided his fists together in the air, emitting sparks of lightning. When faced with those who love to prattle before a brawl, I do not tolerate it. I simply strike with a punch. Thunder Shadow looked at Nightblade with admiration. If I were not the Thunder Shadow of the Cloud-Hidden Village, I would surely join your shadow organization. Alas, my responsibilities bind me. Indeed, what a pity, Nightblade remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Thunder Shadow without further comment. Who would believe Thunder Shadow's earlier claims? Others may be unaware, but Nightblade certainly was not. On the surface, Raikage appears to be a brash individual. However, beneath that exterior lies a meticulous mind. After all, how else could he administer the vast hidden cloud village so effectively? It is not mere recklessness, it is intellect that guides him. Nightblade chuckled coldly, noting the dramatic shift in Raikage's demeanor from yesterday to today. The reason for this transformation is quite straightforward. Raikage has discerned hope in Nightblade, or rather, in the Shadow Organization. Rather than passively allowing Nightblade to forcibly abduct the two Jinchuriki from the village, it is far wiser to forge a strong alliance with him, thereby fortifying the bond between the hidden cloud village and the Shadow Organization. Only then can the village truly rest easy. Leader? Jisue was the first to step through the door. Oh, Lord Raikage is here too. During the exchange between Nightblade and Raikage, Jisue emerged, accompanied by a total of 6 individuals, including Karabi, from the entrance atop the Cloud Thunder Gorge, bathed in the gentle golden rays of the rising sun. They stood in orderly fashion before Nightblade. Leader, we are prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Nightblade nodded solemnly. The pace is commendable. However, starting tomorrow, our rest periods will be significantly reduced. From tomorrow's journey onward, I will subject all of you to rigorous training. The specifics of this training will be revealed gradually along the way. Nightblade's gaze swept over each face present. The sole objective of this training is crystal clear: to grow stronger, and yet again, to grow stronger. Is that sufficiently clear? His voice carried the resonance of thunder, echoing through the entirety of Cloud Thunder Gorge. Clear. The 6 responded with solemn expressions, nodding in unison. Even Yumu. who had previously harbored some reluctance about joining the Shadow Organization, felt the final barrier crumble upon witnessing Raikage personally come to bid them farewell. He too began to contemplate integrating into this organization. After all, it is only natural to seize an opportunity that poses minimal risk while promising personal growth. Excellent. Observing the fully prepared members of the Shadow Organization, Nightblade smiled slightly, nodded at Raikage, and with a grand gesture commanded, "Let us depart. The land of Earth lies to the west of the land of Lightning. If the land of Lightning is bordered by sea on 3 sides and connects to the inland on 1, then the land of Earth can be likened to an expansive, desolate plain. The terrain here is largely barren, characterized by yellow earth ridges and Yodin landforms, eroded by relentless winds, with scant vegetation." At this moment, as they crossed into the border, Nightblade and his companions were behaving oddly, scattered across the outskirts of the land of Earth, seemingly engaged in some peculiar activities. This challenge seems exceedingly daunting, does it not? The leader of the first team, Shirzue, was covered in dirt, leaning against a hillside at the border of the land of Earth, panting heavily as he took a deep swig of water. Indeed, Itachi, who was resting nearby, wiped the sweat from his brow. It was evident that such a trial would be exceedingly difficult for us. To breach the leader's blockade and enter the land of Earth, we could only maintain a distance of 5 kilometers as a team. Such a demand was excessively stringent. With a splash, Yuzuki Yugao splashed a jug of water on her face, refreshing herself slightly before reaching for the shuriken that had been planted in the ground. Addressing both Itachi and Shirzue, she stated, "Killer Bee's team has only just been formed, whereas our team's strength surpasses theirs. Brother Shirzue, let us discuss our strategy once more." "Certainly," Shirzue exclaimed, taken aback momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement of Yugao's unwavering determination. He continued, "Itachi excels in Genjutsu. I am adept in both speed and Genjutsu, while Yugao specializes in sword techniques. According to the rules set by the leader, as long as one member of the team enters the land of Earth, the team's trial mission will be deemed complete. Therefore, I propose that we use Yugao as a feint while I create the illusion of a direct assault." With a slight smile, Shirzue pointed at Yugao. "We shall do our utmost to assist her in utilizing the body flicker technique and Iaido to break through the encirclement and enter the land of Earth." With a chuckle, Shirzue added, "If we proceed this way, victory is assured." Itachi and Yugao exchanged glances, each finding hope reflected in the other's eyes. "I think it's feasible," they replied in unison. "Excellent." Shirzue smiled subtly. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes, we shall make our move towards the land of Earth." Chapter 85, My Precious Beans. Third update. Yes. Itachi and Yugao responded softly, and within moments, their figures gradually vanished into the uneven terrain of the land of Earth's border, concealing themselves in the shadows of the boundary. On the other side, Killer Bee, Samui, and the wooden puppet were also hiding behind a dirt mound, appearing somewhat disheveled. "How is it that even you cannot evade that man's detection?" Samui remarked, brushing off the dust from her blue robe. Killer Bee wiped the yellow dust from his forehead, revealing a bittersweet smile. "You may not fully grasp the extent of Nightblade's power. This man, apart from his lack of reliance on chakra-based ninjutsu, is a top-tier figure in nearly every realm I have never encountered before." He continued, "Even if I sever the connection with the 8 tails and refrain from using a single ounce of chakra, I cannot escape his perception. This guy." Cold sweat trickled down Killer Bee's forehead. "This is a stealth technique so elusive that even the kaleidoscopic stillness of another squad cannot perceive it." Yumu was taken aback for a moment, then a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. "How should we proceed? If concealment proves impossible, can we not simply defeat him and force our way in?" "Excuse me," interjected Samui, who had been casually resting her arms. She lowered her arms with a gesture that interrupted Yumu's words. As she made this slight movement, the 2 peaks trembled slightly. "If we are to confront him head-on, I must express my dissent," Samui stated calmly, her brow furrowed. "Previously, we faced this man in a direct confrontation within the Death Canyon, and we suffered a devastating defeat. Following that, we were bested by several of his subordinates. Shortly thereafter, the 4th Raikage was rendered unconscious by a single blow from him. If we were to engage directly..." Samui cast a cold glance at Bai and Yumu. "We stand not a shred of chance." Yumu, visibly disheartened, looked at Samui and asked, "What then shall we do? If concealment is unfeasible, it seems we have no choice but to confront him directly." "Absolutely not," Samui replied with a subtle smile, her short hair dancing in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. "You have overlooked another method." "Oh, another method?" At this moment, Killer Bee became intrigued. His small eyes, hidden beneath his sunglasses, fixated on Samui, eager for her unique insight. Samui had conceived a plan, and by sensed it must be brilliant. Do share it with us so we may act together. Listening to Killer Bee's oddly phrased enthusiasm, Samui felt a twitch in her eye, but suppressed her discomfort as she addressed the two. Have you forgotten that, apart from our squad, there is another team also participating in this trial? Moreover, that team possesses superior overall strength. Since our own squad's efforts seem futile, Samui smiled slightly, glancing at the suddenly enlightened Killer Bee. Oh, I understand now, Samui. We shall form an alliance. Together we shall take on Nightblade. How exhilarating. As Killer Bee resumed his exuberance, Samui's expression darkened. Clenching her fist, she issued a fierce warning. Bye. I have tolerated you for far too long. Should you continue with your incessant chatter, I will not hesitate to reveal our position and bring this trial to an abrupt conclusion, then swiftly distance myself from you. I shall request to reform a team with Lord Nightblade. All right. I responded, slightly more composed. Samui, please, speak your mind. Yes, Samui nodded, opening her mouth to articulate her thoughts. Oh. With a spark of realization, Yumu's eyes brightened as he clapped his right hand against his left palm. Indeed. Forming an alliance is an excellent strategy. Samui gently rubbed his forehead, gazing at his two companions. One was a teammate whose reactions were somewhat sluggish, appearing cold on the surface but burning with fervor within, while the other was an eccentric individual prone to spontaneous outbursts. Samui felt a twinge of exhaustion. All right. You should listen to me, he said, gesturing to Karabi and Yumurin, lowering his voice as he began to speak. What I meant earlier was not an alliance. Rather, a sly smile crept across Samui's face. To utilize them, he spoke confidently as he elaborated. Our two teams share the same objective, to find a way through the Nightblade's blockade into the land of Earth. This requires not only the ability to conceal ourselves, but also the strength to force our way through when stealth fails. Clearly, both paths are obstructed by the leader. Thus, Samui smiled with assurance. I surmise that Team 1 must already have a comprehensive plan in place. They have two members with Sharingan and another with a speed akin to instantaneous movement. Therefore, I shall venture a guess. The female swordsman on their team will be our point of breakthrough. After listening to Samui's analysis, Karabi pondered for a few moments before slowly nodding. You make a valid point, but how does this relate to our utilization plan? Samui replied with a cold smile. This is profoundly significant. Trust me, as long as we act when the female swordsman takes action, we will surely succeed. Oh? Upon hearing Samui's plan, Karabi and Yumurin's eyes lit up, and they nodded vigorously in agreement. Understood, it will be our turn soon. As the wind swept by, wisps of yellow dust stirred on the ground, and at some point, a foot lightly pressed down upon it. Little rascals, Nightblade remarked. A toothpick clenched between his teeth as he donned his white martial arts attire, his right hand resting on the hilts of 3 swords. Smiling as he gazed at the horizon of the border. Are you ready? With Nightblade's words, clouds of dust were kicked up on both sides of the border. Teams 1 and 2, in perfect synchronization, surged towards Nightblade with remarkable speed. Oh, are you planning a direct assault this time? Nightblade slowly drew his Yama from his waist, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then allow me to test your mettle, my little beans. Chapter 86, The Conqueror's Will. Here it comes. As the charge unfolded, Jishui caught sight of Karabi's squad not far away, who had fortuitously initiated their assault simultaneously. His brow furrowed with concern. Everyone, be vigilant. Karabi's team has coincidentally launched their charge alongside us. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy at play. We must exercise caution to avoid being exploited. With that, Itachi and Yuin swiftly glanced at Karabi's squad, their faces etched with determination. The distance between Jishui's team and Yeren diminished steadily until Yeren's form became vividly apparent to all. Jishui's gaze sharpened. Attention, he exclaimed, drawing his small blade with a swift motion, simultaneously forming hand seals. Countless replicas of Jishui materialized on the desolate expanse of sand. Body flicker technique. We advance. Jishui commanded, and Itachi and Yuin promptly stepped forward, aligning themselves with him, flanked by a multitude of Jishui clones. Oh? Yeren observed the altered offensive strategy of Jishui's team, his eyes narrowing in intrigue. This time seems different. Who is the breakthrough point? Just as Jishui contemplated this, Karabi's squad made their move, a significant one that startled Yeren. Let's go? Abi. With the thunderous roars of the wooden figure and Karabi, a colossal blue feline adorned with vibrant black markings emerged from the yellow sands. Beside it stood the eight-tailed beast, resembling a giant octopus with one horn missing. Between the two-tailed beasts stood the stern-faced Samui. Beneath his flowing robes, his proud physique was accentuated by the wind, with ears that perked up like a rabbit. Bouncing with vigor. Heh, Yeren chuckled softly. One squad sought to take advantage, while another aimed to manipulate the situation. Their tactics were commendable. Yet a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yeren's eyes. As long as you fail to unite, you shall never pass through me. Do you not yet comprehend this? Single sword style. Yeren's gaze focused on Jishue's squad as they approached within his striking range. His right hand, gripping the black blade Enma, tightened slightly. He uttered a sharp command, as swift as the wind. In an instant, Yeren vanished from sight, like a gentle breeze sweeping across the sands, reappearing amidst the multitude of Jishue clones. With a flash, Yeren executed a slow, circular slash with Enma, encircling himself with a deliberate and lethal grace. As the stillness of the water was disrupted, a pervasive breeze swept through the arena, brushing against every fleeting moment of tranquility. In less than the blink of an eye, all traces of serenity vanished into the air, leaving the barren expanse of yellow sand utterly devoid of presence. It was futile, observing the arrival of tranquility behind him. Yeren offered a faint smile. One sword style Igang Niao. With a swift motion, Yeren executed a downward slash toward the distant tranquility, the blade slicing through the air with such velocity that it generated a tremendous rush of energy. This force coalesced into a vast wave of air, tinged with a subtle blue hue, hurtling toward the tranquil figure, now drenched in cold sweat. Seriously? Tranquility, still forming seals with his hands, wore a bitter expression. I merely utilized a momentary shift. Must you escalate it to this extent, boss? Is that so? Yeren replied with a slight smile upon hearing this. If I do not escalate it today during the trial, you shall find yourself at a disadvantage in future confrontations. Tranquility fell silent, musing quietly. Who could possibly match the boss's terrifying prowess? Besides, I have never tasted defeat. Oh, Yeren's smile widened, perfectly attuned to Tranquility's whispered words. Dare you retort? One sword style. A gang yell. Boom. With disbelief etched on Tranquility's face, Yeren wore a playful grin as he unleashed another strike from a different angle, aiming directly at the still bewildered figure. Tranquility, on the verge of tears, watched as two waves of energy sealed him in, his expression turning grim. Is this truly necessary? Leader? Are you attempting to end my existence? Humph. Enough chatter. At that moment, as Yeren and Tranquility engaged in their fierce exchange, Xiang and Itachi, who had closely followed Tranquility, found themselves aligned with Yeren. They launched their assaults in unison. Sharingan, Jinjutsu, Kage no Jutsu. Itachi swiftly formed seals before locking his gaze onto Yeren with his newly manifested three-tomo Sharingan, intent on ensnaring him in an illusion. Meanwhile, Xiang, with a serious demeanor, slightly bent her body and gripped the hilt of her blade, Shiyu. One sword style, Tsu. With a flash, Xiang's form vanished from the heavy yellow ground, reappearing before Yeren, her right hand drawing Shiyu in a lightning-fast motion. Clang! The swift draw of her sword was effortlessly countered by Yeren, who merely used the back of his blade to deflect the strike, producing a crisp sound of impact. Illusion? Nightblade let out a cold smile. Conqueror's Haki. A resounding force erupted, sending a dense wave of purple energy radiating from Nightblade, extending a kilometer outward. In that moment, those present, Jisue, who was maneuvering to fend off the attacks from Egan Bird, Itachi, who was casting illusions, and Yuzuki Uyas, who sheathed his sword, along with the approaching team of Killer Bee, all felt as though their hearts were gripped tightly. An indescribable force emanated from Nightblade, inducing a collective sense of drowsiness among them. Not far from Nightblade, in his tailed beast form, Killer Bee scratched his head, gazing at the fallen Samui beside him, puzzled. What just happened? Did the leader's power cause you to faint? Or perhaps it is his charm that has entranced you? Killer Bee remarked, a hint of disappointment in his expression, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He turned to the already summoned Eight Tails. Hey, Eight, why am I feeling a bit lightheaded? Are you absorbing my chakra? Stop it, or I might just pass out. Eight Tails replied, You fool. With the vast amount of chakra within me, why would I need to absorb yours? However, within the confines of his mind, Eight Tails rolled his eyes at Killer Bee, beads of cold sweat dripping from his massive head. Although uncertain of the cause, Eight Tails regarded the distant Nightblade, whose robe billowed dramatically with a serious and detached demeanor. He whispered to Killer Bee, I sense an unusual aura emanating from that man. It compels me to retreat from my tailed beast form. How about you? Killer Bee's vision began to blur, and as Eight Tails communicated with him, he struggled to maintain his balance. After finally processing Eight Tails' analysis, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Eight Tails was taken aback, and before he could attempt to rouse Killer B, his own tail beast form was forcibly retracted back into Killer B's body, severing their temporary connection. In the darkness of their shared consciousness, Eight Tails was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of ability is this? This man is far too formidable. In truth, Killer B and Eight Tails were among the last to succumb. Itachi and Yuyas, who were closest to Nightblade, collapsed the moment his conqueror's haki was revealed. Not far away, those who had just exhausted themselves to evade Nightblade's dual strikes fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Immediately following was the two-tailed Jinchuriki, the wooden man. In truth, the first to fall was the weakest among them, Samui. Nightblade gazed momentarily at the previously fervent battle, slightly taken aback, before breaking into a gentle smile and slowly returning to his original spot, effortlessly lifting the enormous wine jug with one hand. He tilted his head back and took several hearty gulps. Yet, it was still insufficient. If I cannot even withstand 1% of the Conqueror's haki, then such power is undeniably inadequate. Wait a moment. Gulp, gulp. Nightblade's throat convulsed as a few glistening drops of wine trickled down his neck, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. Furthermore, Nightblade smiled subtly. With such a significant commotion along your border, the ones who ought to arrive should have already come, should they not? I await your presence. At that moment, on a broad yellow earth highway near the border of the land of Earth, a squad of ninjas clad in red uniforms hastily advanced towards Nightblade, led by two individuals. Father, who exactly is causing such a disturbance on our border during this invasion? Has the intelligence department provided any directives? Black Earth, donned in a tight red suit with a sleeveless ninja vest, inquired of her father beside her. Yellow Earth nodded gently. The intelligence department in the village has indicated that the invaders this time are primarily a coalition from the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Among them is the recently risen swordsman, Nightblade, along with Shunshin no Jutsu, Itachi with his Sharingan, and the lightning dance, Yuzuki Yuyas. Additionally, there are two Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village. What? Black Earth's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her father in confusion. Can we truly manage this invasion with ourselves and the ninjas behind us? Yellow Earth turned to Black Earth with a slight smile. Do not be anxious. You are my most beloved daughter, and as a Chunin brought along by me, do you believe we are merely going to engage them in combat? Black Earth was momentarily taken aback, looking at her father in bewilderment. Aren't we supposed to punish these ninjas invading our land of Earth? No. Yellow Earth shook his head. It is not like that. Our mission this time is to investigate the enemy's intentions. In other words, we can ascertain their objectives without engaging in battle. Even if they force an encounter, given the distance and our mastery of Earth release techniques, escaping would not pose a problem. Black Earth relaxed her brow slightly and nodded at Yellow Earth. I understand now. By the way, father, Hyuga seemed to have pondered something, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. I have heard of the renowned swordsman known as Yebing, who has recently committed many shocking deeds, such as slaying the Yunin emissary, defeating the legendary Sannin, and vanquishing the two-tails Jinchuriki in the Death Valley. These exploits are truly exhilarating. I long to meet this individual. Hyuga smiled faintly. It is said that this person possesses a rather striking presence. Huang Tu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the boisterous Hyuga with a hint of concern. I hope you do not find that man intriguing. He is exceedingly dangerous. Half an hour later, the 6 members of the Shadow Organization, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Yebing, who was leisurely sipping a drink in the center of the arena, the fundamental instincts of a ninja informed them of their failure. Moreover, they had been collectively defeated in an instant. Ji Shui observed the bewildered individuals awakening one after another and let out a soft sigh. I had originally believed that with our efforts, we would someday catch up to the leader. I did not anticipate that merely the leader's aura would render us unconscious. This disparity is truly disheartening. Who could argue otherwise? Yu Shiyin cradled her long katana, Shiyu, in her arms, casting a resentful gaze at Yebing as she spoke. Our differences extend beyond mere strength. They also manifest in the leader's utter lack of delicacy, mercilessly targeting girls like me, Samui, and Yuki. Yebing smiled slightly, addressing the now awakened crowd. Just in time. Those of you who have regained consciousness, gather around me. We shall welcome the guests from a Wagakure together. Chapter 88. Where did little Deidara go? Third update. Ji Shui rubbed his still dizzy head and slowly stepped to Yebing's right side, inquiring of him. Has someone from Awagakure already arrived? Who could it be? I suspect it is likely that old Agakich. Itachi, who had been approaching leisurely, replied to Ji Shui, no. That is improbable. Following closely behind, the somewhat awkward Karabi chimed in, standing to Yebing's left. He thoughtfully stroked his chin and continued, this time. None of us have hinted at invading his Awagakure, and we have spent quite some time here without inflicting any substantial damage on the land of Earth. They should view our entry as an ordinary occurrence. Sending out a few jonin should suffice. Is that so? Xian shook her head, still favoring Ji Shui's perspective. Our leader led the elite from our 2 villages to the border of the land of Earth, causing quite a stir. How could Awagakure dare to send only a few jonin? Cough, cough. Itachi lightly cleared his throat and spoke softly to the side, Yuin. There is some merit to what Killer Bee suggests. For there exists a possibility that the people of Awagakure believe that in the face of our leader and our formidable group, even that Tsuchikage presence would be futile. Rather than placing the Tsuchikage in a precarious situation, it would be wiser to dispatch a team of reconnaissance ninjas to probe the situation. This indeed seems to be the safest course of action. Yuin paused for a moment, then nodded slightly in agreement. It seemed reasonable, yet. Wouldn't the absence of 2 more formidable ninjas reflect a lack of respect for our leader? Heh, Itachi smiled faintly. If it is disrespect, let us just eliminate them all. Yuruchi was taken aback, observing Itachi's expression, which had grown increasingly cold. A flicker of doubt surged within her. It appeared that since Itachi had inadvertently connected with the Akatsuki he had established, he was now stimulated by the organization's ambitions and the strength of its members. This made her reconsider the essence of capacity and potential. Perhaps this was indeed a moment of confusion for Itachi. A glimmer of insight crossed Yuruchi's eyes. It seemed time for a serious discussion with Itachi, lest the turmoil within him expand unchecked. Thud thud, rumble rumble. Just as everyone stood beside Yuruchi. Facing the territory of the land of Earth, a rush of footsteps echoed from afar, and the ground trembled beneath them. After a while, a pair of ninjas clad in tight red garments and brown vests emerged at the edge of the horizon. Oh, Killer Bee squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand as he gazed toward the slowly materializing figures. Frowning, he remarked to Yuruchi, it seems there are about 10 of them. Leading the group is the Awagakure Jainin, KT. Beside him stood a girl Killer Bee did not recognize. Yuruchi furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling a black-haired Awagakure ninja with impossibly long legs, Karatsuchi. Is that girl black-haired and exceptionally tall? Eh? Killer Bee was momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze to Karatsuchi, whose flowing clothing clung tightly to her legs as she ran against the fierce wind. He nodded slightly. Hearing the leader mention it, it does seem so. This girl's legs are much longer than those of Yumura. I can't believe you would say that. Yumura's face darkened as he glared at Killer Bee, who was intently observing the approaching figures. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, just because her legs are long, does that imply that mine are short? Are you looking to spar with me? Kirabai, I apologize. I certainly did not intend to offend. Humph. The wooden figure coldly snorted, turning its head away. While the crowd engaged in discussion, a group of ninjas from the rock-hidden village, racing at high speed, had already arrived and stood not far from them. The person opposite was none other than Lord Nightblade, the leader of the Shadow Organization. Huangtu furrowed his brow slightly and cautiously inquired, Lord Nightblade? Yes, Nightblade replied, his expression impassive as he nodded. It is indeed I. What would you have to say? Huangtu hesitated for a moment, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples. He glanced at Nightblade and the formidable ninjas by his side, steeling himself to continue. Well, I wouldn't say it's a matter of guidance. I merely wish to inquire, Lord Nightblade, about your purpose in coming to the borders of my land of Earth with such a commotion. Observing Nightblade's gradually cooling demeanor, Huangtu awkwardly added, please do not misunderstand. We are merely conducting an investigation. If you harbor no intentions of threatening the security of the land of Earth, we would be quite welcoming to all of you. Oh, Nightblade smirked with intrigue. What if we were here to threaten your land of Earth? He gestured to his subordinates, indicating their collective presence. Do you believe we lack the strength to pose a threat to your nation? Cold sweat immediately dripped from Huangtu's forehead, and he instinctively took a step forward, shielding his daughter, Hei-Tu, behind him. Lord Nightblade, please do not jest. Our people from the rock-hidden village have never wronged you. If you were to trouble us, there would be no justification. Nightblade chuckled softly. All right, you make a valid point, and I shall not make things difficult for you. I simply wish to ask you a few questions, as long as you answer them sincerely. I assure you that I will not threaten the safety of the land of Earth. Do we have an agreement? Huang Tu paused, then regarded the smiling Nightblade for several seconds. Finally, he nodded slowly. Very well. As long as it does not involve the secrets of the rock-hidden village. You may ask me anything, and I promise not to deceive you. Excellent. Nightblade nodded. Straightforward. Now, let me ask you, where has that explosive loving child, Deidara? From your rock-hidden village gone? Do you have any leads on him? Chapter 89. Also related to Brother Nightblade. First update, Deidara. Huang Tu was taken aback. Then looked at Nightblade with a peculiar expression, confirming once more, Lord Nightblade, the person you wish to inquire about is indeed Deidara. Yes. Nightblade affirmed with a nod. It is precisely this individual. So, do you know where this young one is at present? As Nightblade posed such an unexpected question, Huang Tu found himself momentarily hesitant, his gaze instinctively darting away from Nightblade's penetrating eyes. What is it? Nightblade inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Are you unaware, or do you simply refuse to disclose it to me? Are you attempting to instigate a conflict between our shadow organization and the land of Earth? Nightblade pressed, scrutinizing Huang Tu's awkward demeanor. In a flurry of anxiety, Huang Tu waved his hands in denial. It is not that I am unwilling to share Deidara's whereabouts, Lord Nightblade, but his expression darkened. Over 2 years ago, Deidara was expelled from the village by Lord Suchikage for recklessly employing clay bombs and engaging in acts of terror. I truly do not know where he is now. Huang Tu explained urgently, his heart heavy with bitterness. The query posed by Nightblade was rather simple, merely concerning the whereabouts of an individual. Yet, by unfortunate chance, it directly pertained to Deidara, placing Huang Tu in a most uncomfortable predicament. Oh, is that so? Nightblade paused, recalling Deidara's life trajectory that he was familiar with. Deidara must have been around 9 years old when he was cast out from the village, subsequently immersing himself in various destructive missions. Continuing this path until approximately 2 years ago, in the present year of Konoha, around 55. He encountered Uchiha Itachi in the land of Earth and was coerced into joining the Akatsuki. Thus, considering Itachi was now within his ranks, Deidara should be approximately 11.5 years old. Although it was impossible to ascertain Deidara's exact location, it was evident that he still resided within the borders of the land of Earth. Very well. As Huang Tu and Hei Tu donned expressions of tension, Nightblade nodded slowly. Since you genuinely do not know where Deidara has gone, then we shall proceed as such. I have just concluded a training session with my comrades in our organization, and now we shall seek a place to rest within your land of Earth. You may guide us to a quieter locale. All right. Huang Tu readily acquiesced to Nightblade's request, relieved to have received such a relatively light task. After all, Nightblade had just mentioned the intent to traverse the land of Earth, as well as inquiring about Deidara's whereabouts, both matters that were beyond Huang Tu's capability to resolve. Elated by the unexpected ease of the assignment, he promptly led the accompanying ninjas to flank Nightblade's party while guiding his daughter, Hei Tu, to his side. With a faint smile, Huang Tu gazed at Nightblade, who donned a white martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Is the leader of Nightblade here in our land of Earth solely to seek Deidara? Despite his inner trepidation towards Nightblade, he also feared the repercussions of inciting his ire. As a ninja from the rock-hidden village, it is his duty to discern the intentions of any unfamiliar individuals who dare to enter his nation and village. Indeed, Nightblade, without a hint of reservation, smiled gently at the accompanying yellow earth and remarked, not only am I here in search of Deidara, but I also wish for Deidara to join my Akatsuki organization. Therefore, during this period, he glanced at the vast expanse of the land of Earth. I shall reside here until I locate Deidara. Yellow Earth regarded Nightblade with an impassive expression, yet internally, alarm bells were ringing. The events of recent days in the cloud-hidden village had already reached his ears. And in conjunction with what he had personally witnessed, the rumors circulating within the ninja world were indeed quite accurate. Wherever this man treads, he is bound to leave a mark on the ninja villages, capturing the Jinchuriki of the ninja villages. Reluctantly, Yellow Earth nodded to Nightblade, indicating that he would do his utmost to provide clues regarding the search for Deidara. You are Nightblade, correct? Just as Yellow Earth was about to converse further, a figure clad in a tight red outfit, revealing one arm and showcasing her long, graceful legs, blinked her almond-shaped eyes and, with evident interest, inquired about Nightblade. Oh no. A pang of dread struck Yellow Earth as a few beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples, observing his daughter's demeanor. It was clear she had developed a keen interest in this young powerhouse. What if she were to be lured into Nightblade's organization as well? What to do now? Indeed, I am Nightblade. You must be Akatsuchi, Nightblade replied with a gentle smile directed at the tall, captivating beauty. I have long heard of a disciple of the Tsuchikage in the land of Earth, renowned for her beauty and grace. It seems I have finally laid eyes on her today. Akatsuchi was momentarily taken aback. Having grown up among boys, she had never received compliments on her appearance, at most. They would cheer her on during fights, exclaiming how impressive she was. She had never heard such praise as Nightblade's before. Do you really think I am beautiful? Absolutely. Nightblade smiled softly. Your beauty ranks among the top 5 of all female ninjas I have encountered. Really? Akatsuchi's face flushed with embarrassment, and her bashful demeanor caused Yellow Earth to frown disapprovingly. Nightblade, with a subtle smile, added in his heart, but I have not encountered many female ninjas. Hee. Nightblade, since you have complimented my beauty, may I join your Akatsuki organization like these elder sisters? Oh. Nightblade raised an eyebrow, taken aback, as he observed Yellow Earth's incredulous expression and Akatsuchi's hopeful gaze. Why is that? What motivates one to join my shadow organization? Hyuga smiled faintly, a glint of ambition shimmering in his spirited eyes. The formidable prowess of Brother Yaren is widely acknowledged, as is the strength of the shadow organization you have established, which is home to so many powerful ninjas. My desire to join is quite simple. I seek to grow stronger. At this point, Hyuga's cheeks flushed slightly, his voice softening. Of course, it is also related to Brother Yaren. Chapter 90. Who fears the misfire? Second update. Oh? Brother Yaren observed the blushing Hyuga with a slight smile, playfully inquiring. What does this have to do with me? Hyuga was momentarily taken aback, his face growing even warmer. Of course, it is because of Brother Yaren's great strength. By joining the shadow organization you have founded, I hope to learn from you and achieve rapid progress. Hence, I wish to follow you. Good. Brother Yaren nodded, returning Hyuga's smile. At such a young age, you are already a Chunin, and I believe you excel in lava release, correct? Given your potential and strength, I shall reluctantly permit you to join our shadow organization. I will assign you to Killer Bee's team. How does that sound? Are you willing? Really? Hyuga gazed at Brother Yaren and then at Killer Bee's friendly teammates, her eyes widening with excitement, her cheeks aflame as she sought confirmation from Brother Yaren. Indeed. Brother Yaren replied with a gentle nod. Would I deceive you? If you're willing, you can begin participating in our daily trials starting tomorrow. Absolutely, Hyuga exclaimed joyfully, brimming with anticipation for the trials Brother Yaren had mentioned. As the others observed Hyuga's eagerness regarding the trials, they exchanged glances, silently expressing their concern for her well-being. The young girl is still too naive, entirely unaware of Brother Yaren's methods. Suddenly, Huangtu, who had been listening to the conversation between his daughter and Brother Yaren, spoke up. Lord Yaren, may I inquire if this constitutes a formal agreement for my daughter to join the organization you have founded? Yes, Brother Yaren affirmed, nodding at Huangtu. Is there an issue? Huangtu's forehead glistened with sweat. Well, I don't have any major objections, as this is my daughter's own choice. And her desire to challenge herself is commendable. However, but what? Brother Yaren's gaze grew slightly colder. But I fear this agreement may not hold. As all ninjas are dedicated to the protection of the land of Earth and the Hidden Stone Village, and must unconditionally obey the orders of its Tsuchikage. If Lord Nightblade wishes to have Kuratsuchi join your organization, it seems that the consent of Lord Inoki is essential. Oh, Nightblade smiled faintly at the Yellow Earth. Are you suggesting that I require Lord Inoki's approval to incorporate Kuratsuchi into my organization? Are you threatening me? Absolutely not. The Yellow Earth shook his head. As a resident of Konohagakure, Lord Nightblade is unaware of the current circumstances in our Wagakure. He spoke with a bitter expression. In recent years, the Wagakure has experienced a significant decline in talent. Even the Deidara you mentioned was expelled from the village due to his penchant for terrorist activities. If Lord Nightblade insists on taking Kuratsuchi away, the strength of our new generation will be considerably diminished. Therefore, should you remain resolute in your desire to take Kuratsuchi, you must seek the approval of our Lord Tsuchikage. Observing the well-reasoned explanation from the Yellow Earth, Nightblade stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Very well. You make a valid point, so I shall not make it difficult for you. Since Kuratsuchi's joining my organization requires Lord Inoki's consent, lead me to your Wagakure. I shall speak with Lord Inoki personally. A new idea flickered in Nightblade's mind. Furthermore, I have matters I wish to discuss with Lord Inoki. Oh, the Yellow Earth was suddenly taken aback. Lord Nightblade intends to meet our Tsuchikage now? Naturally, Nightblade rolled his eyes at the Yellow Earth. Hurry, lead the way. The Wagakure is enveloped by towering cliffs, providing formidable defenses that make it exceedingly challenging for adversaries to penetrate. However, this same terrain complicates their communication with the outside world. Consequently, due to this geographical disposition, the land of Earth has developed more steadily compared to other nations over the past few decades, as evidenced by Lord Inoki's tenure. Ahead lies Iwagakure. At the center stands a towering edifice inscribed with the character for Earth, which serves as the Tsuchikage's office. Lord Inoki should currently be within. Please allow me to enter and announce your arrival. Very well. Nightblade nodded and patiently awaited beneath the colossal structure. Time elapsed, second by second. After half an hour, the yellow earth emerged slowly from the vast building, gesturing respectfully towards Nightblade. Lord Nightblade, Lord Inoki requests your presence. Excellent. Nightblade nodded, turning to his companions. Sure Sway and the others, with a smile. I shall meet with Lord Inoki. You wait here for me. Should anything arise, I will signal you. Do not worry. All right. Jisue nodded nonchalantly, and even those surrounding him wore expressions of indifference, as if it were a trivial matter for Yeren to visit Lord Inoki. This left Haitu, who stood by, feeling rather perplexed. Aren't you concerned about the leader? After all, he is entering the office of the Tsuchikage alone, where formidable masters abound. With a slight tilt of his head, Jisue looked at the young girl Haitu and smiled. Formidable masters, you say? How about a wager? Soon. Your esteemed Tsuchikage will come flying out from several stories above. Flying out? Haitu exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Our Tsuchikage is the strongest in history, and besides, if it's just a conversation, how could there be a fight? Huh? Jisue chuckled softly, exchanging glances with his teammates, who wore similarly enigmatic smiles, and then fell silent. Just watch. Nearby, Karabi and Yumu recalled Yeren's past actions in the hidden cloud village and instinctively took a few steps back. Why are you stepping back? I'd asked. Momentarily taken aback. Karabi replied with a grin, gesturing animatedly. I'm worried that if they engage in a skirmish, they might inadvertently harm us down here. Concerned about collateral damage? Haida was momentarily stunned, then nodded thoughtfully. Speaking of which, the Tsuchikage's dust release is indeed quite fearsome. It makes sense for you to step back. I suppose I should also retreat a bit. With a slight lift of her foot, Haida stepped back 2 paces. As everyone took a few steps back, Yeren ascended the steps to the Tsuchikage's office, arriving before Inoki. You are Yeren? Inoki inquired, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Hey, you must be Inoki? Yeren rolled his eyes in response. You're trying to assert your seniority, but I'll return the favor. I want you just return it. I'll add a little something extra. That man with the bad back. Inoki remarked, such words from you seem rather inappropriate, considering I am the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. To show such disrespect towards me implies a lack of respect for this village as well. Oh? Yeren smiled faintly. Speaking of disrespect, your earlier remark suggests a certain condescension by virtue of your age, which means you do not respect me. Consequently, it implies that you also do not respect my subordinate. The Yuancher organization. Inoki's initial intention had been straightforward. He merely aimed to establish dominance over Yeren, but unexpectedly found himself outmaneuvered by him. The mention of the Nightblade's shadow organization has become ubiquitous during this period. Even many young ninjas from the 5 great nations aspire to locate the leader of Nightblade and enlist themselves within. In this moment, a single utterance from Nightblade effectively silenced the Tsuchikage, leaving him with words caught in his throat, unable to express his frustration. This was not lost on Noki, who regarded Nightblade with a hint of humiliation, gently shaking his head as he spoke. Since you hail from Konoha, the relationship between Konoha and our Iwagakure is indeed amicable. Therefore, we hold Konoha and you, Lord Nightblade, in high esteem. Nightblade nodded in acknowledgement and settled onto the couch opposite Noki. If that is the case, then this matter should be straightforward. Noki blinked in confusion, questioning, matter? What matter? Today, you dispatched Kate Tsuchi and his daughter Kuratsuchi to the border to gather information about me, Nightblade stated, crossing his legs as he smiled at the Tsuchikage, who appeared somewhat diminished behind his desk. It was during that time that I took notice of Kuratsuchi's potential and prospects. Thus, I must inform you that she will be joining our shadow organization. What? Naka's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating intently on Nightblade. Kuratsuchi is my apprentice. How can I simply allow her to join your organization at your whim? I refuse to agree. Oh? Nightblade shrugged, casting a glance at the Tsuchikage. It seems negotiations have reached an impasse. It is not an impasse, Noki retorted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Rather, Kuratsuchi absolutely cannot be entrusted to you or your organization. Nightblade observed the increasingly tense expression on Naka's face and smirked coldly, uttering a few chilling words. What if I choose not to understand? What if I insist on Kuratsuchi's inclusion in my shadow organization? What will you do then? Noki paused momentarily, then straightened his posture, taking a deep breath before responding with a frosty smile. If you are determined to press the issue, do not blame me for fighting tooth and nail to ensure you relinquish something in return. Oh? Nightblade returned the smile, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Something in return? Allow me to be candid. You would not even be able to retain a shred of my garments. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Nightblade grasped the hilt of his legendary sword, the Shodai Kitetsu, slowly drawing it from its sheath. He addressed the now visibly anxious Noki. Words are of no use. Let us settle this matter with action. I am a person who prefers to convey my arguments through the force of my fist. You shall come to regret this. With no room for negotiation remaining, Ohyuki slowly levitated from his seat, his expression grave as he faced Yeblade. Dust release. Technique of original realm separation. A white, translucent cubic sphere gradually took shape as Ohyuki manipulated it with his hands. Then it descended directly upon Yeblade's head. Die? Yeblade responded with a disdainful, icy smile. The notion of decomposing matter into atomic states may sound terrifying, yet it is merely that, sound without substance. Yama-RD. The armed color of Haki enveloped Yeblade's right hand, and under his command, it began to undergo a metamorphosis. Strands of purple Haki emerged, saturating the black blade, Kitch, in a deep violet hue. One sword style. Boil the mountains and steep the seas. Swish. In the moment the technique of original realm separation was hurled toward Yeblade, he swiftly sliced the air above him with the purple Kitch. Then, with a swift motion, the blade was sheathed once more. Are you attempting to amuse me? Ohyuki observed Yeblade's rapid draw and immediate sheathing of the sword, and though the movement was exceedingly swift, truth be told, Ohyuki felt no hint of the blade's potency. A pretender indeed. As Ohyuki looked upon Yeblade, who seemed on the verge of perishing beneath his technique, a cold smirk appeared on his face. Suddenly, just as Yeblade swung his sword, a tiny white point of light materialized at the tip of the blade. In the next moment, this minuscule point erupted with an unsettling force, instantly evaporating Ohyuki's original realm separation technique into thin air. Moreover, this burgeoning light, expanding endlessly, surged past the desk, directly assaulting Ohyuki behind it. What in the world is this? Ohyuki gasped in astonishment, then clasped his hands together, concentrating all his chakra. Dust release. Technique of original realm separation. As the white cube was drawn apart in Ohyuki's hands, an intense white light encroached upon him, leaving him no room for hesitation. In an instant, he pulled the transparent cube and dove inside. Chapter 92. I shall strike him down. Second update. Yeblade regarded Ohyuki's actions with scorn. If Ohyuki's original realm separation technique could reduce all to an atomic state, then his own boil the mountains and steep the seas could dismantle all into quarks. This is hardly a contest of equal caliber. How could Noki possibly withstand such power? With a thunderous crash, it became evident that although Noki managed to envelop himself in his original realm glass technique for a fleeting moment, it could only deflect the attack for a brief while. However, mere moments later, Noki sensed an unsettling shift. It seemed that his original realm separation technique was inadequate against the might of Nightblade's strike. His body instinctively recoiled backwards. As he retreated, a wave of astonishment washed over him. He had previously thought that the tales of Nightblade's prowess were mere exaggerations, perhaps fueled by Konoha and Kumigakure's desire to maintain their village's dignity, fearing the embarrassment of being bested by Nightblade. Yet, it was only when Noki confronted Nightblade directly that he realized the true extent of his formidable strength surpassed all expectations. Panting heavily, the aged Noki struggled to maintain his original realm separation technique, fending off the force of Nightblade's strike while slowly retreating. It was not a calculated retreat to evade the attack. Rather, it was a necessity born from his inability to withstand the onslaught any longer. Hey, Nightblade, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, smirked slightly and gestured behind Noki. Still retreating? If you back up any further, you might find yourself flying out of this multi-storied Tsuchikage office. While you may be able to fly without serious consequence, being ejected from your own office as Tsuchikage would be quite the embarrassment. Noki scoffed. It is merely one strike. I refuse to believe that I, Noki, cannot withstand your attack. He invoked Dust Release, Micro-Realm Separation Technique. With a resounding crash, the transparent cube in his hands expanded dramatically, and in an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Nightblade's slash was shattered by Naki's Micro-Realm Separation Technique. Breathing heavily, Noki wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he observed Nightblade, who sat on the sofa, wearing a subtle smile and exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, I have managed to hold my ground. Clapping his hands slowly, Nightblade grinned and, with an oddly playful tone, addressed Noki. Well done. Your strength is indeed commendable. Though you are nearing your twilight years, you still possess some skill. Noki, floating slowly in the air, replied with a cheeky grin, I am the Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Do you think my title is merely for show? Nightblade shook his head, maintaining a peculiar smile as he regarded Noki. Whether your title is deserved or not, do you truly believe that withstanding one of my strikes grants you immunity from further peril? He raised his right hand, lifting the purple weapon embedded in the ground, and slowly leveled it once more. A faint smile graced Ohayaki's pale visage. You think too much. One sword style, do not hesitate. In an instant, Ohayaki's expression faltered, his lips twitching involuntarily. Though he had exerted every ounce of strength to block Nightblade's strike, it had taken a toll. Externally, Ohayaki appeared relatively unscathed. Yet the hands he kept hidden behind his back trembled uncontrollably. Do not hesitate. Nightblade, unfazed by Ohayaki's look of horror, swung the first generation of Guiche, enveloped in the formidable aura of Yama, with unwavering conviction. Swish. The mountains boil and the seas seethe. Ohayaki gazed upward in despair as a faint glimmer, identical to the previous one, coalesced above Nightblade's head, rapidly advancing towards him with consuming intent. Earth escape. Despite the agony coursing through his body, Ohayaki summoned yet again his bloodline technique, the original realm separation technique. Futile. Nightblade smiled slightly, the soft luminescence of the purple aura dissipating from his right hand as he confidently sheathed Guiche. You could barely withstand the previous strike. How could you possibly endure this one? Boom. In the very moment Nightblade's words echoed, the original realm separation technique in Ohayaki's hands dimmed rapidly, his visage shifting in alarm. He decisively retreated, exiting the Tsuchikage's office and floating in the air outside. Enough with the chatter. Our Tsuchikage is indeed formidable, Kuratsuchi remarked, casting a wary glance at the distance between himself and the members of the Akatsuki behind him. While I concede that our leader is undeniably powerful, it does not imply he can effortlessly expel our Tsuchikage from his office. Boom. Just as Kuratsuchi's statement concluded, a diminutive figure burst through the wall of a structure towering several stories high, emerging from the wreckage. Wow, that was fast, Shirzue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then gazed upwards. It seems our leader's temper has escalated sooner than we anticipated. Killer Bee, startled, remarked, could it be? It's only been a brief while. Surely the leader's mood cannot shift so rapidly. Who knows? Killer Bee replied, glancing at Kuratsuchi, who stood agape, staring skyward. He smiled faintly, addressing Kuratsuchi. Did you witness that? Your Tsuchikage, your mentor, has just been unceremoniously hurled from the Tsuchikage's office by our leader. Surely, this cannot be a fabrication. The black soil opened its mouth and slowly turned back, gazing at Kila as he struggled. Our esteemed Tsuchikage possesses the ability to fly. He merely soared out of his office. What significance does that hold? A voice, laced with confusion, echoed from several stories above. Fear not. The notion of flying is nothing to be concerned about. I shall bring him down, Tsuchikage declared. No D. The roar of the yellow dragon. With a thunderous cry, Yiren's right hand transformed into a shimmering, metallic purple before he leaped directly out of the Tsuchikage's office. He unleashed a powerful punch at the astonished Yuki. Boom.